Chapter 1: The Initial Encounter with the Organization. Washington, D.C., the Grand Hotel. The bustling traffic on the streets stood in stark contrast to the serene atmosphere within the luxurious suite overlooking the city. In the corridor, two Asian gentlemen clad in black suits lingered outside room 202, occasionally leaning in to catch any sound from within. Stop eavesdropping, it's quite rude. Besides, Amanda is a fan of Mr. Handa herself, and she has brought her bodyguard along. What could possibly go wrong? One of the men chided his companion, who was attempting to listen in. Inside the room, a young Eastern gentleman was engaged in a game of chess with a benevolent lady. Their match lacked any fierce rivalry, both instead embodying a state of relaxation. The gentleman was Koji Hatada, a prodigy in the realm of Japanese shogi. The lady was Amanda Shus, an American capitalist. Amanda gently placed a piece on the board and observed the expression of her opponent, only to find him gazing towards her left rear. Following his gaze, Amanda noticed a stern-faced young woman behind her and let out a silent sigh. An hour later, Amanda returned to the room. "You seem," the young woman, named Rachel, began, only to be interrupted by Amanda. "Rachel, your constant tension may keep villains at bay, but it will also scare away good men." At this moment, Amanda appeared less like an employer and more like a caring mother. Rachel stammered, her face flushing momentarily. "Protecting you is my duty. Your life is not solely about protecting me," Amanda replied, rising to pat the young woman's shoulder. "Since your father passed in his efforts to shield me, I have come to regard you as my daughter. Rather than serving as my bodyguard, I wish for your happiness." Rachel paused, responding, "His family is a prominent zaibatsu in Japan, I worry. Are you so quick to assume failure without trying? You are not always like this." Amanda's expression shifted momentarily before she regained her composure. "Tomorrow, I will be meeting a significant client. You need not accompany me. But is there a chance you might be in danger?" "Not at all," Amanda replied sternly, a rare display of severity towards her. She then sighed, her tone softening. "Go on a date. I have prepared an outfit for you. It's on the table by your bed." Rachel's cheeks flushed as she opened the paper bag beside her bed that contained a white short dress, elegant yet youthful. "You finally agreed to go on a date with me," Koji Hatada said, his expression uncharacteristically childlike for his age, prompting Rachel to feel both exasperated and amused. With a haughty smile, she replied, "I am not so easily won over. I am a chess player. I possess ample patience." In the ensuing time, aside from participating in competitions, Koji Hatada also managed his family's business in America, resulting in an extended stay in the country throughout the year. During this period, his relationship with Rachel blossomed steadily as they visited luxury boutiques and upscale restaurants. Rachel would often drag Koji on hiking excursions, delighting in his exhausted expressions with an endearing smile. Amanda increasingly attended meetings without Rachel, and several times, Rachel could not refrain from inquiring about the specifics, only to be met with vague responses that redirected the conversation to her relationship with Koji. "So, do you believe Amanda has gotten herself into trouble?" Koji inquired. Rachel nodded, contemplating further, but then hesitated. "I do not believe my stepmother would be threatened without taking action, and given her wealth, few could pose a threat to her." "This is problematic," Koji murmured. "What do you mean?" Rachel asked, catching his words. Koji could only explain, "I sense that the individuals Amanda has entangled with are beyond her means to confront." Rachel slumped onto the sofa in Koji's room, and he looked at her with concern, pushing a box of snacks towards her. "You haven't eaten, have you? You should at least nibble on something." Rachel mechanically picked up a piece and brought it to her mouth, but the scent of red bean paste turned her stomach, and she ultimately rushed to the restroom to vomit. "Are you all right?" Koji offered her a cup of warm water while observing her condition. "Perhaps we should see a doctor." "No need. It's probably just due to lack of rest lately." Rachel waved her hand in refusal and returned to Amanda's side. Watching her leave, Koji dialed a number on his phone. Days later, after Amanda departed from Koji's room, she rummaged through her belongings before turning to Rachel. "I apologize, but could you please fetch something I left in Koji's room? It should be the night piece that ought to be here." "Right now?" Rachel asked, puzzled. "Yes, it is a crucial piece." "Rachel, I have raised you as if you were my own daughter. Would you heed your mother's request?" "Ah, very well, of course." Rachel acquiesced, but cast a suspicious glance towards Amanda, feeling that there was something being concealed from her. Wait, Amanda forgot the night piece in your room. Is that not a blatant lie? Because it is entirely improbable, Koji explained. The box for the chess pieces has specific indentations for each piece. If one were to be forgotten, it would be immediately apparent. Then why would she fabricate such a lie? Rachel's speech quickened, clearly agitated. Could it be to facilitate your escape? Wait. Rachel froze for a moment, then quickly pieced it together. If the bodyguards are unable to reach me, then the individual responsible for this situation. No, I must save her. As Rachel prepared to dash out, Koji seized her arm. Going now would be futile, and many are aware that Amanda is my fan. They will undoubtedly come looking. No sooner had he spoken than a knock echoed from the door. The security personnel stationed outside attempted to restrain the intruders, but the sheer number of assailants quickly overwhelmed them. Koji glanced at his phone, which displayed no notifications, then turned to Rachel. You should hide inside. Who are you contacting? You will find out shortly. Koji opened the door, and the black-clad figures outside inquired in English whether he had seen an Asian woman. Koji denied any knowledge and promptly slammed the door shut. That should give them a bit of time before they return, Koji remarked. Wait, if they do not find me elsewhere, they will surely return. And if they locate me, you could be killed. Rachel's expression was fraught with tension. Koji glanced at the stun gun at her waist, hesitating momentarily. Seeing her intent to leave, he made a decisive choice and rendered her unconscious. Chapter 2: Escape. I hope this does not cause harm, Koji thought as he watched Rachel slowly collapse before him. He swiftly lifted her, concealing her behind a bookshelf, and anxiously glanced at his phone. The knocking at the door resumed, but Koji refrained from opening it, shouting instead, Hey, if you keep this up, I will call the police. You should know that is not an option, came the voice from outside. The phone lines in your room have been severed, and the jamming signal should render your mobile useless. The voice was punctuated by a kick to the bodies of the two security personnel lying nearby. As soon as the words were uttered, a powerful crash reverberated at the door, indicating that the assailants were attempting to force their way in. After several attempts, the door burst open, and a group of menacing figures entered, the leader delivering a brutal kick to Koji before pressing a gun to his temple. Now, tell me, where's Rachel? Who are you referring to? I do not know her. Huh? The man in black sneered, retracting his weapon and signaling to his subordinates. They nodded, advancing to unleash a barrage of punches and kicks upon Koji. As Koji doubled over in pain, clutching his chest, the leader stepped forward. I did not expect the reigning shogi champion to withstand such punishment. I shall ask again, where is Rachel? I do not know. Bang. Ah. The leader shot Koji in the thigh, blood quickly staining his trousers. Unrelenting, he pressed his foot onto Koji's wound. Blood flowed freely, and beads of cold sweat dotted Koji's forehead. You are surrounded, drop your weapons. A voice called from outside. Seeing this, the leader raised his gun, intending to silence Koji. Bang! As the gunfire erupted, the leader instinctively ducked, and a bullet struck his weapon, causing it to shatter. Retreat. Once the cacophony of battle subsided, a man wearing a beret approached Koji, briefly assessing his condition. Thank you, Uncle Akai, Koji uttered weakly. Enough with the chatter, Akai said, noticing the blood oozing from Koji's leg and the abnormality in his breathing. A broken rib piercing the lung is quite serious. Hold on, I will help you staunch the bleeding. As he spoke, Akai unbuckled his belt and wrapped it tightly around Koji's upper thigh, eliciting a pained cry from him. Still feel pain? That's a good sign, Akai remarked. After a flurry of activity, Koji's strength was utterly depleted. He suddenly grasped Akai's wrist, gesturing towards the bookshelf. Save her and the child. Then, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Upon awakening once more, the first sight that greeted him was the harsh glare of fluorescent lights and the sterile confines of a hospital bed, accompanied by the watchful presence of Akai Mutake, whose eyes were rimmed with crimson. You're awake? Noticing Hatada Koji's gradual return to consciousness, Akai Mutake hurriedly leaned closer. You've been asleep for an entire day. Rest assured, you're safe now. The Public Security Bureau has dispatched another team to protect you. Furthermore, I have informed Kanshin, and she should be arriving shortly. Struggling to speak with an oxygen mask covering his face, Hatada Koji suddenly tasted blood in his mouth, followed by a fit of violent coughing. Enough now, you fractured 2 ribs, so speak less. I've checked on her, she's fine and currently resting. What about the child? Hatada Koji managed to utter, seemingly oblivious to Akai Mutake's frantic gestures. With a resounding thud, the hospital door swung open, and Hatada Kanshing stood panting at the entrance. The moment she laid eyes on her gravely injured yet conscious son, a wave of relief washed over the matriarch, nearing 50. After carefully assessing Hatada Koji's injuries, Hatada Kanshing sighed deeply. Hatada Koji, the nearby public security personnel, and passing medical staff jumped at her sudden exclamation. Inside the room, Akai Mutake helplessly interjected, suggesting that since he was already so injured, any reprimand could wait until he was healed. Ah, Hatada Koji, you really outdid yourself. You were gone for over half a year, and now you have a child. What more surprises can you possibly have in store for me after another 2 years? Hatada Koji, feeling embarrassed, wished to hide beneath the covers and feign death. After a barrage of words from Akai Mutake, he finally managed to usher Hatada Kanshing out of the room. The doctor conducted a thorough examination, and she's perfectly fine, Akai Mutake remarked. By the way, Rachel must not have told you about her pregnancy. How did you find out? Amanda told me. She saw the pregnancy test Rachel used. Upon hearing the child was safe, Hatada Koji allowed himself to collapse onto the pillow, succumbing to slumber once more. When he awoke again, the night had fully descended, and this time, Hatada Kanshing sat by his side. The doctor entered to check his condition, confirming that his respiratory system was stable and that he no longer needed the oxygen mask. However, it was advisable to keep the oxygen tube in place for safety. She visited, I saw her with child, and she seemed to be grappling with some sorrow. I asked her to return home and rest. Hatada Kanshing explained. Thank you, Dad. Ah, don't thank me, just refrain from bringing me more frightful surprises. Hatada Kanshing sighed before inquiring, Are you serious about that, Miss Asaka? Hatada Koji nodded firmly. After a moment of contemplation, Hatada Kanshing declared, Very well, let's wait until the child is born and you can walk on your own before holding a wedding, provided she is agreeable. Yes. Wait, Dad, you agree? What alternative do I have? Should I send you to retrieve her with a cane? After your recent attack, I have come to realize that life, aside from life and death, is merely a series of scrapes. One ought not to harbor regrets. With that, Hatada Kanshing assisted him in sipping some water and a light meal before helping him recline once more. The following day, when Rachel came to see him, her eyes were still glistening with tears, evidently mourning the loss of her adoptive mother, yet striving to maintain a positive demeanor for the sake of her child's well-being. The two, who should have had much to discuss, now sat in silence. Hatada Koji, aware of his own ineptitude with words, could not conjure any comforting phrases, instead choosing to hold her tightly. The silence was eventually broken by Akai Mutake, who entered to collect information. Upon witnessing the embrace, he felt a twinge of awkwardness. Apologies, should I step out for a moment? Not at all. Rachel Asaka extricated herself from Hatada Koji's embrace and settled onto the nearby sofa. Akai Mutake shut the door and casually took a seat on a nearby stool. You're likely dealing with an international crime syndicate. M6 is also investigating, but information is scarce. What we do know is that the majority of their members wear black and operate under code names derived from alcoholic beverages. Have any of them been apprehended? Rachel inquired. Akai Mutake shook his head. I'm afraid not. Their plan to eliminate Amanda was meticulously crafted, with multiple escape routes already established. I remember that man's face, Hatada Koji stated. Moreover, there seemed to be something unusual about his left eye. It did not appear to be a genuine eyeball. Now that is a lead, Akai Mutake exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Koji, I recall you studied sketching. Can you draw it? Hatada Koji sighed. I could manage it before, but now. That seems improbable, he said, glancing at his bandaged arm. Chapter 3. Amanda's Last Letter. There's no rush. We can discuss it once you are feeling better, he said, handing Rachel a business card. My number is on there. Feel free to call if you remember any details. Understood. Approximately half a month later, Hatada Koji was discharged from the hospital and departed from America. Before his departure, Akai Mutake arranged for a friend at the FBI to provide Rachel with an alias to evade the organization's pursuit. Wakasato Rumi? Akai Mutake nodded. Given the current information, Japan is relatively safe, so I assigned you a Japanese name. Additionally, you mean to say that once I arrive in Japan, I could be with Koji, right? Rachel instinctively placed a hand on her belly, feeling a slight response from the life within. For me at this time, that seems to be the best choice. Upon returning to Japan, their lives seemed to fall back into a semblance of normalcy. Koji Hatada, apart from attending rehabilitation sessions regularly, immersed himself alone in the study of shogi, while occasionally, members of the public security would come to inquire about leads. His concern for Rumi Wakasa's state never waned. Following Amanda's passing, Rumi appeared to live like a machine, adhering to a routine of eating and sleeping, spending the remaining hours either reading or staring vacantly into space. Only when the child reacted did she rarely offer a faint smile. Let us take a walk. One day, Koji Hatada suddenly suggested to Rumi. The doctor said I should walk more, and sunlight is beneficial for the baby. He slowly crouched down, pleading, just accompany me for a while. Rumi met his hopeful gaze and replied, all right. It was September, and the leaves along the road had turned crimson. As they walked, laughter and playful shouts echoed nearby. Is there a school here? Rumi inquired. Koji stepped forward a few paces. That is the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Academy. It seems to be graduation time for the cadets. A passing instructor noticed the two young individuals standing at the entrance and approached them. If you are interested, why not come in and witness our graduation ceremony? Huh? Can outsiders attend? Of course, replied the instructor, Hachizo Onizuka. Every year, aspiring applicants come to observe. It is quite normal. Shall we go in? Koji cautiously glanced at Rumi. And upon seeing her nod, he smiled gently and led her inside. The playground was filled with students seeking the perfect angle for graduation photos, their eyes brimming with joy. In stark contrast, Rumi appeared out of place. The front rows of the auditorium were filled with graduates, leaving the two defined seats at the back. Noticing Rumi's slightly protruding abdomen, the nearby cadets instinctively created distance. The graduation ceremony was brief, serving as a decent respite for someone injured and pregnant. After the ceremony concluded, Hachizo Onizuka handed Rumi a police academy brochure, saying that if her child wished to become a police officer in the future, he could assist. Upon returning home after a leisurely stroll, a servant of the Haneda household approached briskly. Madam, you have a package. Choosing to ignore the term madam, Rumi opened the modest package with a sense of suspicion. Inside lay a worn candy box, the very container she had used as a child to store small toys. This should have been with Ms. Amanda, Rumi murmured. Koji picked up the package, observing that it was likely something Amanda had intended to send but had not managed to before her passing. Suddenly, he noted a peculiar detail. The package had been addressed weeks prior, stored by the courier service for delivery, yet the address was that of their home. Seizing the package from Koji, Rumi inspected the information and seemed to come to a realization. She dashed to her room, closed the door, and opened the candy box. Inside were items she recognized, toys purchased by her father and stepmother during her childhood. After extracting the toys, Rumi sensed something amiss with the box's depth. Tentatively pressing the bottom, a metal panel lifted. There were hidden compartments crafted by her stepmother. She reached in, prying the metal open to reveal it packed with neatly folded letters. The first letter read, Rachel, my beloved child. By the time you read this letter, I should have passed away. I apologize for disclosing your pregnancy to Koji Hatada without your consent, as I could not fathom entrusting you to anyone else. Do not seek revenge for me. That organization is formidable, and I am no saint. My rise to wealth is not honorable. It was through that organization that I acquired my fortune. And your father perished for my sake. Now, it is my turn. After reading this letter, forget me, and embrace the future with the life growing within you. Amanda. Tears, akin to pearls, fell upon the letter, blurring the ink. Wiping her tears hastily, Rumi proceeded to open the remaining letters one by one. They detailed decades of Amanda's dealings with the organization, meeting locations, and concluded with a note stating that should she be pursued by the organization, she could use this information to request witness protection from any official agency worldwide. Half an hour later, concerned for her well-being, Koji opened the door to find letters scattered across the floor and Rumi in tears, clutching the police academy brochure. I want to become a police officer. Before Koji could respond, Rumi continued, she arranged everything for me in my absence. It would be such a waste to remain despondent. With her right hand on the table for support and her left cradling her belly, she rose slowly. I understand that in your culture, women resign to become homemakers after marriage, but I do not wish to follow that path. I possess combat skills and learn swiftly. During this time, I will prepare for the entrance exam, and once the child is born and I have completed the nursing period, I will apply to the police academy. Even if I become an ordinary detective, it would not squander her efforts on my behalf. To her surprise, Koji did not seem taken aback by her declaration. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. What is amusing you? I was worried you might succumb to survivor's guilt and develop depression. It seems I need not be concerned now. Rumi rolled her eyes in annoyance. Stop joking. This is crucial information from that organization. Come help me organize it for Mr. Mutu. Chapter 4. The Akai family's visit United Kingdom. Dad, how is Koji doing? Upon returning home, Akai Muto was met with the worried gaze of his youngest son, albeit directed at the idol across the ocean, not at him. Ensuring Koji was well before returning, he relished the opportunity to witness the adorable expression of his son. He feigned a serious demeanor. Koji, brother Koji is about to have a baby, Akai Shuji exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears. Do not frighten Shuji. Akai Mari, passing by, playfully rapped Muta's head and turned to Shuji. He has been discharged, and in a few months, he will have a little one. Eh? Is it a boy or a girl? Shuji's eyes sparkled. We do not know yet, Mari replied. At that moment, 17-year-old Akai Shuichi emerged from a room, unable to resist chiming in upon overhearing the adults' conversation. Brother Koji is moving rather quickly, isn't he? Last year, he didn't even have a girlfriend. Our child will likely be born first, Mari mused, gently placing a hand on her abdomen, hoping for a more manageable child. Unlike the two mischievous boys, a daughter would be wonderful. Akai Shuichi glanced at the scene before him, envisioning his mother transformed into a child, and could not help but shiver at the thought. What kind of expression is that? The female agent keenly detected the shift in her eldest son's demeanor. Observing Akai Shuichi skillfully seeking cover behind the table, Akai Wataru could only sigh in resignation. If only my sister were like you, perhaps it's best not to. With that, Akai Shuichi dashed away in one breath. Akai Shuichi. Akai Mari's forehead throbbed with veins as she swatted at her eldest son. Brother, stop fooling around. Akai Shuji, with an endearing sense of urgency, intervened, then rushed to Akai Mari, saying, Mom, please don't be upset. Watching from the sidelines, Akai Wataru felt a sense of satisfaction as he observed his adorable youngest son. Dad, can we go visit Koji and I? Indeed, the focus remained on Haneda Koji. Akai Shuichi gazed with his large, glistening eyes at Akai Muto, making him feel that uttering a simple no would be an utterly wicked act. How about spending some time in Japan during the holidays? Eh? Sounds great. Akai Shuichi, momentarily taken aback, joyously agreed once he comprehended his father's words, and then dashed back to his room with exuberance. Meanwhile, Akai Mari wore a perplexed expression, prompting Akai Muto to clarify. This is also what I wanted to share with you. Do you remember the organization we are investigating? Of course, I recall that it was that organization that attacked Koji. Akai Mitsutake nodded, affirming the truth of the situation. At last, he had managed to grasp a sliver of a clue. Previously, Koji had informed him that Amanda Shus had left intelligence for Miss Wakasa, which they had meticulously organized for his perusal. Now, M6 had dispatched him to the United States for an investigation, considering that their original target was the American capitalist Amanda Shus. As he spoke, he tightened his embrace around Akai Mari, though he acknowledged that this endeavor might require considerable time, possibly beyond the arrival of their child. If you remain in Japan, the Haneda family will be there to care for you. Akai Mari took a deep breath, fully aware that even in the absence of M6's directive, her husband's character would undoubtedly ensure that no clue would escape his attention. So tread carefully. Akai Mutsubu smiled and said, I will. A few days later, Akai Mari bid farewell to Akai Mutsubu along with her two children and boarded a flight bound for Japan. Akai Shuichi keenly sensed that his father's demeanor had been unusual. Yet with his mother expecting a younger sister, he deemed it necessary to remain silent during the several hours aboard the plane. In stark contrast to Akai Shuichi's reticence, Shuji chattered incessantly, asking questions such as whether Koji's girlfriend was attractive and whether Koji's baby was a boy or a girl. Hours later, upon landing, they were greeted by the driver of the Haneda family, Koji. Upon arriving at the Haneda residence, Shuji instantly leaped onto Haneda Koji, prompting a sharp intake of breath from him. Shuji, behave yourself. Koji's injuries have yet to heal, Akai Shuichi admonished, maintaining his usual serious facade in front of his younger brother. All is well, I assure you, Haneda Koji waved a hand dismissively. At that moment, a gentle-looking woman emerged from behind him. Oh, do we have a guest? Indeed. Wakasato, do you remember Mr. Mutsubu? This is his wife and child. Greetings. I am Wakasato Rumi. The moment Rumi stepped forward, Akai Mari observed her discreetly. Judging by her skin's condition, she appeared to be only a few years older than Akai Shuichi. Her shoulder-length brown hair cascaded gracefully, complementing a light-colored maternity outfit that embodied the quintessential image of a traditional Japanese housewife, though her muscular limbs indicated a commendable level of physical prowess. Haneda Koji gently assisted Wakasato Rumi in taking a seat, and Akai Shuichi was the first to break the silence, inquiring, Were you working just now, Rumi-san? Mm? Akai Shuichi pointed to the small dark mark on her ring finger, likely a remnant from her writing. Ah, how rude of me, he remarked, brushing it away with his hand. Following their recent encounter, the Akai family took residence in a hotel owned by the Haneda family, where Haneda Yasuharu kindly arranged for two caretakers to look after Akai Mari. Meanwhile, Akai Mari adopted a rather laissez-faire approach with her children, allowing them to explore Tokyo on their own during the day with travel guides in hand. Occasionally, Shuichi would visit Haneda Koji to learn shogi. However, this idyllic scenario was short-lived. Before their brief holiday concluded, Akai Mari received a message from one of Akai Muta's numerous contacts. Listen, from now on, consider me dead. I seem to have entangled myself with a terrifying organization. You must take the children to Japan, to this safe country. At 10 o'clock that night, Haneda Koji closed the textbooks of Wakasa Rumi in the study, declaring it time for rest. Just half an hour remained. The civil service exam was indeed challenging. The rare expression of plea on Wakasa Rumi's face struck Haneda Koji as endearing, yet he still declined her request. Just as Wakasa Rumi resigned herself to returning to bed, Haneda Koji's phone rang, displaying Akai Mari's name. What? Shuichi has run away? Akai Mari appears to be considerably more composed than he is. He is proficient in Japanese and is not lacking in Jeet-Kune-Do skills. He is not someone who would easily falter. I called merely to inquire whether he would be coming to see you. That is not the case. Akai Mari sighed. Perhaps it was simply a matter of her poor mood, and allowing him to vent would suffice. With that thought, she ended the call. As for the surprising calmness of the two adults in the household, Haneda Koji had long grown accustomed to it. With Mari's due date approaching, she was currently hospitalized. Reflecting on this, Haneda Koji helplessly donned his coat and stepped outside in search of Akai Shuichi. Chapter 5. The disappearance of Akai Muta the following morning. Akai Shuichi awoke on a soft, spacious bed. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted the room's traditional Japanese decor, and realized that he was no longer wearing the outfit he had donned when he left home the previous day. Ah, you're awake? Haneda Koji entered with a bowl of porridge. How did I? Sometimes I really wonder if you do this on purpose. Choosing to visit the izakayas nearest to my home instead of any others, only to end up drinking too much. The owner of that establishment knows me. Upon seeing my number in your phone, he brought you here. At that moment, the 17-year-old Akai Shuichi wished he could vanish into a crack in the floor. Although he had gone out for drinks after quarreling with his mother, he certainly did not wish for a brother of similar age to witness this embarrassing episode. Noticing Shuichi's expression, Haneda Koji continued, I heard about your father's disappearance. It's only natural that you feel distressed. I bear some responsibility in this matter as well. Had I not sought his help initially, he might not have looked into that organization. Thus, you can take out your frustrations on me with your Jeet-Kune-Do, and then return to apologize to your mother. That's not what I meant. Curiosity sparked in Haneda Koji's eyes. What happened? My mother said she would change my surname, that I would no longer bear the name Akai. You should understand that this is to ensure the safety of both you and Shuji, right? Shuichi Akai's expression was far from pleasant. Of course, I understood, however. Do you truly believe that this would somehow disqualify you from being a member of the Akai family? Hiroshi Haneda discerned his thoughts. Akai Shuichi whispered. Mother also said she would adopt Shuichi to you. This statement startled Hatena Koji, for I was merely 14 years his senior. No. It means for Shuichi to be your younger brother, Akai Shuichi quickly clarified. Hatena Koji exhaled in relief. Upon reflection, he could comprehend Akai Mari's intentions. If Shuichi were to follow Akai Mari, his life would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Conversely, being adopted into the Hatena family would grant him the protective mantle of being the younger brother of a shogi master. Returning the focus to Akai Shuichi, Hatena Koji curiously inquired, I presume you do not believe Mr. Wootake is deceased, correct? Indeed, and I am determined to find him. Akai Shuichi's tone was resolute. Then, perhaps you should consider attending the police academy, Hatena Koji casually suggested. Huh? Akai Shuichi was taken aback. This person, why was he not adhering to the script? You are nearing university entrance. If you manage to graduate early, you might even be in the same cohort as Wakasa, Hatena Koji added. I will think about it. Hatena Koji smiled, recognizing that this matter could be pondered at leisure. First, they had to address the pressing issue. Your sister is about to be born. What? The hospital had just sent word that in approximately 2 hours, she would enter the operating room. Hurry, eat your breakfast. Change your clothes, and come with me. 3 hours later, a new member of the Akai family, Sarah Masaru, entered this world. Following the joyous occasion, Akai Mari announced the decision to adopt Shuichi into the Hatena family. Mother, do you no longer want me? Shuichi looked at Akai Mari with tear-filled eyes. Unable to suppress his tears any longer, Akai Mari, filled with compassion, embraced her youngest son, striving to assure him in a gentle tone that his stay with the Haneda family was merely temporary and not a rejection of him. After her words, Shuji, with his tearful eyes, turned to his brother, and oddly enough, the boy who had been reluctant to change his surname just the night before now stood united with their mother. Shortly thereafter, Akai Mari was discharged from the hospital. Having completed the necessary arrangements for her 2 sons, Shuji was taken directly to the Haneda residence by Haneda Koji, where he was renamed Haneda Shuji. Akai Shuichi informed his mother of his intention to apply to a university in the United States, to which Akai Mari consented. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow. And before long, 5 years had passed. In the second year following the disappearance of Akai Wataru, the daughter of Haneda Koji was born, whom they named Haneda Saya. 6 months after giving birth, Haneda Koji engaged a professional physiotherapist for Wakasa Rumi. Through scientific rehabilitation and Rumi's diligent exercise, her physical condition improved remarkably. Thus, after the breastfeeding period, she successfully enrolled in the police academy, graduating with the highest marks in its history. After graduation, she sought to join the public security department, but was rejected by her superiors on the grounds that her notoriety, both as a former target of an organization and as Haneda Koji's wife, rendered her unsuitable for undercover investigative work. However, She was encouraged to shine in the 1st Investigative Division. Ultimately, Wakasarumi became one of the few female officers in that division. To avoid unnecessary complications, she used her maiden name, Wakasa, rather than Handa while at work, fortunate that her direct superior, Officer Muro, was amiable. At 3 in the afternoon, as kindergarten dismissed, Wakasarumi, currently handling a case of child trafficking, was anxious about her daughter encountering a similar situation and arranged for her older brother, Handa Shuichi, to escort her home after class. Meanwhile, the bored Handa Saya sat on a bench at the school entrance, swinging her short legs. Suddenly, a small, fluffy white dog dashed through the iron gate and began to circle her feet. "Little puppy, your fur is so soft, it feels wonderful." At that moment, a young man approached the gate and asked, "Little sister, do you like puppies?" Handa Saya nodded vigorously. The man continued, "Would you like to come to my car? There are many more adorable puppies there." Almost tempted, Handa Saya abruptly recalled her mother's recent discussions about child abduction cases and raised her guard against the man, declaring, "I'm allergic to dog hair." She then dashed toward the security office. Upon realizing his deception had failed and his true intentions exposed, the man revealed his sinister side and pursued her inside the kindergarten, attempting to forcibly abduct the child. The security guard, upon witnessing the frightened child, immediately understood the situation and rushed forward without grabbing his weapon, instructing Handa Saya to call the police from the security office phone. Unexpectedly, the man proved to be a skilled fighter, swiftly incapacitating the guard. Witnessing this, Handa Saya hid beneath the desk in the security office, too frightened to emerge. "Saya, are you there?" came Handa Shuichi's voice from outside the gate. As the man neared, Handa Saya instinctively cried out, "Shuichi and I, help me. He's a bad man." Enraged, the man seized Handa Saya and, seeing Handa Shuichi attempting to intervene, sneered before delivering a punch to his abdomen. Handa Shuichi fell to the ground, his glasses shattered. Just as the man prepared to strike again when a baseball bat struck him from behind, the man staggered, disoriented, and instinctively released the child. At that moment, a golden figure slid in to catch her. "Zero, are you all right?" "I'm fine, hero. What about you?" he replied. "He didn't touch me." "Look at the child in your arms." The youth with black hair and cat-like eyes reminded the golden-haired young man. "Thank you, big brothers. I'm okay." Handa Saya smiled sweetly before being set down. Perhaps the earlier blow lacked sufficient force as the fallen man staggered to his feet. The golden-haired youth swiftly retrieved the baseball bat and struck him again on the head. Good. Now the injuries are symmetrical. The duo helped the fallen Handa Shuichi to stand. And the golden-haired youth noticed a black van driving away across the street as police sirens approached. "What are your names?" "My name is Rugaguji Zero," replied the golden-haired youth. "And I'm Juba Kajimitsu," said the youth with cat-like eyes. "Mama, these big brothers defeated the bad guy," Handa Saya exclaimed to Wakasarumi. After discovering that the call to the police had originated from her daughter's kindergarten, Wakasarumi's anxiety lessened upon seeing her daughter unharmed, seemingly free from psychological trauma. "I understand, dear," she said, turning to Handa Shuichi. "Shuichi, are you hurt?" "I'm fine, really," he replied, though she noticed a painful bruise the size of a fist on his abdomen. "Just hold on, and we'll treat it when we get home." Subsequently, Wakasarumi called Handa Koji to bring the two children home while she continued taking statements from Rugaguji Zero and Jubu Kajimitsu. "As a mother, I thank you both. But I still need to take your statements. Besides the man, did you see any accomplices?" "Yes. There was a black van across the street from the school that left before the police arrived," Rugaguji Zero informed her. "Do you remember the license plate?" Wakasarumi inquired. The two fell silent, until Handa Saya chimed in with, "Shinjuku, A698. Rugaguji Zero and Jubu Kajimitsu exchanged bewildered glances. "I remembered it when Rugaguji and I picked me up," Handa Saya whispered. "But I let her down quickly," Rugaguji Zero said. Realizing the gravity of the situation as Wakasarumi took her words seriously and instructed her subordinates to investigate. Observing the puzzled expressions of the two young men, Wakasarumi explained, her memory has always been exceptional. She inherited it from her father. The two young men regarded the adorable yet remarkably intelligent child with curiosity about her father's identity. "Wait, her last name is Handa?" Rugaguji Zero glanced at Jubu Kajimitsu and initiated a private conversation. "Is she the one I think she is?" Jubu Kajimitsu nodded. "It seems so." Soon, Handa Koji arrived at the police station and carefully examined Handa Saya from head to toe, then scrutinized Handa Shuichi before finally feeling relieved. He sincerely thanked Rugaguji Zero and Jubu Kajimitsu, leaving the two high schoolers flustered. "We have only seen you on television." Handa Koji chuckled. "Which is more handsome, the television version or the real-life one?" In response, Wakasarumi playfully tapped his head. "Enough joking. Let's get the children home. I have work to do." Rugaguji Zero and Jubu Kajimitsu looked expectantly at Wakasarumi, who noticed them and asked, "What? Do you want to see something?" "We hope to enroll in the police academy in the future. May we learn a bit from you?" Rugaguji Zero timidly asked, promising not to cause any trouble. Considering their status as witnesses, she agreed. "All right, follow me." She thought for a moment, asking Handa Koji to wait, then picked up Handa Saya. Their excitement was palpable. Over the past 2 years, Wakasa Rumi had gained notoriety as one of the few female detectives, celebrated in the media for her exceptionally high case closure rate. Many students, inspired by her, had applied to the police academy, including Rugaguji Zero and Jibu Kajimitsu, in the 1st Investigative Division's office. Everyone was anxiously focused on the surveillance footage and case materials until they spotted Wakasa Rumi, who seemed to embody hope. "Now, tell me, what happened?" Wakasa Rumi inquired. "Officer Wakasa is taking over this case?" Upon hearing this, all the officers stood in admiration. Of course, they even dared to target my daughter. "Please provide me with the video and materials," and briefly introduce the case. As everyone gazed at the adorable girl in her arms, they silently lit candles for the kidnapper. "How dare they target Officer Wakasa's child? Are they seeking death? We have examined the surveillance footage in the area, yet we still have not located the child. Moreover, the perpetrator wore a hat, obscuring his face from the camera, only revealing that he took the child into a corner before carrying her away." Officer Wakasa nodded, turning to Zero and JBU, saying, "The man who attempted to abduct Sayaka was walking a dog, right? Where is that puppy now? We noticed it was left without an owner, so we brought it to the police station and handed it to the officer who took our statement." "Yes, it was a well-cared-for white Shiba Inu," Zero replied. Wakasa nodded, focusing on the surveillance footage, suddenly pausing to point at a black van. "Go to all the major rental agencies and search for this license plate number. Retrieve information about the owner and check the road surveillance. I need to know where this vehicle has been." "Understood," came the response. "But this doesn't seem to match the license plate Sayaka mentioned," JBU quietly remarked. "Officer, how did you identify this individual?" A nearby officer inquired, as others slowed down, eager to eavesdrop. "Although we cannot see the face clearly, we can profile based on body shape and habitual movements. The suspect wore a dark blue jacket, black pants, and a hat, standing approximately 170 centimeters tall, a right-handed individual. Slightly overweight, with strong legs, likely still young. The dog was well cared for, suggesting he must present himself as amiable. Furthermore, he did not vanish during the process. He was encumbered by the child and the dog, making it improbable for him to walk continuously. Trams and buses prohibit dogs, making rental cars the best option. The vehicle's owner aligns with the suspect's description, and the black strap visible could likely be a leash. As for why it's not the license plate Sayaka mentioned, it's merely one clue among many. We must not fixate solely on this one lead. What if the perpetrator changed vehicles? Or perhaps the car itself is a clone, merely swapping license plates? Hence, finding the individual is paramount, not the vehicle. It was evident that the final remarks were in response to JBU's inquiry. Chapter 7, The Child Abduction Case, Part 2, after providing a general direction. The investigation was handed over to her colleagues. She ascertained that the abduction of her daughter was the work of a different group than those kidnapping other children, thus suggesting that the two teams pursue separate inquiries. Officer Wakasa remained at her computer, scrutinizing the park's surveillance footage. The young man walking the dog had a fixed routine, venturing out every evening, typically near the children's play area. While walking the dog, his gaze was not on the pet but rather observing his surroundings, as if searching for a solitary child to target. "Officer Wakasa, that individual has confessed. And we also located the vehicle your daughter mentioned," an officer reported. Wakasa had to pause her work and rush over. According to the man, he had previously worked at a convenience store near the kindergarten but lost his job due to gambling debts. In desperation, he recalled that the kindergarten catered to wealthy families and thought to abduct a child for ransom, believing that the police would likely overlook him amidst the surge of child abduction cases. Furious, Wakasa struck him with a punch, while nearby officers averted their gazes, pretending not to witness the incident. Shortly after, another team returned, each member's face radiating joy, indicating a significant breakthrough. The suspect, Kawakami Oka, 25, worked at a dog kennel and matched Officer Wakasa's description. "Bring him in. That will solve the case," the jubilant young men exclaimed. "Wait," Wakasa interjected, halting their discussion. "This matter may not be so straightforward. Look at the time gap between these two locations. It's too considerable. Moreover, the suspect works at a dog kennel, which pet store sells dogs so quickly that they require truckloads for delivery. Are you suggesting? Request the mobilization unit from the management. This appears to be a criminal gang involved in child trafficking, likely with several abducted children hidden within the kennel. The expansive premises and the barking of dogs could easily mask the cries of children," Wakasa concluded, grabbing her car keys and firearm before heading out. Several large trucks were parked outside the kennel. Wakasa signaled for the other officers to remain concealed, preventing the suspects from resorting to desperate measures that could endanger the children. After positioning the majority of the team on the perimeter, Wakasa stealthily entered the kennel through the back door with a few officers. Children lay scattered across the floor, seemingly drugged. A little boy holding a girl's hand caught Wakasa's attention. Outside, the sounds of bustling workers discussing transporting the children reached her ears. Wakasa gestured to her officers, and they quietly sought cover. Only 3 or 4 individuals entered, and once they were all inside, the officers behind the door gently closed and locked it, then swiftly subdued the intruders. At that moment, Kudo Shinichi finally ceased feigning unconsciousness. "Big sister, are you here to save us?" Wakasa shot him an exasperated glare. Yes, but remain silent and lie still. She then gently tapped her radio. And after a flurry of commotion and screams outside, a voice crackled through. Officer Wakasa, we've secured the area. Thank you for your hard work. Come inside. Account for the children and take them to the hospital. Notify their parents. Seeing the situation, Kudo Shinichi suddenly stood up, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Wakasa. Thank you, police sister. Wakasa ruffled his hair and glanced at her watch. It was already 8 in the evening. Upon returning home, Wakasa was astonished to find JBU and Zero, whom she had encountered earlier that afternoon, also present. JBU-kun, it's time to speak about that matter. Hatena Koji encouraged JBU like an elder, urging him not to let the shadow follow him for life. Bolstered by Hatena's encouragement, JBU finally gathered the courage to reveal his secret. Hatena quickly explained that earlier in the afternoon, he had offered to give Zero and JBU a ride home together. But during the journey, JBU overheard passers-by discussing a goblet tattoo and suddenly lost control. Sensing something was amiss, Hatena brought him back home. So, after your parents were murdered in Nagano, the perpetrator was never apprehended? JBU nodded. After that incident, I suffered from amnesia and aphasia until I met Zero, which helped me recover. Wakasa sighed, realizing for the first time how profoundly a murder case could impact a young child's life. Nagano is beyond my jurisdiction, and according to regulations, I cannot intervene. However, I can privately look into it for you. In truth, I recalled this matter not solely because of the goblet tattoo. As JBU spoke, he produced a photograph and handed it to Wakasa. At a glance, she recognized it as one of the missing children in the case. She resembles a childhood friend of mine, JBU remarked. I will keep an eye out, Wakasa assured him. Noticing the late hour, JBU hurriedly rose to take his leave. I apologize for taking up so much of your time. The next morning at 6, Wakasa was abruptly awakened by a phone call. What? One child is missing? Yes, the officer on the other end of the phone said, trembling. Yesterday, we arranged for the children's parents to pick them up from the hospital, but one parent could not find their child and reported it to us. Have the dog kennels and other pet shops been thoroughly searched? Yes, they have all been meticulously checked, and there is indeed nothing. A sense of foreboding washed over Rokusuki Rumi. What is the name of the child? Please send me a photograph. On the way to the police station, Rokusuki Rumi noticed that the child in the photograph resembled the girl that Shubufuki Kyuka had mentioned looked like his friend. An unsettling feeling surged within her. Hiro, do you feel any better after speaking with Rokusuki? Seeing Shubufuki Kyuka's pale complexion, which was now accompanied by dark circles under his eyes, Akagami Rei asked with concern. Shubufuki Kyuka forced a smile. I am feeling much better. Mr. Hatada is a good person. Huh, is that Rokusuki in that car? Following his gaze, they saw Rokusuki Rumi sitting in a black vehicle, flashing her lights at them. Another imitator? Both were confused by Rokusuki Rumi's speculation. Rokusuki Rumi patiently explained. In such major cases, there are often those who seek to exploit the chaos. If you hadn't saved Sayaka, I might not have even considered such a possibility. Now, with one child missing and untraceable in their lair, they may not even remember which children they have taken. Thus, we cannot overlook any possibility. Chapter 8. Rokusuki Rumi, what can I do? Shubufuki Kyuka inquired. Rokusuki Rumi sighed. Kyuka, this matter may be rather harsh for you. I have requested a reinvestigation of this case, and the officers from Nagano Prefecture have already arrived. I hope you can recount the events from that year in as much detail as possible. The car came to a steady stop in front of the police headquarters, and the three hurried to the conference room. Brother. Upon seeing the familiar figure, Shubufuki Kyuka rushed over. All right, let us get down to business. Kyuka, can you? Shubufuki Kyuka nodded, his mind drifting back to that nightmarish evening filled with the bloodied kitchen knife, the whispers of demons, the overwhelming stench of blood, and the high-stemmed glass tattoo. Shubufuki Takamitsu watched his younger brother, drenched in cold sweat, with a pained expression, gently patting him to provide comfort. Rokusuki Rumi remained composed, extracting key information from his description. Wait, Kyuka, are you certain that you opened the cabinet door and saw the high-stemmed glass tattoo? Shubufuki Kyuka pondered, his certainty wavering. How could you have opened the door when you were so frightened that you experienced amnesia and mutism? At that moment, Shubufuki Takamitsu added, I remember our wardrobe had vertical stripes. Upon contemplating this, Rokusuki Rumi seemed to have a revelation, casually pulling out a tattoo pattern and covering the sides. Look. Doesn't this resemble the high-stemmed glass? Shubufuki Kyuka leaned in for a closer look, astonished. What I saw back then was quite similar. However, after so many years, it was uncertain whether the tattoo still existed. By the way, Kyuka, what was the name of your childhood friend? How did she die? I only remember her name was Yuri. That day, our class went on a spring outing, and she suddenly said her stomach hurt. My father, who was my elementary school teacher, took her to the hospital, but she ultimately succumbed. Rokusuki Rumi continued. What was the surname of the child named Yuri? If you can't recall, did any classmates transfer that year? Was there a class roster? Kyuka confirmed that a classmate had indeed transferred that year, and that they had a class roster which he had brought along. Shubufuki Takamitsu retrieved a dusty class roster from a box behind the chair. This is a tremendous help. Rokusuki Rumi carefully flipped through it, Finally, finding a name on one of the pages, Ushiro Mamoru. Did she say anything during that spring outing? Shibufuki Kyuka reminisced. She mentioned having a quarrel with her father that morning, but intended to apologize to him when she returned. Quickly check if this child's father is currently in Tokyo and whether he has been seen in the vicinity recently. Understood. Rokusuke Rumi affirmed. And soon an officer handed over the information, confirming the existence of a person named Ushiro Hajime, who owned a laundromat. Inspector, we have captured footage of the suspect. Rokusuke Rumi leaned closer to observe, confirming that the suspect's physique matched that of Ushiro Hajime, and the footage revealed his high-stemmed glass tattoo. What about Ushiro Hajime's address? Found it. It's the laundromat on 5th Street, Mihanacho. Akagami Ray glanced over, angrily slamming his hand on the table. That place is just a street away from Hiro's current residence. Let us go apprehend him, Rokusuke Rumi commanded, noticing Akagami Ray and Shibufuki Kyuka preparing to follow. She quickly intervened. You two stay here. 2 uniformed officers stepped forward to block them. Moments later, Rokusuke Rumi, accompanied by the officers from the search division, arrived at the entrance of Ushiro's laundromat. Disguising herself as a customer, Rokusuke Rumi casually donned a coat and called out, "Hello, is anyone here?" No response. As she surveyed the area, she noticed the washing machine lid was ajar. Cautiously, she approached, glimpsing a red countdown timer within. Evacuate the area and summon the bomb disposal team. After issuing the orders, Rokusuke Rumi noticed that the door to the 2nd floor was ajar, emitting a faint glow. She loaded her firearm, treading lightly up the stairs, where she found Ushiro Hajime cradling an unconscious girl. Yuri, Daddy wants to be with you forever. Release the child and get down on the ground with your hands on your head. Ushiro Hajime let out a cold laugh, slowly raising his left hand. Rokusuke Rumi discerned that it was a bomb detonator. She swiftly kicked it from his grasp, causing Ushiro Hajime to wince in pain and lose hold of the detonator. Seizing the opportunity, Rokusuke Rumi pinned Ushiro Hajime to the ground while the arriving officers rescued the little girl. Inspector, we must hurry. The countdown has little time left. Understood. Rokusuke Rumi escorted Ushiro Hajime away. In the interrogation room, Ushiro Hajime vehemently insisted that she was his daughter and that it was the Shibufuki family who had hidden Yuri. If I follow that Shibufuki kid, I will find Yuri. You return my Yuri to me. It's hopeless. Rokusuke Rumi thanked him. The Shibufuki brothers bowed in unison. It's all part of my duty, Rokusuke Rumi observed, looking at the 2 brothers who bore an uncanny resemblance. After bidding farewell to the Shibufuki brothers, Rokusuke Rumi made a phone call, noting that this case might require the Public Security Bureau, as ordinary individuals could not possibly acquire such an abundance of explosives. A few men in green suits arrived at the Search Division's office, displaying their public security credentials. This case is now under the jurisdiction of public security. Please transfer the case files promptly. What? We put in countless late nights to solve this case only for you to take it away with a single statement, protested a young officer who had just graduated this year. Yamashita, calm down, Rokusuke Rumi admonished, then addressed the public security officers. The case files are in the box on the table. You may take them. Thank you for your cooperation. After the public security officers departed, the officer named Yamashita asked Rokusuke Rumi, Inspector, are you just going to let them leave? Rokusuke Rumi chuckled lightly. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Yamashita nodded as Wakasa Rumi gestured for him to take a seat, then asked everyone to pause their work. Many seniors would not share such stories with you, but in order to minimize misunderstandings in the future, I shall recount a tale. 4 years ago, I graduated from the police academy, and I was quite close to a girl named Nakajima from my cohort. After graduation, we were both assigned to the 1st Investigation Unit, she to Team 2 and I to Team 1. About 6 months after our graduation, Nakajima's team solved a homicide case and unexpectedly uncovered a drug smuggling operation. Their supervisor at the time was relatively young and encouraged the entire team to withhold information from the police so they could dismantle the operation themselves and claim the glory. As Wakasa Rumi recounted this, she took a deep breath. That day, my daughter was unwell, and I had taken leave to be with her. Upon my return, I heard the news that all the members of that team had perished. Chapter 9. 5 years later what? The crowd murmured in disbelief. It was true. Wakasa Rumi continued. Later I learned that those drug traffickers had long been collaborating with arms dealers to acquire a substantial arsenal, including bombs. The police had taken note of this, and their original plan was to apprehend the arms dealers first before dismantling the drug smuggling operation. So, while you might think the police were seeking credit, I must tell you that poor intelligence during an operation can cost you your life. The purpose of this rule is to protect ordinary detectives. I apologize, Officer Wakasa. Yamashita bowed his head in shame after hearing this story. Wakasa Rumi patted his shoulder, saying, It is normal not to know the reason behind this and to feel emotional. Recognizing one's mistakes and correcting them is commendable. My expectations of you are not high. Focus on every small task at hand, and, for each operation, ensure that you return with as many as you leave with. Yes, 5 years later. After successfully solving several major cases, Wakasa Rumi was granted an extended leave by her superior. Coincidentally, Hayata Koji and Hayata Hideyuki were heading to Yamanashi Prefecture to participate in a shogi title match. turning what was originally a competition into a family outing. At that moment, 9-year-old Saya sat quietly in the backseat reading, while her mother attempted to engage her during the long drive. "Saya, what are you reading?" Saya turned her book around, leaving Wakasarumi astonished. Her third-grade daughter was studying a high school chemistry book. "Saya, isn't this a bit challenging for you?" Saya shook her head. "It's not difficult at all. Dad quizzed me on a test yesterday, and I scored 100. Fortunately, Wakasarumi, accustomed to grand spectacles, quickly accepted the fact that her daughter was a prodigy. She then pondered a question. Had Hatakoji already realized this? The family car stopped at a hotel in Yamanashi Prefecture, where Hatakoji and Hayata Hideyuki stayed in their room preparing for the match. Wakasarumi took Saya out to explore. Since the title match was the following day, she did not wish to disturb her husband's preparations and planned to discuss her daughter's matter after the match concluded. "Oh, isn't that the police officer's sister?" A little boy's voice called from behind them. Wakasarumi turned to see a familiar face, Kudo Shinichi. "Shinichi, don't disturb her," a refined man beside him urged, extending his hand to Wakasarumi. "Officer Wakasa, I am Kudo Yusaku. Thank you for saving my son previously. I'm on vacation, so you needn't call me officer." Wakasarumi replied, shaking hands. Saya also introduced herself, and upon hearing Yuki's sister being called, her heart blossomed. "Ah, is this your daughter? She is adorable. Even younger than our Shinichi by a year." Kudo Shinichi silently rolled his eyes at the side. "Are you also here for a vacation?" Kudo Yusaku replied, "To be honest, we brought Shinichi to watch the shogi match, hoping to broaden his horizons. If we could see Mr. Hatakoji's match, that would be even better." "Mom, they want to see Dad's match." Saya excitedly tugged at Wakasarumi's sleeve. Kudo Yusaku keenly picked up on the key information. "Mr. Hayata is your husband?" "Yes, he is my husband. I just use my maiden name at work to avoid complications," Wakasarumi explained. "It's almost time. Let us go watch the match." After wandering for a while, Wakasarumi suggested as she checked the time. The venue for Hatakoji's match was crowded with reporters. Only after the staff recognized his family were they allowed in. During this time, Saya leaned over to Kudo Shinichi to explain, and as Wakasarumi observed this scene, she found herself curious about what Hatakoji taught their child at home. The match lasted 3 hours, and Kudo Shinichi, feeling drowsy, wandered off to play in the garden. Ultimately, Hatakoji triumphed, successfully claiming the title of 7 Crown King. After the match, Hatakoji immediately lifted his daughter in celebration, while Kudo Yusaku congratulated him on his victory. "By the way, Hideyuki's match should be today as well," Wakasarumi noted. Hatakoji nodded. "Indeed. It's tonight's match. Let us go eat first." "Saya, have you made a good friend?" At the restaurant, Kudo Shinichi recognized Hayata Hideyuki as someone he had seen at the beach a few days prior. "Is the big brother and Officer Wakasa also family?" "Yes. Officer Wakasa is my sister-in-law," Hayata Hideyuki replied. "By the way, I heard Koji brother won the 7 Crown title. Congratulations." "Just lucky," he replied modestly. After dinner, they arrived at the time for Hayata Hideyuki's match. His opponent, Maeda Makoto, was a middle-aged man with considerable renown in the shogi world and a favorite in this competition, while Hayata Hideyuki was the youngest participant in the match. At 8 o'clock, with no victor decided, the referee ordered the game to be sealed. Kudo Shinichi, watching from the sidelines, quietly asked Saya what sealing the game meant. "Sealing means that if the match continues to the next day, the players must write their next move on paper, place it in an envelope, and submit it to the referee," Saya whispered in response. For fairness, Hatakoji could not meet with Hayata Hideyuki that night since he was several ranks higher. If he were to offer guidance, it would be unfair to the opponent. Hatakoji had already received notification from the staff, so he took his wife and daughter to stay at a different hotel. That night, Wakasarumi placed a high school chemistry book before Hatakoji. "Why didn't you tell me sooner that Saya is a genius?" Hatakoji smiled. "I thought you were too busy recently." "All right, I was wrong not to tell you." Wakasarumi sighed. "What do you plan to do now? Will you let her skip a grade?" "I have considered it. Saya seems to learn quickly, no matter the subject." "You mean shogi? You've already started teaching her at such a young age?" Wakasarumi asked. Hatakoji sighed. "If I said I didn't specifically teach her but merely guided Hideyuki while she was nearby, would you believe me?" Wakasarumi's expression grew even more astounded. "If she skips a grade, Japan's culture is inherently exclusive. A child who stands out, I fear she may be bullied, especially among classmates older than her. So, it might be best to send her abroad." Hatakoji suggested. "I have a friend who is a photographer residing in Switzerland." Wakasarumi hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "Ask her what she thinks. Besides, sending her abroad at such a young age seems premature." Hiroshi Hatada nodded, acknowledging the need to respect her opinion, and he thought it best to wait until she was in junior high school before sending her. Chapter 10, The Blood Red Match, Part 1. The two of them tacitly concluded the topic, and Rokusawa Rumi looked at him with curiosity. "Do you think Hideyoshi has a good chance of winning?" At present, it seemed that Hideyoshi indeed held the advantage, but if Mr. Ishii made a clever move in sealing the game, there was still a chance to turn the tables. Hatada Hiroshi replied. "It appears that Hideyoshi is quite formidable. The serene atmosphere persisted only until evening. The next morning, after the Hatada family finished breakfast at the hotel, they hurried to the competition venue. The scene at the venue was chaotic, with only a group of reporters and 2 players present, but the referee was conspicuously absent. "What has happened?" Hatada Hiroshi inquired. One of the reporters, recognizing the master of shogi, responded, "The match has already begun. The referee should have arrived half an hour ago, but he has yet to show up. The hotel manager has gone to summon him." Suddenly, a scream echoed down the corridor. And Rokusawa Rumi instructed Hatada Hiroshi to keep an eye on the child before rushing forward. The referee, who should have been present at the match, was found dead in his hotel room's bathtub. "I am Rokusawa Rumi from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police. Please step back if you are not involved in the case. Do not disturb the scene." She addressed the hotel manager. "Please call the police." The police from Yamanashi Prefecture quickly arrived, accompanied by the Kudo family, who had come upon hearing the news. Upon seeing this, Hatada Saya quietly approached Kudo Shinichi. "Hey, you are a detective, right?" Kudo Shinichi's demeanor instantly brightened at this remark. "Of course, I am a disciple of Sherlock Holmes." Hatada Saya rummaged through her pocket and pressed a few coins into Kudo Shinichi's hand. "This is my commission fee. I would like to entrust you with finding the murderer in this case." This time, Kudo Shinichi was taken aback, although he had solved several mysteries. It was his first time receiving a commission fee. Kudo Yusaku, noticing something amiss, crouched down to meet Hatada Saya's gaze. Returning the coins she had placed in Kudo Shinichi's hand back to her pocket. "Miss Hatada, there are already police officers here." "But that fool said that Hideyoshi is the murderer." Hatada Saya pouted, clearly frustrated. "My mother's jurisdiction doesn't cover this area, so I came to find you. Will you take this commission?" "Sure." Kudo Shinichi impulsively agreed. Noticing the commotion between the 2 children, Hatada Hiroshi approached and inadvertently overheard their conversation, feeling both amused and exasperated. "I apologize for intruding, ladies and gentlemen." After greeting the Kudo couple, he took his daughter away. "So, Saya has hired Kudo Shinichi to investigate the murderer?" Hearing about her daughter's actions, Rokusawa Rumi couldn't help but laugh, then quickly adopted a serious tone. "However, we should educate her to trust the police." Yet, she and Hideyoshi often bantered at home. When it mattered, she was quite supportive of him. Kudo Shinichi, enthusiastic about receiving his first official commission, immediately immersed himself in the investigation. The victim, a judge named Ogawa Katsumasa, was a 65-year-old man who had been a referee in shogi competitions for many years. Kudo Shinichi rushed to find Hatada Saya. "Hey, Saya, do you know why the police think Mr. Hatada is the murderer?" Hatada Saya replied, "It seems it's because the surveillance footage shows that only brother Hideyoshi visited the referee's room last night, but he didn't install cameras in many places. So perhaps the murderer entered from another location." "That makes sense." With that, Kudo Shinichi dashed off. To prevent his son from getting into trouble, even Kudo Yusaku followed closely behind. The officers at the scene were reluctant to allow a child to participate in the investigation, but upon hearing Kudo Yusaku's name, they consented to let them view the scene. "Dad, come look." Kudo Shinichi's call interrupted Kudo Yusaku's thoughts. It turned out that there was a pool behind Ogawa's room, and to facilitate guests showering after swimming, the bathroom had a glass door leading directly to the pool. The fence surrounding the pool was about knee-high, meaning that the murderer could have entered the deceased's room from there. Unfortunately, the yard was covered in pebbles, leaving no footprints. Ogawa Katsumasa's body was found lying in the bathtub, with bloodstains on the rim. The floor tiles were not slip-resistant and were soaked, making it plausible for someone to slip in the bathroom. "It does appear quite accidental," Kudo Shinichi stated. Kudo Yusaku chuckled lightly. "Shinichi, if you slipped at the edge of the bathtub, where would you fall?" Kudo Shinichi demonstrated a few movements. "If I fell forward, I would land face down, and instinctively try to brace myself with my hands. If I fell backward, the back of my head would hit the wall." The position of the deceased was incorrect. Kudo Yusaku nodded in satisfaction. Moreover, in such a small bathtub, even if he slipped while in it, he would likely just sit down rather than hit the edge of the tub. So, this cannot be the primary scene. The murderer disguised the act as an accident. Kudo Shinichi exclaimed excitedly. Upon confirming this, Kudo Yusaku requested the surveillance footage from the night of the incident. The camera, positioned in the hallway, captured views of Hatada Hideyoshi, the deceased Ogawa Katsumasa, and Hatada Hideyoshi's opponent, Maeda Sei. Maeda and Ogawa's rooms were on one side, while Hideyoshi's room was directly across from Ogawa's. The footage showed that at 9 p.m., Hatada Hideyoshi knocked on the door and was welcomed into Ogawa's room, only to emerge at 9:30 p.m. No one else entered after that. The coroner estimated that the time of death was between 9 p.m. and 11 p.m. the previous night. On the other hand, as evidence collection had not concluded, and since Hatada Hideyoshi had only been present in the deceased's room during the estimated time of death, without any apparent motive, the police did not take him back to the station. "Don't be nervous. The police are merely following protocol," Rokusawa Rumi reassured Hatada Hideyoshi. Hatada Hideyoshi smiled slightly. "Rest assured, I understand. I just wonder if the match can still proceed." "Hideyoshi, accidents are unavoidable, but as long as you possess skill, success will come in due time." Hatada Hiroshi advised earnestly. By the way, what exactly did you discuss with Mr. Ogawa last night? Actually, he called for me, Hideyoshi replied. At this time, he sought you out? What did he say? Hatada Hiroshi continued to inquire. He spoke a lot of strange things. Initially, he mentioned that he had ordered too much for a midnight snack and asked if I wanted to join him. So I went, Hideyoshi recounted. While eating, he talked about Mr. Maeda, saying he was a good person who had helped him before. Then he remarked that he had lost several matches prior and that he absolutely had to win this one. Strangely, he apologized to me, even though he hadn't done anything wrong. I found it odd and made an excuse to leave. Hatada Hiroshi furrowed his brow, rising to leave. Chapter 11. The Blood Red Match, Part 2. At the crime scene, Kudo Yusaku noticed that there were many cigarette butts in the victim's room, and the hotel-provided matches had been used extensively. There were a few ashes on the floor, yet the ashtray was remarkably clean. I apologize. Has the hotel replaced the ashtray since the body was discovered? No, that female officer prohibited us from entering after she found the body. We haven't touched anything. The hotel manager replied. At that moment, Hatada Hiroshi approached. I apologize for the interruption. I would like to check if the sealed documents from yesterday are still here. After sealing the game, the documents are kept by the referee, correct? Kudo Yusaku inquired, and Haneda Koji nodded. Furthermore, during the competition the following day, 2 contestants would need to open the sealed envelopes in front of everyone. Kudo Yusaku searched meticulously and finally spotted a safe beneath the television. The hotel manager approached and unlocked the safe, revealing indeed 2 sealed envelopes and a set of chess pieces for the competition. Strangely, there was also an empty envelope and a folded piece of paper, the size of which perfectly fit into the envelope. The referee should not require an additional envelope or paper. Haneda Koji nodded, affirming that it was indeed unnecessary. At that moment, Maeda Makoto, disregarding the police and staff's obstruction, rushed into the crime scene to examine the 2 sealed envelopes closely. Fortunately, they were intact and usable. He only departed when the officers pursued him. Well then, I shall take my leave, Haneda Koji stated as he exited the scene, turning towards the staff room for the competition day. Encountering such a prominent figure left the staff somewhat flustered. I am merely here to ask a few questions. You are part of Mr. Ogawa's team, correct? The 2 nodded, prompting Haneda Koji to continue. I've heard that player Maeda and Mr. Ogawa are friends. Is that true? One of them spoke up. In fact, to be precise, player Maeda saved Mr. Ogawa's daughter's life. 15 years ago, Mr. Ogawa's daughter was diagnosed with a terminal illness that required a substantial sum for surgery. Mr. Ogawa could not afford the 5 million yen alone, and at that time, player Maeda was the only one willing to lend him the money. It is said that Mr. Ogawa's family worked diligently to repay the debt, and Mr. Ogawa remains deeply grateful to player Maeda to this day. So yesterday, on the day the envelopes were sealed, did you notice anything unusual? The 2 pondered briefly and replied, oh right, when writing the sealed envelopes. Player Maeda only used the paper we provided and did not take a pen. Does that count? Haneda Koji nodded affirmatively. What color were the pens you prepared? Black. The investigation continued into the night when a knock echoed from Maeda Makoto's room. Is that you, Mr. Haneda? Please come in. Haneda Koji made his way directly to the sofa in the living room. The case is still under investigation, and we cannot leave just yet. He glanced at the chessboard on the table and suggested, since we have some time, how about a match? Maeda Makoto appeared somewhat awkward. There's no need to be nervous. It's not a formal competition. No, you misunderstand. I wish to ask for your assistance regarding something. I hope the match can proceed. That is not for me to decide. But, given your standing, the police would heed your opinion, would they not? Maeda Makoto bowed deeply. This match is of great importance to me. I implore you. Haneda Koji sighed. I will see what I can do, but if the police insist. Before leaving, Haneda Koji glanced at the ashtray and asked, by the way, may I borrow a cigarette? I'm afraid I don't smoke. Following Haneda Koji's suggestion, the match was postponed until 10 o'clock the next morning. To ensure fairness, Kudo Yusaku temporarily assumed the role of referee. Before the match commenced, Haneda Koji adjusted the kimono of Hideyoshi, reminding him to maintain a calm demeanor regardless of the circumstances. In the corridor, Haneda Koji exchanged a knowing glance with Kudo Yusaku. Hey, Kudo, how is the case progressing? Whispered Hattori Saya to Kudo Shinichi. Kudo Shinichi replied, I have a feeling my father already knows who the culprit is. Who? He has disclosed that to me, instructing me to observe the current match and deduce for myself. Kudo Shinichi's response piqued Hattori Saya's interest. So, the culprit will reveal themselves during the match? Most likely. As the contestants opened their sealed envelopes, Maeda Makoto was the first to place a chess piece. Hideyoshi's expression shifted momentarily before he quickly focused on the game. Apologies, I need a moment to contemplate, Hideyoshi stated. During this interval, Maeda Makoto took a stroll in the garden, only to find Haneda Koji also present. It seems Hideyoshi needs some time to think. I have nothing to do at the moment, shall we chat? About what? I must declare that I need to conserve my energy for the match, Maeda Makoto replied. Haneda Koji nodded, then indulged my curiosity. I've heard you saved Mr. Ogawa's daughter? Maeda Makoto chuckled. I merely lent him money. He has since repaid it. Yet he still regards you as a benefactor, does he not? Our relationship is indeed good. So much so that he would cover for your cheating. Maeda Makoto paused, chuckling lightly. You do have a knack for humor. Whether I jest or not will soon be revealed. It is nearly time. Let us return. After half an hour, Hideyoshi seemed to have formulated his next move, and the match continued, both players glistening with perspiration. Checkmate. Hideyoshi wins, Kudo Yusaku announced. Hearing this, Hideyoshi exhaled in relief. While Maeda Makoto stared in disbelief. Impossible. How could I lose? I allowed you to continue the match merely to illustrate that even through deception, victory eludes you. Haneda Koji stated, well done, Hideyoshi. Mr. Haneda, what do you mean by cheating? Did player Maeda actually cheat? Indeed. Haneda Koji turned to Maeda Makoto. Reveal the carbon paper you've hidden. What carbon paper? I do not know what you speak of. Haneda Koji smiled, denying it is inconsequential. Hideyoshi, please hand me your sealed envelope and letter. Hideyoshi complied, and Haneda Koji took Maeda Makoto's sealed envelope and letter, first displaying the written notes to the audience. Hideyoshi's note contained only one move, while Maeda Makoto's bore an additional character. After retrieving the sealed envelopes, I asked Mr. Kudo to mark both of their envelopes. Hideyoshi's paper contains nothing, while Mr. Maeda's shows Mr. Kudo's markings, which serves as evidence of his cheating. Chapter 12, The Blood-Soaked Match, Part 3, After retrieving the sealed envelopes. I asked Mr. Kudo to mark both of their envelopes. Hideyoshi's paper contains nothing, while Mr. Maeda's shows Mr. Kudo's markings, which serves as evidence of his cheating. I surmised that on the previous day, when the envelopes were sealed, his paper was blank, and he concealed a sheet of carbon paper within the envelope. With a night's contemplation, he could devise his next moves and inscribe them on the paper the following day, taking advantage of the element of surprise to write on the envelope. This also explains why he did not request a pen from the staff, fearing the color would not match. The reporters in the audience murmured, directing their microphones towards Maeda Makoto. At that moment, the police burst in, placing handcuffs on Maeda Makoto. Wait, even if you prove I cheated, that is not a crime. Cheating may not be illegal, but you are the murderer of Mr. Ogawa. Kudo Yusaku stood up to declare. Allow me to speak, he continued. Haneda Koji remarked, last night, Mr. Ogawa must have noticed that Mr. Maeda's paper was blank. He merely recalled the favors owed to him and summoned him, allowing him to enter through the garden's swimming pool to evade surveillance. The extra envelope and note were likely prepared by Mr. Ogawa to have Mr. Maeda write down the next move in his presence, thus shielding him from any accusations of writing nothing during the match. Unfortunately, fearing exposure, he resorted to murder. Ah, that's merely your conjecture, lacking evidence, Maeda Makoto sneered. I have found it, exclaimed Kudo Shinichi, rushing in from the corridor with an ashtray in hand, taken from Mr. Maeda's room, cracked, and stained with blood. Haneda Koji rubbed his head in approval. I sensed something amiss last night. You clearly do not smoke. Why was there fresh ash in the ashtray? After exchanging clues with Mr. Kudo, it became evident that you used Mr. Ogawa's ashtray to commit the murder and then swapped it with your own. An examination of the bloodstains on the ashtray in Shinichi's possession will serve as the most compelling evidence. Faced with the evidence, Maeda Makoto could only confess. Following this case, Haneda Koji and Kudo Yusaku developed a mutual admiration and became friends. With Haneda Saya's remarkable self-learning ability, she no longer needed to attend elementary school, but was instead taken on various travels to swiftly adapt to different cultural environments. One day, Haneda Hideki discovered that his number had been deleted by Akai Shuichi, and dialing it from memory revealed it to be disconnected. A sense of foreboding washed over him. If I bring back the evidence, I can prosecute the murderer. Wakasatumi Rumi had just wrapped up a case when she received a call from her superior. You want me to serve as an instructor at the police academy? Indeed. The department annually assigns active officers to teach and assess at the academy. After all these years, you qualify. Then, the cases at the precinct can be handed over to Officer Magyar. Wakasatumi Rumi sighed, very well. The reporting time was the following day. To facilitate teaching self-defense, she donned a tracksuit, appearing considerably younger than in her previous formal black suit. Upon entering the police academy, Wakasatumi Rumi immediately spotted her former instructor bellowing at a group of students, unable to suppress a laugh. Instructor Onizuka, anger is detrimental to your health. Huh, these kids are a constant source of concern. Wait, Rumi? What brings you here? Hearing a familiar voice, Instructor Onizuka instinctively turned, and there stood the familiar figure. So, you're the in-service instructor this year? Indeed, that is wonderful. How is Saya? She is quite intelligent. When he first saw her, Instructor Onizuka was indeed taken aback, not out of prejudice, but because he rarely encountered female trainees who returned to enroll after having children. Subsequently, Wakasatumi Rumi proved during her time at the academy that she could become an exemplary police officer. Could you share which students have been particularly troublesome? Wakasatumi Rumi inquired curiously. Instructor Onizuka sighed, pointing to the 5 students at the front of the line, particularly 2 with visible injuries. As if I couldn't tell. Hidaka even helped them cover it up, sigh. Following his gesture, Wakasatumi Rumi's pupils constricted. Among the five, a striking young man with blonde hair and dark skin. One of the injured caught her eye. Nearby, she quickly spotted Jifuku Kagemitsu. To think those two made it into the police academy. Running, Jifuku Kagemitsu noticed Wakasatumi Rumi. 0. Look, isn't that Officer Wakasatumi? Indeed, how did she end up here? Could it be our in-service instructor is Officer Wakasatumi? Huh. The female officer with an exceptionally high case closure rate? Hajiwara Kenji naturally joined their conversation. What? Do you both know Officer Wakasatumi? We encountered her during a previous case. Jifuku Kagemitsu replied. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I last called Saya. She has a time difference, but she still replies to the emails we send her. By the way, Hideki is now a somewhat well-known chess player. After the child trafficking case, the two exchanged contact information with Haneda Saya and Haneda Hideki, only to be surprised to discover they attended the same school, albeit in different classes, hence their previous unfamiliarity. Wait, who are you talking about? Hajiwara Kenji leaned in. Saya, she's a stunning beauty, isn't she? Jifuku Kagemitsu shot him a sidelong glance. You dare to covet Officer Wakasatumi's daughter? Be wary of her wrath. Come on, stop chatting. The instructor is watching. Instructor Onizuka introduced Wakasatumi Rumi, and the students in his class expressed tremendous excitement upon recognizing their new instructor. Cough, I am your in-service instructor. Wakasatumi Rumi. Before your graduation, I will assist Instructor Onizuka with teaching and assessments. I look forward to working with you. Now everyone else is dismissed. You too. Come to my office. She pointed at Matsuda Jinpei and Akai Zero. The two, having engaged in a friendly rivalry, finally arrived at the office door. Wakasatumi Rumi instructed Matsuda Jinpei to wait outside and admitted Akai Zero first. Is that Matsuda Jinpei bullying you? Not exactly. Then it wasn't self-defense, but mutual combat? Wakasatumi Rumi's gaze held a scrutinizing quality. Akai Zero did not expect to be questioned so directly, lowering his head. Wakasatumi Rumi gave him a light tap on the head. Zero, I always believed you were a child with strong principles. Therefore, please explain the situation clearly. Chapter 13, Blood in the Bathhouse, Part 1. We simply couldn't stand each other, so he challenged me to a fight, Akai Zero murmured. And you accepted? Akai Zero glanced up to steal a look at Wakasatumi Rumi's eyes before lowering his gaze again. I was wrong. Wakasatumi Rumi sighed. A 5,000-word reflection due tomorrow in class. And let Matsuda Jinpei in. Before Wakasatumi Rumi could speak, Matsuda Jinpei interjected. You needn't ask. I simply couldn't tolerate that blonde idiot's overly serious demeanor. And I despise police officers. I instigated the fight, so punish me as you see fit. Wakasatumi Rumi regarded him with interest. You've articulated everything I wanted to ask. Now, let's discuss something else. Instead of the anticipated reprimand, Matsuda Jinpei found himself intrigued by this instructor. What? You harbor disdain for police officers, correct? Indeed. Is it due to your father's case? You. Matsuda Jinpei was momentarily speechless. Wakasatumi Rumi continued. Because of the police's blunders back then, your father's situation was adversely affected. Hence your animosity toward them, correct? Yes, police are nothing but useless. After speaking, Matsuda Jinpei shot a glance at Wakasatumi Rumi. Hey, why aren't you angry? Why should I be angry? Wakasatumi Rumi's expression reflected no ire. Given your experiences, it's entirely normal to feel resentment toward the police. Your decision to become an officer is precisely to change that narrative. I joined to give the police chief a good thrashing. Then, do your best. And remember to land a couple of punches for me. I wish for you to remember that among the police, there indeed exist those who merely occupy their posts without merit. Yet there are also those who diligently work and even sacrifice their lives in service. It is essential to show respect for the latter. Moreover, if you frequently violate discipline, you may find yourself unfit for the role of a police officer. Therefore, for the sake of your aspirations, it is prudent to adhere to the rules for the time being. Lastly, regarding your altercation, I expect a 5,000-word reflection submitted to me in class tomorrow. When Matsuda Jinpei was expelled, he was still in a daze. Hey, Jinpei? A youth with shoulder-length hair rushed over from a distance. So, you weren't penalized? No, the instructor is rather different, Matsuda Jinpei replied. Even in the sweltering summer, the police academy continued to impose rigorous physical training. To stagger the training sessions for various classes, some were scheduled for the evening. For instance, the physical training for the Onizuka class took place after dinner today. The bathroom closed at 10:45, while lights out was at 11, so after training, they hurriedly raced to the bathroom to claim their spots. Zero, over here. The top 5 in stamina were still able to run swiftly after training, thus quickly securing their positions as the first to shower. Fortunately, we ran fast. Otherwise, we would have had to wait in line for ages. After a quick wash, the 5 prepared to return to their dormitory. Why is the water red? Ah, it's blood. The 5, having finished their showers early, swiftly returned upon hearing the commotion. In stark contrast to their composure, the students in the bathroom were panicking, seeing themselves drenched in red, with some colliding and falling in the chaos. You all know what to do. Ida Ko's steady voice rang out. I'll inform the instructor, said Shinkai Zero. I'll track down the source of the blood, added Hajiwara Kenji. Zhu Jingwang surveyed the scene. Class leader, could you please help maintain order? I'll go downstairs to fetch some hot water to help everyone wash off the blood. No problem. You go ahead. I'll handle things here, Idako assured. One person might not be enough over there. I'll assist, Matsuda Jinpei declared. With Idako present, the previously panicked police academy students gradually calmed down and orderly proceeded to Zhu Jingwang to rinse off the blood before hastily changing clothes. Soon, Onizuka Hachizo, led by Shinkai Zero, arrived at the scene. The faucet had already been turned off by Idako, but the blood on the floor remained uncleaned. What happened? We finished training and came to shower. Halfway through, the water turned red. We smelled something foul and discovered it was blood. Onizuka Hachizo frowned. Ida, go note down the room numbers of the students who discovered the blood. Instructor, I've already recorded it, Idako replied, handing over a form. Onizuka Hachizo nodded. The usual troublemakers proved reliable in critical moments. Everyone, return to your dormitories. No one is permitted to leave until the case is resolved. Meals and daily necessities will be provided. The students were visibly frightened and remained silent. Onizuka Hachizo turned to the 5 who appeared relatively unperturbed. You 5 will assist in delivering supplies. Yes. The 4 responded in unison. Even Matsuda Jinpei, who wore a displeased expression, was pressed down by Hajiwara Kinji, who whispered in Morse code, though we have work to do, we can participate in the investigation. A few minutes later, Wakasa Rumi sped to the police academy, racing to the site of the incident. Instructor, I just called Officer Wakasa to join us, Shinkai Zero said softly from behind. Is this the bathroom where the blood was discovered? Upon entering, Wakasa Rumi was greeted by the metallic scent of blood. The body must be in the water tank. Zhu Jingwang checked his phone. The body has been found in the rooftop water tank. Lead the way. On the rooftop, only Hajiwara Kinji and Matsuda Jinpei were present. The cover of the water tank had been opened, suggesting the body had already been retrieved. We took photos after discovering the scene, Matsuda Jinpei stated. We were concerned that the body had been submerged for too long, complicating the autopsy, so we pulled it out. Hajiwara Kinji handed over the instant photos. Wakasa Rumi examined the photographs and the body. The deceased was male, seemingly in his 20s, dressed in a flamboyant floral shirt and large gold chains, resembling a street thug. However, to be cautious, Wakasa Rumi requested a roll call for the entire school. We have already conducted the roll call. Idako provided the attendance sheet. All students are in their rooms, and we have also asked a female instructor to check the girls' dormitory. Wakasa Rumi exhaled in relief. That's good. You may return to your rooms. The investigative team will arrive shortly. Instruct other students to refrain from discussing this matter publicly. Unfortunately, reality did not unfold as they had hoped, for by the following morning, major media outlets began to report on the incident. The ensuing public discourse became a source of great distress for Director Matsumoto, who pondered who had leaked the information. It cannot yet be determined. It could be a student, an instructor, or perhaps the media noticed police cars near the academy and inquired further. Additionally, Wakasa Rumi hesitated. What else? The culprit, she responded, of course. This is merely speculation. Outside, reporters swarmed, prompting the need to strategize their response. Chapter 14, The Bloodied Bathroom, Part 2. Under pressure, the police urgently convened a press conference. The media, eager for information, became even more animated upon seeing Wakasa Rumi. Officer Wakasa, is it true that a murder occurred at the police academy last night? Some members of the public believe that a murder in a police academy signifies a decline in the police's credibility. What are your thoughts on this? Does this incident indicate that the Japanese police can no longer ensure public safety? Is this case related to the water tank demon from 15 years ago, who has returned to commit another crime? After a barrage of questions from the media, Wakasa Rumi raised her hand for silence. I would like to confirm that the reports regarding the incident at the police academy are indeed accurate. As soon as the words left her lips, the room erupted in murmurs, and photographers clicked their cameras with fervor. Remaining composed, Wakasa Rumi continued, in response to the recent events. The police initiated an investigation last night and believe that leads will surface shortly. However, I am unable to disclose specific details about the case. With that, she exited the stage. Not long after, a young reporter found herself in an interrogation room. The young female journalist appeared defiant. Officer Wakasa, you can't arrest me just for asking a question. If anyone should be detained, it should be all those people from earlier. Wakasa Rumi slammed her hand on the table, startling the reporter. I would never arrest you merely for your inquiries. However, the case details have not been released. Other reporters inferred there was an incident based on the police presence. But how did you know it was connected to the water tank? I saw the body being carried out, dripping water, the reporter stammered. Wakasa Rumi scoffed. Once the body was discovered, it was immediately placed in a body bag. How could you possibly have seen it? Unless you were at the scene, in which case, you were guilty of withholding information, and the police can prosecute you. At that point, your journalistic integrity will be of little consequence. Wait, I'll explain. The female journalist momentarily faltered. This morning, as I was on my way to work, a man obstructed my path, handing me an envelope filled with a substantial amount of cash. His condition was that I pose a particular question during the police press conference, stating that if I asked it, he would reward me with an additional sum, which he would reveal on television. Did he specify where you could collect this money? The female journalist shook her head. He left immediately after speaking. I noted the considerable sum within the envelope, and since he only requested that I ask a question, even if I did not receive the subsequent payment, I deemed it a negligible loss. Rokusai Ryumi took a deep breath, asking if she recalled what the man looked like. The female journalist shook her head again, describing him as wearing a mask and a hat, cloaked in a long trench coat. However, judging by his voice, he seemed to be male. Rokusai Ryumi surmised that the deceased had a substantial physique. A single cut to the neck would require both height and strength, indicating a high probability that the victim was male. Continuing her inquiry, Rokusai Ryumi asked if the individual had introduced or provided her with any information regarding the water tank demon. Indeed, he had. He mentioned that if the police grew suspicious of me, I should hand over this document. She then revealed a USB drive with astonishment. The police subsequently retrieved the money and the envelope from the female journalist, hoping to extract useful clues such as fingerprints. Upon opening the USB, Rokusai Ryumi discovered it contained records of a serial murder case that occurred in Tokyo 15 years prior, a case she had not heard of while she was in America. What shocked her was the extraordinary detail of the document, resembling files from the police database. Meanwhile, the 5 individuals allowed to exit their room were not idle. They gathered on the playground to discuss the matter. Let's share our thoughts on this case, suggested Idatako. Kagoro Akechi was the first to speak. I find this case rather peculiar. Please elaborate, replied Idatako. Consider this. If the intention was merely to kill someone, why not conceal the body in a secluded location rather than presenting it at the police academy? Idatako nodded in agreement, acknowledging the strangeness, yet emphasizing that understanding the killer's motive was paramount. The others concurred, and Shubu Kajiki suggested they first establish the search parameters. The physical training concluded around 8 in the evening. We reached the bathroom in approximately 5 minutes, and our shower lasted about 10 minutes. The water was still clean then, and the blood had not yet congealed, indicating the victim had died not long before, Hirabayashi Kenji noted as he drafted a timeline. Matsuda Jinpei furrowed his brow at the timeline on paper, pondering the tight window for committing the crime. Not necessarily, Kagoro Akechi remarked. To prevent blood from coagulating, the victim could have been administered anticoagulants beforehand. The most challenging aspect would be the timing of the body disposal. Shubu Kajiki nodded thoughtfully. This suggests that if the killer aimed to evade detection from fellow students while accessing the rooftop, he must have possessed intricate knowledge of their schedules. Thus, it was inferred that the perpetrator was likely affiliated with the police academy. Your analysis is commendable, a female voice interjected from behind them. The 5 turned to find Officer Rokusai. Rokusai Ryumi smiled, stating, I overheard your conversation. I was initially hesitant about involving you all, but now I feel reassured. Does Officer Rokusai have leads as well? Hirabayashi Kenji inquired. Indeed, Rokusai Ryumi replied, laying out a stack of documents before them and sharing her findings. Gaining access to the Metropolitan Police's records and understanding the students' class schedules, the instructors at the police academy. I surmise the same, Rokusai Ryumi added. Do all the students residing in your dorm belong to your class? Not entirely, Idatako clarified. There are also students from the neighboring class of Instructor Fujita. Oh. By the way, I heard that this year there is one less male student in the police academy, leaving one room vacant. Shubu pondered. What are you contemplating? I'm recalling which instructors were still at the school that night, he replied. The others began to recollect, mentioning Instructor Onizuka and Instructor Fujita. Right. The last class for Fujita's class was history last night, so there was also Teacher Murakami. Rokusai Ryumi considered this, asking, where is that vacant room located? On the 5th floor, the closest level to the rooftop, Idatako responded. Let me there. The vacant room, numbered 510, was nearest to the right staircase. However, the police academy's cleaning staff often piled clutter on the 4th floor, discouraging students from using that staircase. After unlocking the door with a universal key provided by Onizuka Hachizo, Rokusai Ryumi concluded, although there is a considerable amount of dust in this room, the bed and desk are quite clean, and there are no plastic covers, suggesting someone intends to return. Chapter 15, The Bloody Bathroom, Part 3. Excuse me, what are you doing here? A male voice interrupted from behind as they examined the room. Who are you? Rokusai Ryumi asked. This is Aoki, the forensic pathologist, Kagoro Akechi introduced. This year, the police academy has introduced a forensic medicine course, and he is the professor. But why are you in the dormitory area? This is my temporary residence, Aoki explained. I simply did not stay here last night due to a lack of classes. Hirabayashi Kenji queried, Professor Aoki, why are you residing in the student dormitory? My home is quite far away, making it inconvenient to return after evening classes, so the principal allowed me to stay here, Aoki clarified. Rokusai Ryumi scrutinized his face. I remember seeing you last night. You were the forensic pathologist who examined the body. Did you not reside here last night? How did you arrive so promptly? Aoki elucidated. I initially came to retrieve a misdirected package from the guards and fortuitously encountered the crime scene. Rokusai Ryumi nodded. I apologize for the intrusion. As she departed, she received a phone call from her team, who had identified the victim. The deceased was named Sakamoto Shinichi, a former thief incarcerated in a juvenile facility. Released 6 months ago and currently unemployed. Investigations revealed that he had been racing with a group of street delinquents late at night, causing disturbances and noise that had long irritated the local residents. However, their sporadic appearances had prevented the police from apprehending them. Upon hearing this, Rokusai Ryumi speculated the motive behind the murder and instructed to check the addresses of the police academy instructors residing nearby. Found it. It's Instructor Fujita. Understood. Thank you for your efforts. After hanging up, Rokusai Ryumi felt a sense of unease. If the motive was merely revenge for Sakamoto's disturbances, what connection did it have to the earlier female journalist situation? Bidding farewell to Kagoro Akechi and the others, Rokusai Ryumi returned to the Metropolitan Police Headquarters. Her team had already brought in several individuals closely associated with Sakamoto Shinichi. During her interrogation, they readily admitted to their disruptive behavior and provided a crucial lead. That guy Sakamoto recently came into some unexpected money, one mentioned. Unexpected money? Did he claim it himself? Or did you notice it? Just a couple of days ago. He treated us to a lavish meal and mentioned he was planning to buy a new motorcycle once he received the final payment. Rokusa Tomomi discerned the crux of the matter. Did he mention when that sum of money would be received? The man shook his head, stating that he had not. But he did indicate that during our next outing, which is tomorrow, he would bring the new vehicle. Tomomi mused that it seemed the perpetrator might have lured the victim out under the pretext of retrieving the final payment. After the interrogation, Tomomi visited the residence of Sakamoto Shinichi. Although referred to as a home, it was merely a modest rental, exceedingly cramped, suggesting that he had expended all his funds on the motorcycle. At that moment, a receipt caught her attention. It was from a nearby motorcycle dealership. Following the address on the receipt, she arrived at the motorcycle shop, initially believing he had abandoned the vehicle. The owner remarked in surprise that he had not anticipated the man's demise. Did Sakamoto Shinichi place an order here? He had indeed paid a deposit. After inspecting Tomomi's police credentials, the owner produced an envelope, stating that part of the money had been deposited at the counter, and the remaining amount was for her to use as she saw fit. Tomomi accepted the envelope with the scanned amount of cash and placed it into the evidence bag. After delivering the physical evidence to the forensic department, she found a moment of respite to meticulously review the material obtained from the journalists. The case, which had been closed years prior, involved a child who had been abused by a stepmother and grew up harboring animosity towards all women resembling her. As for the concealment of the body in the water tank, it stemmed from memories of his stepmother submerging his head in water. Furthermore, the evidence chain was robust, rendering her unable to find any faults. She continued reading, discovering that there was indeed a copycat crime, though the victim was male. Upon investigation, it was found that the perpetrator was his son, who frequently abused the mother of the child. Upon reaching the end, a name piqued her interest. The forensic work for this case had been handled by Aoki. Just then, her phone rang. Kirigane, have you made any discoveries? Indeed, replied Kirigane Ray on the other end. We have made several findings. We questioned the doorman, and Aoki's delivery consisted of a box of water pens, which seemed rather trivial for him to collect in person. Additionally, the doorman mentioned seeing him running from the playground, explaining that he hadn't noticed the doorman upon his arrival, hence his search inside. Do you believe he traversed from the dormitory building? But these are merely conjectures, lacking evidence. That is not all, Kirigane Ray continued. We uncovered traces of blood within the crevices of 510's floor. Hiro and the others are currently detaining Aoki. Understood. I shall promptly dispatch forensic personnel. After testing, it was confirmed that the blood found in the floor crevice belonged to Sakamoto Shinichi, and the money that Tomomi had sent for examination also revealed traces of disinfectant. Speak. Aoki, you deliberately chose the crime scene to be within the police academy, did you not, to draw the attention of the authorities? Aoki sneered. If only the investigator responsible for my family's case had been you back then. Your family? After the resolution of the water tank case, my wife and daughter went missing. I suspect it was retaliation from the perpetrator's family. I even reported it to the police. However, the search yielded no results, and eventually, even the police abandoned the case. You took a life merely to compel the police to continue searching for your family? Aoki nodded. Tomomi pressed on, then how did you come to target Sakamoto Shinichi? Officer Fujita suggested that since he was so loathsome, I might as well eliminate him. It would be considered a public service, would it not? Following the resolution of the case, the police department promptly convened a press conference to disclose the truth, alleviating public panic. Simultaneously, the police academy students, having been cooped up for days, were afforded an opportunity to venture out. By the way, do you have any free time during the upcoming consecutive holidays? In a tavern, Tomomi suddenly inquired. Not at the moment, replied Jufuku Kiku. Is there something on your mind, Officer Rokusa? Not for me, but for Hideki. Hideki? Tomomi nodded and informed Kirigane Ray and Jufuku Kiku. It is said that several of your high school classmates have encountered an issue. They were in the same class as Hideki, thus entrusting him to resolve it. However, I worry he may be in danger, which is why I am inquiring about your availability. The two agreed and arranged to visit her home the following day to discuss the situation with Hatada Hideki. Chapter 16. The Woman in Red, Part 1. You've arrived. Upon seeing Kirigane Rei and Jifuka Kiku, Hatada Hideki joyfully approached them. Are these two your friends? Greetings. I am Hajiwara Kenji. Matsuda Jinpei. Having collaboratively solved the case, the bonds among the five had grown stronger, and since Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kenji had no pressing matters, they wished to join in on the visit. As for the class leader, well, he was on a date. So, what is the matter? Jifuka Kiku inquired. The story dates back 8 years, Hatada Hideki began. In the forests of Nagano Prefecture, a villa was the scene of a horrific incident. It is said that a man was discovered by his wife while meeting his mistress there. The wife, armed with a kitchen knife, charged in. And by the time the police arrived in response to the commotion, she was stabbing her husband repeatedly. The blood splattered not only stained her raincoat but also painted the walls red, earning her the moniker the Woman in Red. Subsequently, she fled into the forest, injuring several police officers in her escape, and to this day, she remains at large. The chilling atmosphere sent shivers down the spines of the 4 police academy students. And then what? How does this relate to our high school classmates? Kirigane queried. This incident occurred 5 years ago, Hatada Hideki explained. The 5 of them were in my class. During high school, they were members of the outdoor club, and they rented the villa nearby for leisure. One of them, Akiko, claimed to have seen the Woman in Red in the forest. Thinking it a trivial adventure, they ventured into the forest, only for Akiko to go missing. A week later, the police discovered her body in a nearby swamp, along with the kitchen knife that the Woman in Red had used in her crime. It was surmised that Akiko had been pursued by the Woman in Red and accidentally succumbed to the swamp. Every year since, they gather at the villa to commemorate Akiko. At this point, the 4 fell into contemplation, realizing something was amiss. I have a question, Hajiwara Kenji interjected. It has been 5 years since that Akiko passed away. Why are they only now seeking your help? As they reached their senior year, everyone became preoccupied with university entrance exams. It is said that one of them has been haunted by this incident, suffering from depression that only began to improve in recent years. Perhaps they have finally resolved to confront this matter, Hatada Hideki responded. And one person is conspicuously absent from the entire affair, Kirigane noted. Are you referring to the man's mistress from 8 years ago? Jifuka Kiku interjected. Kirigane nodded, affirming, indeed. While it is solely stated that the Woman in Red murdered her husband, there is no mention of the mistress's fate. Hatada Hideki acknowledged, that is certainly a lead. By the way, Akiko's Memorial Day is the day after tomorrow. Shall we venture to Nagano together? The 5 set off the next morning, taking the Shinkansen to Nagano and then trekking up the mountain. A bouquet of chrysanthemums lay by the roadside, casting an eerie ambience over the otherwise tranquil forest. Look over there, Jifuka Kiku whispered, pointing. The group followed his gaze to see a long-haired figure clad in red standing in the distance. What do you think? Should we apprehend her? Matsuda Jinpei inquired. Let us not act recklessly. To which Akai Shuichi responded. If she has been hiding here all along, she must be well acquainted with the forest terrain. Pursuing her rashly could lead us into a trap. Suddenly, Hatada Hideki, standing at the back, slipped and nearly fell into the swamp behind him, but Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kenji, with quick reflexes, managed to catch him just in time. Thank you. After a while, they arrived at the villa, only to be astonished to find the front door splattered with red paint. Is this a prank? Soon, the person who had commissioned them arrived. The villa was a guest house, so they needed to clean and prepare food themselves. After lunch, the 4 cadets from the police academy ventured into the forest in search of clues, while Hatada Hideki and the others tidied up the rooms. Pondering what else they could uncover, the 4 who went out to investigate decided to pair up, and Akai Shuichi noticed that Jifuka Kiku was messaging on his phone. Is Hiro in contact with Takamori? Yes, Takamori informed me that he and Officer Yamato were the ones who discovered Sonoko's body years ago. Jifuka Kiku's expression shifted. What's wrong? Takamori said that when they found Sonoko, she was wearing a red dress, and beside her body lay a skeleton. Officer Yamato believed that was the red-dressed woman. Does Takamori not share this view? He suspects that the knife, remaining sharp and rust-free after 3 years, could not have been the murder weapon, suggesting it was placed there later by someone else. Akai Shuichi contemplated. Let us review the facts. Personally, I lean towards Takamori's perspective. It likely was placed there by someone else. Jifuka Kiku agreed. That implies the knife at the scene may have been taken. If it wasn't by the police, then it could only have been the genuine red-dressed woman or her lover. By the way, has the police conducted a DNA comparison on that skeleton? Jifuka Kiku glanced at his phone and replied. The red-dressed woman set her house ablaze before committing her crimes. That's quite ruthless. Akai Shuichi remarked. Also, there's another point of suspicion, Jifuka Kiku added. Takamori mentioned that when they found Sonoko, she was wearing a red coat. What a coincidence. Akai Shuichi muttered. Just then, his phone rang. Matsuda, what is going on? You can see the swamp from your end, right? The red-dressed woman may be heading your way. Hurry and pursue. They exchanged glances, quickly scanning the area around the swamp, and indeed, they spotted a figure behind a tree. Don't run. Matsuda Jinpei pursued closely behind. Akai Shuichi and Jifuka Kiku split to the sides, but after a brief chase, the four halted. Darn it, she got away. She? Akai Shuichi queried. Are you certain it's a woman? Or is it just based on the rumors of the red-dressed woman? Hajiwara Kinji responded. We saw her silhouette. It was definitely a female. This complicates matters, Matsuda Jinpei said. If that person is hidden in the forest, who knows when we might see her again? I wonder if she is waiting for someone. Akai Shuichi pondered. Otherwise, she should have fled long ago instead of lingering in the forest. That makes sense, Hajiwara Kinji agreed. Shortly after, Akai Shuichi's phone rang again. Hideki? What is the matter? You all need to come back quickly. There has been a murder at the villa. Hata Hideki shouted through the phone. When the four returned to the villa, they found others gathered around the dining table. Tabuki is dead, Hata Hideki said, leading them to the bathroom, where the bathtub was filled with tomatoes and the half-dragged body of Tabuki. Chapter 17, The Red-Dressed Woman, Part 2. Before their return, Hata Hideki had already called the police. Once they arrived, everyone began recounting the events leading to the discovery of the body, aside from Nida, who had just returned from procuring supplies. And the cadets searching for clues. The only ones left in the room were Hata Hideki, Tamami, and Suzuka, along with the deceased Tabuki. Hata Hideki was responsible for cleaning the living room. Tamami was in the kitchen preparing dinner, and Suzuka was tasked with tidying the upstairs guest rooms. According to the two women in the group, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they entered the bathroom where the tub was already filled with water and devoid of tomatoes or a body. They decided to finish their final cleaning before indulging in a bath, but upon returning at 3:15, they discovered the bathtub filled with tomatoes. So, who discovered the body in the bathtub? Uehara Yui inquired. Hata Hideki silently raised his hand. I noticed someone was missing, so I reached into the bathtub to check. And the result was, then those few. Wait, you're Kiku, right? Uehara Yui recognized one of the familiar faces among the four police cadets. Yui. It's been a while. The four cadets recounted their experiences in the forest to Uehara Yui, heightening the panic among those in the villa. It must be the red-dressed woman, Nida speculated. Uehara Yui countered, you might be mistaken, for the true red-dressed woman is dead. What? But the news kept saying she was still at large. Yui, can you confirm that the skeleton found in the swamp belonged to the genuine red-dressed woman? Jifuku Kiku asked. Indeed, Uehara Yui affirmed. We unexpectedly found a preserved umbilical cord at her mother's home, and after conducting a DNA comparison with the skeleton, it was confirmed to be her. Then, what about that man's lover from back then? Akai Shuichi inquired. Uehara Yui shook her head. Unfortunately, after the incident, she vanished as if into thin air. The circumstances surrounding Tabuki's death remained uncertain. Uehara Yui decided to begin her investigation with the individuals present in the villa. Seizing the opportunity, the four police cadets pulled Hata Hideki aside to discuss leads. Sonoko was wearing a red coat when she died. Hata Hideki looked at them, puzzled. Is there a problem? He produced a photo, seemingly a group shot from their first visit, pointing to a girl with a beige sweater and a ponytail. So, she deliberately changed into a red outfit for the adventure? Matsuda Jinpei speculated. I believe there is another possibility, Akai Shuichi said. She was the only one who claimed to have seen the red-dressed woman back then. Perhaps she intended to impersonate her to frighten her fellow adventurers, but tragically met her demise instead. Jifuku Kiku added, and it seems the genuine red-dressed woman died before Sonoko. I see. The one who killed Sonoko is likely the lover of that man from years ago. As for the motive, her initial target was the red-dressed woman. But over time, it evolved to include all long-haired women in red clothing who visited, seeking vengeance for her lover. The group nodded in agreement, with Hajiwara Kinji stating, but if that is the case, her killing Tabuki seems pointless. He doesn't fit any criteria. Thus, the murderer must be among those present in the villa. Matsuda Jinpei concluded. Once they defined the scope of the suspects, they immediately began their investigation. During this process, Akai Shuichi noticed crystallization on Hata Hideki's cuffs. I did indeed reach into the bathtub's water earlier, but they must have added an excessive amount of bath salts. Bath salts. Matsuda Jinpei murmured as he turned to glance at Hajiwara Kinji, who met his gaze, seemingly understanding his implication. After inspecting everyone's belongings, Uehara Yui discovered that only Rentian's baseball bat was problematic, as it was smeared with a sticky substance. However, chemical tests confirmed that the murder weapon used to slay Yusutani was the dumbbell resting on him. Upon learning that it was his younger brother who had called the police, Shibuya Takamasa re-engaged in the investigation of the lady in red case, and he and Yamato Ganto swiftly located the first officer who arrived at the scene that year. She hadn't harmed me. Rather, she had thrown the knife and fled. This suggests that the knife found in the marsh was not the weapon used, but rather tossed in later. Shibuya Takamasa stated. That night, amidst torrential rain, thunder, and lightning, the ominous atmosphere within the pitch-black forest intensified. The storm caused a power outage in the villa, compelling everyone to light candles for a feeble glow. The lady in red wouldn't appear at this time, would she? Don't jest. A gust extinguished the candles, sending fear to its zenith. We have already deduced the identity of the murderer. Akai Zero placed a new candlestick on the table, and the 4 police academy students, along with Haneda Hideyoshi, began to unravel the truth of the case. The culprit was the maid, Suzuka, who had preemptively glued Rentien's bat to a piece of cardboard. When the fan blew against the cardboard, the bat struck the load-bearing pillar, producing a sound reminiscent of a vacuum colliding with a wall. When she and Tamami tested the bathwater temperature, Tomato and Usatani's bodies were already submerged within. The method employed involved altering the water's density with bath salts, causing Tomato, who lay beneath, to float to the surface. At this point, Suzuka ceased her defense and revealed her motive. She claimed that she had learned from the police that Sonoko had died wearing a red coat, which led her to recall the prank of the lady in red. However, had Usatani, who was with her at the time, revealed the truth, Sonoko might have been spared. As the group pondered this, a thunderclap erupted, and a long-haired woman with a ghastly visage shattered the window, brandishing a knife aimed at Suzuka. When Shubufu Takamasa and Yamato Ganto hurried to the villa, they found Matsuda Jinpei subduing the long-haired woman, while Akai Zero tied her hands with a rope. Shubufu Takamasa exhaled in relief. It seemed they had managed it on their own. As Akai Zero had anticipated, the one wandering in the forest was indeed the deranged former lover of that man from years ago. Jingguang, you and your comrades are quite capable of resolving such cases. Shubufu Takamasa praised the 4 police academy students. It's all thanks to my brother's intelligence, Jingguang responded. With the holiday not yet over, the group decided to enjoy their time in Nagano until the break concluded. Coincidentally, Shubufu Takamasa had just resolved the case, assuming the role of guide. That evening, they settled into a picturesque inn. By the way, we'll be graduating soon after we return, Matsuda Jinpei suddenly remarked. Yes. Both I and Jinpei have been invited to the bomb disposal unit. I heard the class leader plans to start from the police box. What about you, little Akai? The two exchanged glances, and silence was their only reply. Chapter 18. Awakening from the dream. The two did not respond. Yet fellow academy students Hajiwara Kinji and Matsuda Jinpei surmised the general situation. Socially adept Hajiwara Kinji discreetly shifted the topic. By the way, after all this time, I Haven T asked what Haneda-kun does. I'm a shogi player, Haneda Hideyoshi replied. Wow, really? I've only seen shogi players on television before, Hajiwara Kinji exclaimed. I've heard shogi players have excellent memories. Is that true? Indeed, Haneda Hideyoshi responded, invigorated by Hajiwara Kinji's enthusiasm. We train our memory. Koji's memory is even better than mine. Speaking of which, Yamemi will also be entering the police academy next year. Yamemi? Sounds intriguing. The curiosity of the police academy students was piqued, and even Akai Zero and Shubufu Jingguang joined in the conversation. Right, Hideyoshi, you never mentioned it before. Do tell. How did you meet? Haneda Hideyoshi blushed at the inquiry, shyly recounting the story of their encounter after a match. Wow, you ran into a beauty on the subway. When will Hagi have such luck? Huh, do you even have time to notice the girls surrounding you? Little Jinpei, observing their jovial banter, Haneda Hideyoshi remained silent. His brother must have gone undercover, and now even his 2 friends. This journey felt like a beautiful dream, but as the dream faded, everyone had to confront their respective lives. After completing their studies at the police academy, the students reported to their designated posts. Akai Zero and Shubufu Jingguang vanished shortly after graduation. Far away in Nagano, Shubufu Takamasa received a text from his brother stating he would not become a police officer, eliciting a deep sigh. One day, while at work, Wakasa Rumi was summoned to the high-ranking public security office, where the managing officer, Tokugawa, awaited her. Inspector Tokugawa, you called for me? She recalled that during her graduation, she had applied to the Public Security Bureau, submitting her application directly to Tokugawa. However, she was rejected. And Tokugawa had even come to the police academy to speak with her. Wakasa, I understand your desire to join public security, but I hope you comprehend that such work requires discretion. As someone involved in that incident, it will be challenging to remain inconspicuous during operations. This could endanger not only yourself, but also your teammates. After much persuasion, Wakasa Rumi temporarily abandoned that aspiration, opting instead for the investigation division that had long extended an olive branch to her. This choice ultimately safeguarded her reputation more effectively. Unexpectedly, many years later, she found herself stepping into that familiar office once again. Aware that Wakasa Rumi was a key figure in the past incident, Tokugawa wasted no time. In order to investigate that organization and eradicate it completely, we have decided to send undercover agents, and you are familiar with these 2 individuals, Akai Zero and Shubufu Jingguang. Those 2? Wakasa Rumi's expression soured. Both were exemplary police academy students in her eyes, destined to shine in any role they assumed, yet they had chosen the darkest path. Tokugawa continued, they are the most capable, which makes them the most likely to return alive. In any case, find a time to share what you know with them. Understood. After that incident, she enjoyed nearly a decade of carefree happiness at the Haneda household. Yet, she ultimately had to confront the matter. On Saturday, Wakasa Rumi arrived punctually at the 5th floor office. Inside, the 2 young men had been waiting for quite some time. Inspector Rumi? They appeared somewhat astonished upon seeing her. Zero. Jingguang, congratulations on joining public security, Wakasa Rumi expressed her congratulatory sentiments, though both sensed her lack of genuine happiness. Let us skip the pleasantries. I know you have other matters to attend to, so let us get to the point. 10 years ago, I was the bodyguard and adopted daughter of the American capitalist Amanda Shus. That bizarrely deceased American capitalist. Akai Zero exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that the case study referenced by their instructor was, in fact, Wakasa Rumi's first-hand experience. Indeed, she deceived me into retrieving the pieces, allowing me to evade a calamity. Afterwards, Koji and I were rescued by Mr. Wubyuk, and I provided him with the intelligence left by my adoptive mother. She produced a stack of documents. These are copies, detailing the organization and its connections with prominent figures in various countries' political and business spheres. Therefore, this organization is exceedingly dangerous. You must exercise caution. The two individuals exchanged nods. So, is Mr. Muwa currently with the police? Why haven't we encountered him before? He is an agent of M6 and, simultaneously, the biological father of Hideyoshi. What? Both were taken aback, having never heard such a revelation before. It makes sense. This isn't exactly good news. Yakesa Yamimi went missing, and shortly after he traveled to the United States to investigate, he disappeared. For his safety, Hideyoshi was adopted into our family. At that time, he was still young and knew nothing. What I know now is that the one who attacked us was Rum, who holds a significant position within the organization, and he has a problem with his left eye, which may be a prosthetic. The two struggled to process all this information. Yakesa Yamimi continued, over the years, I've attempted to investigate the organization's leads. Essentially, they are divided into intelligence, action, and research groups. The research group is the hardest to enter, as most members have been groomed since childhood. The action group primarily handles silencing and cover-ups, requiring sharpshooters and individuals proficient in close combat. As for the intelligence group, as the name implies, it gathers information. But the operatives I have encountered over the years have been rather mediocre. If either of you possesses both intelligence and close combat skills, going undercover would be easier. Understood. After Yakesa Yamimi left, the two found it difficult to calm their emotions. To them, she was a capable and caring mentor, and they had never imagined her early life was so perilous. Having endured the sorrow of losing family and the fear of nearly losing a loved one, her ability to recover swiftly and become an exceptional police officer deepened their admiration for her. With heavy hearts, they departed the office. She took a deep breath and headed home. Tonight, Sayaka Hatada would return from Europe. Mummy. As soon as she arrived home, Sayaka rushed out and embraced her. During dinner, Sayaka animatedly recounted her travel experiences, and seeing her daughter adapt so well to different cultures brought her great relief. By the way, Mom, in a couple of days, our elementary school classmates are having a reunion at Fukuda's house. Oh, and Momiji is going too. Go ahead, Yakesa Yamimi replied. Make the most of your vacation and enjoy time with your classmates. Chapter 19. Rum's invitation. The following day, Officer Yakesa, who had been relatively unburdened with cases, concluded her shift early. On her way, she worried about Sayaka. She had barely attended school in 4th and 5th grade and was uncertain about how she interacted with her classmates. At that moment, her personal phone rang. And to her surprise, it was her daughter. Sayaka? How's it going? Are you having fun? Mom, could you come to Fukuda's house? The tone on the other end was not cheerful, nor was there any weeping. What is the matter? Is someone bothering you? I'll be there right away. No, it's not that, Sayaka quickly denied. It's, Fukuda has been kidnapped, and the kidnapper said not to inform the authorities. So you called me on my personal phone to inform me, right? Yakesa Yamimi breathed a sigh of relief. Well done. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, she contemplated for a moment before heading to a nearby clothing store to purchase a casual outfit. Before long, she arrived at the Fukuda residence, where Akane Momiji greeted her at the door. Andy, you're here. With a smile, she ushered Yakesa into the room, but once the door was closed, her expression shifted to one of concern, a reaction that made Yakesa admire her composure. In the living room, Yakesa found Mrs. Fukuda wiping her tears while Mr. Fukuda comforted her. According to them, their son had always been well-liked in class, and that morning was the elementary school graduation ceremony. He had proposed a gathering at their home after the ceremony. Even Sayaka, who had been primarily abroad for the past 2 years, had been informed through Akane. School dismissed at 11 o'clock. After treating a group of children to lunch, the Fukuda couple suddenly recalled that they were low on snacks at home. The children decided to buy food for the afternoon and agreed to meet at the Fukuda residence at 1:30. When the appointed time arrived, all the classmates showed up, except for Toshihiko Fukuda, whose phone was unreachable. After waiting for about 2 hours, the children ventured out to search for him. At that moment, the Fukuda couple received a call stating that their son was in captivity and demanding a ransom of 300 million yen, warning them against contacting the authorities or facing dire consequences. Upon understanding the situation, Yakesa Yamimi noted the names of the children present and instructed them to return home while she remained to handle the ensuing matters. My colleagues will arrive shortly. Do not worry, we will do our utmost. For now, I need your cooperation. First, Mrs. Fukuda, can you manage to gather 300 million yen? Ryoko Fukuda nodded, assuring her that it wouldn't be a problem as she had inherited a family jewelry business, although it would take some time to procure the funds. Soon, police officers disguised as cleaners and delivery personnel began to arrive on the scene, including Hikari Ida, who had just graduated from the police academy this year. Officer Yakesa, the patrol chief of the second team, Masumi Mori, has requested to join us due to her expertise in computer technology, and the higher-ups have approved it. Understood. They equipped Ryoko Fukuda's phone with a tracking device. At 8 o'clock that evening, the second call came in, and the officers immediately tracked it. The voice on the line was clearly modified, instructing Ryoko to place 300 million yen in a storage locker at Mahamiki 6 Chome by 3 o'clock the following afternoon. Unfortunately, the call was too brief to trace. Yakesa Yamimi promptly arranged for her subordinates to conduct reconnaissance in the vicinity. Officer Yakesa, I discovered that there is a residential area next to the location demanded by the criminals, and the access restrictions will be lifted tomorrow for maintenance work, Hikari Ida reported. If that is the case, the criminals could easily escape from the residential area. Understood. I will increase the police presence. After hanging up, Yakesa Yamimi sketched a few notes on a map in the living room and made several calls, yet she felt that something was amiss. Having concluded their undercover training, Zero Kudo and Kageyama Sujimori, using the aliases Toru Amuro and Hikaru Midorikawa, infiltrated the underworld. Not long after, thanks to their exceptional intelligence gathering skills, Amuro's information agency quickly gained a modest reputation within the underworld. One day, a group of men in black visited the agency. Welcome. Would you like to drink? Indeed. Amuro's agency appeared to be a CAF on the surface, conducting business as any ordinary CAF would with regular patrons. However, to activate the agency's functions, one must utter the correct password, a rule of the trade. I see a white horse, guided by the Grim Reaper, followed closely by Hell. Amuro gestured for them to take a seat, and turned to hang a closed sign on the CAF door. What information can I provide you? Give me a name, or a photograph will suffice. We want you, the lead man in black stated. According to our investigation, your agency generates approximately 10 million yen in revenue each month. Amuro revealed an ominous smile and scoffed. It seems you are not here for business but to stir trouble. Don't get me wrong. We are indeed here to negotiate business. Saying this, he placed a stack of cash on the table. Here is $5 million. Feel free to count it. What do you mean? Join our organization. Lord Rum has stated that from now on, your remuneration for each task will be 10 times what you earn from this agency. The man in black leaned back against the sofa, seemingly awaiting his response. Amuro Tura picked up the money on the table and tapped it lightly. Although he had successfully drawn the organization's attention to this matter, he could not acquiesce so readily. You surely do not believe I am motivated solely by money, he remarked. The man in black chuckled softly, producing a stack of photographs from his pocket and tossing them onto the table. Amuro Turu's expression grew complex as he examined the images. Each subject met a grim fate, some of whom he had collaborated with, while others had been his rivals, even to the point of violent confrontations. Having a powerful organization as a shield would ensure safety. The man in black edged closer, yet he added, but should you choose to oppose this organization? Amuro Turu's smile faded as he regarded him. The implication was unmistakable. Join the organization and gain their protection, refuse, and become their greatest adversary. He set the photographs down and pocketed the money from the table. The man in black smiled again, leaving behind an address as he departed. After his exit, Amuro Turu reported the situation to the Public Security Bureau, indicating that he might be under surveillance and that they should refrain from contacting him for the time being. Regarding Rom, during his time in the underworld, he had gathered considerable intelligence on the organization, albeit shallowly. For instance, Rom was the second in command and the head of the intelligence unit, yet suspiciously, there had been no information about him in the past decade. He recalled the words of Wakasa Rumi, who mentioned that Rum had been driven away by a certain Mr. Masubu, though she was unaware of the events that transpired back then. Thus, it seemed plausible that Rum's decade-long disappearance was intricately linked to Mr. Masubu. As Amuro Turu organized the information, his thoughts wandered to Hiro. Chapter 20. Do you remember me? By 1 o'clock the next afternoon, Fukuda Ryoko placed the ransom into a large travel bag and stuffed it into the agreed-upon storage locker. All units, be alert. Apprehend anyone who retrieves the cash immediately. Strangely, before anyone arrived, Fukuda Ryoko received another call from the kidnapper, announcing the cancellation of the transaction. Reluctantly, she had to retrieve the money and return home. What? The transaction is cancelled? The kidnapper wanted the money. How could it be cancelled? It must be your carelessness that alerted them. Fukuda Kazuma, the child's father, vented his frustration at the police. Please remain calm, Wakasa Rumi interjected, stepping in to prevent further escalation, instructing officers to escort him away from the command scene before signaling Idaka to approach. From now on, our dialogue will be limited to just the two of us, understood? Idaka, an exemplary graduate from the police academy, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. A short while later, Wakasa Rumi gathered the officers on site and the Fukuda couple, producing a paper map to reorganize their deployment, even assigning positions to the Fukuda couple. With a single command, everyone dispersed, leaving the living room devoid of people. Approximately 10 minutes later, an individual stealthily returned to the living room and photographed the deployment map on the table. Don't move. Hidaka suddenly appeared behind him, and the group returned to find that the photographer was none other than Fukuda Kazuma. I was just afraid of making a mistake, so I took a picture for reference. Not saying anything, are we? Fine. Take his phone for technical examination to see if any deleted chat records contain police deployment information. Before he could continue his defense, Fukuda Ryoko, witnessing the scene, surmised that her husband had also been involved in their child's kidnapping and angrily struck him several times. With evidence mounting, he ceased his protest. It turned out that Fukuda Kazuma, having married into the affluent Fukuda family, had endured considerable disdain from his in-laws due to his perceived lack of ambition, leading to a stifling existence. Recently, a man claiming to be Nishimura introduced him to a high-yield investment opportunity. He intended to impress his in-laws through this investment, but ended up losing all his savings and incurring debts. In desperation, Nishimura suggested kidnapping their son to extort money from his wife, promising to split the proceeds. Faced with such an unreliable father, Wakasa Rumi was incensed and ordered him taken away for questioning. However, after Nishimura announced the cancellation of the transaction, Fukuda Kazuma could no longer reach him. While they had apprehended the insider aiding the kidnapper, the investigation stalled once more. Drawing from past experiences, Wakasa Rumi quickly selected a few trustworthy officers to confer with, including Hidaka. I am reluctant to think this way, but there is likely at least one mole within the police force. What? Oda Hiroyuki, who had been closely following Wakasa Rumi, nearly exclaimed before she swiftly silenced him. From the outset, I sensed something was amiss. Typically, kidnappers will only disclose the location shortly before the transaction to avoid alerting the police. Yet this time they informed us a full day in advance. This indicates they are unconcerned with our strategies, confident that they can ascertain our plans regardless of how we arrange them. Furthermore, the so-called Nishimura was entirely fabricated, suggesting that the abduction was their primary objective all along. Given the meticulous nature of this plan, do you really believe they would entrust the role of insider to someone as dim-witted as Fukuda Kazuma? Even if they were loath to accept that a colleague they worked alongside daily could be an accomplice, they found merit in Wakasa Rumi's reasoning. At that moment, the kidnapper called again, demanding that Fukuda Ryoko exchange the ransom for Swiss francs in denominations of 1,000 to be delivered at an amusement park. Fukuda Ryoko prepared a shopping bag filled with the ransom and followed Wakasa Rumi's advice to mark it. As various officers passed by her, she clutched the shopping bag tightly to her chest, covering it with a plastic bag, signaling Wakasa Rumi that she was ready. A team of officers escorted her to the amusement park, where Fukuda Ryoko slowly approached the Ferris wheel. Suddenly, a figure clad in a hat, mask, and sunglasses approached her, reaching for the shopping bag. Where's my child? Seeing that the person had not brought Fukuda Toshihiko along, Fukuda Ryoko clung tightly to the bag, unwilling to relinquish it. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength between the genders proved overwhelming, and the bag was snatched away. Pursue. Oda Hiroyuki and Hidaka received the command to stealthily follow, rather than fleeing hastily. The kidnapper boarded a bus and took a seat. After 3 stops, the individual disembarked and discarded the shopping bag into a nearby trash bin. Oda Hiroyuki followed suit. Apprehending the suspect, Wakasa Rumi noted that the bag was adorned with a black ribbon bell. Excellent work. Bring them back, and Hidaka continued the pursuit. After hanging up, Wakasa Rumi approached a female officer in the office. Mori Misumi, you are suspected of colluding in the kidnapping. Please accompany me to the interrogation room. Amidst the shocked gazes of those present, Wakasa Rumi led away the temporarily assigned officer. In the interrogation room, Mori Misumi remained silent, prompting Wakasa Rumi to say, as a fellow officer, you should realize that speaking up now would be in your best interest. Do you know how I discovered your involvement? Regarding this matter, I can only say that a mother can indeed achieve the impossible for her child, even capable of eliciting the skills of a covert agent. I had long forewarned Fukuda Ryoko that someone would be observing her when she marked her targets. Her task was to approach one individual, switch the mark, and associate the mark with the person's face. Thus, I recognized the black ribbon on that counterfeit shopping bag as you're doing. Moreover, the emergency call was made privately by my daughter, making my involvement in this case merely coincidental. My team had no opportunity to communicate with the suspect beforehand, except for you, who actively requested to be transferred. What is your true motivation behind these actions? Is it money? Your rank is that of a patrol minister, and your monthly salary is quite substantial. We have examined your financial situation, and there have been no significant expenditures recently. You reside in police dormitories provided by the department. Surely, your remaining salary allows for a comfortable life. So, why resort to crime? At this point, Mori Yoshimi let out a cold chuckle. Placing her handcuffed hands on the table, her gaze fixed intently on Wakasa Rumi. Wakasa, we have met before. Do you remember me? Chapter 21. The first mission. Wakasa. We have met before. Do you remember me? Met before? Wakasa Rumi scrutinized her for a long while, even considering the possibility of her being affiliated with the black organization. Yet she could not recall who she was. Seeing this, she reined in her smile, glaring fiercely at her. When I graduated from the police academy, you and your renowned husband sat beside me at the graduation ceremony. At that time, you were 6 months pregnant, weren't you? Wakasa Rumi's memory was suddenly jogged. And Moriyoshimi continued, by the way, I was your senior. I had hoped to rise through the ranks based on my professional abilities after graduation. Yet, the higher-ups in the police force deemed me too old at 30. Even if they promoted me, they would have to replace me once I married and became a housewife. Consequently, they chose not to promote me at all. I have spent nearly a decade in the position of patrol minister. That is not a justification for your crimes. Of course, you would say that. Moriyoshimi's eyes brimmed with tears. For your husband's sake, they would have given you every opportunity for promotion. Ultimately, you are merely a beneficiary of connections. But I must rely solely on myself. Since the police force cannot provide what I desire, I must find a way to achieve it myself. A loud bang echoed from outside the interrogation room. Wakasa Rumi remained seated quietly. I will ask you once more, where is Fukuda Toshihiko? I do not know. At that moment, Ida K entered, announcing, we located the hostage through the tracker hidden in the money. The rescue was successful, and the suspect has been neutralized. Good work. Return the child home, and allow everyone to rest, Ida K said quietly before exiting. Wakasa Rumi stood up, preparing to leave. I have given you the opportunity. Outside. Tahiro Yuki glared at Moriyoshimi. Wakasa, you just... What about it? Wakasa Rumi replied with a smile. There is no need to argue with such a person. She claims to be a victim of workplace gender discrimination, as if she has suffered some great injustice. In truth, I have investigated. And the reason for her lack of promotion stems from numerous reprimands. Unfortunately, she cannot learn to reflect upon her own shortcomings. However, the news reported by Ida K shocked her, for during the arrest of the kidnapper, the weapon used was a police-issued firearm. The following day, Wakasa Rumi went directly to Matsumoto Kiyoshi's office. You said you would conduct a thorough investigation of every officer? Wakasa, do you understand how unrealistic that is? The recent cases already illustrate the problem, Wakasa Rumi insisted. The fact that a kidnapper could find an insider within the police and acquire a police firearm indicates that there are officers engaging in criminal activities within the department. And not just one. This time we have discovered it. But if such officers assist criminals in other operations, the consequences could be dire. I understand your point, Matsumoto replied, motioning for her to pause. But with so many officers in the police system, it is impractical to investigate them all. We cannot abandon action simply because it seems impossible. Seeing her resolve, Matsumoto conceded, I will contact the Public Security Bureau to thoroughly investigate the matter regarding police firearms, with assistance from the search division. Beyond that, I cannot do much. Very well. Stepping out of the office, a faint smile appeared on Wakasa Rumi's face. She was acutely aware that the proposition to investigate all officers was implausible. However, by initially presenting an exceedingly difficult request, any subsequent demands would appear more manageable. As it did in this instance. Amuro Tru followed the address left by the black-clad individuals to a large building. Upon entering, he found many people inside, including several informants with a modest reputation within the underworld. At that moment, he realized that Rum was casting a wide net for information. So, is he currently in need of intelligence personnel? Soon, the previous black-clad individual approached him. Welcome, everyone. I trust you are all exceptional informants. But here, earning your code name relies not only on your past achievements but also on your performance in the tasks from this moment forward. Amuro Tru blended in with the crowd, observing his surroundings. Each individual harbored their own intentions. He consciously ignored the scrutinizing gazes of others, pondering Rum's purpose in gathering so many informants at once. After all, obtaining intelligence is not something that can be achieved through sheer numbers. Before assigning tasks, the leading black-clad individual introduced himself, stating, my code name is Tennessee Whiskey. The tasks assigned to these individuals did not seem overly complex. A low-level member of the organization was to take an important research document outside for a transaction, and their mission was to retrieve that document intact. The organization's research facility maintained strict confidentiality, rendering this document extremely significant. Rum stated that whoever successfully obtained the document and delivered it to him would receive a recommendation and a code name. That gentleman? It appears to refer to the boss of the organization, though this title feels somewhat peculiar. After inquiring about some information, the others dispersed. It seemed this was a solo operation, as no one among the group indicated intentions to team up with others. Back at his temporary residence, Amuro Tru began to contemplate the task at hand. Earlier, he had secretly recorded Tennessee's words, and upon replaying them, he discerned inconsistencies. Firstly, they claimed the research facility maintained strict confidentiality, yet the document was to be taken out by a low-level member, which defied logic. Secondly, if the goal was to prevent information leakage, the document should be destroyed on-site. Bringing it back only heightens the risk of exposure. And if it were to be seized en route, it would complicate subsequent investigations. In summary, Tennessee's proposed handling of the situation was unreasonable. This raised the next question. Could such a blatant irrationality truly originate from a member of an intelligence organization? His instincts told him that this was impossible. Thus, the task was undoubtedly not as simple as it appeared on the surface. With this realization, Amuro Tru began to contemplate his subsequent strategies and the true motives behind Rum's actions. His first step was to ascertain the accuracy of Tennessee's claim regarding the stolen research document. Upon his recent induction into the organization, he found it challenging to obtain internal intelligence. Thus, Toru Amuro resolved to discern information through the reactions of others within the organization. According to the police intelligence, whenever a traitor or undercover agent's identity is compromised, the organization executes a sweeping operation, often resulting in explosions. The action team obliterates the stronghold of the traitor or undercover agent to thwart the police from uncovering any clues. Based on this information, Amuro compared it with the latest news. Not only in Tokyo but throughout Japan, no significant violent incidents had occurred. Hence, it was quite plausible that the Research Institute's information had not been leaked at all. Chapter 22. Entering the game on this day. The atmosphere at the organization's training ground was exceedingly grave, permeated with an almost palpable tension. The silver-haired assassin, codenamed Jin, sat at the bar, his expression so dark that even the adjacent vodka dared not exhale. A glass was forcefully slammed onto the wooden bar, resulting in faint cracks appearing on its surface. Big brother. Vodka silently wiped the sweat from his brow. Ray just completed a mission. He should arrive shortly. As he spoke, he nervously corrected himself, hoping to avoid any ill fortune. At that moment, the elevator doors emitted a chime and opened. Ray, you are late. Vodka glared at the newcomer. You all arrived too early, retorted the individual known as Ray, who was, in fact, the alias of Akai Shuichi, recently assigned an undercover mission after joining the FBI. A glass of rye whiskey was placed before him, and Jin remarked, it seems Rum has been making some subtle moves lately. Oh? Akai Shuichi's interest was piqued. Since joining the organization 3 years prior and spending a year acquiring his codename, he had fallen under Jin's command and gained a general understanding of the organization's structure. In summary, the organization's hierarchy resembled a pyramid, with the base consisting of members without codenames, many of whom began their journey from this level. Above them were members who had recently acquired codenames or those on the verge of receiving one, forming action teams with members who had held their codenames for over 2 years, executing missions and supervising one another. Naturally, those who excelled during this period would ascend in rank within the organization, gaining the opportunity to operate independently or become team leaders. Countless action teams composed the pyramid, with the apex occupied by the boss. Furthermore, to facilitate management, each country had a chief representative. Among the upper echelons of the organization was the unique figure of Vermouth, whose missions could be reported directly to the boss, bypassing Rum and Jin. As for Jin, he could be regarded as the most loyal to the boss, covertly competing with Rum while maintaining a cooperative relationship during missions. Jin's disdain for Rum stemmed from a particular rule within the organization. Second-generation members could inherit their parents' codenames. Rum was one such individual, yet the capabilities of these second-generation members varied significantly. Thus, their presence often bred dissatisfaction among the newly inducted members, with Jin being one of them. Additionally, from the current intelligence, it appeared that Rum was engaging in some covert maneuvers unbeknownst to the boss, who was aware but could not easily act against Rum due to his influence. It seemed that the task Jin was about to disclose would present an excellent opportunity to undermine Rum. Speak, what do you require of me? I must state in advance that after this task, I expect a vacation, Akai Shuichi declared succinctly, his stance clear. Jin ordered another drink from the bartender. Surely we'll be returning soon. Prior to that, the Research Institute will hand over the materials, including the silver bullet. Therefore, about that silver bullet. I understand. I shall not inquire further. Akai Shuichi intended to ask about the silver bullet but was met with the ominous barrel of Jin's gun, compelling him to remain silent. Recently, Rum had recruited a group from outside, and when they acted, it was crucial to leave a trace, ensuring that Rum could be implicated in the theft of information before executing him. Okay, also, you have held a codename for 2 years now. It is time for you to form your own action team. Shuichi Akai pondered for a moment. While he was inclined to cooperate, he found that few could keep pace with him. Thus, he deemed it more advantageous to operate independently. Jin inhaled deeply, reflecting on the recent newcomers, some of whom seemed promising, and decided he would select his own partner. He understood Akai's reluctance towards having a teammate, as it would complicate his communications with the FBI. An additional person would serve as another set of watchful eyes, detrimental to his undercover mission. However, given Jin's skeptical nature, it was likely he sought someone to monitor him. Consequently, it seemed unavoidable, and overthinking it would yield little benefit. He could only proceed step by step. Theoretically, research personnel did not partake in routine operations, meaning a typical action team was composed of a sniper and an intelligence officer. In Jin's case, with his versatile abilities, he had only a subordinate named Vodka by his side. Currently, Akai operated independently, so although his role was that of a sniper, he had to manage the intelligence tasks himself. Jin had informed him in advance about the location of the Research Institute, prompting Akai to frequently surveil from a rooftop 900 yards away, armed with his sniper rifle. Finally, on the 10th day, he spotted a figure of interest. Meanwhile, having confirmed that the Research Institute's data had not been compromised, and considering Rum's request to retrieve the information, Zero conjectured that Rum intended to steal the research data. The The rationale behind recruiting a group from outside was likely to avoid leaving behind incriminating evidence. Those truly involved in the theft would inevitably face the organization's wrath. This implied that Rum had lured a group of individuals to their doom. Should he choose to abandon the mission, he would forfeit his chance to infiltrate the organization. Conversely, feigning ignorance and continuing would position him as an enemy of the organization, contradicting the very purpose of his undercover assignment. Contemplating this, he devised a plan. Just past 9 o'clock, the moonlit bar erupted into revelry. The optimal vantage point for monitoring the bar was undoubtedly a nearby small hotel, which he surmised would be bustling with patrons. Instead of mingling with the crowd, Zero reserved a private dining room in a nearby restaurant, ensuring the window faced the side of the bar, allowing for rapid response should anything arise. Once Tennessee provided the photograph of the target, patrons in the hotel began to mobilize. "Sir, would you like to order now?" "Yes, I'll order. My friends will arrive just in time to eat," he replied. Taking the menu, appearing like an ordinary university student dining with classmates, selecting various appealing dishes. "By the way, do you have a designated smoking area? One of my guests is pregnant." The waiter understood his implication, likely wishing to spare his expectant friend from the smoke. "You can proceed straight to the hall and take a left. There's a balcony available." "That works, thank you," he responded, returning the menu. Once the waiter had departed, Toru Amuro retrieved a wig and foundation from his bag, disguising himself as an ordinary office worker. Simple disguise techniques were part of the police's undercover training. Before leaving, he secured the restroom doors in the private room and messaged the hired extras. Half an hour later, the music from the bar was drowned out by the sounds of a brawl, shortly followed by gunfire, causing patrons to flee in terror. Chapter 23. Joining the organization. Zero scanned the vicinity, noting that the intelligence personnel had yet to emerge. He started the car and waited quietly inside. As the gunfire gradually subsided, a familiar figure emerged, bloodied and battered. Kanzaki Hisashi, one of Rum's recruits. Bang! Kanzaki swiftly dispatched a pursuer, instinctively dodging a bullet that grazed his head, piercing his ear. A sniper. Zero realized that members of the organization had likely arrived. Mentally calculating the sniper's position based on the trajectory, from this angle, they could see the scene from 900 yards away. Nevertheless, Kanzaki was not one to remain a sitting target. After breaking into a nearby vehicle, he sped away. Seeing this, Zero quickly followed, maintaining a safe distance to avoid being ambushed by the earlier sniper. On the rooftop, Shuichi Akai swiftly dismantled his sniper rifle, while Jin's furious voice echoed in his earpiece. "Ray, has your shooting skill deteriorated to this extent? It's nighttime. You're asking too much. Enough, I'm heading out to pursue." Akai replied. In truth, he had the opportunity to eliminate Kanzaki with a single shot, but the silver bullet contained crucial information regarding the research team. If he could seize the data from him, it would provide invaluable intelligence. As he closed in, he noticed a white Mazda also in pursuit. However, he recalled that only he and Jin were supposed to be involved in the mission. Resolutely, he aimed at the Mazda's tire. Bang! The rear tire of the white Mazda exploded, causing the vehicle to veer off course. Zero skillfully regained control of his car, witnessing a red Ford Mustang speed past him, confirming it was the individual who had just shot out his tire. With no time to change the flat, Zero accelerated, familiarizing himself with the rhythm before veering onto another road. Akai, observing this, wore a satisfied smile. Kanzaki, glancing in his rearview mirror, cursed upon seeing Shuichi Akai, then turned onto a main road. With numerous civilian vehicles ahead, Akai could not fire without risking collateral damage, so he maintained distance to avoid losing track. After traveling some distance, the traffic began to thin. Now was the moment. Bang! Bang! At the moment when Akai Shuichi fired his gun, the vehicle of Ryugamine Zero appeared just in front of Kanakizu Hisashi's car, executing a drift to avoid colliding with the driver's seat. Kanakizu Hisashi's car was overturned, and Akai Shuichi's bullet struck the fuel tank of Ryugamine Zero's vehicle. In this critical moment, Ryugamine Zero leapt from the car and swiftly apprehended Kanakizu Hisashi, who was attempting to flee, kicking his gun away. Witnessing this, Akai Shuichi approached with his weapon raised, contemplating the possibility of resolving the situation between the two of them here. A gunshot rang out, but the shooter was not Akai Shuichi, it was Jin. A bloody hole appeared in Kanakizu Hisashi's head as he slowly collapsed to the ground. Jin stepped out of his Porsche, scoffing disdainfully, and retrieved a USB drive from the corpse's hand. The dark muzzle of his gun then turned towards Ryugamine Zero, who immediately remarked, "If you kill me, you will never obtain the evidence against Rum." Oh. Jin scrutinized the individual before him, dressed in a corporate uniform, and gestured for him to continue. "Although I am not personally involved, it was undoubtedly Rum's associates who assigned us this task," he said, shaking his phone slightly. Jin sneered, "But you have already betrayed Rum. How can I trust that you won't betray the organization in the future?" "I may have betrayed Rum this time, but I have certainly not betrayed the organization," Ryugamine Zero asserted firmly. "Rum initially invited me to join the organization, not to become a part of his personal power. Therefore, it is he who has betrayed the organization now. Should I not be concerned about this?" Even Akai Shuichi couldn't help but applaud this statement. The essence of his words was that, If we consider the organization as a typical company, a boss would welcome competition among employees. Yet such competition becomes unacceptable when it jeopardizes the company's interests. Jin gradually lowered his weapon. Ray, he will follow you from now on. Ray, Black Label Whiskey. It seemed to refer to the man with long black hair beside him. Only then did Ryugamin Zero finally discern his face, with wolf-like green eyes that constantly signaled the danger posed by his master. Moreover, with Rum suddenly coming into contact with 3 codename members, it marked a promising start for the undercover mission. Let us go, Akai Shuichi stated. Ryugamin Zero silently took a seat in Akai Shuichi's car, when suddenly, a force grasped his face, and he struggled in vain against it. Shuichi Akai vigorously rubbed his face with a wet wipe before removing his wig. Observing the man with a curious gaze, he looked rather presentable, far more agreeable than moments ago. Ray Furuya rubbed his painfully pinched face. His distaste clearly etched across his features. Absent the earlier thrill, the vehicle now proceeded normally along the road. Where are you taking me? He inquired. You shall find out shortly, Akai replied. The car halted in front of a private clinic, and Furuya regarded Akai with a puzzled expression. We need to tend to the injury on your leg, Akai pointed out, indicating the blood trickling down Furuya's calf. It was then that Furuya noticed the long gash on his right leg, likely inflicted by a shard of metal during the explosion of the vehicle. In the heat of the moment, whether battling Kunisaki or confronting Jin, the adrenaline had overshadowed the pain. It appeared that this clinic was also under the organization's influence, as the staff accurately referred to him by his codename, Ray. While bandaging the wound and administering a tetanus shot, Furuya discreetly glanced outside, spotting the long-haired man lingering at the clinic's entrance, silently smoking. Suddenly, Furuya found himself perplexed by the character of this Ray. Upon exiting the clinic, Furuya was once again ushered into the car, which ultimately stopped before a modest villa. You should have a few days without missions. Make haste to move in. From now on, we shall be a team, Akai stated. Move in? Furuya was taken aback, astonished at the prospect of living directly with a codename member. Cohabitation would facilitate mutual surveillance and communication during missions. Do you have any objections? Akai inquired candidly. None, Furuya replied. Although residing near a codename member posed risks, the potential benefits were equally significant. With that, Akai ascended to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Upon inspecting the room, he noticed subtle shifts in the arrangement of items and, after a thorough search, discovered several listening devices. Weary, he reclined on the bed, contemplating his forthcoming plans. Toru Amuro was indeed a talent, having discerned Rum's true intentions and acted upon them. Given time, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable rival to the FBI. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered. He was certain he had encountered Amuro before. Chapter 24. The gathering of the whiskey group. The following morning, Toru Amuro rose early. Lord Ray, I have procured breakfast. Would you care for some? Certainly. I am not picky, Akai replied, casually grabbing a rice ball and savoring it with black coffee, all while perusing Amuro's profile on his phone. You were Japanese? And already 22? Amuro nearly crushed the rice ball in his hand, recalling the bullying he endured as a child due to his hair color, but he took a deep breath, quickly regaining his composure. I am of mixed heritage, and I possess a youthful visage, Akai added with a sharp retort. But that might work to our advantage. During intelligence gathering, they will perceive you as a child and remain unguarded. Amuro thought to himself, why is this man so insufferable? By the way, I am a sniper, Akai suddenly interjected, observing Amuro's hesitance. In addition to you getting to know me, it is essential for me to understand you as well. Otherwise, our future missions will suffer. So, feel free to ask anything. What is your effective range as a sniper? Amuro tentatively inquired. 800 yards, Akai's response left Amuro's expression grave. While Amuro was not specialized in sniping, he was aware that an exceptional sniper's effective distance was usually only 600 yards. Beyond that was simply a matter of luck. The man before him exceeded that limit by a third, prompting Amuro to categorize him as highly dangerous. A few days later, Akai received a call from Jin, summoning him to the training grounds. After some contemplation, he decided to bring Amuro along. Typically, organization members sought entertainment during downtime, indulging in sniper and combat training or enjoying a drink at the bar, which was quite common. Despite the previous mission's inability to take down Rum directly, it had nonetheless resulted in a stern reprimand from the boss. In recent days, Rum and his subordinates had seemingly vanished from the organization, much to Jin's satisfaction. Upon arriving at the bar, Amuro quickly noticed the silver-haired man seated at the counter. It was Jin, whom he had encountered days prior. Surprisingly, Jin did not appear overly astonished by Amuro's golden hair and deep complexion. Ah, Ray, is this the newcomer who managed to outsmart Rum? A man with freckles and golden hair scrutinized Amuro. Ireland, your information is rather up to date, Akai replied. By the way, could you do me a favor? Have a match with him. Turning to Amuro, he added, let me assess your combat capabilities, as this will determine the level of risk associated with future assignments. Amuro nodded and stepped onto the arena with Ireland. Akai turned back to Jin. What brings you to me? I'm here to bring in the newcomer, Jin responded. Akai Shuichi gazed at him in perplexity. A newcomer? Wasn't there already one? Unlike him, this individual was also a sniper. I am a marksman myself, and our roles overlap. Akai Shuichi remarked, "Furthermore, I do not believe there is anyone in the organization stronger than I." Jin shot him a glare but patiently elucidated. "He has previously undertaken a mission with me and is quite astute. Allow him to become familiar with the team's operations, and he can undergo the assessment. Just like Amuro Turu." "Very well." Akai Shuichi ceased his objections, took a sip of his drink, and turned to observe Amuro Turu in the arena. In the arena? Ireland grew increasingly astonished as he faced the youth with the deceptively doll-like visage. Initially, he had intended to assert his seniority over this newcomer, only to discover that the young man possessed fighting skills that rivaled his own. It seemed that Rai had indeed stumbled upon a rare gem. Akai Shuichi's desire to comprehend Amuro Turu's prowess is not entirely unfounded. He perceives that Amuro diverges from the other informants within the organization. Presently, it appears that Amuro possesses a comprehensive skill set, necessitating greater caution in future encounters. Let us proceed. As the timer indicated the conclusion of the allotted time, Akai Shuichi escorted Amuro Turu away. On the route to the safe house, he encountered a man clad in a blue hoodie, sporting a beard reminiscent of a wandering minstrel, with a guitar case likely concealing a sniper rifle. Upon sighting the approaching vehicle, Sabaki Kagamitsu compared the license plate with that sent by Jin and promptly entered the car. Upon noticing the individual in the back seat, his expression nearly faltered, but he swiftly regained his composure. "Lord Ray?" Akai Shuichi acknowledged with a nod. "Jushingda, sniper. Do not refer to me by my code name when there are no missions." "Yes, Mr. Jushing, I am Midori Kawahikaru, the sniper," came the reply. "Amuro Turu, intelligence officer," he added. Upon returning to the safe house, Akai Shuichi addressed him. "We shall execute the forthcoming missions together. Make haste to relocate." Zhufu Jingguang raised no objections and, casting a glance toward the kitchen, declared, "Then, I shall take charge of the cooking from now on." Shuichi Akai did not respond but directly returned to his room to examine Hikaru Minamikawa's profile. Hikaru Minamikawa, of Japanese descent, is an international mercenary skilled in various firearms and martial arts, primarily active in South Africa. Following his affiliation with the organization, he became involved in minor assignments, of which Akai was too indifferent to peruse thoroughly. Soon, the enticing aroma of food wafted from downstairs. "Have you worked on missions with Jin?" At the dining table, Shuichi Akai suddenly inquired of Suguru Kugoku. "I had a task to assist Jin once. During a transaction, the other party unexpectedly reneged, leading to a gunfight. Luckily, we managed to escape alive," Suguru Kugoku recounted, his hands continuing their work unaffected. While he succinctly clarified the situation, he revealed little about the mission involving Jin, suggesting he was a cautious individual. However, beneath the table, unnoticed by him, Suguru Kugoku felt a rhythmic tapping against his leg and silently translated in Morse code, "Beware of Rai." In the morning, Rokusai Rumi received a report about a body discovered at the Mihua amusement park. After taking the cable car to the scene, she was briefed on the case by Idahara. The deceased, Miura Odo, age 56, was a security guard, having suffered a fatal blow to the head. The coroner estimated the time of death to be between 2 and 3 in the morning, likely during the night shift. Rokusai Rumi noted, following Idahara to the crime scene, which was located at the back entrance of the amusement park. She donned gloves and examined the injuries on the body, which appeared to have been struck twice. "Wait. What's this?" She picked up a metal ring for closer inspection. Idahara leaned in to observe, determining it was likely part of a chain lock, such as that of a bicycle. "It must be related to a bicycle." Rokusai Rumi pointed to the tire tracks nearby. "Moreover, I heard from Inspector Nakamori of the 2nd Investigation Division that there have been numerous bicycle thefts lately. Could the perpetrator be a bicycle thief?" "It's possible. But we shouldn't jump to conclusions. Are there any other findings?" Chapter 25. The connected bomb. As the two engaged in deductions, a loud explosion echoed from a distance. Rokusai Rumi quickly ran towards the source of the sound, discovering that a ticket booth had erupted in flames. "Officer," a middle-aged man in uniform approached, introducing himself as the amusement park's manager. "An urgent call just came in. Someone claimed there was a bomb on the Ferris wheel, demanding I stop it and prepare 30 million yen by noon. They warned that if I didn't believe them, I should check the ticket booth in 30 seconds. Is that the booth that just exploded?" The staff member nodded. Rokusai Rumi swiftly regained her composure, asking, "Did the caller specify where the payment should be made?" "They said they would notify us in the next call." Rokusai Rumi instructed the officers on site to evacuate the guests and halt the Ferris wheel while summoning the bomb disposal team. "I just saw that the Ferris wheel shuts down at 8 every night. Which cabin is usually at the bottom when it closes?" Rokusai Rumi inquired of a nearby staff member. "The first one," came the reply. "After the last batch of guests disembarks, the control room stops the Ferris wheel. And at that time, the first cabin is about at the bottom. That cabin has a rabbit sticker on it." In the control room, Rokusai Rumi used binoculars to locate the cabin adorned with the rabbit sticker. At that moment, the first cabin was positioned at the 9 o'clock mark on the Ferris wheel, and there were still people inside. Just then, Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kenji arrived. "Where's the bomb? We'll go disarm it." "That's the issue," Rokusai Rumi pointed out the window. "The Ferris wheel is too high. Even a fire truck ladder wouldn't reach it, and sending you up is impractical. Moreover, stopping the Ferris wheel is the criminal's demand." If we restart it, they might detonate the bomb. Matsuda Jinpei's expression darkened. But there are people inside. If we can't reach them and the firefighters can't help, will they just have to wait to die? Rokusai Rumi sighed. I have requested a helicopter from the station. You will take a signal jammer up to disarm the bomb. The helicopter can also rescue those trapped inside. That seems to be the best course of action, Hajiwara Kinji agreed, moving aside to don a bomb suit. Rokusai Rumi surveyed the surroundings. Idaharu, you and Oda take a team and check the surveillance at stores within a 5-kilometer radius for anyone carrying a bag and dressed unusually. Inspector Rokusai, this. Oda Hiroshi appeared puzzled. Rokusai Rumi explained, remember the security guard's murder? We speculated it was a bicycle thief. But a thief encountering a guard at night could easily flee without the need for murder. However, if it were a bomber, and the guard recorded the bicycle's number, that would pose a problem, necessitating the guard's elimination. Thus, the bomber must have arrived on a bicycle in the early morning. The perpetrator should be nearby. But if they took the subway, the bomb wouldn't pass security checks, so we can widen our search radius a bit. After her explanation, both men looked at Rokusai Rumi with admiration and immediately began their investigation. Everyone else, find out who is trapped in the first cabin and whether they have any enemies. Understood. By 11 o'clock, with only an hour remaining until the payment deadline, the sound of a helicopter reverberated in the sky. The individuals trapped in the first cabin were a young couple, and upon seeing the helicopter, they felt a glimmer of hope. On the ground, Rokusai Rumi anxiously watched the first cabin, activating the signal jammer to facilitate the rescue. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the rescue proceeded smoothly. Not only did the bomb remain inert, but the perpetrator had not made another call. Rokusai Rumi contemplated restarting the Ferris wheel to bring the first cabin back down, allowing for a quicker evacuation of the bomb disposal team if time was running short. At 11:30, the first cabin descended to the ground, and Hajiwara Kinji entered alone to disarm the bomb. Is it done? Rokusai Rumi inquired. Hajiwara Kinji shook his head. It's a connected bomb. If we disarm one, the other will detonate immediately. Both bombs must be disarmed simultaneously. What? The assembly was taken aback. Hajiwara Kinji continued. Moreover, this person is exceptionally cunning. The bomb itself isn't difficult to dismantle, but its connection mechanism is cleverly concealed, as if it was designed to prompt you to disarm it. Rokusai Rumi interjected, yet this criminal is peculiar. They extort the amusement park without disclosing the payment location and do not hinder the rescue efforts. Furthermore, there should be at least 2 connected bombs, but the caller has only mentioned one since the initial call. Inspector Rokusai, Oda Hiroshi and Idahara hurried back. Surveillance shows a masked individual with a black bag appeared early this morning, first spotted in front of the Electronic Technology Research Institute, approximately 3 kilometers from the amusement park. Additionally, one of the researchers has a bicycle that was left unlocked. We have noted the number and will have the police station investigate. By the way, did all the researchers report to work today? The two exchanged glances before Idaharu finally replied. The front desk informed us that a researcher named Nakano was taken by the police for assistance. They should be nearing the jurisdiction of the Kabuto Town Police Station. Wait. Quickly call them to stop the bomb disposal. Ida instinctively complied. Soon, the opposing commander answered the phone. How did you know that Kyupo Hospital was rigged with explosives? A bomb at Kyupo Hospital? Did you send Mr. Nakano there to defuse it? Asked Rakasa Rumiko. Indeed, Mr. Nakano is currently our police department's expert, on site to oversee the bomb disposal operation. Rakasa Rumiko rubbed her temples and instructed, have your bomb disposal team check if there are any triggering mechanisms within the bomb. She turned to Hajiwara Kinji and Matsuda Jinpei, asking, can you both disarm 2 bombs simultaneously? The timing difference between us can be as little as 0.2 seconds. When Matsuda Jinpei arrived at the 3rd floor of Kyupo Hospital, there were only 15 minutes left until detonation. And the officers on the scene reported that there was a brain surgery underway on the 4th floor, with no chance of evacuation. The doctor estimated that the surgery would take another 2 hours. Begin the bomb disposal, Rakasa Rumiko commanded. If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility. Meanwhile, Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kinji maintained their communication as they worked next to the bomb. In the hospital's lounge, besides Rakasa Rumiko, there was bomb expert Nakano, Officer Nakagawa from Kyupo Police Station, and an unfamiliar individual. Who is this? The one undergoing surgery on the 4th floor is Mr. Harada's son. Chapter 26, Bomb Disposal. An officer from Kyupo Police Station briefly explained the situation. This morning at 8 o'clock, Mr. Harada received a mysterious call demanding that he transfer 100 million yen to an account by 10 o'clock, where the bomb would be detonated, killing his son who was undergoing surgery. At that moment, Rakasa Rumiko received a call from Ida. It turned out that Harada was one of the founders of Mahana Amusement Park, and another founder had been arrested for financial crimes 3 years ago and died in prison shortly thereafter. Importantly, the other founder's surname was Nakano. Moreover, we verified with the transportation department that the unlocked bicycle belonged to Mr. Nakano. By the way, Officer Rakasa, we have made another discovery. It's time to be honest, Mr. Harada, Rakasa Rumiko said, ending the call. Harada's face turned pale as he wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, Officer, what are you talking about? I don't understand. For instance, the identity of the caller. Rukasa Rumiko paused and continued, I just came from another scene. If it weren't for my colleague's exceptional expertise in detecting the triggering mechanism, this bomb would have already detonated. At this point, Harada struggled to control his emotions, his trembling hands betraying his panic. Noticing this, Rukasa Rumiko added, I can tell you now that the person extorting you never intended to spare your son. If you wish to save him, you must cooperate with the police. Time ticked away, and the two officers by the bomb were drenched in cold sweat. Despite their lifelong camaraderie and unspoken understanding, their pace in disarming the bomb could not be perfectly synchronized. The bombs before them had to be disarmed simultaneously, with a margin of error not exceeding a quarter of a second, or they would explode immediately. Moreover, there were patients and medical staff currently in surgery on Matsuda's side. This is the true masterpiece of the bomber. Matsuda Jinpei took a deep breath, repeatedly reminding himself to remain calm. His friend was still counting on him. Hagi, listen to me. Cut the yellow wire first. I'll set a rhythm. 5 numbers. When I get to 0, cut it. Understood. Hajiwara Kinji grasped the meaning. A person can recite 6 numbers in a second at most, but 5 is the most precise, even to the millisecond. Such a clever method in such a short time frame speaks volumes about the prowess of the explosives disposal team. 654,322, 654,321, 654,320. Snip. The yellow wire was cut. And nothing happened. Excellent. No explosion. Continue. This continued for 3 minutes, each second feeling like an eternity, with only 2 minutes remaining. Hagi, this is the last one. Matsuda Jinpei gasped. I'm ready. Nakano Toshiyuki, you're under arrest, Rikasa Rumiko said darkly as she placed handcuffs on Nakano Toshiyuki. Wait, Officer Rikasa, are you joking? The young man in the white coat looked at her in confusion. Rikasa Rumiko sneered, the police have already found the key in the Ferris wheel's first compartment. How about we check your apartment and office to see if it belongs to you? By the way, let me inform you why you couldn't find the key after planting the bomb. A woman left her belongings in the second compartment yesterday. However, her child fell ill, and she only realized it at 2:30 in the morning and called the park for help. When you returned, the second compartment was at the very bottom. It turned out that Nakano's father was another founder of Mahana Amusement Park. He never believed his father would commit a crime, so he pursued mechanical engineering to create bombs in revenge. The design of a triggering bomb stemmed from his resentment. Although he extorted money from Harada, he harbored no intention of sparing Harada's son after his father was imprisoned and his mother passed away shortly after. He set the deadline for the ransom at 10 o'clock, deceiving Harada into thinking the bomb had been disarmed, while the timing of the hospital bomb's detonation hinged entirely on the police's rescue efforts. The one undergoing surgery was Harada's adopted son. Although he reported the situation, he refrained from informing the police about Nakano's existence due to his past crimes. This bomb is truly thrilling. In an izakaya, Matsuda Jinpei downed a gulp of beer. Fortunately, it ended without incident, right? Hajiwara Kenji said as he picked up a piece of grilled meat. By the way, Officer Rikasa is truly remarkable. She located both bombs in such a short time. Rukasa Rumiko smiled, saying, well, I have seen many cases, so I have experience. Speaking of which, Officer Rikasa, we started disarming the bombs without evacuating everyone. No one from above raised any objections, right? Hajiwara Kinji asked with concern. Oh, it's nothing, Rikasa Rumiko replied casually. However, I will take a few days off to visit my daughter in Switzerland. The two nodded, pondering why she would suddenly take a leave of absence at a time like this. Officer Rikasa, did those bastards suspend you? Matsuda Jinpei couldn't help but inquire. Rukasa Rumiko chuckled. Indeed, I've graduated. It's hard to deceive me now. However, Director Matsumoto agreed with my actions at the time. Still, I violated regulations. Doing nothing was not an option. Coincidentally, my daughter has a figure skating performance coming up, so I requested a few days off as paid leave. After hearing her words, the two felt a sense of relief. A few days later, Akai Shuichi received a message from Jin, his pupils dilating in shock. It turned out that the intelligence personnel under Rum had discovered signs of betrayal from the head of the British division, Vermouth, but had not obtained concrete evidence. Given the previous incident involving stolen research data, Rum was still being cautious, so the boss decided to assign Ray to this task. His objective was simple, to uncover evidence of Vermouth's betrayal and eliminate both him and his accomplices. However, the uniqueness of this task extended far beyond that. A decade ago, Akai Shuichi's father, Akai Wataru, vanished while investigating the Black Organization. Subsequently, he learned from his mother that M6 had been compromised, resulting in the destruction of all initial documents, including those pertaining to Akai Wataru. Thus, Akai Shuichi became convinced that there must be a mole within M6. This mission presented a prime opportunity to uncover that infiltrator. Jin, assign me a minor task, Akai Shuichi conveyed over the phone. What do you intend to do? You mentioned that Hikaru Midorikawa was still capable. I wish to assess his ability to complete tasks independently. If he can, prepare for the codename evaluation. Alright, the organization is in need of competent intelligence personnel. If your companion, Toru Amuro, proves useful, we can also ready him for the codename assessment. Given the capabilities of these two individuals, obtaining a codename is merely a matter of time. I have no intention of hindering their progress. However, during the mission, I prefer to limit the number of people monitoring me. Amuro will be tasked with gathering intelligence, while we will ensure Midorikawa is occupied. Chapter 27. Divided actions now. Could you enlighten me about the urgency of this mission? It had been merely 2 hours since Ryuga Zero appeared before Akai Shuichi and was subsequently whisked away to the first-class cabin of an aircraft, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Shuichi Akai leisurely took his seat. The task was not urgent, yet confidentiality was paramount. Moreover, if executed well, he would soon be granted a codename upon his return. The mention of a codename sparked a glimmer of excitement in Toru Amuro, prompting him to lean in closer. Akai stated, Rum has indicated signs of betrayal from the head of the British division. Our mission is to uncover the truth. He continued, the intelligence is entrusted to you. The sooner, the better. Amuro questioned, how can I manage the head of the British division when I don't even have a codename? You are only responsible for the intelligence. Should it come to eliminating him, that task falls to me, Akai replied. Absorbing this information, Amuro silently processed the current clues. Firstly, the task was assigned to Rum's intelligence team for preliminary reconnaissance before being delegated to the action team. This implied that monitoring the action team could also provide insights into Rum's movements. Secondly, Amuro realized that his understanding of Lai merely as a codename member belied the fact that he could eliminate the organization's head in a nation, indicating Lai held a higher status than Amuro had previously surmised. As the plane gradually leveled off, the cabin crew initiated in-flight service. The first-class section boasted dedicated flight attendants, and given it was an international flight, the attendants were stunning blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauties. What would you like to drink? One attendant inquired. A glass of gin, Akai responded. Same here, Amuro added. As the beautiful attendant turned to pour the drinks, Akai suddenly remarked. I advise you not to engage in any underhanded antics here, vermouth. Amuro was startled, instinctively glancing at her, striving to remember her features. Stop looking, Akai advised. That face is not hers. As dull as ever. At that moment, her voice had transformed. She pulled out a document from beneath the card and tossed it to Akai. The Jinn might have sold this document. Investigate if it's true, and if so, eliminate both the Jinn and the contact. Isn't that 2 tasks? That gentleman is quite the trickster, she remarked. That's beyond my jurisdiction, Vermouth shrugged, gazing at the nearby Toru Amuro with intrigue. You're the one causing Rum trouble. How adorable. As she spoke, her long, vibrant red nails gently brushed against his cheek. Amuro instinctively recoiled, eliciting laughter from Vermouth as she pushed the card away. Shouldn't this document be confidential? Why are we allowed to see it? Amuro finally asked, looking at Akai's unchanging expression. It appears to be a failed product. Since the Jinn is suspected of being a traitor, he likely remains unaware of its flaws, Akai stated, tossing the document to Amuro. Investigate this promptly. 3 days? That's acceptable. I will handle accommodations and weaponry. Once you uncover the truth, do not act hastily. Report back to me first, Akai instructed. As the cabin lights gradually dimmed, the two turned in synchrony to sleep. The aircraft landed at London Airport at 8 o'clock in the evening, and the pair separated to commence their respective missions before exiting the terminal. At the airport's exit, a gentleman sporting a British slick-back hairstyle and a tailored suit awaited Akai. Mr. Zhuxing? The individual cautiously refrained from using a codename. Akai Shuichi nodded slightly, scrutinizing the individual before him. He appeared to be a subordinate of Jin, having received advance notice to come to the airport to meet him, ostensibly as a show of force. Mr. Akai, I am Johnny Walker, a subordinate of Jin. The car is ready outside. Please, allow me. The gentleman made a courteous gesture reminiscent of a British nobleman's butler, prompting Akai to think of aristocracy. No need, Akai replied, shifting his luggage to another hand. Inform Jin that I shall rest tonight. We can discuss matters tomorrow. Of course, Johnny Walker responded with a forced smile. Lord Jin has arranged a luxurious accommodation for you. There is no need for him to concern himself with that, Akai interjected, turning away and leaving Johnny Walker awkwardly standing there. Meanwhile, at the airport, Ryuga Zero sat in a CAF, waiting for Akai Shuichi to depart before making his own exit. Out of boredom, he picked up a newspaper to peruse. Observing recent events in Britain could provide insight into Jin's movements. The paper revealed that nothing significant had transpired in Britain lately, save for a government warning urging the populace to avoid consuming sprouted potatoes due to potential poisoning risks. The article concluded with accounts of recent poisoning cases attributed to solanine, the primary toxin found in sprouted potatoes. However, the number of solanine poisoning cases lately seemed rather excessive. As Akai Shuichi gradually distanced himself, Ryuga Zero exited through another terminal, fading into the shadows. The next day, during the meeting with Jin, Amuro Toru was still absent. Jin easily tracked down Akai Shuichi's temporary location and once again dispatched Johnny Walker to retrieve him. This time, Akai did not refuse. Half an hour later, a high-end business vehicle halted in front of an exclusive private club. Johnny Walker escorted Akai to the second floor, where a man nearing 50 sat in a private room styled in an English manner. exuding the aura of British nobility. On the glass table lay an open bottle of rye whiskey, Akai's code drink. The behavior of the man before him was undoubtedly a declaration of war. Jin? Akai inquired tentatively. The man nodded, setting down his glass. Ray, I presume? I understand why you are here. There may be a misunderstanding between me and Rum. Oh, do elaborate. Indeed, I have had dealings with some smaller organizations within Britain. Jin picked up his glass once more, leisurely swirling its contents. But rest assured, I have no intentions of betraying the organization. Akai Shuichi let out a cold snort. I only just arrived yesterday, and your people were already here. Since there has been no betrayal, is there truly a need for such haste? I am merely extending a gesture of hospitality. If it displeases you, I shall instruct them to keep their distance. Akai Shuichi nodded slightly, deeming it the best course of action. Now, let us discuss the business dealings you mentioned. Jinsuk smiled and remarked that he held a certain admiration for them. They executed their killings with such subtlety that the police could uncover nothing. Consequently, they amassed a considerable fortune. With a meaningful glance towards Akai Shuichi, he added, if you require assistance with your tasks, I could facilitate a connection with them. No need to trouble yourself, Akai Shuichi replied, his expression unchanged as he stood to take his leave. Upon returning to his temporary residence, he found the living room cluttered with newspapers, and Amuro Toru, encircled by them, lacked even a moment to spare him a glance. Shuichi Akai slowly approached, the newspaper displaying numerous circled sections, all prominently featuring the word unexpected in their titles. Chapter 28, Murder? It seems your findings are quite substantial. A few minutes later, Shuichi Akai returned to the safe house, carrying the fast food he had purchased, while Toru Amuro continued his investigation undeterred. Amuro set down his pen, gathered the scattered newspapers into a pile, and then took a seat at the dining table, casually picking up a portion of his meal to eat. Although the reputation of British cuisine, often referred to as dark culinary arts, is well known, there was nothing particularly peculiar about the fast food Akai had brought back. Is this shepherd's pie? Amuro inquired, pointing at the dish comprised of mashed potatoes and beef gravy. Akai Shuichi nodded, acknowledging that this was one of the few dishes in Britain that was palatable. It was said that British households often prepared this meal. He lifted his gaze to find Amuro Toru lost in thought while staring at the shepherd's pie before him. Akai waved his hand in front of Amuro's eyes, inquiring about his distraction. I just recalled something significant, Amuro replied. I do have some information to share with you shortly. After swiftly concluding their dinner, Amuro commenced his report. Beginning with the gin, he confirmed that he had indeed sold the failed products developed by the organization, but only the finished goods, not the formulas. That is to be expected, Akai remarked. If all the data were sold off, one could only earn a sum once. However, retaining control of the formula would effectively place the rival's power within one's grasp. Have you identified the buyer? Amuro flashed a confident smile and handed Akai a newspaper, which featured an article about an individual who had died from poisoning after accidentally consuming sprouted potatoes, marked with a prominent red circle. This person, what about him? Akai inquired. He is not the victim, rather, he is the murderer. To be precise, it is the organization that orchestrated the killing, Amuro explained. The newspaper states it was an accident, Akai countered. That is merely a testament to the incompetence of the British police, Amuro retorted, his tone laced with disdain, adding that the organization's strategy was rather cunning. Subsequently, Amuro detailed the process by which he uncovered these revelations. Upon reading the article in the airport newspaper, he had sensed something amiss. Potatoes are a staple in British cuisine, and it is common knowledge among adults that sprouted potatoes are inedible. Even if someone were to mistakenly consume a freshly sprouted potato, the solanine it contains is not lethal. Yet, the number of fatalities reported was alarming. That does make sense. Does the organization have any leads? Akai inquired. Just a hint, Amuro replied, casting a glance at Akai, hesitating to elaborate further. Akai Shuichi seemed to have discerned his thoughts. If you have something to say, speak it. If it is unfeasible, I shall inform you. Amuro hesitated momentarily before replying, this time. I wish to leverage the local official forces. This revelation piqued Akai's interest. He had initially intended to discreetly inform his mother, who worked at M6, allowing her to apprehend Jin and his associates directly. However, Amuro had preempted him with this notion. Elaborate, he urged. Amuro swallowed hard and continued, after all. We are in the United Kingdom. Utilizing any member of an organization here could result in betrayal. The optimal choice is to engage with official forces that are definitively not aligned with Jin's faction. Furthermore, my investigation reveals that certain members of the British police have already sensed something amiss. It seems you have a plan, Akai remarked. At the entrance of the London Metropolitan Police, a young officer clad in uniform was incessantly chattering to a middle-aged man, who initially ignored him and ultimately dismissed him with impatience. The young officer bowed his head in frustration. You find this case peculiar as well, do you not? Inquired a blonde youth, leaning closer. The uniformed officer suddenly brightened, turning to the blonde with a scrutinizing gaze. Who are you? A detective, Amuro responded. My client believes her friend's death is suspicious, particularly since her stepmother, who had previously despised her, inherited a substantial fortune following her demise. Indeed, the officer replied. And you are? I am Amuro too. Ah, Mr. Amuro, I am Jones. Please share any leads you have with me. Amuro shook his head. I wish to investigate alongside you. What? That seems inappropriate. Amuro insisted. You see, you seek the truth, while I am to fulfill my client's request. Moreover, no one at the precinct believes you currently. You certainly need assistance, do you not? After a moment's contemplation, Jones found merit in Amuro's reasoning and acquiesced. In the ensuing hours, the two divided their tasks. Jones retrieved records of all individuals who had succumbed to solanine poisoning and presented them to Amuro. By the way, why do you suspect this case to be murder? Amuro inquired. Because of this individual, Jones said, pointing to a photograph of a male in one of the documents. According to our investigation, he returned from an overseas business trip just the day before his death, which was on a Sunday when the supermarkets were closed. He had no opportunity to procure groceries, nor were there any uneaten vegetables from prior purchases. Thus, I doubt he had access to sprouted potatoes. Amuro nodded. In that case, we should examine the social relations of the deceased to see if any individuals with motives frequented a common location or interacted with shared acquaintances. There were 10 suspicious victims in total, presenting a substantial challenge in the investigation. Amuro proposed a more expedient approach, identifying who benefited from the victims' deaths. This method remarkably narrowed the search scope. They soon discovered that these individuals had all visited a remote town in England a few months prior to the victims' deaths and had stayed in the same hotel. I haven't heard of any attractions around that town, Jones murmured. Precisely, which makes it suspicious, Amuro replied. It seems we must pay a visit. You refer to official forces, yet you have enlisted a mere junior officer? Akai Shuichi queried, perplexed. Amuro remained unperturbed. If we were to disclose what we know to the British police directly, it would only complicate our situation. This approach suffices for now. Exercise caution. Jin will not remain idle and is certain to send someone to watch over us, Akai Shuichi cautioned, which was why he had yet to contact his mother. Amuro nodded. I shall depart for the town tomorrow to conduct my inquiry. I will not accompany you for the time being. It appears that Jin has concentrated his efforts on me. As a member with this codename, Akai noted. Regrettably, events did not unfold according to their plan. The two were roused from their slumber by a phone call. The voice on the other end claimed to be a police officer and delivered the grim news. Jones had been murdered. Chapter 29. The passing of Jones' London in the early hours should have been enveloped in silence. Ordinary citizens, wary of security issues, seldom ventured out after dark. Yet, the wailing of police sirens pierced through the streets. The young man who had shared leads with Amuro, appearing so vibrant just hours earlier, now lay lifeless on the ground. A dagger embedded in his chest, the blood still fresh, though their acquaintance had been brief. Amuro felt a profound sorrow at the loss of this righteous officer from a foreign land. He knew full well the identity of the perpetrator. Yet he must endure for now to ensnare the adversary in their entirety. After regaining his composure, he was escorted by the British police to provide his statement. During this process, Amuro falsely claimed that he had merely sought directions from Officer Jones, who had kindly guided him to his destination. After examining Amuro's passport, the officers harbored no suspicions and allowed him to depart. As he was led out of the precinct, Amuro feigned a need to visit the restroom, escaping the officer's sight. He stealthily navigated the safety corridor to Jones' workstation. Standing beside Jones' desk, Amuro marveled at the speed with which the British police had cleared personal effects. All that remained of Jones was his nameplate. It had likely been preserved as evidence or perhaps discarded altogether. Upon returning to the safe house, Amuro found the living room ablaze with light, where Akai Shuichi sat on the sofa, smoking. I must investigate, Amuro stated, interpreting Akai's silence as a need for explanation. Just be aware of your surroundings, Akai replied. By the way, I believe this is for you. He gestured to a folder on the table, retrieved from the mailbox at the entrance, before extinguishing his cigarette and yawning as he retreated to his room. In the bedroom, Akai Shuichi's weariness vanished in an instant, his emerald green eyes brimming with clarity. As Amuro set out, he sensed that significant events were unfolding in London that night. Seizing the opportunity to discreetly contact his mother at M6 amidst the chaos, after receiving a call from her long-missing eldest son, Akai Mari first erupted in anger before informing him that M6 had also taken notice of the organization, and she agreed to cooperate with his plan. Meanwhile, Amuro Teru returned to his bedroom with a dossier, which contained detailed information on each victim, presumably obtained by Jones from the police station. This thought left Amuro feeling uneasy. Once he had composed himself, he began to examine the materials before him, starting with the deceased Brian, who, according to Jones, had recently returned from a business trip. Oddly, the police records did not indicate any such trip. How, then, did Officer Jones come by this information? The next day, following the address and the documents, Amuro found himself at Brian's apartment door. Strangely, a police cordon had been set up outside his neighbor's door. When he saw an officer emerging, Amuro approached to inquire about what had transpired. Oh, the occupant of this room was murdered yesterday. I'm afraid I can't disclose any further details, replied the young officer. Amuro's mind raced as he seized the opportunity to quietly rummage through the victim's belongings, ultimately confirming his suspicions. It turned out that Officer Jones was a neighbor of the deceased Brian, which explained how he had learned of Brian's business trip. From the documents in Brian's room, Amuro deduced his profession. He worked in a London department store, responsible for the sale of food seasonings. At that moment, Amuro's attention was drawn to a small notebook hidden among a stack of particularly thick books, almost overlooked. Upon opening it, he discovered several familiar names. All victims of atropine poisoning. "Excuse me, may I ask who you are?" A young man with black hair peered in at the door, regarding Amuro with curiosity. "Detective." Amuro skillfully provided his false identity. "And you are?" "My name is Chris. I live next door." Realizing that this building housed 4 apartments on the first floor, those of Officer Jones, Brian, and an unoccupied unit, Amuro recalled that the 4th apartment must belong to Chris. "Wasn't Brian's death an accident?" Chris inquired, lowering his voice as he spoke the latter half of his sentence. "It's hard to say," Amuro replied. "By the way, did you notice anything unusual before Brian died?" "To be honest, I was the one who called the ambulance the day he collapsed from poisoning," Chris recounted. "He seemed fine, but I did see someone outside watching his apartment." "What did that person look like?" Amuro probed. Chris thought for a moment. "I can't recall much else. But I remember he had a long scar on the left side of his face, running from his eye down to near his mouth." "Excellent." Amuro exchanged contact details with Chris and requested that he inform him of any further leads. Based on Chris's description, Amuro reviewed surveillance footage from a nearby supermarket and identified a suspicious individual whose vehicle's license plate had been captured. Concurrently, he discovered Brian's workplace and uncovered the significance of the names in Brian's notebook. The store, specializing in seasonings, held regular events where the manager would randomly select customers to receive complimentary spices, with Brian responsible for deliveries. Having resolved these matters, the following day, Amuro traveled to the small town frequented by the suspects. As Jones had described, the town lacked notable attractions. Its architecture featured a vintage English style, seemingly celebrating witchcraft culture, with decorations adorning the streets, possibly to entice visitors. Soon, Amuro located the hotel, the Fire Lake Inn. The name evoked a biblical verse: "They came before God, who sat on the throne, and all enemies were cast into the lake of fire." Upon entering, Amuro was greeted by a kindly-looking Englishwoman, presumably the innkeeper. The hotel lobby was bustling with patrons, and from the corner of his eye, Amuro spotted a familiar face, the man Chris had mentioned who had been watching Brian. Strangely, the man was seated in a wheelchair. "The garden is just behind us," she remarked. "My husband enjoys growing vegetables, and our meals are prepared with his produce. Rest assured. No pesticides." Amuro nodded but was drawn to some green fruits in the garden that resembled small tomatoes, yet their stems differed from those of tomatoes he remembered. Sensing a gaze upon him, Amuro abruptly turned around to meet the cold stare of a white-haired woman with green eyes seated in the lobby. Chapter 30. The case unraveled. Turning back, Amuro noticed several large trucks parked in the backyard and curiously inquired with the innkeeper. "It's nothing. The store is relocating," she replied. "Relocating? Why?" "There are too few tourists, as you can see," she explained. "A friend of mine runs a guest house in another town and invited me to help." "I see." That night, after wrapping up work with M6 and returning to her apartment, Akai Mari unexpectedly received a call from an unknown number, and with a sense of caution, she answered, only to discover it was her eldest son, whom she had not heard from in several years. After a heartfelt education, Akai Shuichi turned to serious matters. He revealed that he had obtained a code name within the organization and had the opportunity to investigate the head of the organization in the United Kingdom. If the two collaborated effectively, they could not only dismantle a significant portion of the organization's influence in Britain, but also uncover clues regarding Akai Wataru. Upon hearing this, Akai Mari agreed to assist Shuichi in his endeavors. Their focus shifted to the organization responsible for the murders using solanine. Once this organization was dealt with, Jin would have someone to manage her affairs. This was the reason for Akai Mari's presence at the Fire Lake Hotel. As Amuro Turu entered, Akai Mari took notice of him. Akai Shuichi once remarked that Amuro Turu's current objective aligns with M6. If he were to directly reveal M6's identity, not only would he refrain from causing disruption, but he might also offer assistance. "Apologies, may I join you at your table?" Lost in thought, Akai Mari found Amuro Turu standing before her. Certainly, she did not decline, expressing her keen interest in the local witch culture. "How about you? Just passing through. I'll continue my journey after resting here for a few days," Amuro replied. The lunch concluded amidst a silence, with Amuro Turu departing first. Observing this, Akai Mari signaled her 2 subordinates to follow. "May I inquire if you have business with me?" Amuro Turu paused in a secluded courtyard, addressing the corner of the wall. The 2 individuals hidden behind the wall exchanged glances before reluctantly stepping out to present their credentials. "Sir, the Fire Lake Hotel is related to an investigation we are conducting. We kindly ask you to leave this place promptly." Amuro Turu smiled knowingly. "So, you 2 find the deaths caused by solanine poisoning suspicious, do you?" "You know?" The 2 were taken aback. Amuro nodded. "Since that is the case, let us forego further probing. To be frank, I am a detective and can assist you in your investigation. If I were to leave suddenly, the suspect would inevitably notice something amiss. Your operations would be compromised." "Agree to his terms," came Akai Mari's voice through their earpieces. In the lobby of the Fire Lake Hotel, a heated argument erupted between a man and a woman, with hotel staff exerting considerable effort to separate them. The proprietress finally managed to pull the man aside, though he continued to mutter angrily. Noticing the lack of onlookers, she asked him, "Would you like us to assist you?" With that, she revealed a chilling smile. The man was escorted to a private room, where the proprietress kindly closed the door behind him. Inside, there was merely a desk and 2 chairs, one of which was already occupied by a well-dressed elderly gentleman. The man promptly took a seat in the other chair as the elder slid a document across the table and thoughtfully handed him a pen. The man glanced through the document, which was essentially a betting agreement, stipulating that the elder could eliminate the man's adversary through witchcraft without causing him any trouble. "I can ensure her demise within these few days," the elder promised. "The deposit is £50,000, and of course, if the endeavor fails, the deposit will be fully refunded." "I am curious, how do you intend to proceed?" "Witchcraft," the elder replied. "This is not something an ordinary person can master, and it would be futile to explain it to you. Do not worry, we will not take your money without delivering results. Within these few days, it must be resolved, for I am awaiting her inheritance." With that, he signed the document. "Chris, could you come to the Fire Lake Hotel?" Amuro Tura discreetly called Chris from a secluded spot. "I have located the individual you mentioned, and the British police have arrived. I require your presence for identification." "Understood," Chris readily agreed. As the sun set, painting the sky crimson, the hotel proprietress, gloved hands busy, toiled in the garden-esque vegetable patch. Soon, her basket brimmed with fresh produce, which she inspected before departing with satisfaction. Observing this, the Board M6 agent cautiously stepped into the garden, reaching for the ripe fruits. Just as his hand was about to touch them, a strong force halted him. Amuro Turu firmly grasped his wrist, shaking his head. A scene witnessed by Akai Mari from behind. When Chris and Amuro convened at an old residence, night had completely enveloped the surroundings. The eerie silence of the antiquated abode, coupled with the cawing of crows, created an unsettling atmosphere. The two crouched behind a hedge, watching a lit window. The police had discovered that this individual had been paralyzed from the waist down due to a car accident years prior. Amuro remarked, "Yet I suspect he is feigning it. This afternoon, we shared a cup of coffee, during which I discreetly observed his muscles. They appeared normal. If he stands up shortly, it would confirm my suspicion. If that occurs, I shall certainly identify him to the police." "Hush, he is approaching." A shadowy figure struggled to maneuver a wheelchair to the bedside. Once assured of solitude, he stood from the chair and drew the curtains. "Let us proceed. It is time to unveil the truth." Under the full moon, the atmosphere within the hotel was stifling. "Mr. Amuro, do you know the identity of the perpetrator?" An officer inquired. "It is he." Before Amuro could respond, Chris abruptly leapt from his seat, pointing at the man in the wheelchair. The surrounding officers rushed forward, apprehending Chris. "Hey, I declared it was him. Why are you arresting me?" "I must say, Chris, your performance is commendable," Amuro Turu began slowly. "Now, I implore you all to hear my account from the beginning. In Britain, there exists a criminal organization specializing in contract killings. They commenced at the Fire Lake Hotel, disguising their operations as witchcraft curses through betting agreements with clients, claiming that their adversaries would meet death within a stipulated time frame. Naturally, if the individual remained alive after the deadline, the deposit would be refunded, thus preventing any loss for the clients and averting scrutiny. Once a target was identified, they would proceed with their criminal endeavor. To facilitate the pretense of accidental death by food poisoning, they opted to utilize solanine as the weapon. Extracting solanine is quite simple, as it is abundant in the fruits of potatoes, hence my insistence that you refrain from plucking the produce from the garden. The last statement was directed at the M6 agent. Chapter 31. The Death of Akai Mutsuba. Now, back to the matter at hand. Amuro too returned to the group, explaining that solanine possesses a distinct odor, prompting them to introduce the poison into a more fragrant substance. "I trust you have deduced what it is." After a moment of silence, it was Akai Mari who first responded. "Seasoning." Amuro smiled. "Precisely. These tainted seasonings were distributed by Mr. Bryan, one of the victims in this case, as prizes." At this juncture, a flicker of sorrow crossed Amuro Turu's face. Later, Bryan discovered the issue and requested his neighbor, Officer Jones, who is a policeman, to investigate. However, they were unaware that the mastermind of the criminal organization had been monitoring them all along. Chris scoffed derisively, casting a disdainful glance at Amuro Turu. "An intriguing tale. Yet you possess no evidence. Furthermore, that individual was clearly feigning his paralysis. You witnessed it yourself. Are you certain that the person you saw was indeed this gentleman?" "What?" Chris was momentarily stunned. Amuro Turu smiled subtly, revealing your oversight. "On the day you murdered Bryan, this gentleman was seated in a vehicle. Thus you failed to recognize that he required a wheelchair. However, to prevent you from identifying another scapegoat, I requested an officer to impersonate him standing from the wheelchair." Amuro sighed. "The assignment you received today was likely executed by your subordinates, such as the proprietress. Yet, to solidify this gentleman's culpability, you took an additional step. Raising a packet of sugar intended for coffee, he suggested that examining the fingerprints and any extraneous materials within would serve as conclusive evidence. Nevertheless, your reflexes were impressively quick. devising a method to defame him in such a short span of time. Upon seeing this, Chris concealed his previously innocuous smile, drawing a gun aimed at Amuro Turu. Bang! Akaimari was the first to fire, the bullet striking Chris's hand, causing his handgun to clatter to the ground. Under Akaimari's guidance, M6 managed the scene. Not causing too much trouble for Amuro Turu, who was assisting with the case, they merely took a brief statement before allowing him to return to his room to rest. At that moment, an agent from M6 hurriedly entered. Ms. Mari, in London. The newcomer, upon noticing the unfamiliar figure of Amuro Turu, instantly fell silent and leaned closer to Akaimari to whisper the remainder of the message. Akaimari's emerald eyes glimmered with a murderous intent as she cast a fleeting glance at Amuro Turu before swiftly departing. Amuro, bewildered by her piercing gaze, soon realized that it must be related to Rai's operations in London. A resounding explosion erupted from Jin's upscale private club, which occupied an entire building along with the surrounding gardens. Fortunately, the blast did not affect innocent bystanders, rendering it a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Rai, you're making quite a commotion. Through the screen, Akai Shuichi could sense the fury emanating from Jin. I have no choice. Jin's subordinates have been apprehended by M6. If I don't destroy the organization's experimental data, it will fall into M6's hands. Akai Shuichi remarked nonchalantly. In reality, upon receiving the notification of his mother's operation, he had been the first to charge in, attempting to replicate some intelligence while eliminating several of Jin's henchmen. When he burst into Jin's office, he found him seated before a computer, where a self-destruct program was already 70 complete and irretrievable. Rai, Jin maintained his aristocratic composure, unfazed by the intrusion. How about we strike a deal? I have considerable influence. As long as you refrain from speaking too freely in front of Rum and Jin, I can offer you half. Only half? Akai Shuichi scoffed, raising his gun to Jin's head. Am I truly so worthless in your eyes? Jin's expression instantly hardened, and under the threat of the gun, he dared not make a move. What do you want? The undercover agent Rum sent to M6. Jin chuckled helplessly. And what do you intend to do with him? Shuichi Akai's expression remained largely unchanged, yet the subtle movements of his hands betrayed his astonishment. In truth, his suspicions regarding the presence of an organized mole within M6, as well as the identity of the individual dispatched by Rum, were mere conjectures. However, Jin's words affirmed the validity of his thoughts. With this information, he effectively held dominion over all intelligence pertaining to the British sector, did he not? Jin, in a tone of resignation, remarked that he had no control over this individual, as their mission involved reporting directly to Rum, circumventing him entirely. As the wail of sirens echoed from outside, Shuichi Akai swiftly ended Jin's life with a single shot, ensuring he could present a satisfactory report to Vermouth. Just as he was in the midst of planting explosives, a scattered document on the floor caught his attention. It bore the photograph of his father, Wataru Akai. The following day, in a quaint CAF at the corner of the street, a man and a woman, both possessing strikingly similar grandmother green eyes, sat back to back. I came across some information at Jin's yesterday. Shuichi Akai initiated the conversation. 5 years ago, M6 confirmed my father's death. That body, I recognized at a glance that it was not Wataru's. Leaning languidly against the back of her chair, Mary Akai unfolded a newspaper, recalling that by the time the body was discovered, it had already been reduced to ashes. Evidence had surfaced in a backpack beside the corpse, containing Wataru's identification. Additionally, DNA and fingerprint analyses were conducted on an unburned section of skin from a finger, leading M6 to mistakenly identify the remains as belonging to Wataru. So, where do the inconsistencies lie? Akaimari adjusted her posture, crossing her legs. The skin on her finger did not peel away due to the natural charring of a corpse, but rather was severed by a sharp instrument, with the surrounding skin exhibiting signs of contraction. Therefore, I am led to suspect that he deliberately feigned death through that corpse, fabricating the claim that it belonged to Mutake. Akai Shuichi nodded slightly. He agreed with his mother's approach, for, based on the current intelligence, both the enigmatic organization and the infiltrators within M6 provided ample justification for his father's actions. So, has he contacted you since then? Akai Shuichi continued to inquire. Never, came the reply. Moreover, I have not disclosed this matter to Shuji or Masamune. After Akaimari finished her coffee, she added, by the way, that fellow named Amuro Turu, although he is an intelligence officer, he remains a low-ranking member with limited knowledge, so capturing him would be futile. That is not what I meant. Akaimari interjected. In our small town, an agent accompanying me nearly succumbed to poisoning from a potato's fruit, but it was Amuro Turu who intervened just in time. Akai Shuichi was taken aback, and Akaimari continued, moreover, it appears to be an instinctive action, rather than a deliberate attempt to conform to the identity of a detective. Akaimari rose and departed, leaving Akai Shuichi seated in the CAF, immersed in contemplation. The position of Amuro Turu. Chapter 32. Kaido Kuroba. When Akai Shuichi and Amuro Turu returned to Tokyo, Zufu Kiko had already returned to the safe house. Judging by his relaxed demeanor, it seemed the mission had been successfully accomplished. The aroma of food wafted from the kitchen as Zufu Kiko retrieved some chopped vegetables from the refrigerator. Gurukawa. Let me assist you, Amuro Turu approached, discreetly communicating with Akai Shuichi in Morse code from the corner of his vision. Is it convenient to talk? It is, he replied. The head of the operation in the UK has been dealt with. But regrettably, I lost the intelligence there before it could be secured, as it was destroyed by Rai. Amuro Turu's face reflected his disappointment. However, we encountered a member codenamed Vermouth on the plane. Rai remarked, that is not her face. I believe she is adept at disguise. The organization is indeed formidable, Zufu Kika remarked. By the way, is she a woman? Amuro Turu nodded, confident in his assessment. She was disguised as a flight attendant, and when Rai exposed her identity, she altered her voice to that of a woman. How did your mission go? I was tasked with assassinating a politician who was colluding with the organization, but his appetite for power has grown insatiable, and the organization has decided to take action. Zufu Kika paused, reflecting on the neatness of the execution. It seems Jin was quite satisfied, though I completed this task alone and did not encounter any other members. There's no rush, Amuro Turu reassured him. Yet, it is surprising to discover that there are individuals in politics who collude with the organization. If the police are involved as well. In the master bedroom on the second floor, Akai Shuichi sat alone, analyzing the available intelligence. Although he felt a sense of relief upon confirming that the news of his father's death was false, he found it puzzling. The time between discovering a body suspected to be his father's and the message he received from his father was a full 5 years. What transpired during those years remained a subject of speculation. Furthermore, there was Amuro Turu's stance to consider. With that thought, Akai Shuichi descended to the living room, where he could see the entire kitchen. At that moment, the blonde youth and the dark-haired cat-eyed youth were engaged in cheerful conversation, and Akai Shuichi found himself momentarily dazed, feeling as though he were simply sharing a residence with two friends rather than infiltrating a criminal organization. His attention was jolted back by the ringing of his phone. Akemi? The intimate address caught the attention of the two in the kitchen. Is Shihoko back? Yes, I'm on my way back. In Tokyo, at Igoda. The annual school festival at Igoda Junior High School was taking place today, with the playground filled with various game stalls and merchandise. For the students, it was undoubtedly a joyous day, as they had no classes or homework and could enjoy games with friends and family. The schoolyard was teeming with children in uniforms and their parents. Over here, upon hearing a familiar call, Haneda Koji made his way over and spotted the young boy amidst the crowd. Kaido. Seizing the opportunity, Haneda Koji ruffled his hair. Hey, I'm 10 now. Why do you still mess with my hair? Kuroba Kaido's cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish. 10 is still a child. Besides, my daughter is only a year younger than you. Kaido, why are you still here? The event is about to start. Nakamori Ayoko rushed over to urge him, just as she spotted Haneda Koji in casual attire. Kaido, who is he? Ayoko, don't you remember? He is Uncle Koji, my father's friend. He is a renowned chess player and was on television a few days ago. Nakamori Ayoko finally understood. A little girlfriend? Haneda Koji watched Ayoko run towards her father with a smile on his face. So that is Officer Nakamori. Thankfully, she doesn't resemble her father too much. Ayoko certainly resembled her mother more. Kuroba Kaido instinctively interjected, but then blushed. What little girlfriend? This man is about the same age as my father. How can he be more childish than me? Kuroba Kaido was aware of the general circumstances surrounding how Haneda Koji and his father met. 3 years prior, Haneda Koji's family attended a magic show performed by Kuroba Toichi. The grand finale was accomplished through Kuroba Toichi's signature trick of disguise, which had never been uncovered before. Ironically, that time, Kuroba Toichi chose to impersonate Wakasa Rumi, and as he approached Haneda Koji, he was recognized instantly. The key point was that upon discovering Kuroba Toichi's disguise, Haneda Koji did not expose him in front of the audience, but discreetly informed him during intermission while he was still in disguise. After that, they became friends, or more accurately, mischievous friends. In their spare time, Kuroba Toichi attempted to teach Haneda Koji the art of disguise, but instead of becoming a master, Haneda Koji became adept at recognizing disguises. Haneda Koji ruffled Kaido's hair and advised, "You're doing well as you are. Focus on your studies and don't always think about becoming a phantom thief. That is following in my father's footsteps." Kuroba Kaido countered. After a pause, he added, "Although my father asked you to look after me, I can't just leave everything to you and Rumi." Stop joking. Haneda Koji's smile faded, replaced with a serious expression. He entrusted you to me before that incident, clearly knowing he was getting into trouble. I cannot allow you to take that risk. But I'm almost done studying my father's notes. Kuroba Kaido bargained. Besides, when Rumi used my mask to surveil, she wasn't recognized, was she? Just changing your appearance isn't enough. Your father could become anyone, perfectly mimicking their physique and voice. Furthermore, to investigate his affairs, you need competent self-defense skills. Haneda Koji explained patiently. So if I hone my self-defense skills, will that suffice? Kuroba Kaido quickly seized the opportunity. Haneda Koji flashed a mischievous smile. Sure. If you can train to be like Rumi, you can do whatever you want. You're toying with me. Kuroba Kaido retorted, recalling how he witnessed Wakasa Rumi subdue a burly man. Quite literally. Despite the refusal, Haneda Koji understood how stubborn a child he had grown into. Being a phantom thief was not merely about stealing. One must discern what is valuable. Kuroba Kaido looked at him quizzically. You mean, appraising treasures? Haneda Koji nodded. If you're interested in that, I can arrange for someone to teach you. My family has an art museum that doesn't charge admission. Kuroba Kaido pondered for a moment and agreed. That is certainly better than being unable to do anything. Seeing this, Haneda Koji was pleased as well. This way, the boy could avoid dangerous activities while also gaining knowledge. That day, Kuroba Kaido enjoyed a day filled with joy like an ordinary child. As evening fell, students began to leave in succession. Haneda Koji's phone rang, the number indicating it was from Switzerland. Rumi, what is going on? Sayaka is unwell. Chapter 33. Administering medicine, she only has a slight stomach discomfort. It's not serious. Wakasa Rumi glanced at Haneda Sayaka, who was resting in the hospital room, and lowered her voice. The doctor said she took a laxative. I can assure you it wasn't her choice. Did someone give Sayaka a laxative? Haneda Koji's expression reflected his anger, though his tone remained calm. She has a figure skating competition coming up. Could it be her rival? Not likely. Wakasa Rumi interrupted. The competitor's Haven team met, and besides, all her recent meals were prepared by Mr. Arai, except for one occasion when she went out to eat with a classmate visiting from another school. Nakai serves as the butler appointed by Koji Haneda for Saya Haneda prior to her departure abroad. Ryuka Rumiko sighed and continued, the issue extends beyond that. I have a persistent feeling that someone has been watching Saya lately. I wish to remain in Switzerland a while longer to investigate. Very well. Koji Haneda's demeanor turned serious, startling the nearby Kaido Kuroba. I will purchase the earliest flight to come and check. If there is anything else you require, please inform me in advance. After hanging up, Kaido Kuroba cautiously inquired, what has transpired? In response to Kaido, Koji Haneda's expression softened slightly. Indeed, there are matters to attend to. Kaido, I may need your assistance this time. Of course. Kaido Kuroba exclaimed with enthusiasm, what do you need? After some contemplation, Koji Haneda replied, before I head to Switzerland, please create a few masks for me. A change of appearance will suffice, preferably resembling a European. Kaido Kuroba considered this. The facial aspect is manageable, but to convincingly impersonate a European, colored contact lenses will be necessary. Whatever you say. 3 years prior, Akai Shuichi, under the alias of Subaru Okiya, had discovered a peripheral member of the organization through the FBI, Akemi Mayano. Although her rank was modest, her sister, Shiho Mayano, was a prodigy being groomed by the organization, prompting the FBI to leverage Akemi to infiltrate the group. That year, Akai Shuichi feigned being struck by her vehicle, and during his recuperation, he and Akemi developed a romantic relationship, gaining entry into the organization through her endorsement. However, as time passed, Akai Shuichi realized that Akemi was not as ruthless as the others. Rather, she was a kind-hearted girl. By chance, Akai Shuichi came across a photograph of Akemi's parents, and her mother's visage struck him as familiar. After consulting with Mary Akai, he learned that Akemi Mayano was indeed his cousin. Upon confirming this familial bond, he revealed the truth to Akemi, who agreed to continue the pretense of being a couple in front of the organization's members. In a CAF in Tokyo, a girl with long black hair elegantly sipped her coffee while dressed in a fitted skirt. Beside her sat a girl with chestnut hair, appearing to be around 13 or 14 years old, yet exuding an air of aloofness. As Akai Shuichi entered the room, he cast a fierce glare at the several individuals clad in black suits nearby, causing them to slink away in defeat. Daikon, Mayano Akemi greeted him warmly. After he took a seat, he glanced at the child beside her. She? Hello. Mayano, she replied coldly. Yet the fact that this person had just driven away her watchers sparked a flicker of appreciation within her. She has completed her studies. Recently, with rare days off, I arranged for her to meet you, Akemi said, offering her sister a gentle smile. I was worried that once she entered the lab, we wouldn't be able to see each other. Not at all, sister, she replied. Byron said that I would work 5 days a week and have weekends off, allowing me to meet you on Sundays. Besides, my next bodyguard will be from his team, so it shouldn't be too bothersome. Byron. Akai Shuichi noted this unfamiliar codename. Akemi, I recall you mentioning that she's Guardian's codename was Armaniac. That was indeed the case, Mayano, she interjected quickly. However, Armaniac died during a mission, and a replacement was required. Her tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. The previous Armaniac had been not only cruel and sullen, but had also imposed strict limitations on her. She had long wished for a change in Guardians, but until she demonstrated her worth to the organization, she had little choice in the matter. After a year under Armaniac's supervision, he met his demise during a task, and shortly thereafter, Byron approached her, claiming to have received care from the Mayano couple and expressing his willingness to be her new guardian. Initially, she harbored no particular fondness for Byron, but after spending some time together, she discovered him to be witty and humorous, a stark contrast to other members of the organization. Byron made every effort to ensure her comfort, most importantly promising to protect her sister. Thus, if circumstances allowed, she hoped Byron would remain her guardian indefinitely. With this thought, Mayano, she glanced at her sister, her gentle youthful face radiant with happiness. She quietly lowered her head, pondering the prodigious girl she had encountered in Switzerland, Haneda Saya. Originally, she had planned to return to Japan after completing her academic exchange in Switzerland, where she had first seen a younger child attending medical school. The organization had also taken an interest in that child. She was uncertain whether her anxiety stemmed from the fear that Haneda Saya might usurp her position, making it impossible for her to protect her sister, or from a desire to prevent the girl from losing her freedom, as she had. Consequently, Mayano she had administered a laxative to her, hoping to elicit concern from her family through this minor affliction. Upon encountering her mother later, she realized her objective had been achieved. A few days later, Haneda Keiji boarded a flight to Switzerland, heading directly to Haneda Saya's apartment upon arrival. Although Saya was now in university, she was still a child and thus resided in a small villa off campus rather than in the dorms. "Saya, are you alright?" Haneda Keiji asked as he arrived, lifting his daughter and inspecting her from head to toe. "Dad, I'm really fine," protested Haneda Saya, squirming in his embrace. Rokusawa Rumi emerged, saying, "Saya, it's time for your nap." Saya dashed back to her room, leaving Haneda Keiji and Rokusawa in the living room. "What on earth is going on?" Keiji inquired. Rokusawa glanced around before explaining, "Let me start from the beginning. When I first arrived, I met Saya at the skating rink. I noticed two individuals lingering there, their gazes occasionally drifting toward her. At first, I thought little of it, assuming it was merely an Asian girl standing out in the crowd. However, over the next few days, I repeatedly spotted them nearby, and I suspected their target was Saya." Haneda Keiji nodded, contemplating. "Could it be that organization?" Rokusawa gasped, pondering. "Is it possible they intend to abduct Saya, perhaps for research purposes?" "Research?" Haneda Keiji responded, looking at her quizzically. "I am now a collaborator with the Public Security Bureau, and they do share some leads with me. The core of the Black organization is indeed the research division, yet to date, no undercover agents from various nations have successfully infiltrated it." Haneda Keiji understood, so they might perceive Saya as a genius and wish to abduct her. He then asked, "Should we apprehend those individuals first?" "Absolutely," Rokusawa affirmed. For the officer with the highest case resolution rate in Tokyo, capturing a few human traffickers was no challenge. Following interrogation by the Public Security Bureau, it emerged that they were low-level members of the organization, driven by a desperate desire to prove themselves and earn a codename, which led them to plot the kidnapping of Haneda Saya. For Rokusawa, however, the matter was far from over, as she sought to discover who had drugged Saya. "Do you think the person who drugged her aimed to rescue her?" Rokusawa nodded. "From the results, that individual's actions did indeed heighten our vigilance. Moreover, I suspect my theory to be correct." As she spoke, she turned her computer screen towards Haneda Keiji, displaying 4 prominent characters. "No such person found." Haneda Keiji glanced at the photo, recognizing it as the girl who had sat beside Saya during the exchange. "Indeed, I noticed her nationality was Japanese. So I attempted to investigate, but it seems it was a false identity. To be involved with the organization at such a young age." After escorting the Mayano sisters home, Akai Shuichi, unable to suppress his curiosity, delved into Baron's profile on the organization's website. Typically, to facilitate members in locating teammates during large missions, the site contained basic information on each individual, which Akai Shuichi had the clearance to access due to his current standing. The profile indicated that Byron was a 35-year-old male, a second-generation member of the organization, whose codename he had inherited from his father. What truly caught Akai Shuichi's attention was that this individual had lived as a near-invisible figure within the organization for over 30 years, seldom participating in missions, only to suddenly gain recognition from the boss 4 years prior. He lacked access to more in-depth information, but Akai Shuichi was in no hurry, knowing there would be opportunities to probe further. Unexpectedly, he found himself meeting Byron sooner than anticipated. "Jin, another mission already?" he inquired. "Take Amuro TRU and Midori Kawahikaru to Interrogation Room 1, Jin commanded. "The boss is quite satisfied with their performance, and they will receive their codenames upon passing the assessment." Akai Shuichi had put Jin's call on speaker, allowing the other two in the safe house to overhear. "You heard that," he remarked. "Let's go." Jin isn't known for his patience. Exchanging glances filled with suspicion, the trio climbed into the vehicle. A striking red Ford Mustang executed a beautiful drift as it halted at the entrance of a large structure in the outskirts. Akai Shuichi entered the password, and the heavy door creaked open, revealing a man with blonde hair and freckles. "Ireland," he nodded. "You handle the interrogation of Midori Kawahikaru. Amuro TRU is my responsibility." Sensing an unusual expression on Ireland's face, Akai Shuichi refrained from pressing for details and led Zulu Kajiki to Interrogation Room 2. The dim lighting and frigid chairs heightened the eerie atmosphere, with a one-way mirror positioned above the right wall, likely for monitoring purposes. Zulu Kajiki reclined on the chair, and Akai Shuichi secured him with straps before gradually administering a syringe of medication into his vein. "Don't you have any questions?" Jufu Jingwang felt his body relax as the effects of the medication began to take hold. Akai Shuichi smiled faintly, unhurried, for there was no point in questioning before the effects of the drug took hold. After approximately 10 minutes, Akai began to inquire, transitioning from basic questions regarding name and gender to probing into the organization's hierarchy and the tasks executed after joining. When the topic of missions arose, Shuku Kiku provided succinct replies, mentioning matters such as silencing, transactions, and black-on-black dealings. Yet he refrained from divulging any information that should remain confidential. To which organization do you belong? Akai Shuichi suddenly posed this question 5 minutes later. Shuku Kyuku furrowed his brow, while Akai stood patiently, awaiting his response. By bypassing the inquiry of whether he was an undercover agent and directly asking about his affiliation, Akai aimed to eliminate the possibility of giving the other party time to react. Moreover, he had not previously suspected that Mitsukawa Hikaru was an informant. However, now, if Mitsukawa inadvertently revealed his undercover status, Akai would only afford him a slight reprieve during the ensuing pursuit. I suppose I belong to the action unit, which means I am aligned with Jin, Shuku Kyuku eventually replied. Akai Shuichi glanced at the heart rate monitor beside him, noting the absence of any anomalies. After a few minutes, Zhu Fujingwang's eyes gradually focused, and Akai silently unfastened the restraints on his wrists, signifying that he had successfully passed the interrogation assessment. The door to the first interrogation room was firmly shut, causing Zhu Fujingwang to worry about his childhood friend. Why was Amuro's interrogation taking so long? Surely, the intelligence team operated differently than they did. Perhaps that was the case, but there was no cause for alarm. He decided to take a look. With that thought, Akai Shuichi traversed a concealed passageway, arriving at a glass panel that provided a clear view of the proceedings within the first interrogation room. Strangely, aside from the interrogator, Ireland, there was an unexpected guest, Bia Long. Amuro Tura lay in a reclined position, his eyes partially closed, indicating that he had likely been administered a truth serum. The 2 empty syringes nearby confirmed his suspicion. As they pondered the situation, Ireland received a phone call, after which his expression soured, and his trembling hand slowly reached for another syringe. Observing all of this through the glass, Zhu Fujingwang clenched his fists, suppressing his concern for his childhood friend, and contemplated how to rescue him. Akai Shuichi entered the interrogation room ahead of schedule. Ireland, I've finally found a reliable intelligence operative. Please do not eliminate him. There was little I could do. Such were Rum's intentions. Akai Shuichi turned to look at Bai Long, addressing him directly. So, you are Bai Long, are you? Have you grown so idle that you come to observe the assessments of my subordinates? Bai Long's expression remained unchanged, yet Akai Shuichi felt an odd sensation regarding this individual. I am merely here to record some data as requested. Do not mind me. With that, he retrieved another syringe from his pocket, filled with a potion of varying hues. Ireland handed his mobile phone to Akai Shuichi, from which emanated a mechanical electronic voice. Rai, Amuro Turu is undeniably a born intelligence operative. Send him to me. Akai Shuichi let out a cold snicker, dreaming. He tossed the phone to Ireland and Green River, instructing them to take Amuro away. Upon receiving Lai Yi's orders, Shibuya Kagemitsu felt assured and swiftly approached to untie his childhood companion, preparing to escort him away. Wait a moment, suddenly interjected by Long. Chapter 35. New Year. If I am not mistaken, Rum's earlier statement should indicate that Amuro Turu has passed the assessment, Akai Shuichi remarked coldly. Bai Long appeared unfazed by this affront. Indeed, I have already administered a sedative to him. I am currently timing its effects. If you have no pressing matters, it would be prudent to wait until I have recorded the onset of the medication before departing. Akai Shuichi took a deep breath and said, Midorikawa, set him down first. A few minutes later, Amuro Turu's eyes gradually focused, and only then did Bakuru press the timer, gesturing for them to depart. Shibuya Kagemitsu carried Amuro Turu into the car, the latter being drowsy from the effects of the medication. Observing this, Shibuya Kagemitsu could not help but wonder, does the organization frequently conduct experiments on us members? As Akai Shuichi drove, he responded, to my knowledge, unless you are a traitor and your identity has been exposed, you typically won't be apprehended outside the laboratory. The issue is that Amuro previously demonstrated during a mission that Rum had pilfered experimental data, and now, it appears he has been subjected to private retaliation. Zhu Fujingwang nodded in agreement. Before long, their code names were sent to Akai Shuichi's phone. Midorikawa, your code name is Scotland. Amuro's is Bourbon. Please remember to attach your code names to any messages and task reports in the future. Understood. Gazing at his childhood friend, who was peacefully slumbering beside him, Zhu Fujingwang felt a tumult of emotions. Having been part of the organization for nearly a year, he had finally secured his code name without incident. Yet the deeper they infiltrated, the more they sensed the organization was an abyss with no end. When Amuro awoke groggily in the safe house, it was already noon the following day. Having gone nearly 15 hours without sustenance, his stomach voiced its discontent. The aroma of food wafted from the kitchen, where Zhu Fujingwang was busily preparing. Awake? Come and eat, he called out, simultaneously giving a glance to halt Amuro from brewing coffee, instead offering him a glass of freshly squeezed juice. After lunch, Akai Shuichi settled onto the sofa and glanced back, observing Zhu Fujingwang washing the dishes. He lowered his voice, saying, Bourbon, come here for a moment. Amuro, too, with a look of bewilderment, sat beside him. Investigate Barong. I need detailed information. A new mission? Is there an issue with this person? A private task. Amuro silently rejoiced. Receiving a private assignment from Ray was a sign of trust, and he had always been curious about Barong. Take your time, but I hope to uncover secrets that others cannot. Don't disappoint me, Bourbon, Akai Shuichi urged. Of course. Amuro revealed a smile that belonged to Bourbon. Before Byron's intel could arrive, Christmas came first. Coincidentally, that year, Japan's New Year and Christmas were closely aligned, prompting many to celebrate both holidays together. Early in the morning, Akai Shuichi received a New Year greeting from Mayano Akemi. Dakuen, Happy New Year. By the way, I'll be spending these days with Shiho, so I want to be coming over. Akai Shuichi smiled softly, acknowledging that his relationship with Akemi was merely a facade. And thus, the fleeting moments they shared were inconsequential. Yet, he could not help but respond with a cautious reminder to be wary of Barrow. As his phone was cast aside, an unusual feeling stirred within him for a brief moment. His own fractured family had been in disarray for many years, and it had been ages since they had genuinely celebrated the New Year together. A few years prior, he might have felt sorrow at this realization. But after enduring it for over a year, he had grown accustomed to it, much like an old scar that, while often unnoticed, would occasionally remind him of its existence at certain times. Christmas was approaching. Fuku Kajimitsu suddenly recalled last year's Christmas, spent in Tokyo with Zero, followed by a return to Nagano to celebrate the New Year with his elder brother. This year, maintaining contact with Fuku Takami during the festive season appeared unrealistic. But fortunately, Zero was also undercover, providing him with someone to rely on amidst perilous assignments. Speaking of which, it seemed there were no missions scheduled for the holidays this year. Perhaps they could simply celebrate together, suggested Amuro Tru. That sounds agreeable, replied Akai Shuichi. But the traditional New Year's dinner is rather cliché. Can we infuse it with something novel? Fuku Kajimitsu pondered for a moment before a brilliant idea struck him. What if we indulge in a hot spring retreat? A private onsen with a scenic view, avoiding the crowds while enjoying fireworks from the water. The trio quickly reached a consensus, hastily packing their bags and seizing the car keys before departing. Even their accommodation was arranged by Fuku Kajimitsu while on the road. Their destination was Hokkaido, accessible only by ferry. Amuro Tru drove the Mazda onto the ship, and after completing the necessary formalities, they retreated to their cabin. Though the quarters were not spacious, having one occupant per room ensured a comfortable environment. Upon arrival, Amuro Tru conducted a brief inspection before collapsing onto the bed, finally able to enjoy a well-deserved rest after several arduous days. The other two concurred, having recently received multiple assignments from Jin under the guise of team building, which included a considerable amount of intelligence work that left Amuro Tru with only 2 to 3 hours of sleep over consecutive nights, and dragging Fuku Kajimitsu and Akai Shuichi from their warm blankets for sniping practice. Let us take the day to rest. I hear there's a fireworks festival tomorrow night, suggested Fuku Kajimitsu. As the ferry slowly departed the harbor, many passengers chose to stand on the deck, captivated by the endless expanse of the sea, including Akai Shuichi. The sunset bathed half of the sky in a vibrant orange hue, harmonizing beautifully with the colors of the ocean, evoking a painterly aesthetic. With the sea breeze caressing his face, his thoughts began to drift away. He recalled the winter break of his 12th year, when Akai Wataru and Akai Mary had no assignments, allowing the family to enjoy an extended holiday together. After spending Christmas in London, Akai Wataru mysteriously proposed, "Let us take a family trip before the holiday concludes." Absolutely, Akai Shuji exclaimed, his excitement palpable at the mere mention of travel. Dad, where are we going this time? In contrast, Akai Shuichi maintained his cool demeanor. Akai Mutsubu gently ruffled his younger son's hair. We are going to Japan. Japan? Is it also in Europe? The 6-year-old Hideyoshi was evidently unfamiliar with this country. Before Akai Mutsubu could respond, Akai Shuichi eagerly provided an answer. Hideyoshi, Japan is in Asia, far away from us. You'll understand once we visit. By the way, Hideyoshi, you haven't met Koji and I yet, have you? Huh? What kind of person is Koji and I? He is very intelligent and a wonderful person. Akai Shuichi's succinct description filled Hideyoshi with anticipation for this elder brother he had yet to meet. With a remarkable memory, Akai Shuichi seldom admired anyone aside from his parents. And then you met Dad? Haneda Saya, clutching snacks, listened intently as Hideyoshi recounted his story. Hideyoshi nodded, but at that time, I never imagined that trip would be so thrilling. Are you still listening? Yes. Hurry and tell me more. Chapter 36. The Murder Case at the Hot Spring Inn, Part 1. At this moment, Northern Europe was enveloped in polar night, where the interminable darkness brought not only despair but also unexpected beauty. The Haneda family lay quietly in a glass house in Northern Europe, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Aurora Borealis. In Haneda Saya's bedroom, she placed a cup of hot cocoa before Hideyoshi and asked, "So, what case did you encounter back then?" At that time, we flew from London to Japan, and Koji and I picked us up at Narita Airport before driving us to the Aizu Peninsula. The airplane from 15 years ago landed at Narita Airport in the afternoon local time. At the airport's exit, the Akai family spotted a gentle young man standing beside a black SUV. Mr. Mutsubu, Haneda Koji waved to them from a distance. Upon seeing a stranger, the shy Hideyoshi silently stepped behind his brother. Ah, Shuichi, long time no see. This is Hideyoshi. Nice to meet you. Haneda Koji squatted down to bring his gaze to the same level as Hideyoshi's. You. Hello. The little Hideyoshi looked at the amiable older brother before him, feeling less frightened. By the time they arrived at the inn in Aizu, it was already evening. Hanada Koji led the Akai family to their reserved suite, and the two children were instantly enchanted by the snow-covered scenery outside. Dad, Mom, Brother, look, it's so beautiful outside, Hideyoshi exclaimed. The Akai couple remained composed as they allowed their children to frolic in the garden. Hanada Koji cast a concerned glance at the carefree parents, unable to restrain himself from reminding the children to be cautious. As night fell, the five of them made their way to the restaurant for dinner, anticipating the evening's fireworks festival, where they could soak in the hot springs while admiring the dazzling display. The dinner featured an exquisite array of Japanese cuisine, during which Hanada Koji continuously inquired whether Shuichi was enjoying the meal, with no one engaging in conversation. Shuichi scanned the restaurant out of boredom and wondered aloud why it was so sparsely populated on what was, after all, New Year's Day in Japan. The three adults looked up to discover that, aside from their private room, there was only one other guest in the main dining area, with the staff seemingly outnumbering the patrons. Now, Shuichi, can you guess why that is? Akai Matsubu asked with a mischievous grin directed at his eldest son. Mary, recognizing that he already knew the answer, chose to ignore her husband's playful antics and focused on her meal. Shuichi Akai pondered for a moment. Just now, he noticed that the private room on the left side of the restaurant was illuminated, and it was filled with the enticing aroma of food and the sound of laughter. It was likely a gathering of classmates, perhaps having reserved half of the hotel. Akai Mutake nodded and affectionately tousled his eldest son's hair. They were college classmates who had once formed a jazz band together during their university days. Today marked the occasion of their class reunion. Mutake. Akai Mari disapprovingly gazed at him. We are on vacation. I apologize. It's a habit of my profession. Akai Shuichi inquired, Father, how did you come to know that they are university classmates and part of a jazz band? Akai Matsutake smiled mysteriously, a secret lingering in the air. By the time darkness enveloped the surroundings, the Akai family had returned to their room. They expressed their gratitude to Hanada Koji for booking a suite that included a private hot spring, allowing them to enjoy the fireworks festival without the crowds of the town. In the warm waters, Hanada Koji tenderly held Shuji, enabling him to sit comfortably. The sounds of the fireworks heralded the arrival of the new year, perfectly masking the hidden evils of the night. The hot spring provided the family with restful sleep, and even the usually boisterous children, Shuichi and Shuji, fell into slumber early. The following day, a sudden and urgent knock on the door awakened Akai Matsutake and Akai Mari. Matsutake gestured for Mari to wake Hanada Koji and the two children. He slowly approached the door and opened it a crack. Police. The individuals outside presented their identification, requesting assistance with an investigation and asking to be let in. Officer Kayama. What has happened? Akai Matsutake inquired, not in a hurry to admit them. Sensing their wariness, Officer Kayama sighed and leaned closer, speaking in a hushed tone. There has been a death. 5 minutes later, the two children were finally settled at the dining table. The police briefly asked for their alibis since arriving at the inn. After Matsutake responded, Officer Kayama put down his pen, assuring them not to be anxious, as they appeared to be tourists from England and likely did not know the deceased. That's a relief. Thank you, officer, Matsutake replied. Once the police departed, the children could no longer contain themselves, especially Shuichi, who looked eagerly at his father. Shuichi. Do not cause trouble. We are in Japan, not England, Akai Matsutake reminded him, though he understood that his eldest son would not simply comply. After Matsutake's warning, Shuichi lowered his head in contemplation. It was not that they could not go, but rather that they should not provoke any issues. With this thought, he broke into a smile and dashed out of the room. Brother, wait for me. The 6-year-old Shuji instinctively followed but was halted by Shuichi. Shuji, you can't come this time. Stay here and behave. Disappointed, Shuji turned to his parents with wide, watery eyes. Akai Mari and Matsutake ruffled his hair. And Mari asked Hanada Koji, could you please watch over Shuji for us? Sure. Hanada Koji replied instinctively, glancing at the adorable child. Thinking that Shuji seemed quite well behaved and unlikely to be as mischievous as Shuichi, hopefully. Well then, let us find something to occupy ourselves. Hanada Koji suggested to Shuji. They are off to investigate, and we have nothing to do, right? Meanwhile, Shuichi spotted the guest from the suite where the incident had occurred and suddenly had a bright idea. He loudly asked a nearby server, excuse me, do you have those snacks they were having? The server looked down and replied slowly, I'm sorry, little one, but we are out of that snack. The new batch won't arrive until this evening. All right, Shuichi said, displaying a disappointed expression. Would you like to join us? One of the men asked. There is too much for us to finish. Thank you, Shuichi said as he took a seat with them. The addition of a child did not disrupt their conversation. Instead, taking advantage of his youthful innocence, Shuichi munched on the snacks while listening intently. From their discussion, Shuichi learned that the 5 young men were members of a band from university. Yesterday afternoon, around 4 o'clock, their classmate Aoyagi mentioned encountering traffic at the observation deck and would be delayed. The one named Kuroki claimed he heard the sounds of nearby tourists playing while on the phone. Additionally, they disclosed that Aoyagi's magazine company had been unable to continue due to Hirota, the deceased in this case. Chapter 37, The Murder Case at the Hot Spring Inn, Part 2. Shuichi, what are you doing here? Upon returning, Akai Matsutake and Akai Mari recognized their son in the dining area, glancing at the others at the table. Matsutake approached, slightly embarrassed, and said, "I apologize for the disturbance. My child is being mischievous. By the way, I will cover the costs." The others waved their hands dismissively, indicating it was no trouble. Once back in their room, the trio encountered a strangely harmonious scene. Koji and Shuji sat across from each other at a chessboard, with Shuji frowning in concentration, hesitating to place a piece before ultimately shaking his head and lifting it again. Meanwhile, Koji seemed entirely absorbed not in the game but in the adorable demeanor of Shuji. Their movements did not distract the two men. Koji subtly signaled Shuji, who immediately brightened up and placed a piece down. "Checkmate. I won." Indeed. Shuji is the best." Koji smiled, affectionately ruffling Shuji's hair. Akai Matsutake leaned in for a closer look, exasperated. "Koji, you really don't have to let him win. I can't believe that a potential youngest 7-crown champion would lose to a 6-year-old, even if Shuji is indeed quite clever. It would be unfair if I played at my full capacity," Koji replied. "By the way, how's the case progressing?" "Shuichi, you go first," Matsutake prompted. "All right." Shuichi sat up straight like a miniature adult and shared the information he had gathered. They mentioned that only the 5 of them came for the gathering, which suggests there should be female members in their band, Koji added. Akai Shuichi nodded, confirming that their bassist was indeed a woman, seemingly named Ri, who, it was rumored, married Kuroki after graduation. Shuichi was doing quite well. Akamada remarked. "I overheard the police mention that Hirota's time of death was approximately between 5:30 and 6 o'clock yesterday afternoon, as the staff entered his room at 5:30 for cleaning and saw him there. Furthermore, a call was placed to Hirota's room from the hotel front desk at 6 o'clock. But there was no answer. The cause of death was a blow to the head from a heavy object, with the weapon being a vase found in his room, devoid of fingerprints, suggesting the assailant wore gloves." At this point, Akai Mari interjected, "Do you all recall the man we encountered dining at the restaurant? That was Aoyanaji. The guest rooms and restaurant are quite distant from one another, indicating Aoyanaji likely has an alibi." Hatada Koji analyzed, if the hotel staff lacked a motive, the perpetrator must be among the other 3 individuals. "It seems so," Akaimato agreed. "What we've uncovered extends beyond this. Let us discuss the remaining 2 individuals. Aside from the deceased, the guests other than Aoyanaji and Kuroki are Uno and Watanabe. Uno is an associate professor at the university, and it's said that he's at a crucial stage in securing his position. However, his proud representative work during his university years was a collaboration with Aoyanaji. If Aoyanaji were to disclose this, it would likely jeopardize Uno's chances of achieving professorship." Hatada Koji analyzed this, then couldn't help but comment, "By the way, Mutui, did Uno really share this information with you so freely?" "Indeed, that Mr. Uno and Muta hit it off so well that I suspect they would have exchanged contact information had I arrived a bit later," Akai Mari replied. Akaimata smiled. A mere demonstration of the fundamental qualities expected of a spy. He then proceeded to provide a brief overview of Watanabe's situation. According to Uno, Watanabe had been managing a company that faced severe financial difficulties nearly a decade ago, only to be rescued by Aoyagi's financial support. As for the timeline concerning the 3 individuals, Watanabe arrived at the hotel in Uno's vehicle at approximately 3 o'clock in the afternoon, while Kuroki, residing nearby, left later and arrived by 3:30, as evidenced by the check-in records at the front desk. During the interval leading up to Hirota's demise, Watanabe and Uno had taken a stroll, whereas Kuroki remained in his room. It was clear that the perpetrator must be among Kuroki, Watanabe, and Uno. As Akai Shuichi's words lingered in the air, he felt a weight upon his head. "All right, it's time for the child to sleep," Akaimata said, ruffling Shuichi's hair. "So, have you deduced the identity of the murderer yet?" Hayata Shuki inquired with a smile as he glanced at his sister, Hayata Saya, who was attentively listening to the tale. "I suspect it is Watanabe," she replied. At that moment, Wakasa Rumi leaned closer, suggesting that based on the current clues, Hirota's death must be linked to his grievances with Aoyagi. Since Aoyagi himself had no opportunity to commit the crime, it could only have been one of the remaining 3 who acted on his behalf. From their relationships, Watanabe appeared to be the most likely candidate, harboring gratitude towards Aoyagi. Of course, it would be a different story if the other 2 had dealings with Aoyagi, she added. "Dealings?" Hayata Saya tilted her head, looking puzzled at her mother. "Indeed. For instance, if Aoyagi threatened Uno that should he fail to assist in eliminating Hirota, he would disclose their collaborative efforts from their university days to Uno's superior. As for Kuroki, Rumi admitted she had yet to conceive a motive for him to engage in such a transaction. However, I predict that whoever faces misfortune next will be the murderer. Is it because the true culprit is the only one privy to Aoyagi's criminal actions? Hence the need for Aoyagi to silence him?" Hayata Shuki interjected. Rumi nodded, and applause echoed from the side. "No wonder you are the detective with the highest case resolution rate," remarked Hayata Koji. "You are on the right track. So, the murderer is Kuroki?" Rumi speculated. "Huh? How did you arrive at that conclusion?" "You just said I was on the right track, not that I was correct. Which implies that the 2 individuals I mentioned are indeed not the culprits, leaving only Kuroki," Rumi replied, shrugging. "Never underestimate a police officer's psychological acumen." All right. Shall we continue?" The following morning greeted them with yet another homicide. "Kuroki is dead?" Akaimata questioned. Puzzled, he fell to his death in his villa. Uno responded, delivering the grim news. I have a question. Since Kuroki lived nearby, why would he waste money on a hotel? Koji asked. Uno glanced around, leaning in closer. You must not divulge that I informed you. Actually, this villa was a rendezvous spot for Kuroki and his lover. What? Wait, how do you know this? Uno shrugged, explaining. Aoyagi discovered this first. He once courted Ri during their university days, but to no avail. Eventually, Aoyagi shared this with us, considering Ri was also our classmate. We informed her, and later Kuroki repeatedly assured Ri in our presence that he would separate from his mistress, which earned him her forgiveness. And what about the villa now? Akaimuto inquired. The villa was subsequently used by the couple for vacations, but Ri has recently contemplated selling it. Likely feeling discomfort by the thought of her husband's mistress having stayed there. Chapter 38, The Murder Case at the Hot Spring Inn, Part 3, by the way. How did Kuroki die? It was only now that Akaimuto remembered to ask this question. Uno sighed, stating. He fell down the stairs leading to the basement of the villa. The police suspect the incident resulted from the staircase's long-standing disrepair combined with a power outage at the villa last night. I see. Thank you for sharing this information with us. It's no trouble. The police have not permitted us to leave, and we have nothing else to do. However, you all are quite unfortunate. Your lovely trip has been so rudely interrupted. After bidding farewell to Uno, Akaimuto turned to meet the curious gaze of his eldest son. After briefly recounting Uno's words, he found himself increasingly restless. Kuroki's death is too coincidental. He must know something regarding Hirota's demise, Akai Shuichi asserted. Akaimuto remained silent, yet inwardly acquiesced to his son's perspective. 2 days later, the Akai family donned formal attire to attend the funeral of Kuroki. At the solemn gathering, Akaimuto observed a woman clad in a black kimono, presumably Kuroki's wife, Ri. Madam Kuroki, please accept my condolences. Akai Mari approached to offer her solace. Ri Kuroki wiped away her tears, regaining her composure. Thank you. I apologize for burdening you with such a tragedy during your rare holiday. It's just. He promised to surprise me upon my return from Akita. Now the police are alleging he was the murderer of Hirota. With that, she once again concealed her face in sorrow. This statement piqued Akaimuto's interest. Had the police discovered evidence implicating Mr. Kuroki in the murder? It appeared that a glove had been unearthed in the refuse of his villa, bearing both the blood of Hirota and his fingerprints. Akaimuto nodded and recalled, you mentioned that Mr. Kuroki prepared a surprise for you? I find that rather intriguing. As she spoke, Ri took out a neatly folded letter from her small bag, which was delivered back home by a courier after she attended a classmate's reunion. Akaimuto received the letter, which essentially invited Ri to spend a few days at her grandmother's home in Akita, instructing her not to contact him during the class reunion, promising a surprise upon her return. Curiously, the letter was printed. If it was printed, why not simply send it via mail instead of having someone deliver a physical copy? The reason eluded him. Ri tucked the letter away. He had never engaged in such romantic endeavors before. Well, did you discover anything that could be the surprise once you returned home? Ri shook his head. Brother, let us go out and play. After returning to the inn, Hideyoshi changed out of his formal attire. Spending the day in the inn, his only outings were to attend others' funerals, rendering life exceedingly dull for a child. Although Haneda Koji was teaching him shogi, the repetitive nature of the game soon lost its appeal. Sorry, Hideyoshi, I am currently occupied. Why don't you go play with Koji? In stark contrast, Akai Shuichi's focus was entirely absorbed by the case, as he politely declined his brother's invitation. Frustrated, Hideyoshi retreated to his room, retrieved his small bag, and carefully recalled the map as he headed towards the shopping street. The new year had passed. Yet the activities at the shopping street showed no signs of abating. Games designed for children, akin to goldfish scooping, were ubiquitous. And nearby stalls sold an array of sweet treats favored by youngsters. Hideyoshi was instantly captivated and dashed to his stall, engrossed in scooping goldfish. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes in the crowd remained fixated upon him. As night fell, restaurants along the shopping street began to open their doors to patrons. Hideyoshi's stomach grumbled. But glancing at his nearly empty wallet after a day of fun, he sighed quietly. Just then, a pair of large hands lifted him off the ground. Startled, Hideyoshi looked up to meet the gentle face of a young man. Koji, what are you doing here? Of course, I came to follow you, Haneda Koji replied, carrying him into a restaurant. Hideyoshi, it's perfectly normal to want to go out and have fun, but at least inform your parents. If anything were to happen, they wouldn't know where to find you. Feeling guilty, Hideyoshi nodded, sipping his hot drink while deep in thought. He had left home around 1 or 2 in the afternoon, and now, the clock hanging in the restaurant indicated it was already 6 in the evening. This meant that this young man, whom he had only recently met, had quietly watched over him for nearly 5 hours in the biting cold of winter. Thank you, Koji, Hideyoshi murmured, his voice barely audible. After dinner, exhausted from a day of play, Hideyoshi could no longer resist and fell asleep on Haneda Koji's shoulder. Observing the adorable visage of the sleeping boy, Haneda Koji stifled the urge to ruffle his hair and held him a bit tighter. On their way back to the inn, they passed through a villa area, seemingly deserted as the owners were away on vacation, leaving the road shrouded in darkness. For reasons unknown, Haneda Koji suddenly felt an ominous premonition and quickened his pace, holding Hideyoshi closer. The biting night wind roused Hideyoshi from his slumber. "Koji, have we arrived?" Hanada Koji gestured for him to remain silent, his expression serious as he gazed ahead. Just moments ago, he had noticed a figure dressed in black, wearing a hat and mask, entering the villa on their right. A thief? Hanada Koji pondered, deciding to carry Hideyoshi on a detour to call the police from a location where the perpetrator wouldn't notice. As he hid in the backyard of one of the villas, preparing to take out his phone, a large hand halted his attempt to call for help. "Mitsutake-san? Father." Akai Wataru gestured for them to be quiet, accompanied by a substantial number of police officers, albeit without their sirens activated. Hanada Koji focused intently as he noticed that the doorplate of the house that the thief had entered read Kuroki. In fact, it was akin to the exchange of murders depicted in novels, with Kuroki tasked to eliminate Hirota, while Aoyanaji was to assassinate Ri. Upon returning to the inn, Akai Wataru elucidated that, according to their original scheme, Aoyanaji was to secure not the viewing platform on the day of the gathering, but rather the Kuroki villa, with the intent to kill Ri. Kuroki was responsible for killing Hirota during the time frame when Aoyanaji had an alibi, ensuring both had motives and alibis. However, perhaps due to Aoyanaji's feelings for Ri, he was reluctant to carry out the deed. Yet, failure to act would result in Kuroki disclosing his plan to the police and taking matters into his own hands. Thus, Aoyanaji found himself compelled to eliminate Kuroki as well. On the day of Hirota's demise, Aoyanaji was supposed to be at the Kuroki villa as per the plan, but deviated and went to the viewing platform instead. Subsequently, Aoyanaji placed a call to Kuroki's room, which served as a signal. Upon receiving this signal, Kuroki took action against Hirota. Following Hirota's death, Kuroki, feeling uneasy about Aoyanaji, returned to the villa to verify Ri's condition. However, Aoyanaji had preemptively prepared a recording of Ri's voice on a voice recorder hidden in the basement, and had also sabotaged the staircase to fabricate the illusion of Kuroki's accidental demise. Upon hearing this, Hanada Koji understood that the earlier request for the police to temporarily withdraw was made to secure evidence of Aoyanaji retrieving the voice recorder. Chapter 39. Time to work the ship docked, and the three undercover agents from different agencies momentarily set aside their allegiances to enjoy a vacation as ordinary friends. Perhaps inspired by Bourbon's desire to avoid missions during the new year, the trio received their first assignment upon returning to Tokyo. The individual known as Baron, whose real name is Yokoyama Kazutoshi, is a second-generation member of the organization, bearing the codename inherited from his father. The previous Byron was also part of the intelligence unit and a subordinate of Rum, following the untimely death of the former Byron during a mission. The codename was passed down to Yokoyama Kazutoshi, whose mother, a member of the research group, succumbed to heart disease. Notably, Baron's previous activities were primarily centered in Europe, only recently returning to Japan. Upon their arrival in Tokyo, Akai Shuichi received a report on Byron from Akai Zero. "I can see this myself. Is there anything more?" "Indeed. There is more," Akai Zero continued. "Currently, Baron's position remains within the intelligence unit, yet it appears he has grown closer to Jin. Evidence suggests that during previous missions, he only informed Jin of incidents, neglecting to notify Rum's personnel. It seems he is not yet an adversary." Akai Shuichi pondered, "By the way, have you discovered why this individual seemed to have an epiphany 4 years ago?" After a moment's hesitation, Akai Zero replied, "I believe it correlates with an incident from 6 years ago. I found that during that mission, Rum suffered significant losses, and Byron emerged as a survivor. However, that incident was quite embarrassing for Rum. So very few within the organization are privy to the details of what transpired." Akai Shuichi nodded slightly. It was no small feat for Bourbon to track down this point, considering the subject of investigation was an intelligence agent. He raised his gaze to meet the hesitant eyes of Akai Rei, sensing an unspoken query. "Is there something else?" "No. Nothing more. Shall we proceed?" "No need to rush. There will be ample opportunities for interaction in the future." After receiving his response, Akai Rei quietly returned to his room, lost in contemplation. Indeed, he had not fully disclosed his findings to Lai during his investigation into the intelligence surrounding Baron. He had inadvertently come across a lower-level member with whom he had a good rapport, named Shibata Tsubasa. It was said that they had known each other since childhood. Yet due to their parents lacking codenames, Shibata remained in the lower ranks. By deftly extracting information from Shibata, Akai Rei uncovered a point of suspicion. According to Shibata, Baron had previously been allergic to buckwheat, experiencing respiratory difficulties even from a small amount. Strangely, upon returning to Japan, during a meal with Shibata, the food contained buckwheat sauce. Yet Baron exhibited no adverse reactions. Although Akai Rei had no formal medical training, he understood that such allergies were notoriously difficult to cure. How then had Baron overcome his allergy? A potential hypothesis struck him: human experimentation. If Baron were a test subject, it could elucidate the inexplicable resolution of his allergy, as the organization might have injected him with a substance that altered certain characteristics of his body. As the new year unfolded, office workers gradually returned to their posts, and the whiskey group was assigned a new mission. Upon entering the organization's training facility, they caught sight of a silver-haired figure, indicating that Jin himself was personally overseeing this task, underscoring its significance. As they approached, they recognized the familiar presence beside Jin, Baron. It appears we've had quite a few encounters recently, Master Beirong, Akai Rei remarked, testing the waters. The principal party calmly lifted his glass for a sip, seemingly indifferent to the comment, and awaited Jin's assignment. Noticing Beirong's lack of intention to respond, Akai Rei momentarily abandoned his probing. The three took their seats, pondering the uniqueness of this mission and the reason for Beirong's presence. The task involved acquiring goods worth $100 million from a black market dealer, with Jin emphasizing the critical importance of these items to the organization, making it clear that success was mandatory. $100 million? Wouldn't it require an armored truck for a cash transaction? Akai Shuichi inquired, the highest ranking among them. You need not worry about that. We shall pay with diamonds, Beirong replied. After a moment's contemplation, Jufuka Kagemitsu could not restrain his curiosity. What are the items involved? Will they require inspection on site? That is under my purview, Beirong responded. Jufuka Kagemitsu furrowed his brow slightly. Beirong held another significant role as Sherry's guardian, in addition to being a member of the intelligence unit. In this batch of goods, in 3 days, at Saruka, Bourbon and Beirong will handle the transaction while Lai and Scotland provide external cover. Jin swiftly allocated roles. You may leave. With Jin's dismissal, the whiskey group, along with Beirong, rose to depart. Outside the training facility, Beirong walked in another direction. I have a few matters to attend to. Simply relay your plans regarding the mission directly to me. With that, he entered a black private vehicle and departed. Within the training facility, after assigning tasks, Jin neither exited nor engaged in physical training or marksmanship, but instead ordered another drink at the bar. Brother, Vodka cautiously began. Vodka, you may leave, the silver-haired assassin coldly commanded. Leave the car keys. Feeling the icy aura emanating from Jin, Vodka shivered, refraining from further inquiry and departing promptly. 10 minutes later, another door of the training facility creaked open, revealing Beirong, who had ostensibly left. Not bad, he remarked as he sat beside Jin. Jin scoffed, a rat. When Beirong returned to the apartment marked with the kanji for Yokoyama, it was nightfall. Upon entering, he found a man dressed in a black suit, wearing a black fedora and monocle, seated on the living room sofa. What brings you here? Beirong inquired. The man on the sofa smiled. I came to see if you found your answer. But judging by your expression, you seem disappointed. Beirong proceeded to the kitchen, retrieving a bottle of whiskey and 2 glasses. You guessed wrong, but it's not entirely a bad thing. Care for a drink? He offered, shaking the Scotch whiskey in his hand. The man accepted the glass, his other hand perusing the documents he held. What a fine child you are. If only you were an ordinary police officer, but alas, you chose this path. How tragic. The real horror lies not in dwelling in darkness, but in navigating the treacherous edge while remaining wary of betrayal from your comrades. Beirong snatched the documents away. If I were you, I would let it go. But you are not. With a flick of his lighter, Beirong ignited the documents, along with a photograph of a dark-haired youth in police attire, reducing them to ashes. It's time to work. Chapter 40. Exposure? No, this is too dangerous. Akai Rei firmly rejected Jufuka Kagemitsu's plan without hesitation. But Zero. This is the closest we've ever been to the core of the organization. Yet aside from Jin, only we, Lai, and Beirong are privy to this mission. If something goes awry, who do you think Jin will suspect? But perhaps Jin is already suspicious of us, isn't he? Once suspicion arises, regaining his trust will be exceedingly difficult. It would be better to leverage our final value. The police rarely recruit mixed-race police academy students, so your abilities should be inferior to mine. I am the most suitable person for this task. Akai Rei's expression was nearing its breaking point. Lai and Beirong are present. Do you truly believe you can escape? As long as Beirong is with you. The only one I need to be cautious of is Lai. In any case, I do not agree. Years of childhood companionship could not bridge their disagreement. And Jufuka Kagemitsu reluctantly set the topic aside. The impetus behind Jufuka Kagemitsu's willingness to risk exposure to intercept the goods stemmed from his meeting with Wakasa Rumi the previous day. Originally, they had planned to discuss mission details with Lai at a safe house before conducting reconnaissance, but midway through their discussion, the doorbell rang. Upon seeing the person at the door, Akai Rei's expression nearly faltered. Squad leader, what brings you here? Surprisingly, upon encountering Akai Rei, Adaka K did not exhibit much shock. Instead, he retrieved his credentials. Amuro-san, a few days ago you passed by a crime scene. We would like you to accompany us for a statement. We? Akai Rei quickly adjusted his expression. Is Minakawa-san here? He needs to come too. Thus, both exchanged frantic glances with Adaka K to no avail. Ultimately being escorted to the police headquarters, they silently rejoiced that Jiboshi had gone to gather weapons and was not at the safe house. In the interrogation room, the two were seated together, surveying their surroundings, which exuded an air of peculiarity. Entering were Wakasa Rumi and Adaka K, and after Adaka closed the door, their expressions grew more solemn. Akai, Jifuku. Upon hearing their real names, both were taken aback, instinctively glancing around. Wakasa Rumi reassured them, do not be alarmed. We are not recording, and the signal jammer is active. The two individuals finally exhaled in relief. Zero, inquiringly, addressed the class leader and instructor Wakasa. Have you summoned us for some particular reason? I suspect. Jufu has been exposed, Wakasa said. What? It was then that Ida interjected. A couple of days ago, while filing recent cases, I inadvertently discovered that someone has been investigating the cases we encountered during our time at the police academy. Are you referring to the case where the corpse was found in the bathroom water tank? That was solved shortly thereafter, wasn't it? Zero queried, perplexed. Indeed. But the crucial point is that someone is using this case to probe into your personal identities. Ida exclaimed, striking the table in frustration. Jufu contemplated for a moment and countered, but that doesn't seem right. The Public Security Bureau must be aware that we went through that case. The relevant documents should have been sealed. They are utilizing the process of elimination, Wakasa chimed in. After your graduation, your files were divided. Some went to the Metropolitan Police Department, some to the Prefectural Police, while others were dispatched to local stations, and a few chose to change careers. Zero seemed to grasp the situation, realizing that the individuals in question were seeking statements from everyone in that graduating class. Since the incident occurred at the academy and all students had provided statements, by excluding those currently in service, the remaining individuals whose whereabouts were unknown would likely be undercover agents. Upon hearing this, Wakasa regarded Zero with admiration, affirming, I thought the same. Yet, this method is rather time-consuming, Jufu expressed skepticism. Nevertheless, it is the safest approach. One must admit, the opposing party exhibits remarkable patience, Wakasa replied. Indeed. They have been graduated for over 2 years now. It appears this plan has been in motion for at least that long. Wakasa, you only mentioned Hiro and not me. Is it because the traitor is within the Metropolitan Police Department? Records between the Metropolitan Police and the Prefectural Police are not shared. And these homicide case files reside in the archives of the Metropolitan Police. Therefore, Zero, you should be temporarily safe, Wakasa explained before turning to Jufu. I cannot guarantee that the Haven T investigated you. For your safety, you may choose to withdraw. Zero cast a concerned glance at Jufu. I will consider it. But not at this moment. Zero, there is no point in urging me. Even if I were to withdraw now, the organization would pursue me relentlessly, and it would only embroil you further in trouble. We cannot both retreat, Jufu said with a wry smile. Wakasa observed the two with a bittersweet gaze. Having watched these young men grow up, she emotionally wished to shield them from harm. Yet, she understood their tenacity and knew they were not ones to back down easily. After deliberation, they decided to inform Wakasa about their mission while advising her to refrain from taking any hasty actions until they could assess the situation. How unfortunate to have passed by the crime scene, Zero remarked upon returning to the safe house. At least we didn't delay the mission, Jufu replied. The next day, Jufu, under the pretext of being busy with the ongoing mission, ventured out to procure supplies, inviting Zero to accompany him. The reason for not bringing Akai was not solely due to differing allegiances, but also because he was inept in the kitchen on the day of the mission. Bai Long arrived at the safe house for their rendezvous, stating, the mission is about to commence. Leave your phones behind. Let us proceed. Wait, without our phones. How do we communicate? Jufu inquired. Earpieces and walkie-talkies have been prepared for you. Hurry, let us not waste any time, Bai Long urged. The three, each with their thoughts, boarded the vehicle. Following Bai Long's instructions, Bourbon and Bai Long occupied one car, while Scotland and Ray took another. As the destinations for the sniper and intelligence personnel differed, just follow my lead, Bai Long instructed. The night in Tokyo remained vibrant with lights. The vehicle veering towards the suburbs where the illumination gradually dimmed. Drawing upon his knowledge of Tokyo's geography, Zero quickly discerned the issue. They were not headed towards Tsuragaka. Correct. Bai Long replied nonchalantly, elaborating, the opposing party has changed the transaction site to the warehouse at Bay Wharf. However, this is not a significant problem. We can still arrange personnel in Tokyo. Zero inhaled deeply, gradually calming his nerves. Perhaps it was fortunate that the Public Security Bureau had not acted directly. Otherwise, not only would they have been left empty-handed, but they would also have aroused suspicion from the organization. This is for the best from now on. I shall regard myself as a member of the organization and focus on executing the mission. Chapter 41. An undercover agent in the Metropolitan Police Department. The two vehicles branched off in different directions at a fork in the road. At one of the forks, Akai Shuichi halted the car, stating, this is your sniper point. Jufu looked up at the towering shipping containers, realizing he would be responsible for securing the land route from there. Thank you, and good luck, Jufu said, shouldering his sniper rifle as he exited the vehicle. Akai cast a glance in Jufu's direction as he drove off towards his own sniper position. Shuichi Akai's position was not a vantage point, but rather atop a container situated by the sea, where he was tasked with monitoring the waters. The two snipers took their positions, and soon, apart from Bourbon and Pale Dragon, the transaction parties came into view through the scope. A man with a long scar across his face placed a briefcase on the table. As Pale Dragon reached for it, the man swiftly pressed down on the case. Pale Dragon chuckled softly and glanced back at Toru Amuro, who nodded and poured a packet of diamonds onto the table. The man's assistant approached to inspect, nodding in acknowledgement, and the briefcase was pushed towards Pale Dragon. In front of Amuro, Pale Dragon opened the case. And Amuro did not hide his curiosity as he moved closer to see what valuable item could possibly be worth $100 million. However, instead of the anticipated drugs, they found a piece of notepaper. Amuro began, but was abruptly silenced by Pale Dragon's firm grip on his arm, signaling him to remain quiet. A pleasant collaboration. Pale Dragon stated. This is not right, came Akai's voice through the earpiece. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed, mingled with the chaotic sounds of police sirens and hurried footsteps. We need to retreat. The police are coming. Shikuro Zuwabuki swiftly disassembled his sniper rifle while recognizing the approaching individuals as members of the Public Security Bureau, including a few colleagues he had seen only a handful of times. Upon spotting the police, he was initially taken aback. Even if Rumi Wakasa and the team leader had inadvertently informed the authorities, they should have been in Kurigano. He had only recently learned of this location and had no time to inform the police. Stay calm, Zuwabuki reminded himself. Since this wasn't his leak nor Zero's, it would be best to conceal their identities and ascertain the situation. He silently apologized to his colleagues before firing at their arms and legs. As he jumped down from the container, a car executed a perfect drift, stopping right in front of him. The window rolled down to reveal Ray's face. Get in, quickly. What about Bourbon and Pale Dragon? Zuwabuki inquired after entering the vehicle. They've already retreated. However, our transaction parties have been apprehended, Akai replied, having admired Bourbon's reckless driving skills through the scope just moments earlier. As the sirens faded into the distance, the two snipers returned safely to their hideout. You actually failed the mission? Jin's voice dripped with mockery and malice. Meanwhile, the other three in the safe house were both anxious and puzzled. Was Pale Dragon's phone call really on speaker for them to hear? Shouldn't I be the one asking you? Pale Dragon scoffed. Information has leaked. And the police arrived rather swiftly. Who knew about this mission? Aside from you and me, just those three, Jin responded. Are you certain? Pale Dragon countered. What do you mean? Then let me ask you, why did the transaction parties change the location? There was silence on the other end of the line before Jin finally spoke up. Are you serious? Pale Dragon sighed, eliminating all impossibilities. The remaining options, however improbable, were still the truth. After Jin hung up, Pale Dragon rose, realizing that the mission was far from over. The following day, while the two members of the Public Security Bureau prepared breakfast, they seized an opportunity to exchange information. Was that shipment arms? Zuwabuki exclaimed in surprise. So, that briefcase contained the location of their arms stash. Zero sighed. No one ever claimed it was drugs, did they? Besides, those weapons could suffice for dozens of missions, making them quite significant, he remarked. Zuwabuki forced a smile, thinking optimistically that at least they wouldn't be suspected, considering they had only been informed of the location 2 hours prior to the mission. That's hard to say. You know Jin's paranoia, Zero replied, his optimism waning. By the way, didn't you find Pale Dragon's words a bit odd yesterday? Zuwabuki pondered. You mean when Pale Dragon asked Jin why the transaction parties changed locations? Zero nodded. Yes, it sounds like he meant someone else knows the true location of this mission, but it seems Jin is reluctant to believe that person is a traitor. That's not Jin's character. Thus, the question remained, why did the transaction parties suddenly change their location? Zuwabuki hesitated before suggesting, could it be that they were being monitored? Monitored by whom? After a moment, both exclaimed in unison, the police. Changing the transaction location to evade the police seemed plausible. Zero's expression darkened. Hero. We can't contact the Public Security Bureau for a while. After this, I want to transfer your information to be rented by Zero. Zuwabuki responded with a comforting glance. Their childhood camaraderie allowed him to instantly comprehend Zero's intent. There were moles from the organization within the police department. The organization was based at a training facility in Tokyo, where Jin had been waiting at the bar for quite some time. What do you need me for at this hour? I'm quite busy, Pale Dragon said nonchalantly as he sat down, signaling the bartender for a glass of gin. Jin continued to exude an icy demeanor, leaving vodka beside him too intimidated to speak. Why Scotland? Why not Scotland? With that face of his, once he shaves, he has that reassuring appearance that makes him fit to be a police officer, Pale Dragon replied. Jin inhaled deeply and reminded him, Bourbon is the intelligence officer. Scotland's capabilities are quite comprehensive, but as still your assessment of him, Pale Dragon said, downing his drink. When he met Jin's deadly gaze, he reluctantly explained. It's also because Bourbon has a backup plan with the police, while Scotland does not. Oh? Jin's interest was piqued. Bourbon is an intelligence officer, so any casualties during a mission are hard to directly implicate him. Thus, if he were to be turned by the police, he could become a witness. Scotland, on the other hand, has directly killed those people. His only path is loyalty to the organization. Jin's icy demeanor softened slightly, and after a long pause, he inquired. When will this begin? There's no rush. The police academy's enrollment begins in a month. First, we need to deal with that traitor in the police department. Chapter 42. Scotland's departure this winter seemed to linger unusually long. Even though the new year had passed, there were still no signs of warming. People on the streets were bundled in thick coats, drawing their necks in to prevent the cold wind from seeping through their down jackets. Ahem. Perhaps due to the dry weather, when Shuichi Akai, fully dressed, descended from the master bedroom on the second floor, he couldn't help but cough a couple of times. The aroma of food wafted from the kitchen, and Shikuro Zuwabuki, who had awoken early to prepare breakfast, cast a discreet glance at Akai before returning his focus to his tasks. That smells wonderful, Amuro remarked as he passed through the kitchen. Soon, a large pot of steaming fish congee was served on the dining table, and before Akai knew it, a glass of lemon honey water had appeared in front of him. If it weren't for the organization, this kind of life would be quite pleasant, Akai mused silently. In the afternoon, the three received a message from Pale Dragon, and they were first greeted by a photograph. The man in the picture appeared quite young, but based on his birth year, he was nearing 40. It is evident that Barong provided a photograph of this individual from several years ago. The man in question is Akira Taniguchi, codename Pano. Toru Amuro continues to sift through the information, noting that his current identity is that of a public security officer within the Metropolitan Police Department. It appears to be confirmed that he was the one who first urged our transaction partner to change the meeting location, subsequently relaying this information to the authorities. As noted by Shuichi Akai, take a look at the task requirements below, Kage Mitsukazu remarked. We must eliminate this individual without raising suspicion from the police. In other words, we must leave no evidence behind, and ideally, frame another faction for the deed. With that, both snipers turned their attention to the sole intelligence officer among the trio. How much time will you need to find a sniper's position? Amuro inquired. Mitsukazu contemplated for a moment, stating that if he knows the exact location, it would take no more than a day. Amuro nodded and exited. Inside the bustling shopping mall, the New Year festivities were still in full swing, with promotional signs drawing a multitude of consumers. This lively scene rendered the presence of a young man with blonde hair and deep skin alongside a bespectacled man in a green suit and a hedgehog hairstyle at the same shelf utterly unremarkable. Mr. Amuro, the Metropolitan Police Department is currently pursuing a drug trafficking organization, and the second-in-command, Sho Yamato, is presently in Tokyo. Do you have a photograph? Yuya Kazami, who had come to rendezvous, picked up a bag of chips from the shelf, examined it closely, and then returned it to its place, unnoticed by those around him as a photograph slipped beneath the bag. An hour later, Amuro sent the photograph to Barong, accompanied by the message, "Can we eliminate this person?" Included were the details of the individual in the photograph. He is the second-in-command of the largest drug trafficking organization in the Kanto region, according to Amuro's investigation. This organization had some friction with the Black organization, albeit several years prior, making him a fitting scapegoat. Being a criminal himself, with blood on his hands, there would be no psychological burden in eliminating such a person. It can be done, Barong replied promptly, clearly in agreement with the proposal. Amuro allowed a faint smile to cross his lips, but it vanished upon receiving the subsequent message. Send me the task location. Indeed, he would still be under surveillance. Tonight at 7 o'clock, in room 3307 of the Tokyo Hotel, Pano will meet with Sho Yamato, posing as a police officer. Are we to kill him directly? Akai raised an eyebrow slightly. We must eliminate Yamato as well. Don't look at me. This is the only way we can mislead the police into believing that Yamato, or perhaps the enemies of that drug trafficking organization, committed the murder. Mitsukazu nodded in agreement, indicating that they would all go together. Ray, are you all right? Amuro noticed Ray had been rubbing his temples intermittently, his face flushed. I'm fine, it's just this height. Akai frowned in thought, realizing that only the Tokyo Tower would meet the requirements for sniping, with tourists confined to the observation deck. Finding a blind spot from the outside would not be particularly challenging. Mitsukazu bore a look of hesitation. The winter night arrived early, compounded by the snowfall that began that morning, enveloping the city in a veil of white, rendering visibility poor. Given that the operation would take place at night, darkness had already settled. The sniper's position at Tokyo Tower would be at least 700 yards from the Tokyo Hotel. It can be done, Akai affirmed resolutely. This mission was not merely to vindicate him, but also to showcase his capabilities to Barong, ensuring that the latter would think twice before causing him trouble in the future. By the way, Scotland. Amuro suddenly recalled that Mitsukazu's position in this operation had yet to be assigned. This is also something I wanted to discuss. Mitsukazu said with a wry smile. I must take my leave. We will no longer be a team. Oh? Where are you headed? Amuro asked, suppressing his shock. Barong is forming his own operational team, and he mentioned needing a sniper, so he used our surplus of snipers as an excuse for my departure. By the way, he advised me to take fewer assignments, including this one. Mitsukazu finished in one breath, subtly mouthing "don't worry" to his childhood friend. Ah, what a pity. I had planned for us to share a farewell meal, but it seems that opportunity has slipped away, Akai remarked, exhibiting no concern, rather a sense of relief. Having one less member in their organization meant increased safety. Well, it's not like we won't see each other again. We can still run into each other at the training grounds. The streets were adorned with vibrant lights, bustling with activity, utterly devoid of any sense of impending doom. Barong had previously sent Mitsukazu an address for a restaurant atop a building, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the Tokyo Hotel, making it an ideal spot for surveillance. Amuro's role was to masquerade as a waiter outside the room, monitoring the situation and ready to strike. Thus his circumstances were considerably less leisurely compared to the others. Akai, burdened with a guitar case, purchased a ticket to enter the Tokyo Tower, avoiding the crowds after a brief tour on the first floor, stealthily making his way to the rear of the tower. He glanced up at the dimly lit sky. Outside the tower, there was a maintenance access passage, which he could scale with relative ease given his skills. A wave of dizziness washed over him again, and he shook his head to clear his mind before commencing his ascent. At 1850, the sound of wind mixed with faint voices crackled through his earpiece. Position confirmed. Shuichi Akai chose a platform designated for maintenance personnel, a location that rendered him invisible to the tourists below. At 1900 hours, the Grim Reaper's scythe arrived as expected. In Chapter 43, Fallen Ill, Room 3307 boasted a floor-to-ceiling window. Through the scope, Akai could distinctly see Toru Amuro, disguised as a waiter, enter ahead of time to draw the curtains and thoughtfully wipe the glass clean. At 1855, Amuro's voice echoed in his earpiece. Upon catching sight of the newcomer's face, Amuro exhaled in relief. Previously, Hakuryu had provided him with a photograph of Pano from over a decade ago. Even without cosmetic alterations, subtle changes in bone structure would have inevitably occurred over such a lengthy period. Anticipating that the sniper's visibility might be obscured that night, he had taken the precaution of modifying the photograph before handing it to Akai. A wry smile tugging at his lips as he reflected on the necessity of such an adjustment. The skills he possessed in image creation were honed under the tutelage of Hiroshi Haneda. Back in high school, a spate of robberies plagued their neighborhood, and a classmate of Haneda's had been targeted multiple times. Consequently, she sought the assistance of Amuro and Kageyama to investigate the matter. Initially, they had no leads and volunteered to escort the girls home for their safety while gathering any potential clues. While escorting the last girl, they passed through a narrow alleyway, a known blind spot for security cameras, and an unsettling premonition washed over them as they hurried through. The assailant seemed to sense their intent and emerged from hiding, brandishing a fruit knife as he approached them. In response, Amuro and Kageyama urged the girl to call the police while they attempted to intercept the assailant. During the scuffle, Kageyama inadvertently pulled off the assailant's mask. In that fleeting moment, they glimpsed the perpetrator's face. However, he quickly shielded his lower face with his arm and fled before the authorities could arrive. Fortunately, the girl remained unharmed, yet the investigation proved challenging. The police, relying on their descriptions, produced a sketch, but both men felt it bore little resemblance to the individual they had seen. They had initially prepared to abandon this avenue in favor of other leads when Officer Rumi Wakasa called out to them, inquiring if they were free that weekend to visit her home. Surely Officer Wakasa has a solution, Kageyama remarked. Trusting her, they agreed to go. Upon arriving, they were taken aback to find Hiroshi Haneda awaiting them. Mr. Haneda? What brings you here? They wondered. Haneda smiled, assuring them that they would soon understand. Let us address the matter at hand. You both saw the assailant's appearance, correct? They nodded, explaining that they had reported their observations to the police, but the sketch consistently deviated from their recollections. Could you please recount your observations once more? Haneda had prepared his tools, urging them not to rush but to recall the details as vividly as possible. Exchanging puzzled glances, they endeavored to remember the assailant's features. During the sketching process, Haneda also inquired about the appearance of the girl they had been protecting, making simple modifications to the drawing based on their recollections. Is this accurate? He asked, holding up the sketch. Their eyes widened in astonishment. It was an exact match, Kageyama exclaimed, and the expressions are strikingly similar. Amuro added, how did you achieve this? You both possess an accurate memory of faces, yet your descriptions became conflated with that of the girl, Haneda elucidated. According to Wakasa, the precinct lacks a dedicated forensic artist. Typically, a detective with artistic skills takes on that role, so it's understandable there would be discrepancies. Kageyama casually remarked that if Haneda were not a shogi player, he could very well assist Officer Wakasa. Noticing Haneda deep in thought, they exchanged bewildered looks. Enough with the jesting, Wakasa interjected, cutting off the banner. Before departing, Amuro timidly inquired, could you teach me? Haneda regarded him thoughtfully, prompting Amuro to clarify. I aspire to enroll in the police academy. I can certainly assist, but my training in memorizing images was primarily for enhancing memory skills. If you wish to learn, that would be an excellent starting point. In addition, Haneda's ability to discern faces stemmed from his exchanges with Kaido Kuroba regarding disguise techniques, though he withheld this detail from Amuro for the time being. As Pano entered the target room, Akai smirked, noting that Amuro was well prepared. Has our transaction partner arrived? He inquired. They've entered the elevator, came Amuro's reply. Akai's expression shifted as a sharp pain pierced his stomach, the chill of the wintry night enveloping him, and dizziness washed over him once more. With the target drawing near, he, as a seasoned sniper, promptly adjusted his breathing. Yamado acknowledged Pano with a nod and quickly assessed the room, approaching the window as if to draw the curtains. A gunshot shattered the glass, leaving a gory mark on the man's skull. A second shot rang out mere seconds later, executing a clean and decisive kill. I'll go take a look, Kageyama announced, rising from the table. There's no need. Those two are already deceased. No, I want to check on Ray, he clarified. Akai's subtle adjustment of his breathing had gone unnoticed by most, but Kageyama, sharing the same sniper expertise, had sensed it. Let's go, he urged. And together they hurried towards Tokyo Tower. After climbing the maintenance access route and illuminating their path with flashlights, they indeed spotted the dark figure of Ray, lying motionless on the small platform. Hey, wake up. Can you hear me? Kageyama rushed forward, shedding his coat to drape it over Akai's body. At this moment, Akai Shuichi's condition could only be described as dire. His brow was furrowed, his face glistened with cold sweat, and the flush that colored his cheeks clearly indicated a severe fever. Scotland, put away the sniper rifle. Bourbon, drive us to the exit of Tokyo Tower. After swiftly issuing these commands, Balong hoisted Akai Shuichi onto his back and hurriedly descended the stairs. When Amuro Turu arrived, he too was taken aback by Akai Shuichi's state. Could it be an injury? No, it appeared to be an illness. Take him to the nearest hospital. Even if it's not affiliated with the organization, Balong stated. Noting that Akai Shuichi bore no mysterious wounds, and that the choice of hospital was of little consequence at this point, Shuichi Akai lost consciousness only after completing his mission. In a daze, the scene before him shifted from a frigid snowy night to a sunlit day, revealing a place he knew all too well, his home in England. As he pushed open the door, he saw his father, Wutake Akai, playfully engaging with Yoshiji. The visage of his father was indistinguishable from his memories. Meanwhile, Mari Akai, clad in a floral dress and apron, brought dishes to the dining table. He could already anticipate the peculiar taste that the pasta on the table would possess. Akai Shuichi extended his hand, attempting to grasp the fleeting happiness that eluded him. Chapter 44. Return to the police academy. Within the dreamlike imagery, a family gazed at him with smiles, the scene frozen in time, gradually slipping away like sand in the wind. Once again, he found himself plunged into an endless night. The organization's trials, the perilous undertakings that danced on the edge of danger, and the lives extinguished under his watch. Shuichi. The familiar call jolted him awake. The glaring fluorescent light assaulting his eyes, and the hand that instinctively sought to shield him was restrained by an unseen force. Don't move. As consciousness slowly returned, he realized the person gripping him was seated beside the hospital bed. Balong, still receiving intravenous fluids, cautioned, don't fidget. Otherwise, the needle might come loose. And we'll have to summon a nurse. Akai Shuichi cast a glance around. This appeared to be an ordinary hospital. Looking up, he noticed that the four bag was still half full. He kept a wary eye on Balong, pondering whether he had inadvertently revealed anything during his unconscious state. A cup of warm water was presented to him, accompanied by a warning that if he had spoken unwisely earlier, he might not have regained consciousness. Akai Shuichi took the water cup but did not drink. You've been boiling for several hours. Be cautious of dehydration. Balong then grabbed another paper cup and filled it halfway from the kettle, downing it in one gulp. Scotland will remain with you for a few more days. Observing Balong's departing figure, Akai Shuichi's vigilance did not wane. The door to the ward opened once more, revealing Amuro Turu. You are awake. Amuro held a stack of bills, having presumably gone to settle the payment. The doctor had informed that you were suffering from acute gastroenteritis, compounded by a slight fever due to a chill. Akai Shuichi nodded slightly, inquiring about the mission. 2 targets had been dispatched with a single bullet to the head. And currently, the police suspected that the assailant was an enemy of Yamato Sho. The news on his phone corroborated his assertion, leaving Amuro Turu murmuring under his breath. I don't know whether to admire you for fainting after completing the task. I'm back, he announced. Akai Shuichi would need to remain in the hospital for at least one night, while Amuro Turu returned alone to the safe house. Shuko Fukajiki was absent from the living room, and the documents on the coffee table caught Amuro Turu's attention. Beside a photograph of Shuko Fukajiki was a pseudonym, Midori Kawake, accompanied by academic credentials that closely mirrored the true background of Shuko Fukajiki. Beneath this document lay an application form for the police academy. Hero? Amuro Turu inquired, clutching the 2 sheets as he approached Shuko Fukajiki's bedroom. What is this? This is what I wanted to discuss with you, Shuko Fukajiki sighed. Hakuru wants me to attend the police academy at 8 in the evening after safely retrieving Akai Shuichi from Tokyo Tower. Hakuru remained in the hospital room while Shuko Fukajiki sensibly undertook the hospitalization formalities, including obtaining test results. On his way back to the ward, he was preoccupied with thoughts. The organization harbored no sense of camaraderie. If they were not stabbing one another in the back, that was already commendable. It was a tremendous favor to be taken to the hospital during times of illness. Hakuru's attitude towards Rei became a concern. Upon arriving at the door of the hospital room, he instinctively softened his footsteps, attempting to peer through the glass of the door to see what Hakuru was doing. In moments of solitude, one could most easily shed their disguise. Come in, Hakuru's voice resonated from within, evidently calling for him, while Rei remained unconscious. A month later, report to the Tokyo Police Academy. Wait, what? You want me to attend the police academy? Shuko Fukajiki momentarily failed to comprehend, instinctively agreeing, yet upon regaining his senses, his face betrayed disbelief. You heard correctly. After Pano's death, we lost our intelligence source from the Metropolitan Police Department. We need someone to fill that gap. And both Jin and I believe you are the most suitable candidate. But Shuko Fukajiki struggled to articulate his thoughts, as the documents in his hands, ranging from personal information to registrations for the police academy entrance exam and civil servant examination, seemed to blatantly indicate that whether he wished to or not, he was bound to this task. Bourbon is the true intelligence officer. After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to utter this retort. It is not solely intelligence officers who can perform intelligence work, Hakuru replied, as though he had anticipated this reaction. That is the crux of the matter, Shuko Fukajiki said with a resigned gesture. After hearing his explanation, Amuro Tura carefully analyzed the current situation. Upon reflection, this decision was not necessarily detrimental, given Hiro's capabilities. He would undoubtedly excel in the work at the Metropolitan Police Department, and his safety there would far exceed that within the organization. The downside, however, would be a relative decrease in intelligence acquired from the organization. This thought gave him pause. If the undercover operation within the Metropolitan Police Department was compromised, and should that individual not betray the organization, what if they discovered Hiro's true identity? Realizing that refusal was no longer an option, he resolved to undertake the task diligently. I will have Kazami go to the academy and make the necessary arrangements. Hiro should remain in a safe place. I shall handle the dangerous matters, Amuro Tura contemplated. Shuichi Akai possesses remarkable physical prowess. His illness arrived swiftly yet departed just as quickly. During the time spent caring for him, Keiichi Shikuro imparted culinary skills to Ryugi Zero, under the pretext of wishing not to see his two former teammates starve after his departure. Police Academy, ha 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 ha. After 3 years of hard work, Kei-chan, you've finally become our junior. Renpei Matsuda chuckled heartily, nearly toppling over in laughter. Come now, Matsuda, restrain yourself a bit. Little Shiku. Midorikawa is merely fulfilling his duty, Kinji Hajiwara interjected hurriedly, although the twitching of his shoulders betrayed his true feelings. Oh, have you stumbled upon some delightful tidbit? Please do share, Shikuro responded with a gentle smile, his gaze drifting to the black lilies blooming behind him, prompting the duo to instantly fall silent. In the office, Instructor Onizuka surveyed the 4 former students standing in a line, feeling a throbbing headache brewing. Notably, aside from the twin stars of the explosive disposal team and Keiichi Shikuro, Rumi Wakasa was also present. Are you here to see the instructor, or to witness a comedy? Rumi remarked with a bemused expression, rubbing her temples in exasperation. Well, I initially came to see the instructor, but it seems I've stumbled upon a delightful surprise, Hajiwara chuckled once more. The Public Security Bureau has already contacted me. Onizuka ultimately sighed. The school has reassigned several instructors acquainted with you under the guise of exchange training, and the remainder have signed confidentiality agreements. They possess calm demeanors, so there should be no issues. I apologize for causing you trouble, Instructor. Shikuro bowed his head in contrition. By the way, what prompted you to adopt this name? Rumi inquired, finding the name change somewhat peculiar, as it retained a character from his original name, allowing for plausible deniability should he encounter familiar faces at the Metropolitan Police Department. It was not my decision, Shikuro replied. Upon receiving the assignment, the organization prepared my alias and false identity. I see. Rumi's expression darkened slightly. Wakasa, what troubles you? The perceptive Hajiwara noted Rumi's demeanor. Nothing. I hope I am merely overthinking. If Shikuro has been compromised, he shouldn't be sent back to the Metropolitan Police, following the organization's protocol. He would either be silenced or retained within the organization to relay false intelligence. Rest assured, you need not worry about the police academy. Focus on safeguarding yourself. Instructor Onizuka's expression softened, yet held a touch of resignation. What are your plans henceforth? Upon graduating from the police academy, I should report to the Metropolitan Police Department, Matsuda stated. Shikuro nodded in agreement. Presently, the organization aligns with this course of action. The recently deceased Akihito Taguchi was an undercover agent placed within the Metropolitan Police. The organization urgently requires another source of intelligence, hence my enrollment in the academy. The revelation caused the group to collectively gasp in shock. The notion of colleagues they had interacted with daily being allied with criminals was chilling. All right, let's not be so pessimistic, Hajiwara expertly lightened the mood. At least we have a genuine police officer returning to the Metropolitan Police, and we need not fear that little Shikuro will betray us. Moreover, if we cooperate effectively, we might even ambush that organization. Upon reflection, the others recognized the validity of his statement. As expected of you, Hajiwara. Enough. You two can take your leave. I won't eat Shikuro. Instructor Onizuka began to usher them out. Wait a moment. Why are you only dismissing us? Officer Wakasa is here too. Matsuda protested. This year's on-duty instructor is still me, Rumi replied. Besides, I am quite eager to see Midorikawa's performance. Why is even Officer Wakasa so delightfully mischievous? Shikuro mused. Half a year later, amidst a cacophony of explosive sounds, the night sky above the outskirts of Moscow was illuminated as if it were day. The heat wave utterly dismantling the dilapidated factory. A stray cat rummaging through a trash can fled in terror. Not far off, atop the rooftop of an abandoned building, Shuichi Akai tapped his earpiece. Hello, can you hear me? Silence met him save for the crackling of static. Has the explosion affected the signal? Akai muttered, swiftly disassembling his sniper rifle and stowing it in a violin case before descending the stairs, flooring the accelerator to rendezvous with his 2 companions. Approximately 100 meters from the factory engulfed in flames, Akai spotted a figure emerging from the blaze and smoke. Only Toru Amuro had emerged, his clothes riddled with burn holes and a wound on his forehead oozing blood. Akai Shuichi glanced around him and asked, where is Bai Long? He hasn't been left behind, has he? Amuro Toru shrugged, expressing his uncertainty. I have no idea. Once we entered, we parted ways. Let him be. It's his choice to come along, he added. Following Akai Shuichi's recovery, he and Amuro Tura had undertaken numerous missions together, yet for some reason, Bai Long was frequently present, either joining midway or being included in their assignments. The explanation offered was, my sniper partner is engaged with another task, so I can only tag along with you. Given Bai Long's status, neither of them felt comfortable voicing their discontent, opting instead for private expressions of dissatisfaction. After several collaborations, they gradually recognized Bai Long's true prowess. As an intelligence officer, his capabilities rivaled those of Amuro Tura, and his physical skills allowed him to hold his ground against Jin during training bouts, effortlessly displaying a facade of nonchalance that suggested he was not exerting his full potential. Furthermore, Amuro Tura, also an intelligence officer, noticed some peculiar habits of Bai Long, such as his tendency to swiftly evade them post-mission to make phone calls to another individual. Amuro had once attempted to investigate who was behind Bai Long, but his efforts proved futile, and he ceased his inquiries upon receiving a warning from Bai Long. At that moment, both of their phones chimed simultaneously with a message from Bai Long, stating he had vacated the area and that they need not wait for him. Amuro Tura replied, then let us depart. After Amuro entered the vehicle, Akai Shuichi pressed the accelerator and drove away. The safe house they selected was nestled in a resort area, a standalone villa. Since it was currently the off-peak tourist season, only one other household nearby was occupied, alleviating the burden of concealing their whereabouts. What shall we have for breakfast? Amuro Tura inquired. I'm not picky. Anything but bread will suffice, came the response. During their mission in Russia, he had subsisted solely on bread to save time, and even when he craved coffee, it was replaced with milk on the pretext of being gentler on his stomach. I'll have to order some pasta when we return, Amuro Tura remarked. Resonating with the sentiment, I miss Hiro's cooking. By the way, that bomb couldn't have been planted by the target, could it? Akai Shuichi interjected suddenly. Recalling his earlier suspicions during their evacuation, the target, under any circumstances, should not have been the one to detonate it. I may have a clue as to who it was, Amuro Tura replied casually while washing the dishes. Oh? Akai Shuichi's interest peaked. Genuinely surprised that Amuro actually had an insight. Plamia, a recent bomb perpetrator active in Europe and America. His name, age, and nationality remain unknown. But his expertise lies in chemical explosives, Amuro disclosed with a detached demeanor. After showering, Akai Shuichi donned a bathrobe and picked up his phone. Jin. I'm currently in Moscow. Seeking me is futile. It's related to your present task, came Jin's cold voice, laced with a hint of madness, which even long-distance communication could not obscure. You certainly stay well informed. The orders from that gentleman are to bring Plamia back, alive. Jin, disinterested in idle chatter, proceeded directly to the matter at hand, instructing, have Bai Long accompany you. As the weight of unease settled upon Akai Shuichi, it became evident that the organization sought to recruit Puramia, a prospect he deemed utterly unacceptable. With a powerful backing, Puramia would endanger countless lives. Had it not been for Bakura's involvement, Akai had intended to orchestrate an untimely demise for Puramia. However, the current circumstances, complicated by Bakura's presence, altered his plan significantly. In a solitary apartment on the outskirts of Moscow, a man lamented, for you, I flew from Japan to Moscow without so much as a meal. How do you intend to express your gratitude? As he juggled various tasks, Bakura responded with a light chuckle. I have the latest intelligence from the zoo. Take it. The man set down his belongings, taking the documents with 2 fingers, adding, I've made some improvements. Next time, the heat won't cause a mess on your face. Be careful. After the man departed, Bakura glanced at Jin's email, a shadow flickering in his eyes. Chapter 46, Reunion with Puramia in Shibuya. Let us welcome Officer Mitakawa K to the Investigation Division, announced Hajiwara Kinji, raising his teacup. Meanwhile, Amuro Tura, under the guise of Mitakawa K, rubbed his temples, casting a resigned glance at his 2 boisterous peers. Indeed, after a 6-month tenure at the police academy, Shakuba Kiku faced the departmental selection process once more. Prior discussions with the Public Security Bureau had allowed for Mitakawa to return as an undercover agent, preventing the organization from sending him back to the academy. Yet, when he submitted his application under the name Mitakawa K, it was swiftly rejected. In an unprecedented turn, Bakura, who had never contacted him during his academy days, sent a message, join the investigation division. With such an order, he had no choice but to comply, leading to the present scene. He realized that there were insiders within the Metropolitan Police Department. Rest assured, there are no wiretaps here, Wakasaki Rumi assured him. Thank you, Inspector Wakasaki, Matsuda Jinpei replied. Then added, by the way, Kei, it's fine for you to be here, but why has the blonde teacher come as well? Aren't you afraid of raising suspicions from the organization? No problem, replied Akai Shuichi, donning a smile reminiscent of bourbon, based on the information provided by Bakura. We've refined Mitakawa's profile. After graduating from university without finding a suitable job, he worked as a detective assistant under Amuro for 3 years. Influenced by Amuro, he decided to pursue a career in law enforcement, hence his enrollment in the police academy. That sounds quite plausible, Hajiwara remarked, linking Mitakawa with Amuro. Even if they were seen together during their assignments for the organization, it can be easily explained, and it clarifies why Mitakawa didn't head straight to the academy after graduation. Moreover, a convoluted backstory adds an air of authenticity, Shakuba added. All right, let us discuss the matter at hand. Matsuda said, lazily leaning back in his chair. You two didn't summon us and Inspector Wakasaki just for a meal, did you? The two exchanged glances. And under the astonished gazes of their colleagues from the explosive disposal unit, Amuro produced 2 vials, one red, one blue, and several photographs. These are explosives we've encountered. Set by the internationally infamous assassin codenamed Piramia. I was asked to have my police friend Mitakawa K investigate if the explosives disposal unit has any additional leads on Piramia. Matsuda examined the photographs, which displayed various angles of a bomb placed in an abandoned factory. The red and blue liquids appeared rather sinister. Wakasaki snatched a photo from Matsuda. Glancing at it. I've heard of this individual. Your organization wishes to recruit Piramia? Akai nodded gravely. We cannot allow him to join forces with the organization. Where to? I'll drive you, Amuro offered, having arrived by car, with only Hajiwara among the others also possessing a vehicle. Just drop us off at XXXXXX. A heavy silence enveloped the car. Matsuda attempted to inquire about their well-being over the years, but the words caught in his throat. It was evident that things had not improved. He was fully aware of Akai's undercover work. Wakasaki gazed out the window, lost in thought. The notion of an insider from the organization within the police department left her unsettled, especially Akai and Shikuba, whom she had watched grow up. Thankfully, Shikuba had returned to the Metropolitan Police, albeit with fewer reports, yet he was now under her watchful eye, making it easier to manage any potential fallout. Reflecting on this, she looked at the blonde youth behind the wheel. The boy who had once eagerly learned from her had now matured into a capable officer, bearing greater responsibilities. A bittersweet smile graced her lips as she recalled another individual from whom she had received no word for years. Amuro glanced ahead, applying the brakes. It seems something has occurred up ahead, Matsuda remarked. Let us go check it out, Amuro said, pulling over. Your identity, is it all right? Wakasaki inquired as she opened the door. It's fine, Amuro replied, shaking his head. Since I'm looking for Mitakawa-ke, I can't avoid contact with the police. Unbeknownst to them. Across the street, a familiar red Mustang was parked, and Akai Shuichi casually inquired, Are you certain Piramia will come? It's hard to say, Bakura replied. His gaze fixed on his phone, filled with messages. The vigilante group formed by the families of the victims were merely ordinary people, their skills lacking. Such a crude trap would not ensnare Piramia, yet it was plausible he might retaliate. It all depended on whether Piramia felt inclined to eliminate them. Their activity. Akai murmured, his emerald green eyes surveying the approaching figures, his pupils narrowing slightly. Why is Wakasaki with Bourbon in Scotland? He turned to Bakura, who appeared unfazed by the presence of Bourbon in Scotland, seemingly having anticipated their arrival. Indeed, they seem to have a plan in place. They are police officers. Merely passing by, likely investigating a situation, Bakura commented nonchalantly. If Piramia were to be captured by these individuals, there would be no need for recruitment. True, Akai concurred. A sudden spark of inspiration igniting within him. If we could orchestrate Piramia's capture at the hands of Wakasaki, the organization would certainly lose interest in recruiting him. Even if Jin were to inquire, it would appear Piramia's ineptitude was to blame, leaving no suspicion cast upon us. I'll head to the sniper's position, Akai declared. Picking up his case as he exited the vehicle. Wait for my signal before taking action. Aim to incapacitate. We need him alive, Bakura reminded him without looking up. Understood. Akai acknowledged, waving as he approached a building several hundred meters away. Inside, the team split up. Matsuda and Wakasaki ascended to the 3rd floor, where they discovered an injured foreign man bound to a pillar. Hey, are you all right? We're police officers, Matsuda announced, displaying his identification. The foreigner uttered a brief phrase in a foreign language. He is speaking Russian, urging us to run, Wakasaki translated, subsequently explaining their identities in Russian and freeing the man. Let us go. There is likely more to uncover upstairs. Bang. As they reached the 4th floor, the sound of gunfire echoed. Exiting the stairwell, they found Akai engaging Shikuba and Hajiwara, both lying on the ground, with the weapon still in Akai's grip. Step back. Rakasa Rumi drew her firearm and approached slowly. Chapter 47. The Demise of Piramia. Footsteps echoed, growing louder as several individuals hastened inside. A bomb lay prominently on the table, its red and blue liquid shimmering with an eerie glow. Hajiwara Kinji stepped forward, activating the signal jammer before beginning to examine the explosive device. While Matsuda Zenpei naturally joined the effort to defuse it, the remaining 3 continued their pursuit upstairs, but after several flights, the assailant remained elusive. Oh no, Matsuda and Hajiwara. Rakasa Rumi exclaimed, racing back. In the room containing the bomb, Matsuda Zenpei and Hajiwara Kinji were each scrutinizing the device before them. Essentially, the 2 solutions needed to remain separate. Hajiwara Kinji analyzed. Exactly. The valves are interconnected. Shall we dismantle them simultaneously? All right. But wait, someone is approaching. Matsuda Zenpei turned to see a figure clad in a black cloak and wearing a beaked mask aiming a gun at them. Hey, can't you see I'm engrossed in bomb research? He provoked, concealing Hajiwara Kinji behind him. Bang. A bullet struck the metal, producing a dull thud. The duo looked up in surprise. Captain, can someone without a gun refrain from provoking those who are armed? Hidaka K roared. From a side door, Jubin Kaigaka kicked Piramia's wrist, causing the gun to clatter to the floor. Reluctant to engage, Puramia sprinted to the staircase and fired a grappling hook across the way. Don't even think about fleeing. Rakasa Rumi shot at the rope of the grappling hook, causing Puramia to lose her balance and tumble to the third floor of the adjacent building. Captain, lend a hand. Turning around, she saw Akai Shichi shedding his coat, sprinting forth, and with Adaka KS assistance, leaping to the opposite building. Hey, you. Rakasa Rumi regarded the reckless student with exasperation. I'm going to support Zero. Jubin Kaigaka stated. No, you have no weapon. I'll handle it. With that, Rakasa Rumi turned to descend the stairs. In the red Mustang. Byron glanced at his watch and then up, noting that the masked figure's grappling hook had been severed, sending it crashing onto the third floor. Byron grinned and descended. Puramia reached the top floor, surveying her surroundings. Swish. A bullet struck nearby. Based on the trajectory, Puramia identified the only possible location, her pupils narrowing. 800 yards. You're late, Miss Puramia. Byron climbed leisurely to the rooftop, hands tucked in his black trench coat pockets, exuding an air of ease. Who are you? A mechanical voice emanated from behind the beaked mask. Not only was her escape route blocked, but her true gender was also revealed, prompting Puramia to slowly reach for her lower back. Relax, I'm here to discuss cooperation. So, could you please put away that grenade? My associates want to afford you the opportunity to use it. Realizing she had been discovered, Puramia gradually released her grip. I don't need partners. Is that so? You just encountered a predicament. Puramia smirked coldly. I can handle it myself, including you. As she spoke, she edged towards the rooftop water tank, the nearest dead zone from a sniper's sight. On the fourth floor, Amiro Tura leaped up and quickly pursued, suddenly hearing another voice. Byron, what is he doing here? Amiro hid in the stairwell and eavesdropped for a moment, sensing that the two above were on the verge of a breakdown in negotiations. Byron must have brought a sniper. The evidence lay in the recent gunfire, likely from Ray. If Byron and Puramia clashed, it would allow Ray to eliminate Puramia, and if he could simultaneously injure Byron, all the better. With this thought, he intercepted Rakasa Rumi, quietly informing her of the situation. Puramia is in my blind spot, Ray noted. I'll handle it. You act accordingly. Upon seeing this, Puramia suddenly surged forward, pulling Byron in front of her to shield herself from the sniper. Bang! A shot rang out. The bullet piercing Puramia's head, causing her grip on Byron to loosen. Gasping heavily, Byron expressed, Thank you, officer, for saving my life. You're welcome, Rakasa Rumi replied coldly, fixing her gaze on Byron. But, sir, why are you still here? Did you not hear the evacuation order? Ah, my apologies. I had headphones on and didn't hear. Byron replied. Rakasa sighed. Then please accompany us to provide a statement. And by the way, have we met before? Byron flashed a harmless smile. If I had previously encountered such an outstanding officer as yourself, I would surely remember. However, this is indeed our first meeting. Matsuda Zenpei and Hajiwara Kinji successfully disarmed the bomb, awaiting the bomb squad to retrieve and dispose of the 2 canisters of liquid. Rakasa Rumi walked behind them, discreetly deleting information from her phone. Several hundred meters away, Akai Shichi swiftly stowed his sniper rifle. He felt quite content with the outcome. Recalling having seen Rakasa Rumi's figure through the scope, a bold idea had suddenly struck him when Byron was taken hostage by Puramia. He sent a message to Rakasa Rumi, recalling the number he had saved, eliminate Puramia. As anticipated, Rakasa Rumi, under the guise of rescuing the hostage, dispatched Puramia, ensuring that the blame for Puramia's death would not fall upon him. However, he had caught sight of a young man with black hair and cat-like eyes. Although he had shaved off his beard, he recognized him as Scotland. Thus, Scotland's reappearance after being missing from the organization for 6 months, now seemingly familiar with Rakasa Rumi, raised questions that demanded answers. That night, Rakasa Rumi returned home after a long day's work to find the light still on in Handake GS chess room. Though the doors and windows were tightly shut, which was out of character for him, Rakasa approached and knocked on the door. Come in. It's not locked. Upon receiving confirmation, Rakasa opened the door to find both Handake G and Akai Shichi inside. You, didn't he come through the door, did you? Your walls aren't particularly high, Akai replied. As for the Puramia incident, rest assured, I've taken care of it. I know, Akai Shichi responded. Be cautious of that young man with black hair and cat-like eyes. Black-haired, cat-eyed? Rakasa Rumi was taken aback. Midori Kawake? Akai Shuichi nodded slightly. Do you know him? A fresh graduate from the police academy, assigned to my team. What's the matter? He is a member of the organization Codename Scotland. Upon hearing this, Hanada Kuji cast a worried glance at Wakasa Rumi, who responded with a reassuring smile. It's fine. Now that I know, I understand how to handle it. With that, Akai Shuichi prepared to scale the wall and depart. Wait, Hanada Kuji interjected. Isn't Shuichi at home? Are you going to see him? Hearing his brother's name softened the stern expression on Akai's face. On second thought, perhaps I should refrain from visiting. Once we meet, I might not be able to leave. The Hanada couple exchanged a glance, chuckling helplessly. Throughout their childhood, it was the elder Shuichi who clung more tightly, a tendency that became more pronounced after Hanada Yasuharu's passing a few years ago. In contrast, Sayaka appeared more independent and mature, behaving like a little adult at an age when she should have been in junior high. Joking aside, The Haneda couple understood Shuichi's nature and allowed him to cling to them. After experiencing numerous farewells, the fear of losing those close became more palpable. Speaking of which, Akai had mentioned Scotland. Haneda Kuji inquired with concern, only to be interrupted by Wakasa Rumi's laughter. Fool. Think a little harder about Mikirikawa-kei. Haneda Kuji repeated the name, suddenly widening his eyes. Kei. Wakasa Rumi nodded, smiling. Who would have thought they are undercover in the same organization? Oh right, they might even be in the same group. So, Kei's code name is Scotland. Haneda Kuji remarked, if it's him, that's somewhat reassuring. At least I need not worry about betrayal. But you didn't inform Shuichi? Wakasa Rumi's smile gradually faded. I indeed wanted to offer Shuichi whatever help I could, but not at the expense of Zero and Kei's safety. Just as I wish to protect both, I won't casually reveal Shuichi's identity to them. Haneda Kuji nodded. You are indeed thoughtful. Baku, I see you have a death wish. Came the furious roar of Jin from the other end of the phone. Hey, be reasonable. It was the police who killed her, not me, Baku explained. Pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation, Jin scoffed coldly. Isn't it your incompetence that led to being held hostage by Puramia? There was no choice. Skilled bomb makers are a rare find, and she is a woman. We couldn't very well engage in a brawl. After a moment of silence, Baku could not help but ask, speaking of which, Jin, if I recall correctly, the organization has a dedicated department for bomb research. Why recruit Puramia from the outside? Because a standard bomb wouldn't blend into the areas we intend to demolish, Jin replied tersely. Puramia's chemical bombs can discreetly transport various seemingly innocuous materials, which can then be assembled into a bomb on site. Assembly on site. Baku murmured, contemplating before asking, which major event? Not an event, but a zoo. Baku was taken aback. The organization that uses animals as code names? The task details will be sent to your inbox by the boss, along with rye and bourbon. Jin concluded before hanging up. Baku pondered for a moment before dialing another number. Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. As a newcomer, Mikirikawa-kei had very few field assignments, spending most of his time in the office dealing with tedious paperwork. Mikirikawa, aren't you going for lunch? A short-haired female officer entered the office and asked. I'm nearly done with this document, and Officer Hajiwara from the bomb disposal unit invited me to a social gathering, Mikirikawa-kei explained with a smile. Sato Mawako frowned. Hajiwara's social skills are terrifying. Even a rookie like you can mingle so quickly. She recalled how, just a week after her own employment, her friend Miyamoto Yumi had enthusiastically talked about Officer Hajiwara Kenji, who was not only handsome and humorous, but also shared her love for street racing. However, Hajiwara's personality was indeed pleasant, making interactions comfortable. Mikirikawa-kei timely salvaged the reputation of his peers. Well, I'm off to the mobile unit now. On his way to the mobile unit, Mikirikawa-kei's phone rang, and he glanced around before slipping into an empty fire escape. Baku, I'm at the police headquarters. I know. Baku replied. The bomb Puramia placed in Shibuya was, if I recall correctly, disarmed, right? Correct. What do you need me to do? Mikirikawa-kei's heart raced as he silently contemplated what he would do if Baku instructed him to steal the two bomb solutions. Baku continued. The police department should have already assigned the neutralizing agent. You need to sneak out the formula without telling anyone. Before Mikirikawa-kei could respond, Baku hung up. Previously, when he discovered the chemical bomb in Moscow, he had secretly kept a portion with him, which was why he did not evacuate with bourbon. The chemical bomb he had retained was intended as his own weapon reserve, allowing him to escape if cornered by enemies, a detail he had not reported to the organization. As for asking Scotland for the neutralizing agent, it was primarily to control the explosion's radius. Mobile unit, look who it is, little Mikirikawa. Today, Hajiwara Kenji wore a white athletic top paired with sports shorts, making him appear a few years younger. How's it going? Finished? Mikirikawa-kei greeted with a smile, exchanging a glance with his peers before walking toward a nearby computer with his phone in hand. Hajiwara Kenji understood and casually leaned closer to block Mikirikawa-kei's view. What was that about? Matsuda Jinpei, who had been silently observing Mikirikawa-kei's earlier actions, finally asked in the cafeteria. Just a neutralizing agent, nothing to worry about. Since Baku could send him to steal the formula instead of directly asking the organization's research facility, it indicated that Baku retained bomb samples but did not inform the organization. That's good, Matsuda Jinpei remarked. By the way, are you going to that illusionist performance in a few days? Illusionist? Mikirikawa-kei recalled a file he had processed at the police headquarters. Gunnar von Gutenberg too? What about him? Hajiwara Kenji chuckled lightly. Actually, it's nothing significant. This illusionist had a minor incident during performances in other countries. For safety, the police department will likely send personnel to maintain order, and the bomb disposal unit has us on standby. He leaned in closer, adding, however, little Jinpei has never seen an illusionist before, so he has been looking forward to it for a long time. Hagi. All right, enough of that. However, I've heard that tickets for this illusionist show are notoriously hard to come by. Often, even with money, one cannot secure a ticket. As they say, only those chosen by the gods can attend. How pretentious. Mikirikawa-kei's face betrayed a hint of concern. Such a coincidence. Helen sought him for a calming agent at this moment. Chapter 49. Gunther von Gothenburg too. Inside the safe house, upon receiving news of his childhood friend, Toru Amuro immediately set about investigating the illusionist known as Gunther von Gothenburg too. According to intelligence gathered from the Metropolitan Police Department, this illusionist's performances exhibited several distinctive traits. Firstly, some audience members who passed by the venue prior to the show revealed that large props were transported by workers on the eve of the performance. Yet few props of matching size were seen during the act. Amuro found this rather unimpressive. Most people are well aware that illusions are mere fabrications. Much like magic, they rely on certain techniques and the performer's presentation to achieve their effects. Nevertheless, despite this understanding, many spectators willingly pay for the experience, perhaps in pursuit of joy. Secondly, although Gunther tours multiple countries, the number of performances he conducts in each country varies. Sometimes he even schedules multiple shows in the same city. The only consistent feature is that the number of performances in each city is always even. After the final performance in each country, Gunther and his team promptly board the nearest cruise ship, never lingering for too long. Lastly, audience members who claim to have attended his performances shared their sentiments on social media, expressing gratitude to Mr. Gunther for creating beautiful dreams for them. One such account recounted, "In this dream, I felt a long-lost happiness. In a daze, I saw my mother, who passed away a decade ago. And we played together as we did in my childhood. Even just sitting quietly together filled me with immeasurable joy. Unfortunately, dreams are fleeting. And time spent with my mother is always too short. I will do everything in my power to secure tickets for Mr. Gunther's future tours." Moreover, other comments reflected that even those who hadn't experienced the death of loved ones felt warmth at Gunther's performances, as if their spirits were soothed, and their work-related worries dissipated instantaneously. Thus, in the eyes of the audience, Gunther was not merely an illusionist but rather a dream weaver. On the surface, this illusionist appeared to be nothing more than a highly praised performer. However, after reviewing intelligence from the underworld, Amuro's perspective shifted. Following the death of Premia, Jin had instructed him and Ray to clear their schedules, indicating further assignments. Perhaps Premia was recruited for this very purpose. In summary, he found himself unable to leave Tokyo recently, with intelligence from abroad obtainable solely through local informants via the internet. As for the finances, the organization would cover the costs. The results of his purchases astonished Amuro. Firstly, there was a video purportedly filmed by a journalist during Gunther's performance in a major European city. The backdrop appeared to be an abandoned church, with individuals clad in uniform black robes, holding candles and surrounding an altar, creating an atmosphere that was both solemn and slightly eerie. One might mistake it for a cult ritual. The audience's acceptance of the requirement to wear specific attire appeared relatively high, with some exhibiting a strong sense of conviction, solemnly holding white candles and gazing forward. Others, however, were less engaged, whispering to one another or taking photos. Nevertheless, it appeared that Gunther was indifferent to their actions. As the performance commenced, Gunther stood before the cross and selected an audience member to assist him. The chosen individual was a Caucasian male, who placed his candle on the ground and removed his black robe, revealing a white shirt underneath, paired with tight jeans. Following Gunther's instruction, he emptied his pockets of all contents. The male slowly reclined upon the altar, and Gunther circled him, murmuring incantations as if conducting a ritual. Suddenly, flames erupted around the altar, and the male, displaying an expression of anguish, gradually seized a dagger from the altar and plunged it into his own heart. While this could hardly be deemed a mere performance accident, it raised the question of why there was no subsequent reaction. Amuro inquired with the informant who provided the intelligence. The reason given involved additional costs. Amuro promptly transferred $10,000, and the informant quickly responded. In fact, following the incident, Gunther himself immediately surrendered to the local police, explaining that he merely wished to purify the individual's soul and eradicate evil. However, it was discovered that the male who died during Gunther's performance was a wanted criminal, responsible for countless lives, including many women and children. Upon this revelation, the audience regarded him as a champion of justice, and under public pressure, the police had no choice but to release him without charges. Additionally, it was reported that on the day of his departure, the family of the deceased man visited the pier to express their gratitude to Gunther for avenging them. Did the police conduct a thorough investigation into this matter? Certainly. Aside from the fact that the flames surrounding the altar were ignited using a timed device, little else was found. What of the black robes worn by those during the performance? They were purchased by the audience prior to the show. After contemplating the information, Amuro fell into deep thought. He had always regarded illusions as mere tricks, yet the footage he had just viewed bore no signs of editing, implying that the Caucasian male truly committed suicide before the eyes of the audience. He could not yet fathom how Gunther orchestrated such events. Furthermore, he unexpectedly discovered that the peculiar timing of the deaths of several prominent figures in the underworld coincided with Gunther's performances in various cities, leading him to suspect a connection between these deaths and Gunther. It seemed that Gunther's upcoming performance in Japan was destined to be anything but tranquil. Perhaps it was prudent to alert Hiro and the Public Security Bureau. The individuals from the zoo were primarily in search of a gemstone known as Pandora, rumored to grant immortality. I had thwarted their attempts multiple times, which is why they are now pursuing me, explained the man in the black top hat to Pelin. Immortality. That aligns with the gentleman's aspirations, Pelin murmured. Perhaps that old crow seeks this very thing, Daiki Kuroba speculated. His desire is for eternal life. And it matters little whether this is achieved through a potion or a gemstone. Speaking of which, that illusionist, have you crossed paths with him? Pelin inquired. Not yet. Before I had the chance to confront him, the zoo had already made their move against me. At that time, I feigned death and concealed myself in the shadows. Kuroba replied. Chapter 50. Internal strife at the zoo. The blaring sirens roused the weary office workers who had been enjoying a weekend lie-in. Within an abandoned building on the outskirts of Tokyo, a charred corpse lay starkly on the ground, leaving the scavenger who reported it in a state of shock. At this moment, Kei Moro finally embarked on his first field assignment since joining the force, feeling nauseous and opting to wait outside. Every newcomer must endure such experiences. Officer Muro patted Kei's shoulder reassuringly. Officer Muro, I am fine, Kei responded. Officer Muro nodded approvingly, his expression serious as he gazed at the charred remains. The forensic expert present deduced that the victim had died from asphyxiation, but the severe contraction of the muscles indicated the possibility that the individual had been burned alive. A collective gasp of horror escaped the crowd. Furthermore, the victim's right hand gripped a handgun tightly. It would have been exceedingly difficult to place the weapon in the deceased's hand after their death, as the body had become exceedingly rigid. In other words, the deceased was holding a gun when he caught fire. Jufu Kajiki analyzed nearby, noting the peculiarity that although the victim had perished in flames, there were no signs of fire damage in the vicinity, as if the inferno had solely consumed him. Is the gun intact? A female voice inquired from behind them. The damage is not severe. The serial number is still legible, Officer Megure replied, turning to see Police Inspector Wakasa. What brings you here? I just wrapped up the follow-up on another case and saw a police vehicle parked outside, so I came to take a look. She exchanged a discreet glance with Jufu Kajiki, who nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that this case was likely complex, given the severity of the incident. Wakasa also participated in the investigation. The crime scene had been abandoned for some time, with few passers-by and no surveillance cameras. Officer Sato reported to Wakasa with a troubled expression. How far is the nearest commercial street or residential area? Wakasa asked. Jufu Kajiki responded, about 10 kilometers to the east. There's an apartment complex. I've already retrieved the surveillance footage. Wakasa nodded, admiring her former police academy classmates' instinctive understanding of the situation. She suddenly conceived the notion of competing with the Public Security Bureau for leads, since the crime scene lacked surveillance. Examining nearby footage could reveal who had ventured towards the location, thereby narrowing the search parameters. According to the forensic analysis, the time of death for the victim was estimated to be between 1 and 3 in the morning, while Wakasa extended the range of surveillance review. Ultimately, she discovered that only a truck and a private car had been near the crime scene the previous night. Let us check the ownership of these vehicles and bring the owners to the station, she instructed. Understood. Upon investigation, it was found that the truck had been rented out to a stranger by its owner that night. The owner recounted how the individual had offered nearly the full price of the truck for a one-night rental, insisting on no rental contract and demanding payment in gold. Did you see the person's face? The truck owner shook his head. Several people came that day, all dressed in black with hats, masks, and sunglasses. Oh, I did notice one had a snake tattoo on his neck, quite intimidating. Meanwhile, at the behest of Berong, Amuro Turu, and Akai Shuichi met in a private room of an organization bar. Upon their meeting, Berong presented them with documents. Indeed, he said, downing his drink and sitting upright. The former boss of the zoo, White Tiger, passed away last month, prompting the need to select a new leader. Members who previously engaged in transactions with us have revealed that the primary competition is between two factions led by Spider and Snow Leopard. It is said that Snow Leopard is White Tiger's son, yet many within the zoo believe Spider possesses greater capability to ascend as the new leader. I have a question. Amuro Turu began slowly. Go ahead. Spider, that would be Gunther von Gothenburg too, correct? Berong appeared momentarily surprised, his gaze towards Amuro shifting from admiration to caution. Why do you say that? Amuro sighed, his initial uncertainty solidified after reviewing the documents. Recently, numerous high-profile figures associated with Snow Leopard's faction have met untimely ends. If Spider intends to succeed White Tiger, it stands to reason he would eliminate Snow Leopard's influence. However, the timing and locations of these deaths align suspiciously with Gunther's performances. One can easily draw conclusions. Amuro Turu had no concrete evidence for this theory, only bold speculation, yet it proved to be accurate. So, which side do we support? Akai Shuichi inquired. Berong sighed. Regardless of the faction, relations with the organization remain tenuous. The gentleman's intent is to exacerbate the chaos, and if possible, eliminate the organization altogether. After leaving the bar, Amuro Turu became aware that his back was drenched in sweat, fortunately concealed by his vest. The moment he heard of the zoo organization, his mind raced. He could not allow the organization to unite with the zoo. Byron's subsequent remarks undoubtedly eased his concerns. Now, it was a matter of how he would navigate the situation. As Amuro Turu calmed his thoughts regarding the recent intelligence on Gunther, he indeed identified a discordant note. Previously, He had uncovered that Gunther's performance had resulted in the death of a wanted criminal, which upon investigation, confirmed the individual belonged to Snow Leopard's faction. At the scene of the death, Gunther's expression had been one of madness. Yet when the victim's family expressed their gratitude at the dock, his demeanor was intriguingly ambiguous, suggesting deeper motives at play. In the living room, Akai Shuichi indulged in bourbon whiskey. I'm heading out to buy groceries. Do you need anything? Just bring me a pack of cigarettes. Any brand will do. Thanks. Since Jufu Kajiki had gone undercover as an agent in the police academy, the responsibility of cooking at the safe house had fallen to Amuro Turu. Fortunately, he had learned a few simple dishes from Jufu Kajiki, making self-sufficient meal preparation manageable. And grocery shopping became a natural extension of this task. In the marketplace, after the blonde youth completed his shopping, he glanced at the time and entered a restaurant. Good day, sir. We're a bit short on seating. Would you mind sharing a table with this gentleman? Not at all. The cat-eyed youth replied with a gentle smile directed at the waitress. Thank you very much. The waitress placed a menu before Amuro Turu. The Zui said, his expression unchanged as he slowly uttered those 3 words. Chapter 51. Exchange of intelligence. At this moment, during lunchtime, the restaurant's meal sets were plentiful and affordable, making it a favorite among local office workers. This is what Barong informed me about the zoo, Amuro Turu remarked, sipping his coffee. Gunther's visit to Japan for a performance must have ulterior motives. By the way, Hiro, I heard there have been some severe incidents in Tokyo recently? Jufu Kajiki nodded. The Public Security Bureau has intervened. You will likely see the outcomes soon. He hesitated briefly before continuing. We compared the deceased's DNA with registered individuals and found no matches. It seems necessary to suspect that the charred body is linked to the zoo. Amuro Turu concurred. Speaking of which, Gunther von Gothenburg, too, should have arrived in Tokyo by now. Has the police department dispatched anyone to follow him? Jufu Kajiki sighed. On the surface, they are merely a performance troupe and not criminals, so the investigation division has not assigned anyone to tail him directly. They are only monitoring the venues he reported. For now, it's best to let the Public Security Bureau keep watch. Agreed. Amuro Turu replied with a warm smile. Since the organization had sent Jufu Kajiki to the police academy, their encounters had diminished. Zero, are you doing well? Jufu Kajiki asked with concern, aware that while he was in a relatively safe position, soon Zero would have to face both Ray and Barong, the 2 codename members, alone. Don't worry. Ray hardly pays me any mind, but Barong tends to meddle in our operations, Amuro reassured him. Jufu Kajiki's expression turned somber. Speaking of Barong, Zero, you must be cautious around him. I am aware. After all, as a member of the codename team, I shall not let my guard down. What I mean is, it would be prudent not to investigate information regarding Bailong. The concern in Jufu Jingguang's voice was palpable as he glanced around and retrieved a photograph from his pocket. The image depicted a man lying in a pool of blood, a knife protruding from his abdomen, clearly a crime scene photograph. Amuro Turu took the photograph and instantly recognized the identity of the man, Bailong's childhood friend. Much of the intelligence regarding Bailong had originally come from this individual. This photograph was one I stumbled upon while archiving the case files in the records room not long ago. The time of the incident, shortly after you gathered information on Bailong back in the day. A chill surged from Amuro's feet to his temples, prompting him to take deep breaths in an effort to regain his composure. Observing this, Jufu Jingguang immediately clasped his childhood friend's hand in a gesture of comfort. Feeling the warmth of the hand, Amuro relaxed somewhat. It was fine, as he hadn't spoken of it at the time. There was no need for him to confront me afterward. Indeed. However, Zero, you must exercise caution if you intend to investigate Bailong in the future. I will. With half of the food gone from their bowls, the phone of Midori Kawake rang. Hello? Another one. All right. I'll be right there. Hanging up. He met the curious gaze of his childhood friend, Jufu Jingguang, and sighed. Another death. Speaking of which, Detective Amuro, would you like to make your presence felt? Of course. The two quickly finished their meal and boarded Midori Kawake's car to head to the crime scene. Outside, heavy rain poured down, washing over the terrace on the 3rd floor. Though shielded by a waterproof cover, blood still seeped through, deterring onlookers who initially intended to witness the commotion. The two raised their heads and, through the glass of the terrace, glimpsed the body above. Additionally, the window on the 10th floor directly opposite the platform was shattered. They mutually concluded that the deceased must have jumped from the 10th floor, crashing onto the terrace of the 3rd floor. With a clear objective, they made their way to the 10th floor, unexpectedly discovering Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kinji already present at the scene. Little Midorikawa has arrived, and this must be Mr. Amuro, Hajiwara Kinji said, abruptly changing his words. Hello, Amuro Turu greeted with a smile, subtly throwing a warning glance at his contemporaries when no one was watching. Officer, I confess. In the room, a foreign man in a black mask, kneeling on the stage, slowly rose and spoke in relatively standard Japanese. Wait. I can prove that the deceased committed suicide. A Japanese man holding a camera interjected from the audience. I am a journalist. I intended to film Mr. Cunner's performance and conduct an interview afterward, but I inadvertently captured this scene. He then played the video from his data card for the officers. The video clearly showed that after Cunner made a forward-pushing motion, the deceased quickly displayed a look of agony. ultimately seeming to choose to leap to his death in a state of despair. The entire process was recorded with utmost clarity, and there were no signs of editing in the footage. Were it not for the video, other officers might have hastily classified the case as suicide. Despite the video evidence, the officers insisted on taking statements at the station. Ida, take them back to the station and question them one by one. With the information provided by Amuro Toru as a foundation, Wakasa Rumi refrained from drawing hasty conclusions. After clearing the room, several officers remained on-site to continue their observations. Was this glass originally cracked? Amuro Toru inquired, recalling that the video had not documented whether the glass bore any cracks prior to Conor's action. Idako thought for a moment. We'll ask about it later. Matsuda, Hajiwara, do you have any thoughts? Wakasa Rumi asked, having brought these two along in hopes that they might uncover some hidden mechanisms. The two pondered for a while. Hajiwara Kinji shook his head first, while Matsuda Jinpei remarked, I have a hypothesis, but it can only be verified after we complete the statements. Everyone nodded in agreement. Before they left, Hajiwara Kinji lingered, glancing left and right. Hagi, what are you looking at? Hajiwara Kinji suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, the lights. Everyone was drawn to his shout, and Hajiwara Kinji hurriedly explained, in the video. The lights were on at the beginning of the performance, but now they are off. If it wasn't the police who turned them off, then who would instinctively turn off the lights when someone jumps? The others considered this and found it somewhat plausible. At the Metropolitan Police Department, Ida Ko and Zhu Fu Jingguang recorded statements from the audience and journalists present at the scene. The theme of this performance was the solace of the soul, and it was not the first time it had been performed. Many of the audience members were return visitors, expressing that Kunter had provided them with a sense of warmth. Meanwhile, under Wakasa Rumi's guidance, Amuro Toru was permitted to view the body of the deceased. He had to admit that even an undercover agent accustomed to grand spectacles was taken aback by the sight of the corpse. 4. Apart from the blood seeping from the head, the eyes of the corpse were completely white. Chapter 52. Charred corpse black knitted hat in the interrogation room. Idako and Midori Kawake sat across from Kunter. Mr. Kunter von Goldberg too, correct? Idako inquired. The man in the black mask hesitated briefly before nodding. Please remove your mask. Kunter abruptly looked up at Idako, hesitating. Idako insisted, for the sake of the investigation, please cooperate. Very well. With that, Kunter removed the mask, causing both men to gasp in shock. The man's features were strikingly handsome, exuding an air of nobility. Though he bore a noticeable burn scar on the right side of his cheek, though not large, it was certainly eye-catching. Perhaps noticing their scrutinizing gazes, Kunter touched the scar on his face and explained, I had a little accident when I was young. There was a fire in our house, but fortunately, I was rescued by a kind-hearted person. Out of politeness, the two shifted their gazes away from his face. Earlier, you mentioned that you wished to confess? What crime have you committed? Murder? Kunter nodded. Indeed, I wished to heal his soul, but I lost control of my abilities and caused his death. The two clearly found this explanation hard to believe. Zhu Fu Jingguang stated, you claim to possess the ability to heal souls. Then, please demonstrate it for us now. This way, we can determine whether you are indeed the murderer. All right. Kunter agreed. Please close your eyes. The two exchanged skeptical glances but complied. A minute later, they opened their eyes, finding nothing amiss. It's normal. You weren't genuinely seeking healing, Kunter explained. Due to insufficient evidence and Kunter's public influence, the police had no choice but to release him. Before leaving, Kunter approached Wakasa Rumi, saying, I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting you to my performance. He handed her a ticket for the show. Wakasa Rumi accepted it, replying, if I have the time, I will certainly attend. I must be insane to investigate this case. Idako and Zhu Fu Jingguang remarked after seeing Kunter off. At least we confirmed that the equipment needed for Kunter's performance cannot be easily transported. Zhu Fu Jingguang consoled. Let us go see what Zero and Matsuda have discovered. In the explosive disposal unit's office, Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kinji rubbed their weary eyes and turned off the projector. The all-white eyes are due to protein denaturation, Amuro Toru explained. This could be caused by temperature fluctuations or chemical reactions. Temperature fluctuations, Kinji Hajiwara softly repeated, then suddenly widened his eyes in realization. I understand. He exclaimed, fast-forwarding the video. Hagi, what have you thought of? Come quickly. Hajiwara paused the video, revealing that the cracks in the window glass appeared only after the performance commenced. On that rainy day, the temperature difference between the inside and outside caused the glass to shatter. However, the heating equipment, the thermal radiation, it's similar to a microwave, Matsuda Jinpei remarked. If such equipment were installed in an office building, it would easily overload the electrical system, leading to a circuit breaker trip. It seems you have reached a conclusion. Shikufuka Kajimitsu and Date K appeared at the office door. Yet, someone has just come forward to confess. Date sighed. The confessor claimed to be an assistant to Gunter, stating that a misconfiguration of the heater's mode led to the fatal incident, corroborating Matsuda's earlier deductions precisely. The case is closed, Amuro Toru said. I still feel the spider's actions are not over. So far, part of the snow leopard faction in the zoo, including some who temporarily chose neutrality. And even the snow leopard itself has not made a peep. He does not believe the spider would stop here. The autopsy results for the charred corpse have arrived. Shukufuku Kajimitsu entered the conference room, revealing that the person had flammable liquid on them, with Amuro's reminder. The group decided to merge the investigation of the previously burnt body with the current case. This makes sense, Matsuda stated. The individual originally intended to shoot another person, but the spark from the gun ignited the liquid on their body, which explains why only that section of the floor showed signs of fire damage. Noticing Amuro's grim expression, Shukufuku asked, "Zero, what are you thinking?" "I believe I know what the spider is up to," Amuro replied. "He is issuing a warning to the other members of the zoo, either submit to him or meet the same fate as the previous individuals." Thus far, this is a relatively plausible explanation. Hajiwara inquired, "Little Agasa, do you think he will take action again? And that many lives may be lost in his next move?" Within the safe house, Akai Shuichi sat idly watching television. This mission felt oddly unsettling. The two intelligence agents were busy, leaving him, the sniper, with nothing to do all day. At that moment, he received a message alert on his phone, seemingly predicting his thoughts. The message, sent by Kuroba Ryu, read, "Follow this person," accompanied by a photograph. Upon opening the photo, he momentarily doubted whether Kuroba was playing a trick on him. The individual in the image was completely wrapped from head to toe, making it challenging to gather any information aside from their male physique. Shifting his focus to the background of the photo, he noted it depicted a narrow alley, resembling the back entrance of a hotel, evidenced by a nearby cleaning vehicle typical for hotel use. With this thought, he opened his computer to search for street view images. Since Kuroba specifically instructed him to follow this person, he boldly theorized that they must be in Tokyo. Narrowing down the search area, he swiftly pinpointed the target, the Cupido Royal Hotel. "I'm terribly sorry, but we currently have no vacant rooms at our hotel." The front desk clerk apologized to Akai Shuichi. "This shouldn't be the peak tourist season, right?" "Indeed not," she replied, leaning in closer, "but Mr. Gunter, the illusionist performing in Tokyo and his team have booked an entire floor. Thank you for your help," Akai said before departing the hotel. This inquiry had gone smoothly. It appeared that the person Kuroba wanted him to follow was indeed connected to the zoo. "This is bad." A young officer burst into the conference room. The temporary venue used by Mr. Gunter for his performance has caught fire. The group exchanged glances and hurried to the scene. The fire consumed the temporary tent designated for the performance, now reduced to ashes. Amuro approached to inspect, discovering a charred body lying on the floor beneath the tent, wearing a black knit cap. Chapter 53, Gunter's arrest. Upon seeing the black knit cap, Amuro was reminded of a long-haired sniper within the organization. "Zero. With such a large fire, the knit cap remains intact. Do you think that is plausible?" Shukufuku whispered in his ear, implying that this body could not possibly belong to Rei. "I know," Amuro pouted, feeling his thoughts exposed. Shukufuku sighed, "By the way, how do you have such a grudge against him? I see you two usually get along quite harmoniously. Once I rise above him in the organization, I'll definitely give him a beating," Amuro declared, somewhat petulantly. Although Rei hardly paid him any mind, he often treated him like an immature child. And regardless of their positions, Amuro found him quite annoying. However, it seemed he had encountered trouble that led him to escape in such a manner. "It appears this zoo has some capabilities," Amuro analyzed. The police informed Gunter of the incident and suggested he cancel the performance due to the potential danger posed by the assailant. "I refuse," Gunter replied. "If I were to cancel every time, not only would it endanger me, but the audience as well," Date urged. Gunter raised his hand. "Officer, since entering this profession, I have faced numerous attempts at sabotage in various forms. If I canceled every performance, I'd likely be drowning in debt by now. But your performance venue has been destroyed. Where do you plan to perform now?" Wakasa asked. Gunter smiled. "We will rent another venue. You need not worry about that, Officer Wakasa." After the police took their leave, Wakasa overheard Gunter muttering softly, "The true demon is me, after all." Once out of the police's sight, Amuro returned to the safe house, startled by the figure lounging on the sofa. "What? Did seeing me alive frighten you?" Akai Shuichi reclined lazily, allowing his black hair to cascade down. "Not exactly frightened. Just a bit disappointed that you weren't dealt with," Amuro smirked. "But to think you faked your death in this manner? Is the knit cap your disguise?" "This material is flammable. Keeping it on during a fire serves no purpose. It's better to utilize it," Akai replied. "Now that I'm back, let's south investigate this place." Amuro took the photo, which depicted the Tokyo Theater. "How did you suddenly end up in a place like this? Did Kuroba send you?" "Kuroba instructed me to follow someone, but that individual turned out to be quite skilled and noticed me. Originally, he intended to send a subordinate to kill me and leave my body in that tent, but I managed to turn the tables on his subordinate," he said, taking a sip from a glass on the table. "After staging a fake death, I continued following that person and discovered they ultimately arrived here." "What is Kuroba investigating this person for, and how did he locate them?" Amuro questioned, his face filled with confusion. "Who knows? He is one of the few individuals even more enigmatic than you." That remark nearly caused Amuro to erupt once again. However, this photograph undoubtedly offers an alternative direction for investigation. The day before the performance, Gunter announced through the media that the new venue would be held at the Tokyo Theater. On the day of the event, apart from the police, a handful of individuals arrived, gaining entry only after passing the police's security checks. The The staff closed the doors, signaling the commencement of the performance. As the lights dimmed, the audience exhibited a range of expressions, anticipating the unfolding events. Behind the audience, a beam of light illuminated the stage, where a man wearing a black mask slowly ascended. "Greetings to all at the zoo," he declared, prompting a stir among the audience. Upon being exposed as a member of the underworld, whispers erupted among the outer audience, some even preparing to leave, while those closer to the stage remained seated, awaiting further developments. On stage, Gunnar advanced slowly, the light following him. "Today, I have gathered you all to resolve certain matters. You have seen the news over the past few days. Logically, you should grasp my intentions. Unfortunately, your reactions have left me unsatisfied. Spider, what exactly do you intend to do?" A front row attendee, losing patience, rose to challenge him. Gunnar sneered, pressing a button before them. Nothing happened. "What is the matter?" Gunnar glared at the individual before him, pressing the button several more times, yet still, nothing transpired. "Your contraption has long since been dismantled. Such a device I could disassemble in 3 minutes." A languid male voice interjected from the back, as the lights illuminated to reveal the curly-haired officer who thwarted him. "Officer, don't move." Numerous audience members withdrew police manuals and pointed weapons at those beside them. "Gunnar von Goldberg II, or should I call you Spider, you are suspected of committing intentional murder. And you are under arrest." Hoshino gently approached, cuffing Gunnar. In the interrogation room, Gunnar maintained an air of calm. "Well done, I confess to all crimes. Let us not waste time. Who are your accomplices?" Rokusai asked. "I did it all myself. I have no accomplices. What you're doing is of no benefit to you." Gunnar chuckled coldly. "I know, but having killed so many, I cannot escape the death penalty. Don't speak to me of reduced sentences. It's unnecessary." Observing Guntar's desire for death, Rokusai felt a deep frustration. "Inspector Rokusai, please step outside." An officer called her away to review a report. After reading the document, Rokusai's expression shifted to one of understanding as she re-entered the interrogation room. "Ida, you may step out." After Ida exited, Rokusai sat slowly, presenting the report to Gunnar. "Do you think that by shouldering the troubles he caused, or even taking the blame for him, he will grant you what you desire? What are you saying? Look at this report. It clearly states that the poison gas you prepared, taking the antidote beforehand, is utterly ineffective. In other words, if it weren't for us, your partner would have killed everyone in the theater, including you." Gunnar's eyes widened in shock as he frantically grabbed the report, tearing it apart in a frenzy. "Impossible. He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't." Rokusai sighed. "I recall the day your performance tent caught fire. You claimed you were the devil. I presume you meant you enabled the birth of the devil, correct?" Gunnar, clutching his head, wept, and through his sobs, he managed to utter, "He is my brother." Chapter 54. Heritage. 30 years ago, in a European family, the Goldberg family welcomed a pair of twin sons, naming them Bodhi and Gunnar. "Indeed, I am not Gunnar. I am Bodhi. Gunnar is my brother's name, and I shall explain why I am using it shortly." With the wealth accumulated by their ancestors, the brothers enjoyed a prosperous life. A catastrophic turn of events struck when they were 9. Their family business collapsed, and their parents perished in a car accident, transforming the brothers from affluent children into homeless waifs within days. Yet, they did not relinquish their lives, knocking on doors in search of work. Eventually, they secured jobs selling newspapers. The meager income barely covered their daily meals, forcing them to trek over an hour each night to their small dwelling in the suburbs. That winter was exceptionally harsh. Residing in an abandoned shack, they relied on a dilapidated fireplace for warmth. At this juncture, Bodhi touched the scar on his face, recounting. "That day I had a cold. I slept so soundly that I failed to notice the fireplace malfunctioning. When I was awakened by smoke, I could only recall being engulfed in flames. Just as I felt I was on the brink of death, Gunnar carried me outside. Because of him, I reclaimed my life, albeit with a burn on my face. However, Gunnar, his entire face was nearly destroyed. After treatment, Gunnar's burns healed, but they lacked the funds for reconstructive surgery. Consequently, Gunnar lost his newspaper delivery job due to his horrifying appearance, leaving Bodhi to earn money to care for his injured brother, perhaps having endured too much suffering. The angels finally smiled upon them. One day, after finishing his newspaper rounds, Bodhi spotted someone conversing with his brother from a distance and discovered the individual was a magician. Moved by their plight, the magician took them in as assistants. The job was significantly easier than selling newspapers, providing stable food and shelter. After some time, the magician, recognizing their intelligence, took them on as apprentices. We learned from our master and soon began performing. The earnings from our performances were substantial, allowing Gunnar to finally undergo cosmetic surgery, Bodhi recounted. Upon completing their training, the two bid farewell to their master and traveled the world performing. Their opportunities to meet dwindled, yet their bond remained unbroken. Until one day, while performing in England, Bodhi received a call from his brother. "Brother, do you have time in 2 days?" Gunnar cautiously inquired. 2 days? I don't have a performance that day. What is the matter? Could you perform in Italy for me? I have an unexpected issue. But the tickets are already sold. Bodhi dismissed the request as trivial. Gunnar then made another plea. "Brother, could you please not tell anyone that you're covering for me? It wouldn't be good for the audience to know." "Understood. No problem." Without a second thought, Bodhi agreed, and after concluding his performance in England, he boarded a flight to Italy without informing anyone in the team. Is this when you first performed under Gunther's name? Rokusai inquired. Indeed. Had I known he was engaging in such matters, I would never have consented. Due to his childhood burn, although Gunther underwent surgery and recovered, he remained deeply insecure about his appearance, always donning a black mask during performances. Upon arriving in Italy, Bodhi familiarized himself with the prompts prepared by his brother, donned the mask, and successfully completed the performance. After the performance concluded, Bodhi recalled his younger brother's request for secrecy. He evaded the crowd's gaze and returned to his brother's residence. It was well past midnight when Gunther finally returned home. Bodhi intended to greet him, but was struck by a strong scent of rust. Where have you been today? Why did you return so late? Bodhi inquired cautiously. Just some matters, Gunther responded, his movement swift, betraying his unease. Have you encountered any trouble? Bodhi pressed. No, I apologize, brother. I have matters to attend to tonight and cannot reminisce, Gunther replied. Bodhi nodded and patted his shoulder, reminding him to seek assistance in times of difficulty, before heading to a nearby hotel. The following day, he was awakened by the police. Officer, is there something amiss? He asked. We need to discuss a few matters with you. Where were you last night? Bodhi recalled his brother's request and concealed the truth of his whereabouts. That was his first act of murder. He summoned me to fabricate an alibi, Bodhi confessed. Officer Wakasa frowned. You were shielding him. Bodhi nodded. He killed the driver who caused our parents' demise. To be honest, I despise him for that. And I wish Gunther would not ruin his life because of it. Continue, the officer urged, as suspicions began to form in Bodhi's mind. Before the officers departed, he summoned the courage to ask, Officer, could you tell me what transpired? The two officers exchanged glances. Last night, a truck driver was killed by a private vehicle. Upon investigation, we found he was the driver responsible for your parents' deaths. Their words confirmed Bodhi's suspicions. Gunther returned home after completing his task, surprised to find Bodhi present. I apologize, brother. I have been busy these past few days and left you unattended. Busy with what? Murder? Bodhi replied with an ironic smile. Gunther chuckled awkwardly. What are you saying? The police visited me yesterday, Bodhi stated. Gunther immediately tensed, gripping Bodhi's shoulder. Bodhi sighed. I did as you instructed. However, you must cease your criminal activities henceforth. Gunther relaxed, a smile breaking across his scarred face. Thank you, brother. Later, I departed from Italy, and the police ceased their inquiries. I took the time to follow his performances, initially believing all was well until one fateful day 2 years later. On that rainy day in America, Bodhi had just finished a performance and was en route to his hotel. His keen senses detected something amiss in a nearby alley. Reason urged him to ignore it and leave, yet he heard his brother's voice. Don't kill me. A long-haired woman fled desperately, pursued by a man in a black mask. A gunshot rang out. The woman instinctively shut her eyes, bracing for the anticipated pain that never came. Run. She opened her eyes to see Bodhi fiercely gripping the killer's gun, shouting at her. As she began to flee, the masked man instinctively followed but was held back by Bodhi. Gunther, what are you doing? Answer me. Chapter 55, Soft-hearted Gunther, what are you doing? Answer me. The masked man broke free. You shouldn't have called my name directly. Bodhi, exasperated, retorted. What should I call you then? Killer? Gunther lowered his head. This matter is complicated. I will explain later. For now, I must leave. Realizing something was amiss, Bodhi seized his brother's arm, pulling down the black coat to reveal a spider tattoo on his neck. Does this have anything to do with the person you were about to kill? Gunther nodded, then reconsidered and said, Brother, please help me. That person must have trusted you. You can assist me. I refuse, Bodhi replied coldly, looking at Gunther. I don't know what kind of trouble you've gotten into, but now, we must go to the police and let them help you. Bodhi began to pull Gunther towards the station. Are you insane? Gunther broke free. If I surrender now, I will surely spend a lifetime in prison. Besides, if it weren't for my disfigurement while saving you back then, would I have to seek refuge in a zoo? What do you mean? Gunther scoffed. You don't think I achieved this because of my teacher's skills, do you? Don't be foolish. After leaving my teacher, I attempted to perform on my own, but everyone rejected me due to my appearance. I was driven away wherever I went, and eventually, survival became a struggle. Why didn't you seek my help? You? At that time, you were too preoccupied with your own troubles to concern yourself with me. Eventually, someone recognized my talent and offered me work with generous compensation. Gunther smiled. After doing various jobs for him, I discovered he was a senior member of an organization called the Zoo. With his assistance, I became wealthier and gradually gained recognition. If he paid you well, I could find a way to help you out, Bodhi offered. Gunther waved his hand. This isn't a matter of money. It's about my name being known now. If I don't silence that person, I will be the one silenced. So, for the sake of my safety, can you help me? You helped him, didn't you? Officer Wakasa inquired. Bodhi forced a smile. He is my only family in this world. Moreover, he did save me back then. I must acknowledge that. Then, are you now considered a member of the zoo? Bodhi shook his head. Joining them would only complicate matters further. After assisting Gunther in resolving this predicament, I occasionally performed under Gunther's name. Each time I concluded, I urged him to leave the zoo. But he continuously demanded my assistance due to past events. Eventually, I could no longer tolerate it, and severed ties with him. Severing ties. Officer Wakasa questioned. Since you have cut contact, what was the nature of your recent actions? After severing ties, I indeed ceased communication with him and had no intention of meeting again. Though I felt pity, I repeatedly reminded myself to act as if he were not my brother. However, when he showed up at my doorstep, battered and bruised, my resolve faltered. It was an ordinary night. Although the rain made it uncomfortable for late returners, Bodhi welcomed the arrival of his day off, shrugging off any discomfort. With the wealth amassed from his performances, he purchased a villa in a picturesque suburb primarily for relaxation. Exhausted from consecutive performances, he retired early to bed. In the midst of a half-sleep, Bodhi heard a heavy thud from the living room, suspecting a thief had entered. He grabbed a decorative cane and, barefoot, made his way to the living room. The room was in disarray, a pungent scent of rust wafting from the sofa, accompanied by heavy breaths. Suddenly, the living room lights flickered on, and the figure slumped beside the sofa instinctively raised a hand to shield their eyes. Nonetheless, Bodhi immediately recognized the person before him. Gunther? Upon hearing the familiar call, Gunther, taken aback for a brief moment, quickly attempted to flee but collapsed due to the pain from his bleeding abdomen. You are injured. Bodhi noticed his condition and immediately discarded the cane, rushing to support him. You've lost a lot of blood. Don't move. I will take you to the hospital. No. The spider exclaimed, there are people hunting me everywhere. Going to the hospital would merely reveal my location. But your injury. Bodhi gazed with concern at the wound the spider was covering with his hand, sighed, and said, never mind, just wait for me a moment. He helped the spider settle onto the sofa and turned to fetch a first aid kit. As he treated the wound, silence enveloped them, broken only by the spider's occasional sharp intake of breath from the pain. It was Bodhi who eventually shattered the stillness. After tending to the injury, he returned to his room to find a few unopened garments, saying, the bathroom is the first room on the right. Go clean yourself up. Rest well tonight. The spider complied in silence. The next morning, the spider awoke early and found Bodhi had risen even earlier. After a simple breakfast, Bodhi spoke first. If you turn yourself in now, will you face the death penalty? The spider nodded. Bodhi sighed deeply. Do you realize your mistakes? Yes. What were they? I should not have committed crimes that harmed so many innocent people. And I should not have allied with the zoo. Bodhi stared at him in silence, urging him to continue. What else? Bodhi inhaled sharply. You should have come to me the moment you encountered difficulties, rather than seeking help from the zoo. Didn't your parents teach you that there is no such thing as a free lunch? The spider lowered his head, evoking in Bodhi memories of his younger brother's fear of reprimand after mischief. What are your plans now? They have influence in both law enforcement and politics. The best course of action is to eliminate them entirely. He then devised a series of plans to eradicate the zoo's adversaries with your assistance, as Rokusai Ryoumei stated. Bodhi nodded, recalling that he had been told that as long as those pursuing him were removed, everything would be fine. In truth, he was vying for control of the zoo. Rokusai Ryoumei warned him, and in the end, you also appeared on his list of targets. I can guess what he intends. Bodhi relayed to Rokusai Ryoumei. After all the turmoil of recent times, the underworld believes I am the spider. Once I am dead, the spider identity will vanish, allowing him to establish his own faction with his subordinates. He then lifted his head, stating, he saved my life back then. Now, I have repaid that debt. Chapter 56. Shuichi, you have been exposed. Bodhi was imprisoned, awaiting trial. During this time, he agreed to divulge all the information he possessed to the police. Rokusai Ryoumei emerged from the interrogation room, surveying the area. Where are the two of them? Matsuda Jinpei realized she was referring to Akai Shuichi and Akai Keisuke. They both had urgent matters to attend to. As for Amuro-kun, he mentioned he would come later to provide additional testimony. Rokusai Ryoumei nodded, indicating it seemed to be a task from the organization. Returning to a few hours earlier, aside from Amuro-2 and Midorikawa, K present at the scene, Akai Shuichi had also received a mission from Hakuryu, instructing him to scout for sniper points around the theater and eliminate the spider upon his emergence. After nearly an hour of waiting, he finally spotted the spider's silhouette. He swiftly adjusted his aim and fired at the shadow that resembled the spider. However, after the shot rang out, the shadow showed no signs of change. Yet, through the scope, Akai Shuichi was certain he had hit the target. An illusion? He prepared to adjust his sniper rifle for a follow-up shot when a phone, belonging to Akai Keisuke, rang. Although he wondered who from the organization would be contacting him at that moment, he pressed the answer button. Shuichi. The familiar voice sent chills down his spine. It was his father, Akai would take. Your identity has been exposed. Run. Even after 14 years, he instantly recognized his father's voice. He had many questions. But before he could utter another word, the call ended abruptly. With no time to ponder further, Akai Shuichi memorized the number and hastily packed his sniper rifle, preparing to leave. As he turned, he encountered a figure in black attire, adorned with a top hat and monocle, standing behind him, the rooftop wind billowing his cloak, granting him an air of divinity as he gazed down upon the masses. The rooftop door was locked. For safety, Akai Shuichi had secured it upon arriving, ensuring he would hear if anyone attempted to force their way in. Therefore, how had this person gained access? With no time to consider further, Akai Shuichi's left hand instinctively reached for his sidearm. Oh, I've never seen a member like you before. What is your code name? The figure grinned. Wearing black does not necessarily imply I am part of that organization. I am here to assist you in your escape. Could you kindly lower your weapon? FB Akai Shuichi. Until I ascertain your identity, I cannot comply. Akai Shuichi remained vigilant, noting that the stranger had called him by his real name, confirming the exposure of his identity. Yet he sensed no malice from the individual, who might possess knowledge about his father. The timing of the stranger's appearance immediately after his father's call was too coincidental. Apologies, but I cannot disclose my identity to you at present due to certain reasons. If you don't mind, you may temporarily refer to me as Phantom Thief Crow. I suspect you wish to know who sent me. I have a deal with him, and he instructed me not to disclose that information. I recommend you follow my guidance swiftly. The organization's pursuers should arrive shortly, and currently, there is no one in Japan who can assist you in returning to America. Right? Akai Shuichi was momentarily choked, resigning himself to relinquish his firearm. He was indeed correct in his assessment. James and his associates lacked even the legal authority to conduct searches in Japan, let alone provide him with cover to return to America. Kaido Kuroba smiled in satisfaction, appreciating the swift understanding displayed. Very well, now, please take a seat. Akai Shuichi obediently complied, and soon he beheld Kaido Kuroba producing a myriad of items. Before long, a human skin mask appeared in his hand. A disguise. Akai Shuichi exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, unless you intend to show your own face? Kaido Kuroba replied, feigning innocence. What is your connection with Vermouth? Akai inquired. Kaido, undeterred, continued his work, stating, I don't recognize anyone named Vermouth. Having finished, he raised a small mirror, revealing the face of a Caucasian male, his black hair cleverly concealed and replaced with golden locks. Here are the documents and passport of the individual you're impersonating. The vehicle awaits downstairs. We must hasten. As he spoke, a cloud of smoke enveloped him, and by the time it dissipated, he had vanished. Meanwhile, the cleanup at the theater was entrusted to the police. Amuro Teru was about to message Kuroda, only to receive an email from Jin. Here again is an undercover agent. All members in Tokyo are to pursue him immediately. Upon meeting the gaze of his childhood friend, it was evident that both had received the same information. Amuro-kun? Matsuda Jinpei, noticing the expressions of his colleagues, couldn't help but inquire. Apologies, Officer Matsuda, but a friend of ours has encountered a sudden predicament. Could we postpone the statement for a few days? He communicated through lip movements, indicating the organization. Then hurry along. Matsuda gestured for them to leave. Such suddenness? Jiga Kajimitsu remarked, surprised that Rei was an undercover agent. Amuro-kun, what do you think? Since it came from Jin, it is unlikely to be erroneous. Amuro sighed. Let us pursue. Stop. The sudden voice startled both men. They turned to find Kuroda. Why not pursue? Amuro questioned. Kuroda, exasperated, placed a hand on his forehead. Are you foolish? Akai Shuichi holds the high ground, and we are all within his range. To go now would be tantamount to suicide. Of course. If you've had enough of life, be my guest. Amuro. That makes a lot of sense. So what shall we do now? Jiga asked. You should return to the Metropolitan Police, investigate all modes of transport that have recently departed Japan, and report back to me quickly. I will have Jin set up an ambush. Understood. With that, Jiga boarded a police vehicle. And what about me? Amuro pointed to himself. Wait. Kuroda then picked up the phone and dialed a number. Akemi, listen closely. Go to the address I sent you. Do not open the door for anyone, not even Jin. Immediately. After hanging up, Amuro asked, aren't you calling Sherry? At this moment, it would be best for them not to meet. The organization values Sherry's intellect and is unlikely to cause her trouble. Kuroda returned to the safe house, where Kaido Kuroba was comfortably sipping wine on the sofa. That kid actually believed you? Kuroda inquired. Whether he believes it or not, he has no choice. Otherwise, he wouldn't be leaving, Kaido replied, setting down his glass. Speaking of which, you have been rather careless. If I recall correctly, your organization will soon conduct a review on you. Are you not afraid of being discovered by them? Kuroda sighed. I only learned of the exposure after receiving Jin's email. I was merely too anxious. No need to worry. I have already managed the subsequent matters. There will be no issues. Kaido set down his glass, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as if he intended to provoke Kuroda, as long as you are aware. Akai Wataku. Chapter 57. Return to America. James, what should we do? In the FB safe house in Japan, Judith Stalin anxiously awaited her superior's response. Ever since receiving news of Akai Shuichi's exposure, her mind had been in turmoil. Although Akai had ended their relationship 7 years ago for the sake of his undercover mission, her feelings for him remained. Both personally and professionally, she wished for his safety. Agent James, after reading a text message, bore a look of astonishment. Akaikuin says, we need not concern ourselves. He has a way to return to America, and we shall meet directly at FB headquarters. What? Exclaimed Kamale, who stood nearby. Though his collaborations with Akai had been few since joining the FB, each left a lasting impression. He recognized Akai's strength, but he never anticipated it to such an extent. To escape the organization's pursuit alone in a foreign land and return to America, one could only commend him as FB's ace agent. James sighed. understanding his subordinate's character. At this point, let us trust Akai-kun's decision. Gather your belongings and catch the next flight. Yes. After resolving matters with Bodhi, Wakasa Rumi prepared to return home but noticed a conference room still illuminated. Due to the recent influx of cases requiring substantial paperwork, the investigative unit had repurposed this room as a storage space. Having endured several late nights, everyone was eager to return home promptly. Logically, no one should be present at this hour. Wakasa Keishi, it's me, a familiar and gentle voice emerged from behind a mound of documents. Kaguya, Managawa, is that you? Jiga Kajimitsu flashed a charming smile, and Wakasa Rumi instantly understood. There was a task at hand. The FB's undercover has been exposed, and the organization is pursuing him. Upon hearing FB, Wakasa's heart tightened, and she leaned closer to glimpse Juga's computer screen. The organization has instructed me to determine potential escape routes for him to intercept, Juga disclosed, concern evident in his tone. I fear the organization's actions may inadvertently endanger innocent lives. Let the police search these locations under the pretext of apprehending a fugitive. With law enforcement present, they will be less likely to act recklessly. Wakasa swiftly devised a strategy, suggesting additional personnel at the airport in case of a hijacking. Juga nodded, observing Wakasa's worried expression. Hesitating to speak up, sensing his reluctance, Wakasa encouraged him to ask whatever was on his mind. Do you know Akai Shuichi? Wakasa sighed, retorting, given his surname. Did you not consider anything? Juga paused, his blue feline-like eyes widening in realization. He is Shuji's. Precisely as you surmised, Wakasa lamented. I would wager the most absurd performance of my life was pretending not to know one another among the three of you. And you were even assigned to the same team. Juga smirked slightly. The organization's luck is indeed a puzzle at times. Rest assured, I have not disclosed your identities to them. Wakasa's reassurance eased his worries. Despite sharing a common goal, the intricate relationships between nations complicate matters, making it prudent for operatives from different agencies to remain unaware of one another's true identities. After all, who could say if the other might leverage your identity to gain a higher standing within the organization? Thank you. No need for thanks. I can discern what should and shouldn't be said for now. But what about you? Won't you attract suspicion? I'm currently at the Metropolitan Police, even if there is suspicion. They won't act against me easily. I should be fine once the review period passes. What concerns me now is Zero. Zero is surrounded by treacherous members like Kuroda, and any misstep could lead to suspicion. Meanwhile, aboard a plane, Akai Shuichi pondered the situation at hand. Who exactly was the enigmatic figure that had helped him disguise himself? Why did his father know that his identity had been exposed? And how did he come to possess the number belonging to Zhu Xingda? He first dismissed the possibility that the organization had disguised their voice to call him. If it were the organization, they would have directly sent a bullet his way instead of warning him to flee. At this juncture, the answer became apparent. His father was also within the organization and had been an undercover agent. Regarding the phone number, he was currently assuming another's identity, making it inconvenient to return the call he had previously received from his father. Moreover, acquiring Zhu Xingda's number was not particularly challenging. The internal network contained basic information on members with codenames, and obtaining the codename granted access to information about members of the same rank. He wearily rubbed his temples and collapsed into a chair, the fatigue from 7 years of living on the edge flooding over him. Father, where have you been for 14 years? The nearly 8-hour flight was surprisingly tranquil. He had assumed he would be unable to sleep. Yet he found himself awakened by the flight attendant. Upon leaving the airport, he noticed several grim-faced individuals scanning the terminal, evidently personnel arranged by bell mode in advance. Deliberately, he did not remove his disguise, opting to leave as an ordinary tourist. After circling around, he finally returned to the FB building, but the receptionist, seeing him as a stranger, refused him entry. With no other option, he rushed to the restroom to remove the disguise from his face. He had seen Belmode's disguise, which could be peeled off easily. Thus, he grasped the mask on his face. Strangely, although the mask was thin and breathable, its resilience was remarkably strong, feeling almost indistinguishable from human skin, rendering it impossible to tear off. He reached around his neck and carefully removed the entire mask, finally restoring his true appearance. Akai Shuichi examined the mask in his hands, a smile spreading across his face. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing, until a call from an unfamiliar number in America informed her of her safe arrival. Wakasa Rumi's anxious heart finally found solace. Warm arms wrapped around her from behind, and she was playfully chided for staring at her phone all day. In response, Wakasa Rumi shot a side eye at Haneda Koji, delivering a gentle elbow to his side, questioning his jealousy over Shuichi. Haneda Koji flashed a sheepish smile and asked if Shuichi would be joining the FB. Indeed, but the organization's pursuit of him would not cease. Wakasa Rumi vividly recalled how previous members of the organization had been silenced through various accidents. The worry on Haneda Koji's face gradually became apparent. Shuichi, why aren't you coming in? A voice from outside interrupted, revealing Haneda Sayaka, while Shuichi was seen covering his daughter's mouth. After a brief commotion, Wakasa Rumi finally liberated Sayaka from Shuichi's grasp. Shuichi has been exposed, hasn't he? Shuichi cautiously inquired. They exchanged glances, and Wakasa Rumi nodded helplessly. Shuichi, don't worry too much. He is strong and will be fine. However, her words lacked conviction, only serving to heighten Shuichi's anxiety. By the way, Mom, I think I saw Hiro at the police headquarters a few days ago. Haneda Sayaka quietly changed the subject. Wakasarumi gently patted her head, solemnly instructing, Sayaka, from now on, when you see Hiro, you must call him Officer Midorikawa. He's on a mission. Got it. Haneda Shuichi, puzzled, asked, Sister-in-law, why is Hiro at the police headquarters, and why has he changed his name? Isn't he supposed to be undercover? Wakasarumi signaled Sayaka to return to her room and explained. He has been sent back to the police headquarters as an undercover agent by the organization. And remember, don't reveal his real name when you see him. Haneda Shuichi nodded, yet his expression grew complicated. What's wrong? Wakasarumi inquired. Shuichi might know Hiro and Zera's identities, Haneda Shuichi weakly admitted. In the FB building, Akai was surprised to see Shuichi return even before them. James, along with his companions, had chosen to avoid flying to escape the organization, opting instead for a cargo ship back to America. The situation was quite complex. Akai Shuichi selectively withheld information about the individual who had disguised him. All right. I want to pry further. Thank you. Then, James retrieved a phone contained within an evidence bag from his desk drawer. This is your original phone. Technically, I should have destroyed it, but since you received messages on it after you began your undercover work, I thought it best to show it to you. Akai Shuichi received a message on his phone, the latest correspondence from Japan during his tenure as a low-ranking member. Upon opening it, a hint of warmth softened his usually stern visage. It was a message from his younger brother, written on the day of his 18th birthday, reading, Brother, from today onwards, I am an adult. Accompanying the message was a photograph that left Akai momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. The image featured not only his brother and members of the Haneda family, but also two young men, presumably the Hiro and Zero his brother had mentioned. Akai immediately recognized the blonde, dark-skinned youth as Amuro Toru, who appeared almost unchanged from his teenage years. The other young man, with black hair and cat-like eyes, though devoid of facial hair and the lethal aura he once possessed within the organization, bore a youthful innocence that Akai could still identify as Bourbon. Shuji had stated that they both aspired to become police officers. Thus, they were undercover agents. With this realization, a bittersweet smile crossed Akai's lips. Though he felt a profound sense of loss, he ultimately deleted the photograph. If it fell into the wrong hands within the organization, their lives could be endangered. Akai? James observed him with curiosity, wondering what kind of information could evoke such a myriad of expressions from his typically composed subordinate. It's nothing. James. May I keep this phone? Of course. As Akai Shuichi took a few steps away from James's office, a new plan began to formulate in his mind. Are you heading to America? To hunt down Akai Shuichi? Amuro Toru inquired. Akai Wataru shook his head, stating that it was Vermouth's mission and not something for them to worry about. Look at this. This is our task. Amuro Toru took the documents, which detailed a gang that had long been entrenched in America, likely of Maltese origin. A transaction? Amuro inquired. Indeed. Although Vermouth is the head of operations in America, she despises these gangs, thus delegating such tasks to others, Akai replied nonchalantly. What's different this time is that we need to prepare several escape routes. Amuro set the documents down, questioning, is this gang particularly dangerous? It's not merely about the gang. This time, we lack sniper support. Aside from the undercover Scotland at the police headquarters, Calvados has gone to find Vermouth himself. That woman also borrowed Chianti and Cohen. Amuro chuckled, remarking that those individuals were far inferior to Akai Shuichi, and hoped they wouldn't end up failing their mission and getting trapped. That remains uncertain, Akai interjected. Amuro's smile instantly faded. For some reason, he sensed that Akai was not jesting. The time for their transaction was in a few days. Unlike those snipers, the two moved leisurely to prepare for their journey to America. Upon arrival, they parted ways, and Amuro found himself in an underground bar. Next to him sat an American informant known by the codename Shadow. Is this all? This hardly matches your caliber, Amuro taunted, glancing at the thin file in his hands. Shadow took a sip of his drink, a bitter expression crossing his face. The Chloe family acts decisively and ruthlessly. They clean up after their operations with astonishing efficiency, leaving even the FBI in a quandary, let alone freelancers like us. As for the balance, I could offer you a 10% discount. Amuro scoffed coldly, handing over the entirety of the money he had prepared in an envelope. I believe a favor in exchange for a 10% balance is far more advantageous. Shadow gazed at the golden-haired youth, whose cherubic face concealed a formidable tenacity. His instincts warned him that this favor would not be easily repaid. Thus, he hesitated to accept the money laid before him. Apologies, but this gentleman and I have matters to discuss. If you are finished, could you kindly take your leave? A magnetic voice resonated from behind him. Shadow felt a hard object pressed against his lower back and, recognizing the cue, discreetly left with the money. As the man approached, Amuro sensed his presence. Upon hearing him speak, he found the voice strikingly familiar, yet the face did not match. A bourbon, please. Under the dim bar lights, the man raised his long fingers to lift the glass. Amuro's heart raced with speculation, though he couldn't quite place it. It's been a while, bourbon. The familiar voice sent a jolt through Amuro, confirming that the person before him was indeed Akai Shuichi. Even after being recognized, Akai remained unfazed. Amuro. Or should I call you Zero? Chapter 59, Collaboration Amuro, or should I call you Zero? With a click, Akai felt the barrel of a gun press against his lower back. Turning to face Amuro, who wore a sweet yet perilous smile characteristic of bourbon, Akai remarked, "You don't think this will allow you to take me along, do you?" Akai Shuichi smiled softly and said, "Please, don't act this way. I am not here to cause you any trouble." As he spoke, he revealed his right hand, which had been concealed in the pocket of his coat, holding a signal jammer. "Even if you are being monitored, the organization will not hear us. So, may I request a moment of your time to converse?" Amuro To laughed coldly. "Very well. I am curious to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Let us go." He pressed the muzzle of his gun against Akai's lower back. Rather than resisting, Akai cooperatively turned around to shield the gun from the view of those nearby. The underground bar was equipped with numerous private rooms for patrons to discuss confidential matters, soundproofed and devoid of any listening devices or surveillance. Amuro, holding Akai hostage, led him to one of these rooms and gestured for him to inspect the surroundings. Afterward, they settled into opposite ends of a circular sofa. With Amuro's gun still unwaveringly aimed, Akai Shuichi removed his mask and placed it flat upon the table, his sharply defined visage surprisingly devoid of perspiration. "One would not have anticipated that the FBI had also mastered the art of disguise," remarked Amuro Turu. Akai Shuichi smiled wryly, acknowledging that neither the FBI nor he possessed the art of disguise. "This matter is rather intricate. Might we set down our weapons for the time being? Allow me to elucidate gradually." As he spoke, he removed his coat and turned around, saying, "See, I am unarmed. You may rest assured now." Amuro Tura holstered his weapon back at his waist, somewhat convinced by his words. "So, who is Zero?" The explanation for my awareness of that name is quite straightforward. A single sentence suffices. Akai Shuichi reclined lazily on the sofa. "Haneda Shuji is my younger brother." Upon hearing this, Amuro Turu's eyes widened in disbelief, and he sprang up from the sofa. Upon reflection, he recalled that Officer Wakasa had previously informed them that Shuji's original surname was Akai. But the recent events at the zoo and Akai Shuichi's sudden exposure had momentarily clouded his thoughts regarding this connection. "Have you made the connection now?" Akai Shuichi sighed, rubbing his forehead and tugging at Amuro's arm. "Please, take a seat. I have important matters to discuss with you. You wish to confer with me?" Amuro Tura remained vigilant, not entirely lowering his guard against Akai Shuichi. Akai Shuichi noticed the expression on Amuro Turu's face and took the initiative to explain. "Before I received the photograph from Hugo, I had already infiltrated. The photo is something I only recently laid eyes upon." As he spoke, he produced his phone and placed it before Amuro. "I have already deleted the photograph, and I have also cautioned Hugo. Therefore, I do not intend to threaten you with your identities. Do you understand?" Reluctantly, Amuro acknowledged the truth in his words. If Akai Shuichi truly intended to leverage their identities to extract information, they would have already received a message from their superior. "What is it? Speak. Are you not curious about how I managed to return to America undetected while being pursued by the organization?" Amuro pondered for a moment. "Is it your disguise?" Shuichi Akai sighed, acknowledging that this was merely a fragment of the situation. He then recounted the events of the day his identity was revealed to Toru Amuro. "Wait a moment, let me clarify," Amuro interjected, raising a hand. "Are you saying that your father, who has been missing for 14 years, called you to inform you of your exposure? And then a peculiar individual claiming to be Kaido assisted you in assuming a new identity?" The disguise employed by this individual was distinctly different from that of Vermouth, perhaps even superior. Shuichi Akai handed the mask he had removed to Amuro. Vermouth's disguises are typically one-time use. They tear easily. "Here, feel this." Amuro took the mask and, to his astonishment, found its texture remarkably similar to human skin, and it was not easily damaged. If one could identify Vermouth's disguise by merely pinching the face, then this person's disguise flawlessly circumvented that issue. Should this individual be an adversary, it would pose significant trouble. "So, you wish for the Public Security Bureau to locate Mr. Muda for you, along with that enigmatic figure?" Akai proposed. "Collaboration," he continued. "This is the number he contacted me from. It is more appropriate for the Bureau to investigate." Amuro smiled, intrigued. "If this is a collaboration, what benefits does it hold for us?" "You provide me with intelligence, and I shall accomplish tasks that you find inconvenient." Akai replied confidently. "Ever since Scotland was reassigned to the Metropolitan Police, you have lacked a capable sniper. Haven't you?" Amuro paused, realizing the truth in Akai's words. Since Hiro's departure, he had either sought Jin for Kiani and Cohen, whose skills were inferior to Hiro's and who required constant vigilance to prevent them from turning against him, which was indeed inconvenient. "I have one more condition. You must also share the information from the FBI with us." Akai Shuichi pondered for a moment. "And under the condition that my colleague's safety would not be threatened, I am willing to share everything I know. It's a deal." Amuro Tura smiled sweetly and immediately began to issue commands. "Now, please check the information for me at the FBI." "Huh?" Akai Shuichi was taken aback. "Is this how it begins?" Amuro Turu explained. "The Chloe family of the American Mafia operates ruthlessly and with great caution, wielding significant power. Many informants hesitate to sell information about them. If I am not mistaken, the FBI's archive should contain records of their past cases. Please retrieve that information for me." You came here not to kill me this time? That was Vermouth's assignment. Since our identities have been laid bare, I might as well tell him. Akai nodded slightly. I just returned to FB not long ago. Please give me some time. How shall I contact you when the moment arrives? Amuro TRU provided a series of numbers. This is the contact number for the Public Security Bureau. In the meantime, could you also look into the information regarding Kaido Kuroba? Akai Shuichi was taken aback. Kid the Phantom Thief? An international thief who should have perished 5 years ago. Amuro Toru remarked. His signature technique is disguise. This is the only other person capable of such a skill, aside from Vermouth. Akai Shuichi secretly admired the keen intelligence of this operative. After donning his mask, he seemed to recall something just before departing, turning back with a mischievous grin. I almost forgot to mention, the Siamese cat is quite adorable. Amuro Toru was momentarily taken aback, his dark complexion failing to conceal the blush on his face. Akai Shuichi. At that moment, he too remembered the photograph that had caught Akai's eye. On Shuichi's 18th birthday, he had invited him and Hiro to a party at the Haneda residence. As they arrived, Amuro was startled by what Shuichi was holding, a pair of cat ear headbands. You really resemble a Siamese cat, Shuichi remarked. Ultimately, with Shuichi's playful coaxing and Hiro's encouragement, he donned the cat ears and took a photo. Now, however, the mortification of having that picture seen by the insufferable FB was utterly humiliating. Chapter 60, Infiltration. The Chloe family, at its core, was a merchant clan engaged primarily in the smuggling of contraband, maintaining close arms dealings with various organizations. Naturally, since Vermouth preferred to avoid entanglements with such gangs, the affairs of the Chloe family were delegated to a subordinate known by the codename Headless Horseman. Meanwhile, Amuro Toru had uncovered through his intelligence network that the lower-tier members under the Headless Horseman were also responsible for distributing goods for the Chloe family, indicating that the Horseman sought to curry favor with them. Recently, however, due to mismanagement of payment issues, it appeared the Horseman had encountered some trouble. Yet Vermouth, preoccupied with the task of eliminating Akai Shuichi, had no time to intervene, which was why she summoned Amuro and Piao Long. Such fools exist even under Vermouth, Amuro scoffed. The second-generation members of the organization, as rumored, had been thrust upon Vermouth by Rum back in the day. Now that trouble had arisen, Vermouth was understandably reluctant to intervene. Piao Long noted, in any case, the current head of the Chloe family, Marta, is quite concerned about this matter. Understood, Amuro replied. Since this revolves around money, how much has the organization allocated for us this time? $20 million, came the response. Amuro was taken aback. That's not much. He had previously investigated and discovered that the transaction amounts between the organization and this family were generally in the tens of millions. He couldn't believe that the Horseman had merely botched a single deal. Then, a thought struck him, and he curiously inquired, the organization surely does not intend to incur losses, correct? Akai Wataru smiled meaningfully, reflecting on the substantial advantages they had gained from their previous dealings. The boss had long held a grudge against them, yet the resources they possessed remained plentiful. Amuro revealed a hint of a bourbon smile, understanding the underlying implications. In the following days, Amuro frequently appeared at the base in the United States, even encountering Vermouth several times. Gradually, he sensed the presence of a few persistent shadows trailing behind him. One night, as Amuro ventured out alone, he felt someone closing in behind him. He turned into a dimly lit alley and inquired, "Do you need something from me?" He cautiously retreated into the light, only to discern that 2 burly men were following him. Resembling Maltese in appearance, the 2 men exchanged glances and advanced to subdue Amuro, pressing a handkerchief laced with a sedative against his mouth and nose. The cargo truck jolted along the uneven road, exacerbated by the assailants' deliberate actions. Amuro regained consciousness midway through the journey. Under such conditions, he found it manageable. He pressed his fingers against his wrist, timing his pulse, a method taught to him by Matsuda G-Pei during his police academy days. Nearly an hour after he awoke, the truck came to a gradual halt. Amuro feigned unconsciousness, and in a dazed state, felt himself being lifted by 2 men and placed onto a bed. His mouth and nose were once again covered, this time with a more pungent drug, suggesting an increased dosage. This sedative rendered him unconscious until the following morning. Rising from a narrow single bed, he grimaced in displeasure and began to survey his surroundings. Above the bed was a small window barred with security grills, likely to prevent his escape from the first floor. The view outside revealed that the motel was arranged in a square shape, with his windows situated in the interior, a rather cautious setup. Before long, a burly man opened the door, followed by a timid blonde girl who entered with a tray. As she removed a sandwich from the tray, Amuro could finally discern her features. She appeared to be merely 15 or 16, freckled, and at an age when she should have been enjoying time with friends. Yet her face bore no trace of joy, hinting at a prolonged confinement and a loss of hope for escape. "Hello?" Amuro attempted to engage her in conversation. Instead of English, she responded in Slovak, a language that Amuro happened to know. They began to communicate in Slovak, and he learned that her name was Isilia and they were in a remote suburban motel, so obscure that it wasn't even marked on maps. It was no wonder that FB had been unable to locate them for so long. "Please, save my sister." "Lily," Isilia suddenly said, her voice trembling after answering a few basic questions. "What?" Upon the utterance of those words, Amuro quickly realized that if Isilia was here, there must be many other girls of similar age, indicating that this family was not only involved in smuggling contraband but also in human trafficking. Seeing the anger on Amuro's face, Isilia seemed to find hope. You must escape. Just then, the door swung open again, and the burly man ushered Isilia out, signaling Amuro to follow him. Navigating through a narrow corridor, Amuro was brought into a relatively luxurious office. Seated in a high-backed chair was a heavily made-up woman in her 30s or 40s, with long, curly black hair, clearly the current head of the Chloe family, Marta. Beside her stood a bald man whose face was smeared with blood, presumably the notorious centaur. Hello, Miss Marta, Amuro greeted calmly, exuding an air of gentlemanly composure as he extended his hand. Do you know who I am? Marta inquired, intrigued by the golden-haired young man before her. If I didn't, I wouldn't have survived this long, would I? Amuro replied with a hint of sarcasm. Meanwhile, within the FB headquarters, James noticed that Akai Shuichi had been frequently visiting the archives. Having just returned from an undercover mission, he should have had no tasks at hand. Akai, what are you searching for? James asked. I'm looking for all the cases involving members of the Chloe family, Akai Shuichi replied. What has piqued your interest in this family? James inquired curiously. I have a bit of a deal with someone. The reward is intelligence from the organization. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise crossed James's face. Akai-kun, do you have an informant within that organization? Shuichi Akai pondered for a moment before nodding. James, this matter must remain confidential. My exposure this time was far too abrupt. Do you suspect there might be an informant within the FB? That seems the most plausible explanation. James sighed. Very well. I will furnish you with the information in due course. The locations where the Chloe family was previously apprehended are scattered across various docks, making their activities difficult to trace. Drawing on his experience in the organization, Akai reasoned that since goods were being transported from the docks, the volume must be substantial, which implies they require a convenient venue for distribution. Following this line of thought, he surveyed each dock's vicinity and indeed discovered several lodgings that did not require real name registrations. Payment alone sufficed. Even if discovered, they could simply relocate to continue their operations. Chapter 61. The deal is sealed. Marta had initially intended to concoct a pretext to deceive someone influential within the Black organization regarding the funds that Remy had misappropriated, hoping to extract a hefty sum in return. Remy, lacking both cunning and capability, was an easy mark for profitable dealings, which is why she was reluctant to change partners. However, the nonchalant demeanor of the blonde youth standing beside the terrified Remy made Marta realize that not everyone in the Black organization was as inept as he. Our boss is also eager to clarify the situation, otherwise, your subordinates may find it difficult to engage my services, Toru Amuro remarked calmly. A burly man behind him muttered an incomprehensible curse, raising his fist towards Amuro. The agile Amuro ducked to evade the swinging punch and, as the man turned in response, feigned a move that struck his abdomen. The man, towering over Amuro, groaned in pain and slowly knelt to the ground. Forgive my rudeness, Amuro said, not even catching his breath as he disdainfully kicked the man aside, smiling at Marta. Leave, Marta commanded. The room was left with only Marta, Amuro, and Remy. Marta gestured to the chair opposite her, indicating for Amuro to sit, and then both turned their attention to Remy. Lord Bourbon, save me, Remy wailed, crawling to Amuro's feet, tears streaming down his face. Amuro scoffed. You cannot even manage this trivial matter, yet expect me to clean up your mess. Now, tell me, what exactly transpired? I have several transactions tied up in funds, and that is why, in a couple of days, a new shipment is arriving, and I will receive a sum of money then. I promise to repay. Remy stammered. Marta exchanged a cryptic glance with Amuro, who nodded slightly in response. Marta declared, Your Lord Bourbon shall remain here for a few days. Upon your return with the funds, I will release him. Remy's face darkened as he hesitated before nodding fearfully and fleeing the room. Once Remy departed, Marta turned to Amuro. This man shall be dealt with by Miss Marta. Amuro stated, The organization does not harbor incompetence. Even if he were to return, he would not survive. However, we look forward to continued collaboration with Miss Marta. Oh, Marta regarded Amuro with keen interest. Amuro continued, The goods provided by Miss Marta are of excellent quality, and the supply is both ample and stable. Our boss does not wish to lose such a partner over a few individuals. So, you wish to negotiate with me? Marta inquired. Amuro nodded, producing a sheet of paper. Here is our order. My companion has already delivered the deposit. Marta inspected the document, noting the extensive list of items. This quantity requires at least 5 million as a deposit. Amuro grinned. We have prepared 20 million for you. The excess is a token of our boss's apology for this indiscreet behavior. Ha ha ha. Marta chuckled. I do prefer dealings with someone of your caliber. Shall we conduct our next transaction here? Amuro ventured. No. Marta provided an address. At 8 o'clock on the morning of 3 days hence, I will be at this location. Bring your companion with you. Marta called out to the entrance, and the man whom Amuro had just bested entered. His gaze filled with a mix of rage and fear directed at Amuro. Escort this gentleman back. As Amuro departed, he passed through the corridor of the inn, where Isilia noticed his exit and quickened her pace to catch up. Amuro turned back, signaling her not to follow, mouthing, "Wait for me." The return journey was once again in the small windowless van, and Amuro alighted at the spot from which he had been taken previously. "If you do not return soon, I shall have to send someone to rescue you," Wataka Akai remarked. "Will you rescue me? I thought you would seek someone to silence me instead." Akai Wataru smiled, inquiring if there was any good news. "Martha won't be causing any trouble for the time being. It's your turn to take the stage," said Amuro Toru. As night fell, the underground bar was engulfed in revelry. After waiting for more than 10 minutes in the private room, Amuro finally caught sight of a familiar figure. Akai Shuichi arrived still wearing the same mask as before. Despite the fragrance of cologne, Amuro Toru could still detect the strong scent of rust. "Are you injured? Even vermouth could wound you. It seems you have regressed, Ray." Amuro Toru skillfully taunted. Shuichi Akai removed his mask, stating, "The blood is not mine. Before I arrived here, I dealt with a homicide. A person was murdered in an abandoned warehouse, and there is no information in the FBI system. Here is the photograph." Toru Amuro took the photo and recognized the victim as a horse-headed man, the individual who had dealings with Marta. It seemed that Marta's actions were rather swift. "Is there anything else?" he inquired. "Of course," Akai replied, handing him a USB drive while articulating his prior deductions. "The place I was taken to was also a hotel." Amuro remarked, "I discovered there that they are also involved in human trafficking." As he spoke, even Akai could sense the anger radiating from him. Amuro continued, "I have scheduled the next transaction with Marta. If luck is on our side, we may ascertain the location of her shipments." He sighed at that time. "Another batch of girls, likely around 15 or 16 years old, will be sold. I will ensure their rescue." Akai vowed. Amuro looked at him quizzically. "You are currently being pursued by Vermouth. Are you certain?" "Have no fear. Safe house." Unexpectedly, Vermouth's sultry voice echoed from the other end of the line. "I didn't expect you to call me, Balrog." "Vermouth, the task of hunting Shuichi Akai cannot be easy," he remarked. Vermouth stifled a gasp, cursing the annoying man inwardly, yet maintained her air of mystery. "Oh dear, just tell me what you need. I doubt you are concerned about my progress." "Very well. Shall we collaborate?" he proposed. Vermouth's interest was piqued. Akai Watake stated, "Calvados and Cohen should be in America, correct?" On the morning of the third day at 8 o'clock, Amuro and Akai Watake arrived at the restaurant mentioned by Marta, with a deposit in hand. It was evident that Marta had reserved the entire establishment. She sat alone at the central table, sipping coffee, flanked by 2 henchmen. "Is this your companion?" Marta scrutinized Akai Watake. "Balrog, my code name. Please, take a seat." "I presume you have brought the deposit?" "Of course," Balrog replied, producing a black pouch from his coat and spilling forth a handful of diamonds. Marta instantly recognized them as genuine. Her mood lifted as she retrieved her notebook to jot down the details, making no effort to conceal her actions from Amuro's gaze. "Tomorrow night at 10, I will deliver the items you requested to this location." "Wait," Akai Watake interjected, grasping Amuro's arm as he prepared to leave. "Where is the dock for your shipment?" "I intend to be present." Chapter 62, Decoding Where is the dock for your shipment? "I intend to be present." Marta was initially taken aback, then spoke slowly. "You are one of our esteemed clients. I will personally oversee this batch." Akai Wataka shook his head, recalling a harrowing experience of being deceived in the past. Thus, it had become his habit to personally inspect the goods, and it was not directed at her alone. Marta's expression wavered slightly as Akai continued, explaining that this was also the reason he applied for such a substantial deposit from the organization. Marta understood, indeed, that organization would not be so benevolent. Upon reflection, it dawned on her that the current delivery location might already be under surveillance by the FBI, and having him present was merely a pretext for a strategic relocation with minimal loss involved. After much insistence from Bailong, Marta acquiesced to his request, stating that their goods would arrive at 3 o'clock the following afternoon, and the precise address would be communicated at 2 o'clock. It appeared that Akai had no objections and turned to leave. "How much do you remember?" he suddenly inquired upon returning to the safe house. Amuro understood instantly. "I memorized everything from the 2 pages I opened," she replied. She encrypted the location before writing it down, which explains her confidence in my gaze. "When we met, she didn't bring a cipher notebook, so it shouldn't have been deciphered through a specific codebook. The common encryption methods are quite limited." As she prepared to leave, she added, "Take your time to experiment. I will make some preparations." "Wait," Amuro called after him. "You still haven't told me what exactly you intend to do." Akai Wataru smiled faintly. "Engaging in a game of dark intrigue." "What?" Amonte Ryu gazed at him in astonishment, realizing that there were few operatives available for use in America. "Surely, you do not expect FB to assist us?" Akai Wataru responded with a dismissive glance. "Of course not. Let us not forget that what we procured from Marta were weapons. If those items were to detonate..." Amuro Toru inhaled sharply, for the quantity they had acquired could easily reduce a dock to rubble. Moreover, not a single individual brought over would emerge alive. In a place unseen by Akai Wataru, Amuro Toru clenched his fist tightly. After departing from the safe house, Akai Wataru walked a few laps before entering a quaint, retro-styled CAF by the street. Vermouth, clad in a pristine white suit, exuded an aura of urban elegance. causing passersby to remain oblivious to the fact that a Hollywood superstar was sharing the same establishment for coffee. It appears you have devised a plan. Akamada leisurely sipped his coffee. Of course, otherwise I would not dare to waste the time of such a prominent star. Very well. What would you like me to do? I need to borrow one of your sharpshooters and also require assistance with a disguise. Vermouth gracefully set down her coffee cup. Whom do you wish to impersonate? A photograph was placed upon the table. FB building, interrogation room number 1. Shuichi Akai received a message from James and proceeded to interrogation room number 1, where a Maltese man with black hair and a bloodied mouth was undergoing questioning. What is the situation? Shuichi Akai inquired. This afternoon, patrolling officers discovered the man who had been assaulted and rescued him, only for the man to declare his intent to confess. He claimed to be an associate of Marta Chloe. Upon hearing this, Shuichi Akai understood James's purpose for summoning him. As part of a trade, he had investigated the Chloe family's background for bourbon. After the Maltese man signed the statement, an FB agent emerged with the testimony, stating that he wished to exchange the details of Marta's most recent transaction for our witness protection program. The two exchanged glances, and James asked, "What did he say about Marta's transaction?" The agent recited a series of addresses, with the time set for 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Additionally, he had overheard information regarding the transaction's counterpart, who seemed to be called Bourbon. James immediately turned to Shuichi Akai, whose expression remained unchanged, instructing him to keep the man in custody. Bourbon was undoubtedly a member of that organization. What are your thoughts, Akai? James inquired. We'll investigate tomorrow. If I recall correctly, the Chloe family has been a thorn in the FB side for quite some time. Capturing Marta would indeed be beneficial. However, capturing Bourbon may not be as straightforward. In James's presence, Shuichi Akai chose to temporarily conceal the true identity of Toru Amuro. James opted to trust Shuichi Akai's judgment and instructed him to lead a team to the transaction site. As anticipated, Marta promptly disclosed the transaction location at 2:30 the following afternoon. Though the actual site had been deciphered by Toru Amuro merely hours after his meeting with Marta the day prior, Marta's encryption method was not particularly complex. And with the comparative analysis provided by Shuichi Akai, the decryption process accelerated significantly. However, the final string of letters, AME, remained ambiguous in its meaning. Upon pinpointing the exact location, he immediately informed Wataru Akai, who advised him to disregard the AME for the time being. As the transaction time approached, Wataru Akai had yet to return, leaving Toru Amuro anxiously glancing at his phone, ultimately receiving the directive to proceed with the transaction alone. The meeting point was a warehouse adjacent to the docks. When Toru Amuro arrived, he saw Marta's subordinates unloading wooden crates from a vessel. Yet, despite their imposing stature, handling crates of weapons, metallic and heavy, could not be as effortless as it appeared. Unless sensing something amiss, Toru Amuro refrained from revealing himself, opting instead to observe the situation from the side of the warehouse. FB, everyone, hands up, get down. A commanding shout echoed, followed by the sudden wail of police sirens. A bullet struck a crate that had just been set down, but nothing transpired. Impossible, cursed Calvados, who was perched at a high vantage point near the warehouse. As he tapped his earpiece, Keen, the situation seems off. Understood. No sooner had he spoken than another bullet struck his sniper rifle with precision. Retreat, Calvados shouted into his earpiece. A subsequent bullet exploded against his thigh, drawing a pained gasp. In that moment of agony, he sensed an approaching presence, likely the FB. With a bitter smile, Calvados contemplated his fate. If captured, Jin would undoubtedly abandon him, sending others to silence him instead. Perhaps it was better to take matters into his own hands. Bang! By the time Kamel climbed atop a shipping container, he encountered Calvados's lifeless body. A bullet having traversed his head from right to left, the pistol used for suicide resting beside his right hand. Mr. Akai, Calvados has taken his own life, Kamel reported. From a distance of 1,000 yards, Akai Shuichi observed the unfolding scene through his sniper rifle. The recent shattering of the Calvados sniper rifle and the bullet that struck his thigh were both the result of Akai's remarkable prowess. Chapter 63. The setup. The arriving FBI agents began prying open the boxes that had just been unloaded, only to find them curiously empty. Officers, please do not wrongfully accuse the innocent, Mata declared with a smug expression, seemingly confident in her immunity to arrest. Meanwhile, hiding beside the warehouse, Amuro Toru was drenched in cold sweat. According to his plan, the FBI was not supposed to arrive at this moment. The entire dock was now surrounded by FBI agents, and it would not be long before he was discovered. He had no explanation for his presence there. As he scanned the area for an escape route, he suddenly noticed the large letters emblazoned on the warehouse, AME. So that is how it is, Amuro thought, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Sensing the situation had taken a turn for the worse, Akai Shuichi felt the urgency of the moment from his vantage point. Suddenly, a notification chimed on his mobile phone. Shuichi Akai raised his gaze and scanned the surroundings before striding directly towards a locked warehouse. With the butt of his gun, he shattered the lock, contemplating how to discreetly conceal the unwelcome presence of Toru Amuro. The sound of pounding echoed from within the warehouse, drawing the attention of the FBI agents stationed outside. In the dimly lit interior, amidst heaps of boxes, there lay a concealed iron door. Akai gestured for his subordinate to pry it open, and a golden figure burst forth, wrapping its arms around Akai's waist. Save me. The damp purple eyes, drooping and intense, fixated on Akai, while the golden-haired youth resembled a startled fawn, evoking empathy in anyone who beheld him, except for Akai. He widened his eyes at the youth clinging to him, inwardly exclaiming, "Toru Amuro, what happened to your face?" Indeed, to justify his presence, Amuro had found a small window to climb through, masquerading as a child sold into this place. Upon witnessing Akai's reaction, he shot him a reproachful glance, his eyes conveying, "Play along." Fortunately, Akai quickly regained his composure from the visual shock, instructing his team to thoroughly search the warehouse. At last, they uncovered the illicit weapons and the victims of trafficking, leading to the apprehension of Marta. Outside, Kamel was handcuffing Marta when suddenly, Marta lashed out, delivering a punch to Kamel's nose. He then seized the handgun and dashed towards the small yacht docked nearby. With a resounding explosion, the yacht, engulfed in flames, was reduced to ashes along with Marta. In the distance, Akai observed the entire scene through binoculars. By long, Calvados is dead. Cohen glared furiously at Akai. "I saw it," Akai replied nonchalantly. Cohen choked in anger, bellowing, "If it weren't for the faulty intel you provided, would he have died?" By long, prepare to face Jin. Akai moved aside and responded with irritation. "Firstly, I am solely responsible for luring Akai Shuichi out. You two are in charge of the sniping. You are fully aware that he can shoot from over 1,000 yards, yet you neglected to investigate that area. It is one thing to be outmatched in skill, but your lack of intelligence is even more disheartening. And you. Furthermore, I instructed you to aim at the weapons, yet you missed entirely. Who could have known those boxes were empty?" Cohen shouted furiously. Akai Wutake raised an eyebrow, surmising that Marta, that woman, would encrypt the time as well. "Which is why she informed you of the location the night before. Did you not think to check? It's foolish to blame me for your own ignorance." Cohen, realizing he could not contend with this intelligence officer, begrudgingly fell silent. Unbeknownst to Cohen, Akai Wutake wore a smug smile. The previous day, when Amuro Toru deciphered the correct transaction location, Akai had already anticipated that, considering Marta's level of caution, it was highly probable that she would also encrypt the time. Thus, the time noted in her notebook could not be genuine. Upon grasping this, he ventured to the docks late that night to investigate, and indeed discovered weapons that had already been delivered in a nearby warehouse, along with a group of individuals who had been drugged. To avoid unnecessary complications, he refrained from hastily rescuing them, knowing they would be saved by the FB the following day. Subsequently, he enlisted the help of Vermouth to assume a different identity, masquerading as one of Marta's subordinates to inform the FB. Consequently, he found himself confined in the FB's interrogation room for several hours. He conveyed to Vermouth his plan to lure Akai Shuichi to the transaction site, where Cohen and Calvados would detonate the weapons acquired from the deal, causing a massive explosion at the docks. This would not only eliminate Akai Shuichi, but also dispose of Marta and her associates, thereby fulfilling both parties' objectives. Vermouth agreed without hesitation. Of course, he had already taken note of the small yacht moored at the docks, so he concealed a liquid explosive crafted by Premio within the engine. Although that man might not fall for the ruse, his colleagues would surely perish in the explosion, and he doubted the man would remain inactive. This is a direct quote from Vermouth. Contemplating this, a shadow flickered in Akai Wutake's gaze. For the organization, this plan had its flaws. Initially, he had expected that the undercover agent within the FB would take action upon learning of his plan from Vermouth, yet he was surprised by their composure. While he had faith in his son's capabilities, he still wished to help him avert certain risks, such as that undercover agent. "We interrogated Marta's driver, located the hotel where you once stayed, and rescued that girl." Akai Shuichi, disguised, leisurely sipped a glass of bourbon whiskey. "That's good to hear." Amuro Toru exhaled in relief, realizing Marta was indeed cunning, even encrypting the time. Indeed, Akai Shuichi concurred. However, her actions have inadvertently aided us, have they not? If the boxes being unloaded from the ship truly contained weapons, we would likely have suffered significant casualties. Amuro Toru remained silent. He had informed Bakuru about the AME situation, and only upon arriving at the transaction site did he comprehend its true implications. Yet, Bakuru had been mysteriously absent for the past few days. Could it be that he was unaware as well? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Amuro Toru slowly spoke. "Akai, may I pose a question to you?" Akai Shuichi turned around, remarking on his unexpected courtesy, urging him to ask whatever he wished. "Is your father allergic to buckwheat?" "Huh?" Akai Shuichi looked at him with curiosity. "To my knowledge, he is not allergic." "What is the matter?" "It's nothing." Upon returning to the safe house, Bai Long lay on the sofa, his eyes tightly shut. Amuro Toru approached quietly, gazing intently at his face. Shuichi Akai had shown him that mask. A simple facial manipulation was ineffective. However, there is a saying, makeup can be altered, but one's voice is difficult to change. Moreover, Shuichi Akai had previously collaborated with Haku Long on missions. If it were him, it would be impossible not to recognize. With this thought, he slowly reached out and tugged at Haku Long's collar. Smack! Haku Long grasped his hand, but before that, He had already noticed that Haku Long's neck bore no devices for voice alteration. What are you doing? I saw you met with Vermouth, so. Ow. Toru Amuro cried out in pain. The mission is complete. Take a good rest and stop overthinking. Chapter 64. The Stolen Gemstone, Part 1. 2 years later, outside Washington Airport. A sleek red sports car drew the attention of every passerby. However, the two owners lacked the energy to respond to their enthusiasm. Shinichi could have stretched his neck, eliciting laughter from Yukiko beside him. Strange, why haven't Sayaka and Yuji come out yet? Shinichi muttered impatiently. I already told you not to come so early. Sayaka messaged that the flight was delayed. Yukiko replied, teasing, Shinichi, do you have a crush on her? You're not this eager to pick me up. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Shinichi's cheeks flushed. I clearly like Ran. He whispered. What he truly awaited was intelligence. Sayaka Hatada slowly emerged from the airport. A 16-year-old girl beginning to blossom. Her Asian complexion complemented by mixed features was enough to make even Yukiko, accustomed to beauties from the entertainment industry, exclaim at her stunning beauty. You finally arrived. Shinichi hurriedly approached to pull her into the car. Huh? Shinichi, can't you see me? Sayaka's brother, Yuji, feigned grievance. Ahaha. How could that be? Shinichi chuckled. Sayaka, uninterested in the two childish men, turned to Yukiko. Thank you for coming to pick us up. You were so polite. Get in the car. Rest well before the award ceremony. If Shinichi dares to bully you, just let me know. Hey, Mom. Sayaka. What did you find out in Paris? As soon as they got in the car, Shinichi eagerly asked. Sayaka smiled. I inquired clearly. The stolen diamond is called Antoinette, which belonged to Cartier before it was stolen. It was rumored that Cartier planned to showcase this diamond along with another called Carolina in a series for auction. Unfortunately, it has now been stolen, and the thief has yet to be caught. You're quite well informed. Thank you, Shinichi replied happily. Sayaka chuckled. No need for thanks. By the way, how did you become involved with cases in France? Is being a high school detective in Japan no longer satisfying for you? Shinichi sighed. And Yuji chimed in. Sayaka, you don't know how long it's been since you were back. Over the past few years, our sister-in-law has trained many excellent officers at the police academy. Often, Shinichi solves cases before even arriving at the scene. Officer Wakasa is indeed impressive, Yukiko said. We've arrived. Oh, by the way, Sayaka suddenly halted, aside from the gemstone information. I also found out that a French insurance company has dispatched an investigator to track down the thief. Shinichi, remember not to interfere with them. An insurance investigator. Do you have a photo? Sayaka shook her head. Not yet. But if you want to know more, I can ask. That would be a great help. Shinichi and Yukiko escorted them to their room. Sayaka had booked a suite with floor-to-ceiling windows. Yukiko stood by the window pointing at a distant villa that is her home. Remember to reach out if you need anything. Thank you. Sayaka turned to Shinichi. Speaking of which, why are you investigating a theft in France while in America? Shinichi shrugged. Cartier plans to showcase a necklace made from the Antoinette diamond at an upcoming charity gala at the Washington Museum. And Interpol informed my father that the thief might have escaped to America. That's why I'm investigating here. Luckily, you were in France at that time. Sayaka smiled helplessly. Returning to a week prior, at the Hatada residence, in the chess room, Yuji Hatada slowly placed a piece on the board, staring blankly at it. Checkmate. The moment Yuji heard this, he snapped back to reality, regretfully gazing at the board before meeting his older brother's gentle eyes. Yuji, you were distracted. I'm sorry, Koji. Koji Hatada patted Yuji's shoulder. You're worried about Shuichi, aren't you? Yuji paused for a moment before nodding. Koji offered a resigned smile. He could not truthfully claim he was unconcerned about Shuichi Akai, but he had to remain calm and composed for Yuji and Sayaka's sake. I don't know how to advise you on this matter. If you're feeling exhausted, perhaps take a break. Sayaka will be going to France soon. Knowing you like cheese, she asked if you would like to join her. Afterward, she will fly directly to America, and you could visit Shuichi. Upon hearing that he could see his brother, Yuji's expression lightened significantly. Okay. Sayaka, you're only 16. Why would you like such a dull black dress? Yukiko remarked, picking up a black dress while helping Sayaka pack. Shinichi interjected, sorry, I didn't mean to offend. Sayaka shot him a glare, as if I wanted to wear it. It belonged to a friend of my father who tragically passed away during a climbing accident. His funeral is in a few days. I'm sorry. Shinichi realized he had misspoken. It's fine. By the way, have you found out anything? Shinichi shook his head, not much. I only heard that the French police are pursuing the thief closely, so he is likely in a hurry to sell the diamond. Sayaka pondered for a moment. In that case, we could masquerade as buyers to lure the thief out. The question is how to convey our intention to purchase the diamond. A newspaper. Yukiko suggested after listening for a while. The news could work, for instance, announcing that a diamond was lost and offering a reward of $100,000 for its return. Many novels portray similar scenarios. What a brilliant idea! Shinichi exclaimed excitedly. Let us try it. Call the largest newspaper. Oh no. Yuji stopped Shinichi. Someone might have already done that. What? Indeed. Just now. I asked the flight attendant for a newspaper in America, and there was a similar lost and found announcement regarding the diamond, referred to as the other half of Carolina. With a meeting time set for 3 o'clock this afternoon at a place called the Spanish-style hotel, Yuji recalled. I just remembered. 3 o'clock. Shinichi glanced at his watch. It was already 2:30. We should hurry, he exclaimed, pulling Sayaka along. Hey, Shinichi, let go of me. Yuji, call the police. Chapter 65, The Stolen Gemstone, Part 2. When they arrived at the Spanish-style hotel, both guests and staff were hastily rushing outside. What happened? The fire alarm blared, and the front desk called for an evacuation. No, just moments ago, as I rushed down, I passed a room and detected a strong metallic scent of blood. Ah. It's terrifying. 2 individuals gleaned crucial information from the crowd's chatter and swiftly approached a lady, asking, in which room did you smell the blood? She pondered. I reside on the 7th floor, and I encountered the odor approximately 2 floors down. It should be on the 5th floor, though I cannot recall the exact room number. No sooner had she spoken than Kudo Shinichi dashed upstairs, with Hatada Saya trailing behind, unable to intervene. Hey, you too. Hatada Hayagi, who had caught sight of the scene, intended to follow but was halted by a firefighter, leaving him anxiously pacing below. Room 505 revealed a male corpse lying starkly on the floor. Hatada Saya approached and checked for a pulse and breath, shaking her head at Kudo Shinichi. Why are you still here? Evacuate immediately. There's a gas leak. Kudo Shinichi felt a surge of alarm, tugging at Hatada Saya's arm. Saya, we must leave. Now. Yet. Her gaze remained fixated on the room. With no other choice, Kudo Shinichi pulled her forcefully downstairs. Boom. The 5th floor erupted in an explosion, undoubtedly reducing the crime scene to rubble. The 2 were thrown back by the blast, but, fortunately, emerged unscathed. As police sirens approached, they blended into the crowd to escape. What did you just see? Kudo Shinichi inquired. The crime scene. It was about to explode. I wanted to remember it, Hatada Saya replied, her emotion steady. Huh? Kudo Shinichi regarded her with disbelief. Curious, how much did you manage to remember? Hatada Saya smiled softly. All of it. Hatada Hayagi, who had arrived after the alarm, was taken aback by the scene. Are you two all right? They slowly stood up, brushing off the dust. We are fine. Upon returning to the Kudo residence, Kudo Shinichi stared in astonishment at the crime scene recreated on the computer by Hatada Saya. Your memory is astonishing. Even Kudo Shinichi, accustomed to numerous crime scenes, doubted his ability to recall such intricate details. It was cultivated while learning shogi with my father. It's complete now, Hatada Saya stood, allowing Kudo Shinichi to see the entire screen, highlighting key points. Firstly, the victim was stabbed to death with a weapon resembling a fruit knife. Secondly, there was a briefcase on the table, accompanied by a receipt from a swimming pool and a locker ticket. That item may still be in the locker, Kudo Shinichi nodded. Did you see which swimming pool and the locker number? The ticket states it's the garden swimming pool. There is no locker number on the ticket. It should be on the key, but I didn't see any keys in the room, Hatada Saya replied. Kudo Shinichi contemplated. It must be hidden on the deceased or in the bedroom. You didn't have time to check the bedroom, did you? Hatada Saya nodded. There is another issue. How does this deceased individual relate to the jewel theft case we are investigating? Perhaps the items in the deceased's locker hold the answer, Kudo Shinichi sighed. In the worst-case scenario, the victim is that insurance investigator. If so, the thief is far more ruthless than we anticipated. Hatada Saya's expression turned grave. It seems we must report this. Kudo Shinichi nodded in agreement. Hey, we're not just spouting nonsense. At the FB precinct, Kudo Shinichi was nearly exasperated with the detective taking his statement. Observing their formidable presence, the detective struggled to maintain patience. Children, listen to me. It was just an accident. All right. When we entered, the person was already dead. Hatada Saya calmly interjected. Clearly, the perpetrator murdered and then tampered with the gas line to destroy the scene. Even if you don't believe us, at least look for any keys or similar items, Kudo Shinichi added. All right. If this is indeed true, we shall investigate thoroughly. For now, you may leave. Once outside, Kudo Shinichi couldn't help but complain to Hatada Saya. It seems they are unreliable. We must investigate on our own. Don't act recklessly. This isn't Japan. The police in America may not indulge your inquiries, Hatada Saya cautioned. The following day, based on an address provided by Akai Shuichi, Hatada Hayugi located a CAF in the suburbs. At an outdoor table for 2, Akai Shuichi spotted his younger brother approaching with a smile, but suddenly his expression shifted. Watch out. He swiftly stood and tackled Hatada Hayugi to the ground, just as a dilapidated billboard crashed down where Hatada Hayugi had been standing. Safe house. Will you continue as Kaido Kid? Have you thought this through? Akai Wataru queried Kuroba Kaido. It's not Kaido Kid. It's Crow Thief, Kuroba Kaido grinned. Akai Mutake's expression clearly inquired about the distinction. Very well, I concede. Your 2 subordinates previously incarcerated Spider's brother and a significant portion of the zoo. Since then, Spider and the remaining individuals have been rather silent, which does not bode well for our efforts to extract them. Kuroba Toichi remarked, furthermore, my role as the Phantom Thief Raven does not imply a cessation of our collaboration. Akai Wataru sighed, fully aware that he could not sway his partner, with whom he had collaborated for many years. So what is your first objective? To his surprise, Kaido Kuroba produced a French newspaper seemingly out of thin air. Antoinette. Has she already been stolen? Akai Wataru chuckled in exasperation. What are you planning? To return it first before stealing it again? Kaido Kuroba raised his index finger and shook it gently. I am neither a police officer nor a detective. Recovering the diamond is not my responsibility. Someone else will handle that. Kaido Kuroba then opened a video on his phone and handed it to Akai Wataru. Does that girl look familiar to you? Akai Wataru carefully discerned the girl in the video, who was being shielded by a boy of high school age, and ruled out the possibility that she was a child who had yet to be born at the time of his departure. However, the girl's features bore a striking resemblance to another woman he knew, Koji's daughter. Kaido Kuroba nodded slightly. The boy beside him was a somewhat renowned high school detective in Japan, and their companionship exuded a hint of the camaraderie reminiscent of Holmes and Watson. Indeed, Akai Wataru glanced at Kaido Kuroba, his expression complex, and cautioned him not to bully the child too much. Kaido Kuroba left with a mischievous grin. Chapter 66. The Stolen Gemstone, Part 3. The surrounding crowd was sent into a frenzy, with those who had been leisurely enjoying coffee outdoors startled into knocking over their cups and retreating into the CAF. After Akai Shuichi tackled Handa Shuji and they rolled on the ground for a couple of times before standing up, he inquired, Shuji, are you hurt? No. I'm fine, came Shuji's hesitant reply. Subsequently, he presented his FBI credentials to the bystanders in an effort to maintain order before inspecting the fallen advertisement board. The break in the board was cleanly severed, evidently not due to the deterioration of the wooden frame, but rather someone had sawed it, implying that this incident was no mere accident. Furthermore, if the assailant's intention was to target him, there would be no rationale for sawing a board situated so far from him. Moreover, he had meticulously observed his surroundings upon arrival and noticed no one following him. In other words, Shuji, someone intends to kill you, Akai Shuichi stated bluntly. Have you noticed anything unusual around you lately? It seemed they would need to have James dispatch personnel to ensure their safety during their time in America. No, I don't think so. Handa Shuji replied weakly, lowering his head in response to his brother's serious demeanor, and quietly added, recently. I've been investigating that stolen diamond, Antinet. What? With Saya and Shinichi, Handa Shuji responded softly, aware that he might be in for a scolding. So, you three are investigating a notorious thief that the French police have been pursuing for months? Akai Shuichi's tone turned grave. He was accustomed to taking on a serious elder brother role when addressing his younger siblings. Do you understand how dangerous that is, Shuji? It's one thing for those two children to act recklessly, but you, as an adult, should know better. I was wrong, Shubro, Handa Shuji murmured an apology, prompting Akai's tone to soften somewhat. Tell me everything you have discovered so far, and try not to leave anything out. Handa Shuji relayed all the information he had gathered to Akai Shuichi. Oh, not bad. You've uncovered quite a lot, Akai Shuichi remarked, impressed. Those two children seemed to have some sense. They realized the gravity of the situation and sought the police. However, he also acknowledged that it was not entirely their fault, as he found Handa Saya's analysis to be reasonable, even if the foolish police officers they encountered failed to believe them. Saya and that boy named Shinichi rushed upstairs. What about you? Akai Shuichi pressed, eager to ascertain the reason behind his brother's peril. Handa Shuji recalled, I was stopped by a firefighter from going up, so I circled around to the hotel's back entrance. Did you see anyone? Akai Shuichi inquired. Handa Shuji nodded. I saw a girl delivering food and a few people running out, likely guests trying to escape. Shuichi Akai sighed as he pulled Yuji inside the car. Shu, where are you taking me? To the Spanish-themed hotel, to confirm something. The crimson Ford Mustang sped towards the hotel's rear entrance. Upon arrival, Shuichi Akai glanced up and noticed that the fifth-floor crime scene was perfectly visible through the large windows. Shu, the murderer must believe you saw his face, which is why he intends to silence you, Akai deduced. What perplexes me is how he found you so swiftly. Yuji Haneda pondered for a moment before opening Google Maps on his phone. Brother, look. Shuichi Akai leaned in closer as Hideyoshi Haneda pointed to a specific location on the map, indicating the CAF where they had first met. He then shifted the map to reveal an adjacent vacant lot, the Borton farm, the very farm belonging to the girl who had delivered goods to them. I should have anticipated this, Akai remarked. The murderer does not know your address and can only seek out that girl. It seems he encountered you on the way and decided to act impulsively. Oh no, Hideyoshi suddenly exclaimed. The girl who delivered the vegetables may be in danger. We must go check on her. At 11 in the morning, Borton Farm had endured a night of heavy rainfall, leaving the roads in a state of utter muddiness. Akai parked the car on the roadside, and he and Hideyoshi proceeded on foot toward the farm. Who are you two? An elderly man at Borton Farm questioned. Spotting the unfamiliar figures approaching, particularly noting Akai's dark attire and stern expression, which led him to suspect they were trouble. Upon seeing Akai's identification, the old man lowered his guard. What brings you here? Is the young lady who delivered vegetables to the Spanish-style hotel yesterday present? Akai inquired. That's my daughter. The old man replied, scanning his surroundings. Strange, she was here just an hour ago. Where could my car be? The murderer must have encountered that girl, Akai deduced. It seems she managed to escape. I'll have James keep an eye out for any reports of missing girls. By the way, Hideyoshi, did you get a look at the murderer's face? Hideyoshi shook his head. Akai pondered for a moment before asking, "What about the deceased? Does Sayaka remember anything? She has retained the details of the entire crime scene. Brother Shu, have you uncovered something?" Akai Shuichi nodded slightly. Prior to our meeting this morning, the FB had already conducted an investigation at the Spanish-style hotel. According to the registration information for room 505, the deceased was purportedly a banker. However, upon further inquiry, this identity was found to be fabricated. They found it peculiar and decided to inform me. It appears that the deceased may indeed be that insurance investigator, Hatada Shuji remarked. At that moment, a phone call interrupted their conversation. The caller ID on Shuji's phone displayed Sayaka's name. "Sayaka, what is it? You finally answered. A video online captured you nearly being crushed by a billboard. Are you all right?" I'm fine." The voice on the other end sighed in relief. "Where are you?" "I'm coming to find you." Hatada Shuji instinctively glanced at Akai Shuichi beside him, who promptly snatched the phone from his hand. "Shall we collaborate?" "Miss Hatada?" Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, Hatada Sayaka suddenly felt anxious. "Who are you?" "FB, Akai Shuichi." "Huh? Shuichi actually called you?" As Akai Shuichi listened to Hatada Koji's voice from the other end, he finally realized why she had not sought Shuji for so long. She had gone to the airport to pick someone up. Yes, using Shuji's phone, Sayaka explained to her father before providing Akai Shuichi with a series of addresses. "Well then, Mr. Akai, please check the deceased for any keys and meet me at the hotel where I'm staying." "At your service, miss." Akai Shuichi replied with a smile before hanging up. "Your little niece is quite intriguing. Is the case complicated?" Hatada Koji inquired. "It should be somewhat easier with the FB's assistance." With that, he turned to his father with a look of surprise. "Dad, could you do me a favor?" Chapter 67, The Stolen Gemstones, Part 4. The efficiency of Akai Shuichi is remarkably high. 2 hours later, he arrived at the hotel where Haneda Saya was staying, carrying a briefcase. In the room, besides the Haneda family, there was a familiar face to Akai Shuichi. "Mr. Akai," greeted the young man with short, golden hair. Standing at attention. "Yuta, do you know each other?" Haneda Saya inquired. The young man, referred to as Yuta, smiled shyly, saying, "Who in FB doesn't know Mr. Akai? John Yuta joined FB 2 years ago, and after accumulating some experience, he was granted permission to participate in an operation in New York last year aimed at dismantling an organization, which was orchestrated entirely by Akai Shuichi. He would never forget the chaotic moments during that mission, the looming specter of death approaching him, and the bullet that pierced the forehead of the enemy attempting to ambush him. No one knew where this remarkably formidable sniper was concealed. Assassins from the organization fell one after another, while their comrades, desperately seeking rescue, screamed as their wrists were shot through. The most terrifying aspect was that all the witnesses required by the mission brief were left alive for capture. The instructions in the earpiece were concise and clear, astonishingly. FB suffered no casualties throughout the operation. John Yuta, originally an extreme sports enthusiast, believed his abilities were commendable, having encountered numerous strong opponents. However, the prowess of Akai Shuichi felt like a dimensional descent to him. "I remember you," Akai Shuichi replied lightly. "You performed well in the previous case." This statement was not mere flattery. Akai Shuichi indeed had some recollection of the name John Yuta. After his identity was exposed and he returned to FB 2 years ago, he had dismantled several organizational strongholds, only beginning to handle routine cases a year ago. To familiarize himself with the protocols, he had specifically reviewed case files from the past few years, one of which piqued his interest. The criminals were a group of individuals possessing extreme sports skills, committing crimes such as bank robberies, hijacking cash transport planes, and bombing gold mines across various states in America. As one of the few in FB capable of extreme sports, Utah infiltrated their ranks to gather evidence, ultimately capturing all the criminals over 3 months. While he admired the talent of the newly recruited young agent, he lamented that Utah had not joined a few years earlier. Perhaps he could have been transferred to work under him. "Have you found anything?" Haneda Saya asked. Akai Shuichi nodded slightly, placing his brown briefcase on the table and opening it. The key was hidden in a compartment at the heel of the deceased Shu, and I promptly retrieved it from the swimming pool. The briefcase contained only a few items, a wallet and a bond inscribed with the amount of $1 million. The bond, however, was counterfeit. "It truly isn't that thin," Haneda Hiroshi remarked with certainty as he set down his pencil. The wallet held some identification. After donning the gloves that Utah had handed her, Haneda Sayaka opened the wallet. The photograph on the identification matched the deceased in her memory, but the profession listed was no longer banker. Instead, it identified him as an insurance investigator named Sean. Haneda Sayaka sighed, realizing her earlier assumption was correct. This Mr. Sean must have been identified by the thief before meeting his unfortunate demise. It appeared we had returned to square one. After being deceived once, that thief should be more cautious, Haneda Shuji remarked ruefully. "I have an idea." Utah hesitated before speaking. Sayaka looked at him in surprise, knowing she had not chosen the wrong ally. "Quickly tell me." "In a previous case, I had inadvertently encountered a group that dealt in fencing stolen goods. They specialized in helping jewel thieves infiltrate high-end soirees, selling their ill-gotten gains to the affluent attendees. Yuta cast a furtive glance at Akai Shuichi, recalling how he had been preoccupied with apprehending diamond robbers and had neglected to investigate this group. Sayaka sheepishly touched her nose, empathizing with Yuta's discomfort in admitting his oversight before his superior. So, pretending to be buyers is still a viable approach, Akai Shuichi stated. Yuta, do you know how to contact that fencing group? Indeed. The following morning, Yuta donned a hat and strolled into a small diamond appraisal shop with his hands tucked into the pockets of his sweatshirt. He was greeted by a kindly older gentleman. Young man, what do you wish to appraise? Yuta glanced around warily. I have something I need to sell. Please help me arrange a connection. The old man remained unfazed. That depends on whether your item holds value. Yuta withdrew a beautifully cut diamond from his right pocket. The elder examined it closely, revealing an expression of astonishment. Carolina, it could fetch $50 million. Yuta leaned in closer. I know the authorities are on to me. Please arrange the soonest opportunity. The elder nodded and handed him an invitation, stating, once sold, give me 30% and send the money to this address. Should you attempt to renege, be aware of the consequences. He then scribbled an address on a piece of notepaper and handed it to Yuta. Yuta took the notepaper and the diamond, managing a wry smile. Last night, when Haneda Hiroshi produced the Carolina diamond, nearly everyone present, including Haneda Sayaka and Kudo Shinichi, who had hurried over upon hearing of new leads, was taken aback. Sayaka exclaimed, So you are that mysterious buyer? Hiroshi appeared nonchalant, explaining, It was your mother's birthday, and the auction happened to be on that day, so I bought it for her. Did I not mention it? No, Sayaka retorted, giving him a half-lidded glance. Hiroshi chuckled apologetically. I must have forgotten. Sayaka's expression seemed to convey disbelief, questioning how he could forget such a significant matter. Since you are investigating, feel free to use it, Wakasarumi interjected. Kudo Shinichi twitched at the corner of his mouth, aware of Haneda Hiroshi's affluence, but astonished that he would present a diamond worth $50 million for his daughter's investigation. Yuta received an invitation to a charity gala at a New York museum, scheduled for 2 days hence, but prior to that, they had other matters to address. Brother, do you mind staying here? Haneda Shuji inquired, wishing to spend more time with his sibling yet apprehensive about hindering his work. Not at all. My next task is to ensure Ms. Haneda Sayaka receives the Young Scientist Award and returns home safely, Akai Shuichi replied with a smile. The next morning, the Haneda family, including Shuji, donned black formal attire and arrived at a cemetery, where Akai Shuichi, as the designated protector, also attended. The coffin contained the body of an Asian male, appearing no older than 40. Despite efforts at restoration, the scars of his violent death were evident. He had been killed by a fall. The gravestone bore the name of the deceased, Uya Keiichi. Akai Shuichi was surprised to find that apart from the Haneda family, the attending pastor, and Yuta, only John was present for the memorial. Chapter 68, The Stolen Gem, Part 5. Haneda Hiroshi delivered the eulogy for Mr. Uya. Subsequently, the attendees placed white flowers upon his coffin, honoring the memory of their friend in his final resting place. Who was this person? After the funeral, Akai Shuichi discreetly approached Shuji to inquire about Uya. He was an athlete known to my brother Hiroshi and sister-in-law from their dating days. They even invited him to the wedding, Shuji responded. It is quite tragic. He lost his parents early, has no siblings, and was never married. When the police discovered his body, they had no one to notify. It was only through examining his past call records that they found my brother Hiroshi's contact. So, Mr. Uya's funeral was arranged by Hiroshi? Shuji nodded. More or less. I believe Yuta assisted as well. Akai Shuichi smiled calmly. He had no intention of commenting on others' lives. However, he remained curious about one question. How did he come to know you all? Well, Shuji glanced ahead. He was a friend of Sayaka, who mentioned that they met during a trip. Akai Shuichi nodded slightly, and soon, his phone rang. James, what is it? Akai-kun. We have located the person you were searching for. This young lady claims her surname is Bolton. Yesterday morning, around 8 o'clock, a man barged into her farm, intending to kill her. Where is she now? At the FB building. I will come immediately. In the interrogation room. A young girl dressed in a floral dress with twin ponytails timidly gazed at Akai Shuichi, seemingly intimidated by his piercing green eyes, reminiscent of an eagle's cold gaze. Please recount your visit to the Spanish-themed hotel from the day before yesterday. Miss Bolton's testimony closely aligned with Akai Shuichi's prior conjectures. That morning, she had gone to the hotel to deliver vegetables as planned. Upon her arrival at the back entrance, she was knocked down by a man who, rather than offering an apology, shot her a fierce glare before departing in a red car. Shortly thereafter, an Asian male helped her to her feet and assisted in gathering the scattered vegetables. At that moment, the fire alarm rang, prompting a considerable number of people to flee from the back entrance. Do you remember the appearance of the man who collided with you, as well as his license plate number? Miss Bolton nodded. He was quite handsome. As for the license plate, I only recall that it was a red car, and the first 2 digits were 16. Akai Shuichi pondered for a moment before dialing Handakoji's number. It appeared that the perpetrator resembled this. Kudo Shinichi leaned in to examine the drawing of the criminal, rendered by Handakoji based on Miss Bolton's description, and was taken aback. Uncle Handa, you are truly remarkable. Just a trivial skill, nothing to fuss over. Handakoji waved his hand dismissively. Knowing the appearance of the criminal is indeed of great assistance, Kudo Yusaku affirmed. I believe the FB has already devised a countermeasure. Mr. Akai mentioned he would have people lying in wait at the banquet, Kudo Shinichi replied. Moreover, Utah has Carolina in hand, which is part of the same series as Antoinette. The other party has already approached Utah, expressing a desire to collaborate in selling both diamonds together. That's good. With so many guests at the banquet, FB might not be able to monitor everything. But as long as we keep a close watch on Utah, we should be fine. Handa Koji interjected, FB headquarters building. Shu, take a look at this. Judy handed a palm-sized card to Akai Shuichi. Tomorrow night, amidst the splendor, I shall receive Antoinette. The card bore a simplistic drawing in the lower right corner, depicting a little figure wearing a tall top hat and monocle, grinning malevolently. Judy, where did this card come from? A child gave it to me when I returned, asking me to pass it on to Agent Akai Shuichi. Shu, do you know this phantom thief crow? Judy inquired. Akai Shuichi smiled slightly. I suppose so. Has that child inquired? Yes, he replied. The child mentioned handing the card to her uncle, who was wearing a mask and a hat, obscuring his face. Akai Shuichi nodded slightly, and at that moment, his phone buzzed with a message from an unfamiliar number. Be cautious. It appeared that the situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. All right. Let me take a look around. In the hotel, Yukiko was admiring the dress she had personally altered for the charity gala the following day. Both the Kudo and the Handa families had received invitations. In preparation, Handa Saya had selected a white short dress as her attire. However, upon seeing it, Yukiko felt the design was rather mundane and decided to enhance it herself. She adorned the neckline and straps with lace, and added a golden belt at the waist as an embellishment, ensuring the gown retained its noble elegance while the short skirt design remained youthful and vibrant. It certainly looks much better, remarked Wakasa Rumi, praising Yukiko's impeccable taste. Ah, it's not solely my idea. Sharon assisted as well, Yukiko replied, visibly pleased by the compliment. Sharon. Handa Saya mused, recalling the name. Is that the actress Sharon Winstead? I've seen her films. Indeed, that's her. I hear she will be attending as well. I'll introduce you to her then. Sounds good. Upon receiving the finished dress, Kudo Yusaku affectionately complimented his wife, sending a photo to another number. Meanwhile, the ladies were trying on the dresses in Handa Saya's bedroom. Consequently, aside from Handa Heiji, who was catching up on sleep to combat jet lag, Handa Koji and Akai Shuichi found themselves in the living room together. 17 years had passed, and the boy who once quarreled with his mother and ran away from home had matured into a formidable FBA's agent. Time had polished away his youthful naivety, rendering him more composed and steadfast. Reflecting on this, Handa Koji handed Akai Shuichi a small box containing dozens of pale pink capsules. What is this? Akai Shuichi inquired. It's a universal tranquilizer developed by Saya, Handa Koji replied, meeting Akai Shuichi's surprised gaze. If that organization employs any toxins against you, taking one will at least buy you time to reach the hospital. Akai Shuichi slowly accepted the item for individuals like them. It could be a matter of life and death. The girl, Sayaka, is somewhat introverted, so she entrusted me with her care. She also mentioned, for the sake of a certain fool at home who worries about you to the point of sleeplessness, please take good care of yourself. Hatada Koji then produced a USB drive, which contained the formula for the antidote. Wakasa has already submitted it to the Public Security Bureau and M6. So it would be more convenient for you to receive it directly from FB. Akai Shuichi glanced towards the direction of Handa Saya's bedroom, where the sound of the girl's joyful laughter echoed from behind the closed door. A knowing smile adorned his face as he expressed his gratitude. Chapter 69, The Stolen Gem, The Chaos. The charity gala commenced in the evening, with esteemed guests from various sectors gradually arriving at the museum by 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At the entrance of the New York Museum, a throng of reporters, armed with cameras, crowded along the red carpet, their flashes illuminating the faces of the attendees. Look, it's Sharon Winstead. Miss Winstead, over here. The entrance of the renowned actress Sharon Winstead instantly captivated the attention of numerous journalists. As one of Cartier's chosen ambassadors, she adorned her neck with a dazzling diamond necklace valued at $15 million, provided by Cartier. Sharon. Vermouth instinctively turned, spotting the slowly approaching Yukiko Kudo. Yukiko. It's been a while. I didn't expect to see you in America. Upon recognizing Yukiko Kudo, the reporters increased the frequency of their shutter clicks. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Vermouth turned to the girl beside her. And who might this be? This is the daughter of my friend, Yukiko introduced. Saya. This is Sharon Winstead. Hello. Handa Saya offered a shy smile, extending her hand timidly. Vermouth chuckled as she took the girl's hand, playfully tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Observing Handa Saya's retreating figure, Vermouth muttered, poor child, while casting a provocative glance at Akai Shuichi. The gala, ostensibly a charitable event, was in reality a private exhibition organized by Cartier to showcase its jewelry. Upon entering the museum, guests would tour the premises for several hours before returning to the rooftop terrace on the second floor for the banquet. Since their arrival, Wakasa Rumi's gaze had scarcely strayed from Handa Saya. Beside her, Handa Koji gently wrapped his arm around his wife's waist. Shuichi will protect her. Stop staring at her and pay attention to me. In response, Rumi shot him a silent, disbelieving glance. Shuichi still has to catch that thief. Koji chuckled lightly. Tonight. There's more than one thief. Eh? As they exited the Egyptian exhibition hall, a blonde waiter clad in a waistcoat passed by with a tray. Sir, madam? Would you like a drink? Rumi felt the voice sounded somewhat familiar. Upon looking up, her expression faltered momentarily. Amuro-kun, what are you doing here? Amuro flashed a polite smile. Just a part-time job. They're hiring temporary staff here. He then discreetly slipped a note into Koji's hand while concealing it behind the tray. Koji calmly tucked it away into his suit pocket. Seeing this, Amuro departed with satisfaction. Shall we check over there? Koji suggested, pointing towards a less crowded exhibition hall. As they turned the corner, Koji unfolded the note, which read, Keep Saya safe. It seems to be from that organization, Rumi remarked, a shadow passing over her eyes. I wonder if we should be relieved that it's zero. Why do you appear so unconcerned? Koji smiled. Don't worry, someone is ensuring Saya's safety. Glancing at his watch, he added, the banquet is about to begin. You should go accompany Saya. I'll join you shortly. Rumi departed, her mind filled with uncertainty. Meanwhile, John Utah swirled the red wine in his glass, scanning the surroundings until he spotted a familiar figure. Mr. Akai, I see him. He is in the pavilion at the center of the terrace. In the surveillance room, Akai Shuichi had located him as well, according to the name registered upon entry. This individual was called Kanto, though it was likely a false identity. Kanto sat idly in a booth, scanning his surroundings in search of a target. Akai Shuichi concluded that in order to sell stolen goods, Kanto needed to find someone wealthy and alone, minimizing the risk of being detected. Now, wait. He is moving. Follow him, Akai commanded, switching his earpiece to another channel. Team 1, Team 2, get closer to Miss Handa. The banquet was about to commence, and guests were gradually making their way to the central plaza. Handa Koji, however, detested the bustling atmosphere and wandered alone in the Greek exhibition hall. Footsteps approached. In turning around, he saw a man in a blue suit walking toward him. His exceptional memory allowed him to instantly recognize the figure before him, the thief whose likeness he had sketched just 2 days prior. So, I am the target? Handa inquired. A hint of surprise in his voice. Kanto cautiously asked, Mr. Handa? Handa nodded. I don't believe we met. Of course, Kanto replied, revealing his intent. I am Kanto. I wonder what you think of today's exhibits? Nothing has caught my eye yet, Handa responded. Kanto smiled knowingly. I have something of great value that may pique your interest. Handa chuckled. What is it? A diamond, Kanto said. If memory serves, it was stolen. Kanto maintained his demeanor. I have another perspective. Cartier could never safeguard such a gem. It rightfully belongs to someone with your discernment. Noticing Kanto's right hand buried in his pocket, Handa observed the bulge, which appeared to be a small knife. Kanto seemed desperate, and Handa was certain that a single refusal to purchase would result in that knife being plunged into him. Adjusting his stance subtly, he spotted John Utah behind Kanto and nodded subtly to him. Are you planning to talk here, Mr. Kanto? He implied. Kanto appeared to understand, gesturing for them to move. At such a grand banquet, private lounges were offered to distinguished guests, and a room had been prepared for Handa Koji. Mr. Handa, I only require $50 million. If auctioned, it would fetch at least $100 million, Kanto stated, regarding Handa with eagerness. $50 million. Acceptable. I need to see the diamond now. Kanto promptly produced the diamond, and Handa scoffed. Come forth. Miss Burton rushed from the lounge, pointing at Kanto. He was the one who tried to kill me that day. Upon realizing this, Kanto immediately stowed the diamond away and swiftly pressed the knife against Miss Burton's neck, dragging her outward. At such a high-end event, the FBI was unarmed and could only pursue slowly. As they reached the lounge door, taking advantage of Kanto's momentary glance back, Miss Burton suddenly broke free from his grasp. The FBI rushed in, and with his hostage lost, Kanto ran while brandishing the knife, searching for another victim. Near the restroom, his murderous gaze fell upon the visibly unwell Handa Saya. Chapter 70. The Stolen Gem, Curtain Call. 1 hour prior, in the kitchen, Midorikawa. The dishes for table 8 are ready. The young chef, struggling with his Japanese, called out to Shobu Kagamitsu. Ah, coming. Shobu glanced at the dishes on the table and took them out. After ensuring no one was watching, he discreetly retrieved a vial of black liquid from his chef's uniform, adding it to the soup as a faux garnish, all the while silently apologizing to Handa Saya. With the tainted soup now served, his task was complete. Shobu paused momentarily at the cooking station. As a Japanese police officer present in the kitchen of a New York museum, he was there primarily due to vermouth. Ever since Akai Shuichi's identity was revealed, Vermouth had attempted multiple assassination attempts on him in the United States, all culminating in failure. Reluctantly, they enlisted the help of Amuro Turu and Midorikawa Kei. Vermouth had set her sights on the grandest party of the year, knowing that as a celebrity, she would undoubtedly receive an invitation. Additionally, she had insider information that the Handa family would also attend the banquet. Among the three, the culinary adept Shobu was tasked with infiltrating the banquet's kitchen staff to poison Handa Saya. What is this? He queried. Vermouth, if someone dies at such a large banquet, we'll all be implicated. Vermouth, unfazed, replied, don't worry, it's just an emetic. Just a little and Miss Handa's food will suffice. Shobu, wary of Vermouth's character, took the vial and planned to discreetly swap it for a similar over-the-counter emetic after leaving her hotel. At the dining table, Handa Saya, unfamiliar with most attendees, focused on her meal or conversed with Kudo Shinichi and Handa Shuji. Saya, are you all right? Noticed Wakasa Rumi as Handa Saya grimaced after a few bites, retching slightly. I'm fine. But no sooner had she spoken than the turmoil in her stomach surged, prompting her to dash to the restroom. In the second-floor ladies' restroom, the first 3 stalls were locked. The girl in the white evening gown rushed into the last stall, retching violently. Oh dear, little sister, are you okay? Vermouth, lurking nearby, feigned concern upon hearing the commotion. After Handa Saya tidied herself and flushed, she replied, I'm fine. Then please remain here for a moment. With that, Vermouth rendered Handa Saya unconscious, donned a disguise, and exited as Handa Saya, only to find a man brandishing a knife approaching her. Stay back. Kanto pressed the blade against Vermouth's throat. Soon, Yuta and Akai Shuichi arrived. In a tense standoff, Wakasa Rumi circled behind Kanto and struck him, rendering him unconscious. Freed, Vermouth hurried to Akai Shuichi's side, appearing like a frightened child. The arriving FBI and Akai Shuichi's attention were fixated on Kanto. Seizing the moment, Vermouth drew a knife from her belt and lunged at Akai Shuichi's abdomen. Watch out. The instinctive warning from Handa Saya, who was now hoarse, snapped Akai into action. He blocked Vermouth's strike with his left hand while restraining her with his right, quipping, disguising yourself as my charge is rather novel. Acknowledging she could not match Akai's skill, Vermouth discarded the knife, escaping as she shouted, retreat. Panic ensued, and screams echoed throughout the banquet. When the FBI regained their bearings, both Vermouth and Handa Saya had vanished. Utilizing the chaos orchestrated by Bourbon to buy time, Vermouth disguised herself as an ordinary server, blending into the crowd, waiting for the opportune moment to slip away. However, she could not fathom why Handa Saya had regained consciousness so swiftly after being rendered unconscious. Coupled with Handa Saya's subsequent disappearance, doubt began to creep in. Mr. Akai, look. An agent retrieved a card from a pocket that was originally meant to hold diamonds, inscribed with the words, Antoinette, I have accepted the thief Crow, accompanied by a familiar sketch. Mr. Akai, the surrounding agents were already baffled. Aside from witnessing a masterful display of disguise that evening, they had also encountered a previously unknown grand thief. Rumi Wakasa remained anxiously searching for her daughter when, suddenly, a powerful force yanked her aside. Stop looking. She didn't attend this banquet, whispered Koji Hatada into her ear. What? Rumi Wakasa gasped, startled. But the person with us. Koji Hatada gave a helpless smile. Understanding his meaning from his expression, Rumi exclaimed, Mr. Kuroba? You knew all along, didn't you? I was mistaken. Koji Hatada quickly clarified, aware that denying it would lead to dire consequences. I did realize it from the beginning, but Mr. Kuroba informed me that a group was planning to harm her tonight, so he asked me to keep his disguise as Sayaka a secret. Moreover, he assured me that using Sayaka as face wouldn't cause her any trouble. Rest assured, Sayaka is safe at the hotel, don't be angry. Upon hearing that her daughter was unharmed, Rumi's anger subsided a little, yet she maintained a disgruntled expression. Regardless, you shouldn't have concealed this from me. Were you afraid I wouldn't play my part well? Well, I intended to inform you, but seeing Zero there made me worry about being monitored, which is why I held back. Koji Hatada soothed her, then turned to the bewildered group of agents. However, it appears Mr. Kuroba succeeded in his endeavor, while simultaneously preventing Shuichi from being attacked. Rumi commented, one must say, Mr. Kuroba is truly remarkable. Nevertheless, tonight has been quite chaotic. The farce swiftly concluded the banquet. Yet Koji Hatada did not rush to return to the hotel. Mr. Hatada, it's quite late. Would you care for a cup of tea? In the villa located in America, Yukiko prepared freshly brewed black tea for Koji. Thank you, Ms. Yukiko, but I would like to speak with Mr. Kudo privately. If that is convenient? Of course. Yukiko set down her teacup and retreated to her room. What would you like to discuss, Mr. Hatada? Although surprised by the late-night visitor, Yusaku Kudo did not express any disdain. Koji Hatada took a sip of tea. Tomorrow, our family will be heading to another city, returning to Japan after Sayaka receives her award. Before parting ways with Mr. Kudo, there are a few matters I wish to clarify. Yusaku Kudo smiled. Please proceed. Pardon my boldness, but I am curious about the relationship between you and that thief, Crow. Yusaku Kudo paused, his hand halting over the teacup. Why do you inquire, Mr. Hatada? Koji Hatada chuckled softly, adding milk to his tea. I'm merely curious. Could you enlighten me? Before that, might you tell me why you believe Crow is male, and why you think I know him? Koji Hatada set down his teacup, contemplating. Indeed, as a renowned mystery novelist, you are quite astute. When he disguised himself as my daughter, I recognized it instantly. This is because I once had a friend who was a master of disguise. Oh, Koji nodded, continuing, that friend attempted to teach me the art of disguise, though I never mastered it. However, under his tutelage, I learned to see through others' disguises. I noticed Sayaka was impersonated but chose not to inform the agents, as I wanted to discern his true intentions. To my surprise, he recounted many stories from my daughter's childhood. If he were a randomly chosen target, he wouldn't have access to such distant memories. At that moment, I deduced that the thief crow must be someone I know, thus narrowing the possibilities of someone who knew me long ago and could disguise themselves. Yusaku Kudo sipped his tea, contemplating. An impressive deduction, yet what of our connection? The dress, Koji replied. What? Yusaku was taken aback. Sayaka's gown, Koji clarified. I am certain he is male, or rather, I know the true identity of the thief crow. Although Sayaka is not short, her upper body frame is relatively small, and her gown is fitted. Therefore, he could not have simply stolen her gown. He would have to procure a similar style in a larger size. Yusaku clapped his hands, impressed by the reasoning. Yet, this does not indicate that I know the thief crow personally. Koji waved his hand dismissively. Of course not. However, Mr. Kudo, you seem to have overlooked a crucial detail. What is it? Sayaka's gown was personally tailored by Ms. Yukiko, making it one of a kind from the moment it was altered. Furthermore, after the gown was completed, Sayaka stored it in her wardrobe. During that time, agents were stationed at her room's entrance. I inquired with them, and aside from a delivery of afternoon tea 1 hour before the banquet, no one else entered. By the way, I suspect this is when the thief crow infiltrated Sayaka's room, incapacitated her, and assumed her identity, leaving when the time was right. Yusaku took a sip of tea, signaling Koji to continue. I questioned the agents. The delivery person stayed for only a few minutes before leaving. This isn't difficult. As long as Crow's assistant concealed himself beneath the serving cart, he could switch uniforms after the disguise was complete and exit with the cart. The issue lies in the time frame. From Crow to Sayaka's room until the banquet commenced was merely an hour. Do you think it feasible to create a gown in such a short time? Highly improbable. Then when do you believe his gown was made? The night before, Koji replied. Specifically, after Ms. Yukiko confirmed the final design of the gown. I heard from Rumi that while Sayaka was trying on the dress, Ms. Yukiko sent you a photograph. Yusaku smiled. But couldn't it have been Ms. Yukiko who sent it to the thief crow? If that were the case, you have not informed the agents. Therefore, Mr. Kudo, by any measure, you are an accomplice. Koji Hatada stood from the sofa, sharing some private information he knew. He bears a striking resemblance to you. Yusaku Kudo offered a resigned smile, raising his hands in surrender. He trusted his brother, Kaido Kuroba, could deceive the agents. And Kaido had previously mentioned his friendship with Koji Hatada, leading Yusaku to be completely unguarded. He never anticipated that the connection between the two would be uncovered. You should have figured out our relationship by now. What do you require my assistance with? Koji sat down again, reminding him to avoid perilous actions. He recalled Kaido, who would become excited upon hearing news of his father, and suggested he return home to see his child sooner. Additionally, he requested that Kaido refrain from masquerading as his wife or daughter, as he feared nightmares. I will heed your advice. Yusaku had already discerned Koji Haneta's stance from their previous conversation. Furthermore, I have a favor to ask of you. Oh, please, do not hesitate. Kudo Yusaku pondered for a moment before expressing his desire to craft a detective novel centered around shogi, inquiring if Mr. Handa would be willing to serve as his consultant. Handa Koji smiled knowingly and readily agreed to assist. Upon returning to the safe house, Kaido Kuroba was no longer as composed as he had been when he set out. He anticipated the possibility of encountering unforeseen circumstances during his debut as the Phantom Thief Crow, yet he was unprepared for the clash with Sharon's mission. To disguise himself, he had consumed the emetic drugs as prescribed, nearly emptying his stomach in the restroom of the museum, and even now, he felt a tumultuous churn within. You've had quite a rough time this round, Akai Wataku remarked, handing him a cup of warm water. Although the twitching of his shoulders and the corners of his mouth betrayed his amusement at Kaido's plight, Kaido took the cup with irritation and said, It's all thanks to your two underlings, especially that kid from the Public Security Bureau. He continued, By the way, you're in America, yet you're not assisting with this mission? Won't your organization have something to say about that? Not at all. Even if I wanted to help, it would depend on whether Vermouth is willing to agree. Shortly after, a notification chimed from the phone belonging to Bakru, who replied with a smile, Let us tidy up. We're heading back to Japan. Huh? Kaido sat up abruptly. Aren't you concerned about what is happening here? Vermouth has been severely weakened and won T-Act for a while. Shuichi should be safe now. Perhaps Jin couldn't stand to see me idle. Hence boss called me back to Japan. Kaido gave a wicked grin. That Jin fellow is quite formidable. He managed to place 2 undercover agents from different organizations in the same group. If it weren't for your intelligence, I might have suspected Jin was an undercover agent. Kaido's words caused Akai to choke on his own saliva, prompting him to shoot a speechless glare at Kaido. The roar of the airplane engines signaled the onset of a new chapter. Chapter 72, the child high school detective Shinichi Kudo solves yet another mystery. The returning medical genius Sayaka Handa invents a new cancer treatment. Young magician Kaido Kuroba's first magic show achieves resounding success. Throughout the year, the major media outlets in Tokyo were bustling with activity, yet the focus remained on these 3 young individuals. For reasons unknown, the crime rate in Mahanaku had sharply escalated, compelling Rokuseki Rumi to juggle her own duties while assisting her subordinates in solving cases. The influx of cases provided ample opportunities for detectives to showcase their skills. with Shinichi Kudo earning the title of the savior of the Japanese police by aiding Officer Megure in several investigations. Since Sayaka Handa's return to the country, Koji Handa funded the establishment of a dedicated laboratory for her and hired a team of technicians to facilitate her ongoing research. Naturally, her expertise proved invaluable in assisting Shinichi Kudo, and she frequently appeared at the crime scenes, prompting the media to become accustomed to the Holmes and Watson dynamic. As for Kaido Kuroba, he initially intended to continue using his father's identity as Phantom Thief Kid. But his plans were thwarted when the Handa couple visited him during his preparations. Upon seeing the white suit and various magical props belonging to Kid, Rumi immediately deduced his intentions. Kaido Kuroba, do you know that stealing is against the law? I will return it, Kaido replied, fully aware of his culpability, his voice barely above a whisper. You think returning it suffices? Have you considered the manpower and equipment the police deployed to capture you? Kaido cast a pleading glance at Koji Handa, but it was clear he had no intention of aiding him. Let me see your so-called brilliant plan. Blowing up a transformer station? You really dare to think that way, even if I can assist you with the money. What about the traffic accidents caused by the explosion and the medical equipment malfunctioning, potentially resulting in fatalities? How do you plan to address that? Kaido was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing he had not contemplated this aspect. I was wrong. Observing the remorseful child before him, their tone softened slightly. If you truly wish to investigate the clues regarding that zoo, there is another method. What is it? Kaido inquired eagerly. Rumi handed him a newspaper. You should be quite familiar with Inspector Nakamori, right? If you have the time, go lend him a hand with this case. The Phantom Thief Crow? A recently renowned international thief, Koji Handa explained earnestly. We encountered him once in America. His targets are also jewels exhibited worldwide. However, given his capabilities, Inspector Nakamori may not be able to handle it alone, so you should assist him. Inspector Nakamori probably won T, let me help. Doesn't he always say children should not cause trouble? Just prove your capabilities. Didn't he mention wanting to perform magic? Kaido nodded. What do you mean? Koji Handa returned the plan Kaido had drafted to him. The magic you've prepared, if performed as a show rather than for criminal activities, would surely be astonishing. Later, with Koji Handa's support, Kaido Kuroba hosted his own magic show. Winter nights are seldom favorable. Pedestrians wrap their coats tightly, preventing the biting cold from seeping in. Even less appealing are the rainy winter nights, as one must juggle holding an umbrella while keeping warm. Outside the shogi hall, Handa Shuji hurriedly donned his coat after concluding a match. Soon, a man in a suit opened an umbrella, escorting Shuji to the car. Let us head home. Shuji instructed the driver before closing his eyes to reflect on the chess match. The 5-hour game had nearly drained all his energy, and the car's heating provided a comforting warmth, lulling him into a state of drowsiness. Suddenly, the black luxury car slammed to a halt, the seatbelt preventing his face from colliding with the front seat. However, the abrupt motion dispelled his sleepiness. Apologies, young master, the driver quickly apologized. What happened? There seems to be a child in front, the driver stammered. Shuji's heart raced. Did we hit someone? I should have missed, the driver sighed. Shuji urged. In any case, let us go check it out. The driver held the umbrella for him as Shuji walked around to the front of the car. On the ground lay an adult's clothing, and upon shining a flashlight, he realized it was a small child, approximately 6 years old, dressed in ill-fitting garments. Hey, little one? Can you hear me? Shuji shook the child gently, but received no response. Young master, trust me, I really. The driver's hands trembled as he held the umbrella, gazing at the unconscious child. The front of the car shows no signs of impact. You didn't hit him. Saying this, Shuji carefully lifted the child into the vehicle, discarding the wet clothing and draping his own coat over the child. This child has a fever. Turn around. We're heading to the hospital. In the back seat, Shuji cradled the child, using the cloth from his own clothing to wipe the child's face. Curiously, despite the child's long hair, he was evidently a boy. Japanese elementary schools typically do not permit boys to have long hair. Could he be a child neglected for an extended period? It seems improbable. Although the child's hair is long, the ends are impeccably neat, clearly having been trimmed, and the hair is remarkably smooth, suggesting a habit of care. At this moment, perhaps feeling uncomfortable due to the fever, the child slowly opens his eyes, which are veiled with a mist resembling emeralds. Meanwhile, Shuichi Akai's scalp feels as though it might explode, accompanied by those eyes. He finally comprehends the source of the peculiar feeling he experienced upon first seeing this child. Before him stands a boy who bears an uncanny resemblance to his brother in his childhood. Glancing at the clothing he had just removed from the child, black leather jacket paired with black trousers and a black knitted hat, he realizes it perfectly aligns with his brother's style. The private car gradually comes to a halt in front of the Central Hospital of Beihu. Without the luxury of contemplation, Shuichi Akai rushes into the hospital cradling the child, who is experiencing a severe fever, urgently seeking treatment. As he watches the child being taken to the examination room, he dials another number. How is he? He anxiously inquires upon seeing the doctor emerge. The doctor's expression is complex as he glances at him, fatigue compounded by a chill resulting in the fever. Once the 4 is completed, and if the fever subsides, there should be no issues. Just as he is about to depart, The doctor ponders for a moment before adding, "The child needs a balance of rest and activity. As a parent, it is best not to push too hard." Huh? Shuichi is momentarily taken aback, only to realize that the doctor has misunderstood. This child fainted on the road, and I discovered him." "I see. My apologies," the doctor replies, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Chapter 73. Settling in as consciousness gradually returns, Shuichi Akai feels a throbbing pain in his head, evidently a consequence of the high fever from the previous night. His vision begins to clear, and unexpectedly, he finds himself not in an interrogation room of the organization, but in a traditional Japanese-style room. At the very least, it confirms he is still alive. Amused by this thought, he offers himself a self-deprecating smile. When they next meet, he ought to properly thank that girl, Sayaka Haneda. The familiar atmosphere envelopes him, prompting a meticulous examination of the room. This is the very chamber he used to stay in during vacations at the home of Koji Hatada. The last time he resided here was shortly after his father's disappearance. The room's furnishings remain almost unchanged from his last visit, yet it is exceptionally clean and tidy. Undoubtedly a result of regular upkeep by someone. Instinctively, he attempts to move his limbs, only to notice something unusual. Perched on the bed, his legs dangle, unable to touch the ground, and his calloused hands, once hardened by the grip of a gun, have been supplanted by two chubby little hands. "Shuichi, you're awake." Shuichi Akai, just returning with medication, is greeted by the sight of the child sitting up. "Shuichi, wait, why does my voice sound like this?" With a resigned sigh, Shuichi turns the full-length mirror to face him. "As you can see, Shuichi, you've shrunk." In the mirror's reflection is a 6 or 7-year-old boy, his face still cherubic with a hint of baby fat, and his emerald-like eyes, once narrow and elongated, have transformed into larger, rounder orbs, glistening and occupying half of his visage. Akai Shuichi helplessly rubbed his forehead, wondering which medication it was. "What?" He responded, "It's a long story." The door swung open once more, revealing Ayaka Hatena. "Oh, you're awake," she exclaimed, setting down a bag and flashing a mischievous smile. "Shuichi, darling, I bought you a new outfit. Come and try it on." Upon seeing the doll costume in Ayaka's hands, Akai Shuichi cast a forlorn glance at his younger brother. "You told her, didn't you?" he lamented. "If you hadn't informed me, who were you planning to enlist to concoct an antidote?" Ayaka, with a hint of irritation, pinched his cheek playfully. Her mood instantly lifted. "So soft, it feels delightful," she remarked, giving it another squeeze. The recipient of her playful torment wore a scowl. Yet such an expression on a child's face bore no weight, rendering him even more endearing. "So, Shuichi, what exactly is going on?" After a brief pause, Hatena Shuji recalled the matter at hand. "I've been ambushed by the organization." Akai Shuichi sighed resignedly. "The situation is as follows. Recently, Judy discovered that Vermouth's true identity is Chris Vineyard, the same individual as her mother, Sharon Vineyard. Just as they were poised to take action, a photograph disrupted their plans." "Mr. Akai, this." Kamel hesitated, glancing at Akai Shuichi. Akai furrowed his brow, fixating on the photograph. The image, captured through a car window, revealed half a face. Though pixelated, it was discernibly his father, Akai Wataru. Judy looked at him with concern. "Shu, could this possibly be Vermouth?" Akai Shuichi remained silent, his rational mind telling him that he simply could not comprehend the reason behind the impersonation of his father 3 years after his exposure. Emotionally, he truly hoped that this person was the one he had sought for 17 years. In that fleeting moment, he reached a decision. "Judy, the plan to go to Japan remains unchanged. I will keep a close watch on this individual myself." "All right." Judy hesitated, recognizing that it was indeed better for him to make this decision alone. "So, it really is a trap?" Hayata asked incredulously. "If you know it's a trap, why did you fall for it?" Although it was Vermouth who impersonated his father, the entire incident involved the organization's undercover infiltration of the FBI. Akai Shuichi shrugged, explaining that he and Vermouth had collaborated to divert his colleagues, and after being surrounded by members of the organization, he was forcefully administered poison. He had jumped into Tokyo Bay before the poison took effect. "After resurfacing, I found a secluded spot to take the antidote you provided. Otherwise, I might not be alive now." "You're welcome," Hayata replied calmly. Beside her, Hayata Shuichi gripped the hem of his clothing tightly, the near loss of his brother materializing into a palpable sensation. He sorrowfully pondered what trials his brother had endured during those years with the organization to speak so nonchalantly about life and death. Amidst the jest, Hayata retained her composure. "Speaking of which, what should we do next? The antidote cannot be produced in just a day or two. Before that, you need a legitimate identity. Otherwise, the media will undoubtedly report that our family has gained an additional child. Your mother will handle that." Hayata Koji interjected as he entered the room. "Dad, what identity will Mom provide for him?" Hayata inquired. Hayata Koji slowly took a seat, gesturing for them to do the same. "Saya, do you remember Mr. Kano? Kano Keiichi? Isn't he dead?" Hayata Koji nodded, explaining that Wakasa intended for Shuichi to pose as Mr. Kano's child. Mr. Kano had no family and very few friends. It makes for an excellent disguise. Akai Shuichi accepted this arrangement well. Hayata Koji added, "Once you revert to your original self, We will publicly declare that we found other relatives of Mr. Kano, and the child should be raised by them. In fact, while you were in the hospital yesterday, Wakasa had already registered this identity for you. Otherwise, the doctors would grow suspicious. Many people witnessed Shuichi holding you that day, and getting each of them to sign a confidentiality agreement would be too cumbersome. Wait. Hatada suddenly interjected. By the way, Yuta seems to know Mr. Kano as well. Yes, not a problem, Akai Shuichi clarified. That day, I saw the traitor's face. It wasn't him. Besides, before I recover, I plan to make him my contact. Hatada nodded, recognizing that he was also with the FBI and possessed considerable capability. Thus, he was indeed the most suitable candidate. That evening, Wakasa Rumi returned home from work, bringing with her Akai Shuichi's new identity and related documents. To the outside world, his name was now Kano Subaru. Later that night, Akai Shuichi was brought into Hatada-saya's room, where she meticulously divided a sample of his blood into several portions, placing one in the testing apparatus while storing the rest in a temperature-controlled box. Aside from feeling smaller, are you experiencing any discomfort? Hatada inquired. No. Akai Shuichi instinctively replied. While she was testing his blood, he stealthily surveyed her room. The traditional Japanese-style room was adorned with various oil paintings, leading one to mistakenly believe that she was an artist. Do you enjoy painting? Akai Shuichi initiated a conversation. Sort of, Hatada replied. At the very least. It has significantly improved my patience since I started learning. Another silence ensued. In a safe house, Amuro Toru approached the seemingly unperturbed Jubu Keisuke, who was busy making sandwiches. Akai Shuichi is dead. What? Jubu nearly cut himself with the bread knife, taken aback. The news this morning, Amuro said, showing him his phone, which displayed an article stating, a male corpse discovered in Tokyo Bay. The accompanying photo obscured the face but clearly revealed long black hair, a black outfit, and a black knit hat. What is he up to? Jubu immediately concluded that Akai Shuichi was not dead. Otherwise, he, as a police officer, would have been summoned to the scene before the news broke. Kazami told me this morning that Officer Wakasa arranged for the body, Amuro explained. Jubu nodded. I'll go check the situation. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he received an email from Jin, confirm Akai Shuichi's death. Indeed, this matter involved the organization's participation. Upon arriving at the police station, Jubu saw Officer Takagi carrying a file toward the conference room. Officer Takagi? Takagi turned around. Midori Kawa-senpai. Where are you headed? Midori Kawa-senpai. You saw the morning news, right? Jubu nodded, and Takagi elaborated. The victim's colleagues are in the conference room. We have confirmed the victim's identity and need to have them sign off. Let us go together. In the conference room, a woman with short golden hair anxiously awaited Takagi's arrival, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at him. We have verified that the fingerprints of the deceased match those of Mr. Akai that you provided. Upon hearing this, Jubu instinctively glanced at Wakasa Rumi, who gently shook her head. These are Mr. Akai's personal belongings. Since you are colleagues, we will hand them over to you first. Takagi offered evidence back. Thank you. Judy forcibly suppressed her sorrow as she expressed her gratitude to Takagi. Once back in her car, she could no longer contain herself and collapsed onto the steering wheel, weeping profusely. Watching this scene from beside the bed, Jubu silently replied to Jin's message. Akai Shuichi confirmed dead. Wakasa Rumi patted Jubu's shoulder. This matter must remain undisclosed, even to the public security. Jubu was bewildered. After all, the public security had assisted in his fake death. What could possibly remain undisclosed? Then it dawned on him. Could it be related to Akai Wataru? When you have time, come to my house and bring him along. All right. Ha ha ha, FB. Look at you now. At the Hatada residence, Amuro could not help but laugh for half a minute upon seeing Akai Shuichi, who had shrunk and was still dressed in a doll costume. Put me down. The one being carried clearly was in a foul mood, while Hatada Shuichi was rescuing his brother from his friend. In contrast, Jubu and Hatada remained remarkably composed. A few minutes later, as they settled down, Jubu asked, So, you were fed a strange drug, and that is how you ended up like this? Akai Shuichi nodded slightly, acknowledging that the organization's initial intention was likely to eliminate him. However, this drug. The two finally understood Wakasa Rumi's concerns. This was akin to a return to youth. One could not guarantee that no one among the upper echelons would be tempted. By the way, Sayaka, will you be able to research an antidote? Jifuku Kajimitsu inquired. It poses some difficulty at the moment. I require the data on this drug. Jifuku Kajimitsu sighed, for the research facility was the most confidential place within the organization. By the way, Hakuryu, Amuro Toru called out. He is the guardian of Yukiri and can provide access to the information. But Hakuryu won't assist us, Akai Shuichi remarked, noting that if they attempted to steal it, it would be easy to expose their identities. Indeed, Amuro Toru sighed. Thus, Sayaka, I must trouble you to give it a try first. Upon returning to the safe house, Akai Wataru placed an envelope on the table. Here, take this. What? Amuro Toru curiously opened it. Why are you giving us amusement park tickets? They were given by Jin, Akai Wataru replied. Amuro Toru coughed, nearly choking on his own saliva. While in the kitchen, Jifuku Kajimitsu almost cut his own finger. There is a transaction involved. Akai Wataru explained with a smile at their expressions. You must ride the roller coaster before 7 o'clock to see if the target arrives alone, then inform Jin. Just like that? Amuro Turu finally regained his composure. Just like that. After organizing the mission, Akai Wataru returned to his room, where his worried expression gradually became apparent. He had seen the morning news. Although he did not believe that his eldest son could die so easily, he could not help but worry for his safety. Vermouth's actions had come too swiftly. Just as he learned that FB had arrived in Japan, Vermouth had already made her move. Come out. Kuroba Kaido raised his hands as he entered from the balcony, his face still disguised. Really, I didn't even make a sound. What is the situation? Kuroba sighed. Sitting down unceremoniously. Feigning death, the Public Security Bureau is involved. That evening, Haneda Sayaka was painting in her room when a knock echoed through. Come in, miss. There is a lady outside who claims to be Muri Ran and wishes to see you, the butler respectfully announced. Muri Ran. Haneda Sayaka recalled having heard that name before. Miss, should I inform her that you are unavailable? No, please let her in. Take her to the living room. I will join shortly. When Haneda Sayaka entered the living room, she found a timid girl with black hair dressed in winter attire, surveying her cautiously. I'm sorry for not dressing up today. It's quite late, Haneda Sayaka said as she sat opposite her. So, Miss Muri, what brings you here? I'd like to ask if you know where Shinichi has gone. Shinichi? Kudo Shinichi, perhaps? I don't know, Haneda Sayaka replied. Surmising that Muri Ran had come to find her due to her connection with Kudo Shinichi, mentioned on television. I apologize for the disturbance. Muri Ran said as she prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Upon hearing it was about Kudo Shinichi, Haneda Sayaka became curious. What happened to Kudo? Muri Ran recounted the events of that evening at the Tobikij amusement park, prompting Haneda Sayaka to sigh in exasperation. How could this deductive fanatic manage to pursue a girlfriend? Hold on, I will call him. After a few rings in the busy signal, Haneda Sayaka decisively abandoned the attempt. I'm sorry, but I cannot reach him either. Should I call you when I have news? Then, thank you. With that, Muri Ran stood to leave. Chapter 75, Rejuvenation. Hearing Kuroba Kaido's words, Akai Wataru felt a slight relief in his heart. Kuroba. What? Akai Wataru sighed. As he once believed that distancing himself from his family would be the best form of protection for them. However, now, Kaido Kuroba understood that this time. Vermouth had disguised herself as Akai Wataru to deceive Akai Shuichi. Do you now feel that your initial actions were misguided? Akai Wataru nodded self-deprecatingly. After a moment's contemplation, Kuroba Toichi offered a comforting thought. In truth, as long as the Black Organization exists, your family can never be entirely safe. You understand this reality far better than I do. Therefore, whether you choose to inform them or not, they remain at risk. With that, he patted Wataru's shoulder, adding, given this circumstance, there is no need to romanticize an alternative option. To his surprise, he found himself in the position of being the one to offer counsel. A smile crept onto Akai Wataru's face, but their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a phone call. Yukiri, what is it? What? Surprised by the revelation. Akai Wataru paused before responding. Wait, I will be there shortly. Research Institute. After passing through several doors, Akai Wataru beheld a girl with chestnut short hair. What has transpired? He inquired. Mayano Shiho gestured for him to approach the computer. Take a look. On the screen, a group of laboratory mice was under surveillance. What is the matter? Akai Wataru asked. Mayano Shiho furrowed her brow and pointed to the only living mouse, saying, this one has undergone juvenile regression. Akai Mutu approached in astonishment. The small white mouse she pointed at was indeed smaller than the others. Has anyone else seen it apart from you? Mayano Shiho shook her head. I dare not disclose it to others. Moreover, this small white mouse is merely an exception. The mortality rate of ANX 4869 remains exceedingly high. Akai Wataru nodded. Inquiring about the whereabouts of the little white mice, Mayano Shiho pointed towards a door not far off. As Akai Wataru entered, he administered poison to the surviving white mice. For the time being, he would feign effort. The organization, your days are numbered. What? Upon hearing this, Mayano Shiho instinctively felt a surge of happiness. But then a troubling thought crossed her mind. What about my sister? She will leave before you. As he departed, Akai Wataru silently lit a cigarette outside the research facility. He had intended to rescue the Mayano sisters when he first encountered them, waiting patiently for the opportune moment, which now seemed to be rapidly approaching. A phone call interrupted his thoughts. Jin, what is it? I need you to send someone to accompany Yukiri to confirm the death of Kudo Shinichi. Kudo Shinichi? That high school detective? Akai Wataru sighed. He is so renowned. Do you not fear that his assassination might bring trouble to the organization? Jin scoffed. He saw things he shouldn't have. Understood. Akai Wataru, disinterested, hung up the phone and pondered before dialing another number. Scotland. Accompany Yukiri to the Kudo residence to confirm Kudo Shinichi's death. Just heed Yukiri's instructions. Since Jin insisted on confirming his death, it implied that it was not a straightforward execution, suggesting there remained a glimmer of hope for survival. At that moment, he recalled ANX 4869. He understood Mayano Shiho. Although she appeared aloof, she was inherently kind-hearted. Scotland. Being from the Public Security Bureau would undoubtedly assist in concealing Kudo Shinichi's fake demise if discovered. This was the best arrangement he could muster under the circumstances. Let us hope he is among the survivors. However, that child possesses audacity, daring to follow Jin unarmed. Would he not consider alerting the authorities? Hero, what is the matter? Amuro Turu noticed the unusually vivid expression on his childhood friend's face after receiving a phone call. Zero. Do you remember when we encountered Kudo Shinichi at the Tobikage amusement park? Indeed. Amuro Turu was baffled. How could Yukiri and Kudo Shinichi, two unrelated individuals, be intertwined? Baron has stated that Kudo Shinichi is dead. What? Amuro Turu widened his eyes, awaiting further explanation. On the day we visited the amusement park, Kudo Shinichi followed Jin and witnessed a transaction, leading to his silencing. Now, he has tasked me and Yukiri with verifying Kudo Shinichi's death. Amuro Turu's expression grew complex. Hero, don't you think Baron has been exceedingly kind to you? Yufu Jingguang contemplated. Since being assigned under Baron and subsequently returning to the Metropolitan Police Department, he had initially thought it would be challenging to acquire information from the organization. However, he had received more intel from Baron, intentionally or not, over the past few years than he had previously gathered himself. Thanks to this information, the Public Security Bureau had thwarted several of the organization's operations and rescued targets in advance. Zhu Jingguang understood Amuro Turu's concerns. Had Baron truly not detected any anomalies during this time? If he did not relay intelligence back to the Public Security Bureau, what purpose would his undercover role serve? Zhu Jingguang reassured him, Zero, do not fret. I spend most of my time at the Metropolitan Police Department. The organization cannot simply invade you. Amuro Turu chuckled helplessly, hesitating before speaking. Hero, what is it? I feel. Never mind. Zhu Jingguang perceived his emotional turmoil. Zero. You may share anything that crosses your mind. Amuro Turu steeled himself. Do you think there is a possibility that Baron is Mr. Wataru? Zhu Jingguang nearly spilled his entire drink on his shirt in shock. Are you serious? Amuro Turu shook his head. It is merely a conjecture. Besides, even if one could alter their appearance, their voice is much harder to disguise. When I was in America, I had pulled down his collar. There was no voice modulation equipment. Wait a moment. Zhu Jingguang stared at him in disbelief. You just directly pulled down his collar? Ryugi Zero. He is a high-ranking member. Were you not afraid of being dealt with immediately? I was mistaken. The little Siamese cat bowed its head. Zhu Jingguang sighed. Shirley is almost here. I must take my leave. The Mantion Paradise game launch event? Amuro Turu inquired curiously as he accepted the invitation from Akai Wataru. Akai Muda nodded, indicating that the transaction was in the hands of Tequila. Our role was merely to assist. Let us consider it a game, he suggested. The conversation was interrupted by the sound of the door opening. I'm back, announced Jifuku Kajimitsu. How is it? Kudo Shinichi has not returned home for several days. There is still no news from the Kudo couple, Kajimitsu replied. Akai Wataru nodded slightly and symbolically inquired, what did Sherry say? She mentioned that there are currently no known cases of survival with ANX 4869. If Jin were to administer ANX 4869 to Kudo Shinichi, it would undoubtedly result in his demise. Akai Tsutomu acknowledged the response, then report the death. If Jin has any objections, let him investigate himself. Chapter 76. Kudo Shinichi. The next day, Saturday morning, Hayata Saya, still groggy from sleep, arrived in the living room. After obtaining a blood sample from Akai Shuichi, she began her research on the antidote, often working late into the night. It was already 9:30. She needed to hurry. Don't rush, Hayata Shuichi said, timely offering a cup of hot milk. The first half of the press conference was filled with speeches, and since it was a break, Koji said they could wait until the gaming experience began. Saya took a sip of the hot milk and suddenly asked, by the way, where is Akai? Subaru-kun? Isn't he joining us? Even at home. She tried to use Akai Shuichi's alias to avoid mistakes when going out. He said the organization is still looking for him. So he probably won't be going out for the next few days, Hayata Shuji replied. Indeed, upon arriving at the venue, the speeches had already concluded, and it was the guests' turn to freely experience the games. Saya looked around. Many games appeared quite novel. As she contemplated whether to try one, she heard a familiar voice behind her. Miss Hayata and Mr. Hayata? Huh. The two turned around, and Saya recognized the long-haired girl before her. Miss Muri. And this must be Detective Muri, right? Ha ha ha, indeed. I am the renowned detective, Muri Kagoro. Muri Kagoro laughed heartily. Dad. Muri blushed and interrupted. Saya and Shuji exchanged glances. They had heard Kudo Shinichi mention this person before. Although he was also a detective, he seemed rather obscure compared to Kudo Shinichi. The title of renowned detective piqued their interest. Hearing from Wakasa Rumi that Muri Kagoro had once been a police officer, they wondered why he had languished as a detective for so many years before suddenly becoming enlightened. Nice to meet you. Hada Shuji shook hands with Muri Kagoro and turned to Ram with a smile. I've heard about you from Kudo-kun. There's no need for formality. Just call me Shuji. Okay. Shuji and Ran readily accepted his friendly demeanor. As Shuji's gaze lowered, his curiosity peaked. And this child? Ah, this is Conan-kun, Ran quickly introduced, currently staying at my house. Is that so? Hayata scrutinized him closely. Conan-kun, haven't we met somewhere before? How could that be? Kudo Shinichi, drenched in cold sweat, interjected, I am Idagawa Conan. I wasn't in Tokyo before, so I've never seen you, big sister. But I spent most of my time not in Tokyo either, Saya pressed on. By the way, wasn't Conan living in America with his parents before? Rand pondered aloud. Perhaps we really have met. Miss Hayata, you have been to America, right? Impossible. Conan blurted out, quickly recovering under their curious gazes. If I had seen such a beautiful sister, I would definitely remember. Saya chuckled and playfully ruffled Conan's hair. That makes sense. Conan's cold sweat intensified. He had met the Hayata family when he was very young, and if it were anyone else, it might be fine. However, Hayata Shuji was known for his extreme photographic memory, and even Saya could recall all details of a crime scene within seconds. He could not risk the chance that the two of them might remember his appearance. Rene, I want to go play that game machine. Conan could only feign childishness to escape. Excuse us, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies. Rand bowed and was swiftly pulled away. Saya and Shuji exchanged knowing smiles. And then Saya lazily remarked, well then, I shall take my leave. It's rare not to have to do experiments. I want to relax a little. With that, she gave Hayata Shuji a knowing glance. Are you interested in games, Mr. Murray? Hayata Shuji inquired. Ha ha ha. I'm afraid not. But do you play games, Mr. Hayata? Muri Kagoro replied. I'm just here to accompany my niece. Her parents are worried. Hayata Shuji gestured towards the nearby resting area with a harmless smile. Since Mr. Mori isn't interested, how about we sit over there and chat? I am quite a fan of yours and would love to hear about the cases you've solved. Ha. No problem. Leave it to me. Upon hearing he had a fan, Mori Kagoro immediately became enthusiastic. Hayata Shuji glanced back, and Saya gave him a thumbs up. Both were intrigued by how this detective related to Kudo had suddenly become so astute, but as Saya specialized in medicine, Shuji was slightly stronger in reasoning. Miss Hayata, Nakajima Hideaki from the Full Paradise Gaming Development Department personally welcomed her and led her into the gaming area, enthusiastically introducing their products. Suddenly, a tall man in a black suit, exuding an aura of do not approach, walked by. Saya instinctively stepped aside, feeling an urge to distance herself from him. Once he was out of earshot, Saya interrupted Nakajima's explanation. Was that person from the gaming company? No, I've never seen him before, Nakajima quickly denied. Miss Hayata, let us take a look over here. He gestured for her to follow. Hearing Shuji's request, Conan's previously halted cold sweat began to flow again. Listen to the uncle talk about solving cases? The uncle was asleep the whole time. It seemed Shuji was already suspicious. After slipping away from Rand, he hurried over. Huh? How would Mr. Murray know there would be evidence left if he had never been to that place? So it turns out he was the culprit. Mr. Murray must have initially misled the suspect to lower their guard, Conan thought. Murray Kagoro was overwhelmed by a barrage of questions, never expecting this seemingly simple-minded boy to ask such detailed and intricate queries. Yes, the uncle told me to go to that place to look for clues. Conan quickly climbed onto a chair to smooth things over, knowing Shuji was not easily fooled. Children should not interrupt when adults are speaking, Muri Kagoro scolded irritably. However, thanks to Conan's interruption, he had the opportunity to change the subject. How about I recount a murder case that occurred at a class reunion? Conan finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was one of the few cases the uncle had solved while fully awake, and he remembered the details well. So there should be no problem. So it was Conan who noticed the clues when heading to play billiards, Hayata Shuji realized. Shuji and I is too sharp. Indeed. Conan was quite impressive. Ran approached with a bottle of water, handing one to Shuji. Conan, didn't I tell you not to run around? My apologies. Conan lowered his head. Chapter 77. Familiar faces gathered together after a brief tour. Hayata Saya returned to the reception area. The tall man in the black suit caught her attention once again. Isn't that the man from earlier? As the staff called out number 98. The tall man received a black briefcase, the logo of which was also familiar. Isn't that the logo of Mr. Nakajima's company? Why did you just say you didn't know him? Sayaka Hatena murmured softly, without giving it much thought. She turned to the vending machine nearby to purchase a bottle of water. Yes, it's me, Tolia. At that moment, the man's call connected, the transaction was completed. And all was secure. As Sayaka stood beside the vending machine, she increasingly sensed something amiss, particularly when the man referred to the individual on the phone as vodka. Her pupils constricted, and the coins slipped into the machine, the whirring sound of the device pulling her consciousness back to reality. With a dull thud, a bottle of water landed safely in her hand, just as she exhaled in relief, having caught it before it drew the other's attention. Her movements became cautious as she attempted to slip away unnoticed. Despite her training in judo, she preferred not to confront a member of that organization head-on. Who was there? Sayaka thought to herself, realizing her subtle sounds had been detected. This was not a crowded area, making it challenging to blend in and escape. Coming to this realization, she turned around, assuming a combat stance to gain a slight advantage in the impending confrontation. I am Bourbon. A honey-colored hand snatched the water bottle from her grasp. And Toru Amuro gestured for her to leave, casually unscrewing the cap and taking a sip. It seems you are not entirely useless. Bourbon, what are you doing here? The man's expression darkened as he glared at Amuro. Jean asked me to assist you. Did you acquire the items? Of course, Amuro replied, glancing at the briefcase in the man's hand. Good. Hurry and deliver it, so I can clock out. With that, he nonchalantly departed. Sayaka stood in front of a game machine, distractedly pressing buttons. This was not how one played the game. Amuro approached her with a warm, sunlit smile, whispering in her ear, "It's all right. Thank you, Toro." A tremendous explosion startled the guests, and in the ensuing shock, Hideyoshi Hatada lost interest in the story he was hearing and urgently sought his niece. Sayaka, where are you? At the moment of the explosion, Amuro quickly shielded Sayaka's head, then glared at the restroom where the blast had occurred, gritting his teeth. How careless. I should not have let Tequila go off alone. He had watched Tequila enter the restroom without intervening, never anticipating such an incident would arise. Soon, Officer Megure arrived with the investigation team. And due to the nature of the explosion, Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kinji from the explosives disposal team also arrived at the scene. Accompanying them were Wakasaji Rumi, who was worried about her child, and Zavok Kikaku, who had been aware of the organization's activities. Sayaka, are you okay? Did the older sister get hurt? Confronted by the concerned gazes of an adult and a child, Sayaka spun around. I was in the gaming area, a bit distant from the restroom. I'm fine. That's a relief. Hideyoshi let out a sigh of relief, choosing to ignore the blonde figure stealthily slipping away behind her. The police began taking statements. And Sayaka noticed the familiar blue cat-like eyes, frantically signaling Zavok Kikaku with her gaze. I saw something I shouldn't have come ask me. Zavok quickly understood and found a private lounge for Sayaka to give her statement. Miss Hatena, let me confirm. You saw that man in black while touring the gaming area with Mr. Nakajima, then you remained in the gaming area, stepping away for a minute to buy water, and were protected by Amuro-kun during the explosion, correct? With a barely perceptible nod, Sayaka affirmed that is correct. She promptly recognized that if other officers inquired later, she would maintain this narrative. The casing is bent. The bomb's power is considerable, Hajiwara remarked, holding a piece of metal that was nearly bent at a right angle. This item belongs to the deceased, doesn't it? Wait, no. The bomb was concealed in the briefcase. This is a planned murder. Conan exhaled in relief upon hearing the conclusion. He had been uncertain how to signal Uncle Muri, but was glad that Officer Hajiwara and Officer Matsuda had discovered it on their own. He then quietly concealed himself behind Muri Kaguru to diminish his presence, especially since even Officer Hajiwara had seen him as a child. It was during a summer vacation, feeling utterly bored, that he received a call from Sayaka Hatena. Sayaka, you're back in the country? Yes. The voice on the other end belonged to 12-year-old Sayaka. Shinichi, are you free right now? Not particularly busy. Why? Come help me investigate a case. Huh? Investigate a case? Upon hearing this, Kudo Shinichi's interest peaked. What kind of case? Sayaka chuckled softly on the line. It's not a big deal. It's just about Brother Hideyoshi. What about Brother Hideyoshi? Shinichi pressed for details. Sayaka glanced around before whispering. He seems to be in a relationship. The other person appears to be a police officer. I want to ask you to help me find out who that sister is. Shinichi considered for a moment. All right. Let us meet at the police headquarters in half an hour. After they met, Sayaka briefly relayed her findings to Shinichi, such as how Hideyoshi often smiled at his phone and referred to the other person as Yumi darling, as well as remarks like wait until you drive the patrol car to headquarters. It seems that lady is a traffic officer. Other police officers drive private cars and only place a police light on top when necessary. Her name should be Yumi. So what should we do now? Having studied abroad in Switzerland during middle school, Sayaka's only concern was the language barrier. The official languages of Switzerland are German, and she often switched between the two countries, sometimes mixing Japanese with German words. Let us check the break room. Shinichi quickly adapted to her speech pattern. This time should be when most people are around. Just then, Hajiwara Kinji, who had been tasked by his seniors to invite a lady police officer from the traffic department to a social gathering, spotted the two little figures peering around at the break room door. What are you two little ones looking for? Startled, the two jumped, and Shinichi's prepared lines were dismantled one by one. Finally, in resignation, the two children revealed their true intentions and were led by Hajiwara to meet Miyamoto Yumi. At that moment, Conan sighed. What should he say? It wasn't the acquaintances that were the issue. It was the gathering of those acquaintances. Chapter 78. Arson Brother Hideyoshi. Conan seized the opportunity to tug at Hideyoshi Hatena's sleeve. Hideyoshi leaned in, obligingly bringing his ear closer. That man must have taken the wrong briefcase. Conan succinctly recounted the sequence of events. This was something he had observed while waiting in line with Rand. It was not surprising for a 7-year-old to articulate. Conan is truly impressive. His observational skills and memory are remarkable, Hideyoshi said with a smile. Indeed, these things can be seen clearly, and a child can articulate them. However, aside from those like myself who can instantly remember a series of numbers, who would consciously remember someone else's number plate before a crime occurs? Thus, by thoroughly inspecting all items in the storage lockers, they could identify whose bag was missing or contained peculiar items, determining to whom the bag belonged. Just then, a familiar voice pierced through the air, revealing that the person was either the one who planted the bomb or the intended target of the murder. Oh, Amuro was also present, which greatly aided the situation, Officer Megure expressed with delight. Amuro smiled and waved casually, disregarding the matters at hand. Moments ago, Jin had called him, instructing him to retrieve something related to tequila, but the specifics remained undisclosed. Helplessly, he scanned his surroundings for an opportunity and inadvertently spotted a familiar figure, indeed. Bakura had also arrived. Soon, Officer Megure fell silent as he gazed at the two open boxes. One was brimming with money, while the other contained merely two floppy disks. Such an arrangement for storage seemed highly suspicious. Whose boxes are numbers 99 and 124? Officer Megure inquired sternly. After a prolonged silence, no one responded. Officer Megure. Conan pointed towards 3 employees from Full Paradise nearby. Those 3 uncles are responsible for boxes 97 to 99. Rand nodded in agreement. It wasn't me, exclaimed an employee named Ueda, hastily brandishing his badge, 97, alongside his box. The other 2 instinctively recoiled. Seize them. In an instant, J-Butsu and Hida each apprehended one, revealing their badges from their pockets. It's him, Akai muttered softly. The individual named Nakajima, holding badge 124, was likely associated with tequila. Exchanging badges appeared to be a clever scheme. However, judging by Nakajima's anxious demeanor, he likely lacked the courage to utilize a bomb. I comprehend now, Amuro chuckled, prompting a glance from Akai, who moved closer as Amuro whispered, what Jin desires are those 2 floppy disks. Why aren't they with tequila? Because they have already been swapped. In other words, tequila has become Nakajima's scapegoat. Even the master of disguise, Kaido Kuroba, could not conceal Akai's incredulous expression at that moment. They needed to secure the disks quickly, for if they reached the police station as evidence, it would only complicate matters further. Theoretically, they could have Scotland pilfer them, but such a maneuver would necessitate cooperation from others at the police station. And if Rum noticed any anomalies, it would be counterproductive. At that instant, their thoughts coincidentally aligned. When the sprinklers activate, we'll steal the disks. Akai murmured before slowly stepping away. Amuro was left in a state of confusion. Sprinklers? How could a perfectly functioning arcade possibly have sprinklers? He glanced upwards, noticing smoke detectors and sprinkler systems on the ceiling. What was Bakura planning? Was he going to set fire to the place? What is the meaning of this? Officer Megure glared at Nakajima. It's not my fault, Nakajima stammered, swallowing hard. I was just short on cash. That person asked me for a list of excellent engineers in the software industry. I thought he was a headhunter, so I saved it on a floppy disk for them. Then why not just hand it over directly? Why resort to such a clandestine method? Rumi Yakasaki immediately sensed a problem and was determined not to let Nakajima off easily. I had no idea, they insisted. After a brief moment, the smoke detector blared. Almost immediately, the sprinkler system activated, drenching the attendees, who scattered in all directions as the mist obscured their vision. Why now? Conan muttered, suddenly recalling something alarming. Oh no, Officer Megure, the discs in the box are missing. Conan shouted as he approached the box. What? A wave of shock washed over the police officers, while Rumi glanced quizzically at J-Butsu, who responded with a resigned smile. Understood, it's the organization's mission. We've located it. Jinpei Matsuda approached Officer Megure, holding a tinfoil box. This is a delayed ignition device. When strong acid is poured onto the aluminum foil, once the foil is corroded, the acidic solution will react with the contents below and ignite. It was Timmy. I swear it was Timmy, Takeshita exclaimed, his face pale with fear. Initially, he had only intended to settle a personal grudge against Nakajima, but could not bear the weight of committing arson in such a crowded area. Seal the scene, Officer Megure commanded. Officer Megure, Amuro awkwardly raised his hand. May I go to the hospital first? I need to tend to my bleeding arm, he indicated, having been injured by shrapnel during the explosion. Of course, we'll take your statement later. You haven't moved, have you? Officer Megure responded promptly. I'm still at the same location, Amuro replied. Upon returning to the car, Bakura was already seated in the passenger seat. Did you get the item? Jin inquired. I'll deliver it to him tomorrow, Akai replied nonchalantly. I also wish to see it. After screening, we'll pass it to Scotland. Whatever needs to be submitted will be submitted, he'll handle it. Oh, Amuro had no objections and decided to block Jin. Meanwhile, Sayaka and Shuichi had been released and were home, while the shrunken Akai Shuichi found himself bored enough to read detective novels. You're back. I heard there was an explosion case? Shuichi smiled, having encountered some interesting individuals. After hearing about the day's events, Akai Shuichi queried. Do you believe that the so-called sleeping Kagaro is actually Conan? I spoke with Mr. Muri today. He has solved many cases while in a slumber state. Yet the reasoning behind them remains unclear, quite suspicious, Shuichi remarked. Moreover, that child Conan does seem a bit too clever for his own good, Sayaka added. A shadow flickered across Akai Shuichi's gaze. The logic of the two was not flawed. Indeed, it was rather suspicious for an ordinary individual who had led a mundane life for the better part of their existence to suddenly attain enlightenment. This reasoning equally applied to Haku Ryo. Chapter 79, The Young Detective League. I intend to visit Teat in elementary school. Akai Shuichi's abrupt declaration startled Handa Hiroshi, who was engrossed in the intricacies of shogi. Is there something amiss at that elementary school? In the midst of his astonishment, Handa Hiroshi discerned Akai's intentions. They had previously deliberated that when the organization was not pursuing them so relentlessly, Akai Shuichi would attend the elementary school. A precautionary measure to prevent others from noticing any irregularities. Akai Shuichi nodded slightly, acknowledging that there was an individual worth investigating. If you have made up your mind, I shall assist you in expediting the enrollment process, Handa Kuji replied with a smile. Thank you, Brother Kuji, came the earnest response, reflecting not only gratitude for his support but also a respect for his discretion. The following day, Handa Kuji escorted Akai Shuichi to Tien Elementary School, where the homeroom teacher, Kobayashi Sumiko, personally welcomed them into her office. Here are the enrollment documents and relevant information regarding Subaru-kun, Kobayashi stated as she handed the materials to Handa Kuji. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired, if I may be so bold, Mr. Handa, is that child your friend's child? With a composed demeanor, Handa Kuji replied. Yes, that is correct. Understanding dawned on Kobayashi, but she could not help but lament. Still, the parents should manage their child's schooling, regardless of how busy they may be. Handa Kuji sighed, silently apologizing to Mr. Mutsubu and Ms. Mary, as the child's parents had tragically passed away. What? Kobayashi exclaimed, quickly covering her mouth and whispering. Is that true? Indeed, Handa Kuji confirmed, taking a deep breath as he once more offered his silent apologies to the departed couple. They recently passed away unexpectedly, and we have yet to locate any other relatives. I cannot rest easy knowing that this child has no guardian. So I have taken it upon myself to act as his custodian. Although the child appears to be coping well psychologically, I would appreciate it if you could refrain from mentioning this matter in front of him. I understand. I will be mindful of that, Kobayashi said, bowing her head in sympathy for the child, while also reflecting on Handa Kuji's admirable character. Allow me to escort Subaru-kun to his classroom, she offered. Thank you, Ms. Kobayashi. Handa Kuji replied gratefully. In Class 1B at Tien Elementary School, Conan sat by the window, propping his head on his hand, listening to the excited chatter of the other children. I can't believe as a high school student, I still have to endure elementary school lessons. It feels like I've regressed. He muttered, turning his gaze towards the window, where a familiar figure caught his attention. Why is Uncle Handa at Tien Elementary? Class, please return to your seats. Kobayashi's voice pulled him back to reality. Before we commence today's lesson, I would like to introduce a new student. Shinjuku-in, please introduce yourself. Conan opened his eyes and scrutinized the new student, who appeared to be of mixed heritage, with an aloof expression that presented an image of a cool young boy. His emerald green eyes sparkled like gemstones. Suddenly, the image of a long-haired figure clad in a knitted hat flashed through Conan's mind, causing him to shake his head in disbelief. What a coincidence that would be. Wow, Shinjuku-in's eyes are so beautiful. The members of the Junior Detective League exclaimed, unabashed in their fascination with the newcomer. Now, Shinjuku-in, please find an empty seat, Kobayashi instructed. Here, there's a spot next to me. One of the other children from the Junior Detective League eagerly raised his hand. Akai Shuichi, carrying a small backpack, surveyed the classroom before quietly taking a seat beside Conan. Why did he choose Conan? Kojima Jinta whispered in discontent. Hey. Conan protested with an exasperated expression. The class swiftly passed, and as soon as the bell rang, the children from the Junior Detective League gathered around Akai Shuichi's desk. Shinjuku-in, I'm Yoshida Ayumi, she introduced herself. I'm Tsurugi Mitsuhiko, added Kojima Jinta. Nice to meet you, Akai Shuichi said, slightly taken aback by the children's exuberance. Hey, Shinjuku-in, would you like to join our Junior Detective League? Yoshida Ayumi asked, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. With Shinjuku-in, there would be 5 of us three, Conan, and him. Mitsuhiko chimed in. Akai Shuichi pondered for a moment and replied, very well, I look forward to your guidance in the future. After all, he intended to investigate the boy named Conan who was in his vicinity, and having a mutual friend would certainly facilitate that endeavor. As the new classmate made his entrance, Ayumi seized the opportunity to suggest, since that is the case, let us form a group for the upcoming activity. Activity? What activity? Akai Shuichi inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Classmate Kano just transferred today, Hikaru chimed in, offering an explanation. This is the winter excursion that Tien Elementary School organizes annually. Essentially, we will be visiting a snow amusement park and then enjoying a performance in the evening. Ayumi added, yesterday, Teacher Kobayashi mentioned that we should pack our bags and bring plenty of warm clothing, as we will be staying for 2 days. I've heard there will be a plethora of delicious food to savor. I want to eat eel rice. Yamato licked his lips in delight. Yamato, Ayumi sighed, placing a hand on her forehead, then continued with anticipation. I've heard there will be a figure skating performance, and with the snowfall, it must be breathtaking. A snow amusement park? After listening to Akai Shuichi's description, Haneda Sayaka produced a promotional poster. Could it be this one? Indeed, that's south the place, Akai Shuichi confirmed. How did you know? Haneda Sayaka smiled mysteriously. Take a guess. Who will be responsible for the figure skating performance? Akai Shuichi pondered and asked, is it you? Correct? Haneda Saya replied with a smile. What else with that expression of yours? You seem rather disappointed. Akai Shuichi shook his head, surprised that you would perform for others. In truth, the primary aim of this performance was charitable. Haneda Saya explained that the president of the Ice and Snow Paradise organized this event to raise funds for a child suffering from cancer, intending to donate the proceeds. I found it quite meaningful and decided to participate. On the morning 2 days later, the bus prepared by Tian Elementary School departed from the school gate, ushering in a joyful atmosphere. Conan, disinterested in the childish games, withdrew a detective novel from his bag and began to read. Sensing a gaze upon him, Conan abruptly turned his head to find a new classmate dozing against the back of the seat. Was it an illusion? Conan turned back and continued reading. Their destination was a recently opened ice and snow paradise located in the suburbs of Tokyo. The chilling air could not dampen the children's enthusiasm. Wow, a carriage! Ayumi exclaimed, pointing at a passing sightseeing carriage. Conan, let us go. With that, she grabbed Conan's hand and dashed towards the carriage. Chapter 80. You must depart first. Akai Shuichi gazed with a radiant smile at Conan, who was being led away by Ayumi. Suddenly, Ayumi appeared to recall something and turned back, beckoning to Kyuya as well. Akai Shuichi was unexpectedly pulled onto a carriage, closely followed by Hikaru and Jinta. The vintage-style carriage glided leisurely through each park, with the coachman's medieval attire evoking a dreamlike fairy tale. However, Conan's attention was not captivated by the enchanting castles. Uncle, you weren't the one driving the carriage before, were you? The coachman paused, turning to reveal an appreciative smile. You're quite clever, little one. Can you tell me how you figured that out? Because of your hands, Conan replied with an innocent tone. If someone frequently rides horses or drives carriages, their palms would be calloused from the rope. But your palms are quite smooth, with the only callus on your middle finger. So you must have previously held a desk job. The man chuckled softly, ruffling Conan's hair. You're half correct. He then leaned closer to the children. In truth, I am one of the partners here. Shu. The man gestured for silence. Today, I intend to play a prank on my companions, so please keep this secret. The children exchanged glances and eventually nodded in agreement. The carriage came to a halt at a gift shop, and the man disembarked, graciously gesturing for the children to follow. He then retrieved several candies from his bag and distributed them to the Young Detective League. Consider these as my greeting gifts, my first little customers. The Young Detective League happily accepted the sweets and left, their spirits lifted by this unexpected treat. Soon, their attention was drawn elsewhere. Not far from the ice sculpture slide, a man clad in a black tailcoat and top hat stood by the roadside, surrounded by a group of children eagerly raising their hands, hoping to receive a balloon dog. The lively atmosphere attracted the Young Detective League, and upon noticing them, the man raised his hands to quiet the crowd, signaling the beginning of his performance. That uncle seems like a magician, Hikaru speculated, observing the man remove his top hat. Conan nodded, urging the others to step closer. As expected, Kaido Kuroba, known as the Phantom Thief Kid, withdrew a white handkerchief from his pocket, waving it before the audience to demonstrate its simplicity. Suddenly, countless colorful feathers cascaded from the handkerchief, their vibrant hues enticing the children to reach out. The fortunate girls who managed to catch a few feathers carefully placed them in their handkerchiefs for safekeeping. Once the commotion subsided, Kaido Kuroba pretended to search the crowd. May I have this little friend with green eyes come up? Unexpectedly chosen, Akai Shuichi stepped forward under the eager gazes of the children. Kaido Kuroba gestured with a longer feather, indicating for him to ignite it. As the flame spread over the feather, a white dove appeared in his hand. He raised it high, and the dove, holding the handkerchief in its beak, gracefully flew a circle before landing steadily in the top hat held in his other hand. Kaido Kuroba then flipped the hat upside down, and the dove vanished entirely. He spun the hat in front of him and lightly tapped its side, causing a vibrant bouquet of roses to spring forth. The audience erupted into applause, and he bowed deeply, indicating the end of the performance. As the crowd dispersed, Kaido Kuroba felt quite satisfied with the spectacle, regardless of the occasion. He approached each magic act with unwavering dedication, a testament to his professionalism as a magician. Adjusting his hat, he retrieved his phone from a nearby table. Rest assured, he is doing well. Thank you. Akai Wataru on the other end smiled knowingly before hanging up and stepping out of his bedroom. The safe house was eerily quiet, as the other two members were either working at the police headquarters or engrossed in detective duties. Donning a disguise, Akai Wataru drove to the apartment of the Mayano sisters. The door was opened by Akemi Mayano, who appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. It's me, Akai Wataru stated. Ah, please come in, Akemi said, quickly regaining her composure and stepping aside. Is that you, Beryl? Shiho Mayano, casually dressed in home attire, also seemed surprised upon seeing his face. Is it really necessary to wear a disguise to meet them? He pondered, but soon realized that Shiho likely guessed he had another mission and refrained from questioning further. I have a mission, Akai Wataru replied, taking a sip of the coffee Akemi handed him before placing it on the coffee table. Me? Shiho exclaimed. My research. Not you, it's Akemi, Akai Wataru interrupted. Eh? Akemi gasped, while Shiho's expression shifted to one of concern, her delicate fingers gripping the hem of her home attire tightly. Sensing Shiho's reaction, Akai Wataru explained, Shiho, remember what I told you? Shiho's expression grew more perplexed as she recalled that when she became a child, Beryl had insisted she work without exerting herself in the lab and had mentioned wanting to help them leave the organization. It can't be. Akemi, you. Must leave the organization, Akai Wataru stated flatly. I can. Really? Akemi asked, disbelief etched on her face. Then what about Shiho? Sister. I'm fine, Shiho interjected, eager to alleviate her sister's worries. Moreover, Akai Wataru continued, while you two are bound together within the organization, it is nearly impossible for you to leave together. However, as a lower-tier member, it will be easier for you to depart than for Shiho. Thus, if you both wish to escape together, you must take the first step. But if you let me go, won't you encounter trouble? Akemi asked anxiously, recalling Beryl's previous kindness towards them. So you must cooperate with me and perform the final act flawlessly. Otherwise, I will indeed find myself in trouble. I understand. Just tell me what to do, and I will do it well, Akemi replied, determination shining in her eyes. Akimata nodded with a sense of relief. Preparing his formal attire for the memorial service honoring Director Sakurakawa, to be held at the Cupido City Hotel this weekend. Before departing, Akemi Mayano solemnly bowed to him, expressing her gratitude for his years of care. As night descended, vibrant lights illuminated the exquisite ice sculptures, presenting a mesmerizing scene. The performance venue was in close proximity to the snack street, where many children chose to purchase treats while enjoying the show. However, the figure skaters were not as fortunate. In the dressing room, they complained while applying makeup, lamenting that they couldn't indulge in too much food before their performance and wondered whether the stalls would remain open afterward. As the star of the ice skating performance and a significant contributor to the charity event, Sayaka Haneda was unsurprisingly assigned a private dressing room, where an array of cosmetics and a table laden with steaming snacks awaited her. Miss Haneda, a gentleman clad in medieval attire, knocked and entered. The Junior Detective League would undoubtedly recognize him as the one who had driven their carriage that morning. Now, as one of the event organizers, he expressed his heartfelt thanks for the support from her and her family. Sayaka gently shook his outstretched hand and smiled. Not at all. I must thank Mr. Toda for the delightful provisions. She gestured towards the array of snacks on the table. Toda glanced at the treats, his youthful and handsome face breaking into a playful grin. While I've heard that figure skaters must maintain their physiques, it would be a shame to let you leave without enjoying yourself. He added, I have other matters to attend to, so I want to intrude on your preparations. Sayaka nodded in acknowledgement but called out to him before he could leave. Mr. Toda. Please wait a moment. Miss Haneda, is there anything else? He inquired. Please don't take this the wrong way, but today's donations are primarily in cash, brought by visitors. I hope you ensure the funds are well guarded against theft. Toda chuckled, of course. Sayaka resumed her makeup, typically uninterested in such social engagements. Yet she held a favorable impression of Mr. Toda. Prior to her arrival, she had conducted a background check on the event organizers and discovered Mr. Toda's dedication to philanthropy. For instance, in the case of the child suffering from cancer, he not only assisted in raising medical funds but also arranged for a caregiver for the child's grandmother, alleviating the concerns of the child's parents. Before long, the performance commenced. Look, the lead is coming out, Genta exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards the center of the ice. That's Giselle, Conan remarked, intrigued by the beautiful scene. He began explaining to the children nearby that Giselle tells the tale of a peasant girl who falls in love with a young count disguised as a farmer, only to face a tragic fate when her true identity is revealed by a jealous forest keeper. After her death, Giselle transforms into a spirit, punishing the unfaithful Albert until he is utterly exhausted, ultimately sacrificing herself to save him at dawn. Surprisingly, Sayaka had chosen a character so different from her own nature. The children were enraptured by the poignant love story, while Akai Shuichi sensed an unusual atmosphere. Are Conan and Sayaka quite familiar with each other? He seems to know her well. Noticing the curious gazes of the children, Conan felt a pang of unease and chuckled awkwardly. It's Shinichi who told me about her. Didn't he, you know? They refer to Shinichi and Sayaka as the Holmes and Watson of the Heisei era. Is that so? Ayumi turned back, but Sayaka is so beautiful. The children's attention returned to the performance, and Conan felt a subtle relief, glancing at Akai Shuichi, whose expression was somewhat complex. As Giselle gradually faded before dawn, the performance neared its conclusion. Like a ballet, all the performers returned to the stage to bow to the audience. Following a warm round of applause, visitors intending to donate began to approach the donation box with envelopes filled with cash. The day's excitement hadn't exhausted the children's energy. For instance, at that moment, Gakuya enthusiastically exclaimed, "Let us go on an adventure. I heard there's a Yukiana around here. Let us find her." Absolutely. We are the Junior Detective League. Jinna chimed in. Hey, it's dark now, Conan protested, looking at them disapprovingly. And it's dangerous to venture into the forest at night after it snowed. What is there to fear? The forest is quite close, Gakuya retorted, turning to Akai Shuichi. Are you coming with us, Kyuya? I'll pass, Akai waved his hand. I've submitted my overnight request. I must leave. Aren't you staying with us, Kyuya? Ayumi inquired. My sister is nearby. I'm staying with her. With that, he departed. At 8 o'clock, unable to persuade the children to remain in their rooms, Conan reluctantly followed them. The business hours had concluded, and the lights on the pathways were mostly turned off. The cold environment, the darkened road, and the sounds of the wind rustling through the trees made the forest somewhat eerie. causing Ayumi to clutch Conan's arm tightly in fear. The night, aside from the cold wind, seemed to offer the children nothing of interest. After nearly an hour of walking, the previously enthusiastic Gakuya and Jinta began to lose heart. I can't walk anymore. Jinta plopped down onto the ground. Me too, Ayumi chimed in. It's so cold. Let us at least hold out until we get back to our rooms, Gakuya suggested. We can't spend the night out here, can we? Conan sighed in exasperation when he suddenly heard a noise. Did you hear that? It sounds like a carriage. Over there. Let us go check it out. Perhaps there are staff who can take us back, the children exclaimed, suddenly re-energized. After walking a short distance, they indeed discovered a well-lit room. Hey, why are there still children here at this hour? A middle-aged man stepped out upon seeing them. Conan immediately stated their purpose. I see, you've really gone too far. Fine, I'll take you back. Just remember to apologize to your teacher tomorrow. The children lowered their heads in shame. The man then muttered under his breath. That fool Tota forgot his phone here. He turned and grabbed the car keys, saying, the snow is a bit thick today. It's south hard to drive. I'll take you to catch up with Toda's carriage. The stable is close to where you're staying. Once Tota returns the horses, he can take you back. With that, he started a private car and gestured for the children to get in. The car drove to the covered bridge, where the man exited to investigate. Returning to the vehicle looking puzzled. Strange, Toda's carriage should be here. Chapter 82, The Covered Bridge Mystery, Part 2. Uncle, what's the matter? Conan noticed the man's unusual expression as he returned to the car. The man sighed. Just minutes before you arrived, Tota drove his carriage in this direction. And there are traces left by his carriage inside the covered bridge. He should be inside. Could it be that Uncle Tota took another route? Hikari proposed another possibility. The man shook his head, indicating that there was but one path leading to the stable. At that moment, another individual approached and tapped on the car window. Ah. Director Taniguchi, what brings you here at such a late hour? Shouldn't you be at your residence? A few children ventured into the forest, and I was just returning them. By the way, Ono, have you seen Yatada? Ono shook his head. Could he have already arrived at Sakai's? Taniguchi pondered for a moment, recalling that Yatada's phone had been left behind with him. I might as well call Sakai directly. By the way, is your jeep at the orchard? Could you assist me in transporting these children to the inn over there? My vehicle is parked there, and I need to deliver some apple jam for breakfast tomorrow. Children, hop into my car. All right. The three little ones hurried over to the nearby jeep. After Conan alighted, he fell into contemplation, gazing at the tire tracks that extended into the corridor. Conan, hurry up and get in. The children urged from behind. In contrast, on the other side, Akai Shuichi luxuriated in the warmth of the hotel. Conan is Kudo Shinichi, Akai Shuichi remarked. Hayata Saya's expression remained unchanged. She merely smiled faintly, having deduced the truth. Idagawa Conan, Idagawa Rampo, and Arthur Conan Doyle. Such a hasty name indeed. What perplexed me was how Kudo Shinichi had caught the organization's attention. Hayata Saya shrugged. Who knows? Given that guy's personality, it wouldn't be surprising at all if he quietly followed someone he suspected to be affiliated with that organization. Speaking of which, are you not going to reveal your identity to him? Akai Shuichi shook his head. At least, it was not the right time yet. It was one thing not to inform him, but surely you wouldn't allow Ms. Mary to believe you are dead, would you? Hayata Saya inquired tentatively. Akai Shuichi fell into silence, and after a considerable pause, he replied, I kindly ask you to keep this confidential for the time being. Hattori Saya, exasperated, rubbed her forehead and handed him a mobile phone, explaining that it was new and contained his contact information. He has opened a specialized sports equipment store in Miyakacho. Should you require assistance, you may visit him there. Akai Shuichi took the phone and, relying on his memory, saved a few more numbers. There was a message from Utah. Judy suspects you are not dead and is currently investigating. Shuichi Akai sighed and replied, for now, it's best not to concern ourselves. The following day, the young detective league indeed faced the admonishment of their homeroom teacher. You all went out late at night without permission and ventured into the forest. Do you have any idea how perilous that is? What if you got lost? Kobayashi Sumiko shouted. We're sorry. The four children collectively bowed their heads in contrition. After delivering her reprimand, Kobayashi Sumiko allowed them to leave. Although it had been chilly the previous night, there was no snowfall, and the forest was open for exploration. Contemplating this, Conan dashed in a different direction. As he had anticipated, the wooden framework of the corridor bridge obscured his view. Yet the tracks of the carriage remained distinctly visible. Did Uncle Tota vanish in the middle of the corridor bridge? A child's voice resonated from behind. That cannot be. Conan instinctively replied, only to realize something and turn to meet the scrutinizing gazes of the four children. What are you doing here? Conan. You always sneak off to investigate without us, Ayumi complained. Conan looked at them helplessly. Even you, Kaido? Akai Shuichi shrugged his shoulders. Before we arrived, we stopped by the stable to inquire, and Mr. Sakai, the person in charge, informed us that Mr. Tota had not been there last night. Could it be that he fell into the lake? Ayumi said with a hint of fear, that's how it happens in the movies. No, Conan refuted her speculation. Look. The gaps on either side of the bridge are so narrow that not even a mouse could pass through, let alone a carriage. Moreover, the ice on the lake shows no signs of having been broken. He likely did not fall in. Could it be that he has hidden himself? Akai Shuichi suggested. When we first met him yesterday, he was already playing tricks on his partner. Therefore, we must not let him succeed. Just then, the sound of a police siren approached from a distance. The children exchanged glances and ran toward the source of the sound. The siren was coming from the stable they had just left. Oh no, that's Mr. Toda's carriage, Hikaru exclaimed, recognizing the carriage, which was now covered by a white cloth concealing a body. Are you implying that Mr. Toda vanished along with his carriage last night on the bridge? Officer Megure questioned. Incredulous after hearing the children's statements, casting a glance at Conan for confirmation. Conan nodded. Officer Megure looked at the silent Akai Shuichi and you, Kyukyuin. I did not stay with them last night, Akai replied. Then where did you stay? Officer Megure asked. She stayed with me, Hayashi Sayaka interjected as she approached to answer. Officer Megure seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Ah, it's Sayaka. So, Kyukyuin and Sayaka-ne. Conan stared in shock at this new classmate. Unable to recall Hayashi Sayaka having a brother. I am temporarily residing at her home, Akai Shuichi succinctly explained their relationship. Hayashi Sayaka donned gloves and lifted the white cloth to examine the body. The face showed no signs of damage, and it was evident that it was Mr. Toda Masahiro from yesterday's encounter. Preliminary assessments indicated that the cause of death was hypothermia, with a blow to the back of the head, suggesting he may have been knocked unconscious and left in the snow. The coroner concurs with your assessment, Officer Megure confirmed. Hayashi Sayaka slowly rose. Officer Megure, may we have a private conversation? Ah, certainly. After entering a secluded break room, Officer Megure pondered over a pile of photographs. Sayaka, are you implying that Mr. Ono, one of the partners and organizers of this Winter Wonderland charity event, has engaged in gambling? Hayashi Sayaka replied, there is no concrete evidence, merely suspicion. If he is involved in gambling, he is likely in significant debt. The private investigator I hired discovered that his orchard has not been profitable lately. It appears he is in desperate need of a large sum of money. A large sum of money? For charity? Officer Megure exclaimed in shock. Hayashi Sayaka nodded. I reminded Mr. Toda to keep a close eye on the donations before my performance yesterday, yet I never anticipated he would encounter trouble himself. By the way, is the money raised during yesterday's event still accounted for? Hayashi Sayaka inquired. Officer Megure wore an awkward expression, turning to the forensic personnel nearby. Did you see the donation box while collecting evidence? The forensic personnel nodded. We found one, it was. Where? Officer Megure's voice rose slightly. The forensic personnel cast a guilty glance at Hayashi Sayaka. The donation box was placed in Miss Hayashi's dressing room. And when we arrived this morning, the door was locked. Hayashi Sayaka added, after my performance last night, I changed and went straight back to the hotel. I didn't lock the door, and I do not have the key to the dressing room. How strange, why is there a mark on this horse? It wasn't there yesterday. Conan unexpectedly noted the imprint on the horse's side. This remark caught Officer Takagi's attention, and he instinctively touched the mark. The horse, in pain, nearly kicked him with its hind legs. Takagi, you shouldn't stand behind the horse, Officer Sato reminded him wearily. It appears to be a wound. Look, there's ash. Conan exclaimed after finally freeing himself from Takagi's grasp. The assailant knocked Uncle Toda unconscious and placed him in the carriage, then burned the horse with smoke to make it run. However, this horse should know the way and thus return to the stable. A night of low temperatures would have certainly caused Mr. Toda to succumb to hypothermia. Having deduced the latter part of the case, Conan still bore no expression of relief, as he remained perplexed by how the carriage had disappeared in the middle of the bridge. All right, let's head back. I'm starving, Jenna complained from the side. The applesauce in the cafeteria was delicious. I want to have it again. He licked his lips as he spoke. Genta, it's already 10 o'clock. The applesauce should have been finished by now, Hikaru replied. Ayumi scanned the surroundings. Huh? Where's Kyukyuin? Wasn't he with us just now? Her remark prompted everyone to realize that one person was missing. Without his detective badge, how can we contact Kyukyuin? Footprints, Conan stated. The snow on the ground has melted. We can follow the smaller footprints to find Kyukyuin. In the cozy wooden cabin with heating. Akai Shuichi was leisurely savoring strawberries and hot chocolate. Here, kid, your coat. Mr. Ono entered, handing Akai his outerwear that had been dried for him. Akai Shuichi took the clothes and bowed 90 degrees, saying, Thank you very much, Mr. Ono. Observing the polite child before him, Ono affectionately ruffled his hair and replied, It's no trouble at all. Now, you should head back. Otherwise, your teacher will start to worry. Would you like me to drive you home? Shuichi Akai shook his head, stating that he was fine, as his friends were nearby along with the police. Leaving the orchard, he concealed his previous innocent smile, revealing a confident demeanor instead. After walking a short distance, he indeed encountered the Junior Detective League, who had come in search of him. Conan, where have you been? Ayumi inquired. You can't go off on your own like Conan does, Jenna remarked. Hey, protested Conan. Akai Shuichi revealed a smile reminiscent of childhood. No. I merely accidentally soaked my clothes earlier, so I went to the orchard to ask Mr. Ono for assistance in drying them. By the way, here are some strawberries for Mr. Ono. Upon returning to the snow paradise, Jenna hurried straight to the dining hall. Wow, there is so much apple jam. The chef Noticing the children's arrival, promptly prepared freshly sliced toast, expressing relief that the jams would not go to waste thanks to their presence. Conan's expression shifted momentarily. The chef's words sparked a new thought regarding the case. Mr. Toda's carriage might have vanished in this manner. Officer Magyar, apprehend him. He is the culprit. A commotion outside interrupted their enjoyment of the delectable bread. Conan rushed out to find several officers straining to subdue a man on the ground. Upon closer inspection, the subdued individual was none other than Mr. Ono, although the true perpetrator was captured. The ongoing follow-up work necessitated the cancellation of the winter excursion originally planned for the weekend. To console the children, Sayaka Hatena specifically chose a renowned dessert buffet, complete with a children's playground where they could frolic until late. In the restaurant, Jenna was engrossed in savoring the delicacies, while Akai Shuichi calmly sipped black coffee, only for his cup to be whisked away and replaced with milk, accompanied by Sayaka's disapproving gaze. So, how did you deduce that the culprit was Mr. Ono? Conan inquired. It's quite simple. Before I arrived at Snow Paradise, I knew that only Mr. Ono had a motive. Sayaka elegantly cut a piece of steak and placed it in her mouth, subsequently revealing Mr. Ono's gambling debts to them. What about the tire tracks on the corridor bridge? Mitsuhiko pressed. We followed Mr. Taguchi's car closely. It would only take a minute to catch up, leaving no time to fabricate the tracks. Sayaka shrugged, explaining that this was not Mr. Ono's doing, since he had already caused the victim's hypothermic death. It indicated his intent to stage an accident, rendering unnecessary any further complications. The real troublemaker was the deceased, Mr. Toda. Oh, Sayaka chuckled. Let us not forget that when you first met him, he was already playing pranks on his friends. However, I must thank Kiyokuen for enabling me to confirm my deduction. Everyone turned their gaze to Akai Shuichi, who began, when I visited Mr. Ono's orchard, I first arrived at the side of the warehouse, where I discovered old horseshoes and surplus wagon wheels. He refrained from disclosing that he had deduced the truth and relayed it through Sayaka. Thus, in this scheme, Mr. Toda and Mr. Ono were accomplices. Sayaka continued, after the snow ceased, Mr. Ono connected the two wheels using an axle, strapped wooden boards to his boots, and affixed horseshoes beneath them. By pulling the wheels forward for a distance and then reversing the direction of the horseshoes, he created the illusion of a four-legged animal drawing a cart. She paused before elaborating. When Mr. Toda arrived at the corridor bridge, he did not enter but instead turned around and parked the carriage in Mr. Ono's orchard warehouse, likely intending to mock Mr. Taguchi when he found himself in a bind. Yet, we did not see any horse tracks leading to Mr. Ono's orchard. Ayumi objected. Sayaka offered no reply, instead turning to Conan. So, have you figured it out? A jeep, Conan sighed. The wheels of a jeep are quite wide, capable of concealing horse tracks. Furthermore, the abundance of apple jam in the restaurant today indicates that Mr. Ono delivered extra, likely to create a plausible reason for his presence there tonight. Additionally, the charitable donations would appear in my dressing room, suggesting that Mr. Toda was fearful of Mr. Ono stealing that money, thus he hid it away. Chapter 84. An unexpected encounter with Jin at the Cupa City Hotel. A memorial service for the renowned film director, Mr. Sakaguchi, was set to take place tonight. He was a luminary in the film industry, and even after many years since his passing, numerous esteemed individuals attended the tribute, including well-known authors, music producers, celebrated actors, prominent company presidents, professors, and politicians. Akai Matsubu's current alias, Yokoyama Kazutoshi, is an independent musician who also owns a musical instrument store. He has previously penned the lyrics for the ending theme of a film directed by Sakaguchi. Thus, upon his arrival, numerous music professionals approached him for conversation. Do not be anxious, Akai gently reassured Mayano Akemi, before introducing her to the crowd. This is my assistant. I am Mayano Akemi. Pleased to make your acquaintance, she replied, quickly regaining her composure and donning a polite smile. Akai Wataru nodded. Mayano Akemi possesses considerable strength. However, he had promised Shiho not to allow Akemi to undertake missions. Thus she has never received a code name. Nevertheless, this arrangement is beneficial, as it alleviates his concerns about Akemi's ability to live independently after departing from the organization. Mr. Yokoyama? A feminine voice called from behind. Akai Wataru turned around, his expression still composed. Officer Wakasa, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thanks to you 4 years ago, I wouldn't be here today. You flatter me, Mr. Yokoyama, it was my duty. Wakasa Rumi, dressed impeccably in professional attire, was not present at the memorial as a fan. Her true purpose was to monitor a certain legislator. This politician had recently been implicated in a bribery scandal, drawing significant public attention. However, the police had long placed him under surveillance, and plans for his covert arrest were already in motion. No one anticipated he would attend the memorial. So to prevent his escape, the police entrusted Rumi with the task of monitoring him. Their decision stemmed from past events. Director Sakakibara had once been wrongfully implicated in a case and labeled a murderer. If he were to be apprehended at nearly 60 years of age, even if he survived, his life would be irrevocably ruined. Fortunately, Rumi uncovered crucial evidence to clear his name, making her presence here unsurprising. Upon entering, Rumi quickly noticed Yokoyama Ichitoku, who was surrounded by others. After the Puramia incident 4 years ago, Akai had informed her that Yokoyama's true identity was that of the organization's codenamed member, by Long, which made Rumi uneasy about his appearance today. As she checked in, Rumi received a sky-blue handkerchief. Prior to her arrival, she had familiarized herself with the director's works and recognized this handkerchief as a piece from Sakakibara's acclaimed masterpiece, Colorful Handkerchiefs. The organizers distributed the handkerchiefs in a gradient order from cool to warm hues, allowing guests to gauge the order of arrival by the color of their handkerchiefs, a clever design by the hosts. Apologies, I see an acquaintance and must excuse myself, Akai said, spotting Pisco in the distance and hastily bidding farewell to the musicians he was conversing with. Mayano Akemi smiled apologetically and followed suit. Akemi has grown so much. How is Shizuka? Masayama Kinzo asked with a warm smile, though inwardly he was drenched in cold sweat. The presence of vermouth was already troubling enough, and now Bai Long was here too. His intentions were uncertain. In the self-service restaurant, the children, having received the answers they sought, focused on their meal and later played in the children's area for some time before leaving the dining hall. All right, little ones, let me take you home, Hayata Saya proposed. Isn't that a bit much trouble for you, big sister? The 3 children appeared slightly embarrassed. Being treated to a lavish meal and then escorted home felt burdensome. Even to them. It's no trouble at all, Saya replied with a smile. Besides, it's late, and your parents would worry if you went back alone. The driver has already parked at the entrance. Please get in, and I will grab the cake I ordered. I need to use the restroom, Akai stated. I'll wait for you, big sister, Conan said, standing beside her. I'll be back shortly. Please keep an eye on them and ensure they don't board the wrong vehicle. Saya waved her hand. All right, Conan shrugged and headed toward the elevator. Suddenly, a familiar figure brushed past him, silver hair billowing in the air, and the surrounding temperature plummeted as a faint scent of tobacco lingered. Brother, isn't it a bit late for us to head to the city hotel? Pisco remarked, moving leisurely. By the way, why did Bai Long ask you? The voice faded away, and Conan felt as though his blood had frozen, rendering him immobile, speechless, and breathless. After an indeterminate period, he snapped back to reality, his icy limbs regaining movement. The black-clad individuals took the elevator down to the underground parking lot. Conan swiftly boarded an empty elevator and pressed the button for the -1 level. The parking lot was filled with vehicles. Using his small stature as an advantage, he concealed himself among the cars and spotted 2 black-clad men who had turned themselves into children using poison, opening the door of a black Porsche, a 356. Although Conan was drenched in cold sweat from fear, his mind was remarkably clear. This serendipitous encounter was a stroke of luck that may not come again. However, what should he do? A tranquilizer? But there were 2 of them. Call the police? That would be futile. Not only did he not know who the target was, but even if the police believed him, sending a regular officer would be a death sentence. As he pondered, his phone rang. Hello? Jin answered, walking forward. Conan's heart raced with joy as he crouched down, taking the opportunity to toss a button-sized listening device into the car while Vodka was distracted. Seeing that Vodka did not react and Jin continued his phone conversation, Conan steeled his resolve and placed a tracker on the vehicle's undercarriage. Just then, Jin hung up and slid into the passenger seat. Once the Porsche departed the parking lot, Conan finally lowered his hand from his mouth, gasping for breath. After nearly half a minute, he stood up and began walking towards the parking lot's exit, slowly inserting his earphones. Do you think those 2 individuals are suspicious? A youthful yet calm voice queried from beside him. Startled, Conan's hand slipped, and his earphones fell to the ground. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he awkwardly smiled. Oh, Shikuro-kun. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in Sayaka's car? Akai Shuichi chuckled lightly. Of course, I came along with you. So, Conan-kun, may I inquire who those 2 individuals were? What prompted you to place something in their vehicle? Chapter 85, The Death of the Swallowing Congressman. Conan helplessly rubbed his forehead, taken aback that he had evaded 2 men in black only to be discovered by this new classmate. It appeared that he had witnessed the entire episode. How was he to placate this child? Didn't Shikuro-kun find those 2 individuals rather suspicious? Conan inquired with a serious expression. Akai Shuichi wore a look that seemed to say, please, continue your fabrication. It is quite evident they had just exited the restaurant, correct? Conan steeled himself, noting the faint scent of smoke lingering around him, indicating they had indeed been smoking inside the establishment. Smoking in a confined public space is rather uncouth. Akai Shuichi was taken aback and thought to himself, is it possible to twist this around? What you threw into his car was a listening device, right? Otherwise, why would you need headphones? Akai Shuichi relentlessly pursued the matter. Upon hearing this, Conan found himself at a loss for words. Akai continued, well, Conan, you have the audacity to use spy equipment without permission. I shall inform Aunt Wakasa. With that, he took out his phone. Conan, feeling a surge of anxiety, quickly pressed his hand down. This was no joke. If Wakasa Rumi found out, even if she didn't drag him back to the precinct, those tools would be rendered unusable. Moreover, Professor Agasa would be prohibited from producing such items. With this thought, Conan let out a sigh. All right then. What is it that you desire? After all, he mused, a child would typically ask for a piece of cake or perhaps a toy. It seemed rather simple. Akai Shuichi pointed toward his headphones. Let me have a listen. In the venue, Vermouth ended her call and greeted the guest with a poised smile while contemplating her thoughts. She noticed the detective known for his high solve rate, Wakasa Rumi, and couldn't help but wonder if Pisco's mission could still be accomplished. As she placed her phone back into her pocket, she felt a brief moment of rigidity. The handkerchief provided by the organizers was missing. Vermouth could hardly believe she would misplace such an item, but who? Unless. Her gaze slowly shifted toward Mayano Akemi and Kaido, who were engrossed in conversation with Pisco. The host stood at the front, seeking to enliven the atmosphere. Thank you all for attending the memorial for Director Sakaguchi. Today, we will showcase some of the cherished films collected by the director. Please direct your attention to the slideshow. The lights dimmed abruptly, leaving the only source of illumination from the slideshow. Just before the room was engulfed in darkness, Wakasa Rumi discreetly moved next to Akai Wataru. Noticing the subtle movement, Akai Wataru chose to ignore her, for he was not the one on a mission today. As colorful handkerchiefs played out to a climactic scene, the audience fell into a hushed silence, while reporters on the periphery struggled to contain themselves. The host jokingly intervened. Director Sakaguchi's splendid scenes cannot simply be captured by a flash. Suddenly, a resounding crash drowned out the sound of the shutter, and many were startled by shards of glass, jumping back in pain. Staff members hurriedly turned the lights on amidst the rising panic. Police, please remain calm. Wakasa Rumi stepped forward to restore order. Please call for an ambulance. After uttering this, she felt a twinge of uncertainty. Counselor Tsukamoto was trapped beneath the chandelier, a pool of blood forming beneath him, likely unable to survive until the ambulance arrived. A circle of people near the deceased stood frozen in shock. Officer. A voice rose from the crowd. Wakasa Rumi exchanged a few brief words with her staff, who, despite their pale faces, remained composed enough to keep the guest in the venue while awaiting the police. Upon closer inspection, Wakasa Rumi realized that the person raising their hand was none other than Yokoyama Kazutoshi, whom she had suspected from the beginning. What is it? She inquired, her mind filled with suspicion as she regarded him. Akai Wataru handed her a purple handkerchief. What is this? She inquired. Just now, when the lights dimmed, I caught a whiff of gunpowder, and then this handkerchief fell before me, Akai explained. It seems someone has fired a shot. Examining the chandelier's connections will reveal whether it was an accident or a crime. Mr. Yokoyama appears quite familiar with the scent of gunpowder, Wakasa Rumi probed. I have lived abroad and possess a firearm permit, so I am somewhat knowledgeable, Akai elucidated. Wakasa Rumi temporarily accepted this and located the sign-in book at the front desk to identify the individual who had acquired the purple handkerchief. She also requested them to produce their own handkerchiefs. The search area narrowed significantly. Only Sharon Wanyard and the absent Masayama Kinzo remained without a handkerchief. It's President Masayama. He has committed murder. I captured it, a journalist exclaimed, initially hoping to discover something useful in his photographs, only to inadvertently capture the scene of the automobile company's president, Masayama Kinzo, firing a shot that interrupted the chandelier. What? Not far away. Akai Wataru witnessed this moment and silently dialed a number. What? Pisco was photographed by the journalist in the act of firing? Jin's countenance darkened, rendering even vodka, who was driving, silent. Truly, the older one gets, the more one regresses, Akai mused, leaning against the wall while making the call in the presence of police. Vermouth was also under police surveillance, making her assistance unlikely. He had indeed taken Vermouth's handkerchief. Without her aid, Pisco could not extricate himself from the police's list of suspects. This maneuver also provided him the opportunity to manipulate the situation. You know how to handle this, Jin stated. Of course, Akai replied. By the way, how about your end? Jin's murderous intent flashed as he hung up the phone, feeling around and discovering a button-sized metal piece beneath the car door. At the restaurant entrance, Haneda Saya was carrying 2 boxes of cake when she coincidentally encountered Conan and Akai Shuichi coming out. Why are you two taking so long? Haneda Saya inquired, curious. I went to the wrong floor. Conan awkwardly scratched his head. Hearing the fragmented names of drinks through his earpiece, he steeled himself. Sister. I'm going to the doctor's house to play games. It's out of the way. I'll go by myself. Hey. Haneda Saya hesitated. The doctor's house is also on the way. She turned to Akai Shuichi, who responded with a resigned smile. By the way, is there an event nearby today? Mitsuhiko asked. It seems there are particularly many cars today. Ah, that, Haneda Saya replied. Today, the Cupido City Hotel is hosting a memorial for the director, and my mother is attending. Upon hearing this, Akai Shuichi abruptly raised his head. Is Wakasa? And he also here? Indeed, it was said that several years ago, she had intervened to prevent Director Sakaguchi from being imprisoned. Hayama Saya replied, observing Akai's complex expression through the rearview mirror from her seat in the passenger side. Just then, a police car passed by, and Officer Megure dashed out. Meeting with Wakasa Rumi. Wakasa, the inspector, nodded and briefly introduced the current situation. Sharon is in the lounge, and I've arranged for nearby traffic officers to keep watch. Have you apprehended Masayama Kinzo yet? Chapter 86. The connection between Pisco and Balling. At the moment Masayama Kinzo made his move, he felt a flash from a camera, instantly realizing he had been photographed by a reporter. If that photo reached the police, it would serve as irrefutable evidence. The thought of silencing the reporter crossed his mind. But he had not seen the individual's face. Thus, escape was his only option. He quickly fled to an empty conference room, dialing a number. Ireland? Meet me at the parking lot of the Cup City Hotel immediately. Come at once. Understood. I'm on my way. Ireland, while driving and unaware of the unfolding situation, swiftly turned the steering wheel towards Cup City, approximately 20 minutes away. Faster, Pisco urged. Ireland slammed down the accelerator, disregarding the furious shouts of the traffic officer behind him, pushing the speed to 180. Sir, I'm done for today, Pisco lamented. He waited until the commotion outside had completely settled before removing his janitorial uniform. He could not exit the building directly, as it was surely surrounded by police. Therefore, he decided to head to the old building he had scoped out previously, which was uninhabited due to impending renovations, and he had informed Ireland about this location beforehand. Conan arrived at the entrance of the Cup City Hotel and immediately removed his earpiece, though he was still a moment too late, as the noise from the crushed listening device pierced his ears painfully. Clearly, the bug had been discovered, but from Jin's recent phone call, he had pieced together the unfolding events. The member codenamed Pisco had failed his mission, and Jin had instructed another member to handle the situation, likely to eliminate witnesses, as the organization was unlikely to intervene to save anyone. Thus, Pisco should be primarily focused on escaping. He paused, contemplating how he would proceed if he were Pisco after a failed plan. A seldom used room? After conveying his request, two female attendants exchanged glances, with one responding, actually. There is an old building next door that is set for demolition and has been out of use. I believe one room is being used as a storage space. Ah. Yes, a colleague nodded in agreement. Excuse me, do you have a map of the old building? Conan inquired. Let me check, the attendant replied, rummaging through a drawer until she finally produced a dusty blueprint for him. Which room is the storage? Conan pressed. It should be this one, for 102. The attendant indicated after pondering for a moment. That room has a large old-fashioned fireplace connected to the chimney, so it shouldn't be hard to find. Thank you. Conan took a photo of the map with his phone and dashed towards the old building. Just as he disappeared from sight, one attendant suddenly smacked her forehead. Did we forget to inform that child that the police have surrounded the old building? The other attendant considered this. If the police see him, they should stop him, right? That is true. The two shrugged it off and returned to their tasks. As Conan ascended the stairs and approached the fourth floor of the old building, he deliberately slowed his pace. Upon reaching the stairwell, he heard faint sounds nearby. Suddenly, an elderly man in a janitor's uniform burst out from room 402, gasping for breath. Then slowly retreated, trembling and murmuring, Miyuki? Miyuki. It sounded like a woman's name. Was another person dead? Before long, his phone rang. Hello, Jin. Kenzo Masayama's voice made Conan's heart skip a beat. Jin. Pisco. There has been a second murder here, and it's related to Pisco. Wait. Judging by his tone, this woman named Miyuki likely wasn't he killed by him. Footsteps approached from behind, and Conan, startled, broke into a cold sweat, quickly hiding halfway up the third floor. Who? Pisco stared in terror at the hallway, the dim light illuminating the face of the newcomer, Bolong. Pisco's expression darkened. What are you doing here? Though he asked this outwardly, he had begun to form a suspicion. Bolong had come to eliminate him. As he fled, he had harbored a glimmer of hope that despite this mission's failure, the boss would grant him refuge abroad for his years of service. He could take Ireland with him, as he possessed both strength and intellect, remaining utterly loyal and respectful. It was not impossible for them to carve out a new path abroad. Conan's rational mind urged him to remain hidden, yet the rare opportunity to encounter three codename members piqued his curiosity, compelling him to wait for further information. You've aged. Pisco, a magnetic voice uttered coldly. Bang. Just as Pisco squeezed the trigger, a Kai Wataru shot first, hitting his wrist. Years of indulgence left Pisco unable to endure the pain, and he collapsed to the ground. Akai Mutake sighed. What are you doing? I might have spared your life. Oh, how benevolent of you. Pisco retorted with a cold smirk, clutching his bleeding wrist as he slumped to the ground. Your parents would relish the opportunity to kill me, all because I added a little something to your food when you were a child. Wait. Pisco's gaze suddenly turned defiant. You aren't. Brolong, are you? Akai Wataru maintained an impassive expression, curious to see what he might articulate. I added buckwheat to your meal earlier, yet you seem unaffected. Pisco grew increasingly arrogant. Let me think, when was it? That mission from years ago. I wondered how you could possibly have killed. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, striking Pisco squarely in the forehead. Conan flinched in terror, hastily covering his mouth. Who was up there? The police shouted from below. They had initially received orders from Wakasa Rumi, believing the assailant might escape from this dilapidated old mansion, thus they positioned themselves to apprehend the perpetrator. Inspector Wakasa had also noted that Masayama Kenzo ostensibly lacked a motive for the murder of the politician, implying that there was a mastermind orchestrating events from behind the scenes. They were prepared to intercept anyone who might come to Masayama's aid. But now, the sound of gunfire erupted. Having silenced Pisco to eliminate a loose end, Akai Wataru discarded the handkerchief Pisco had used and nonchalantly returned to the gathering. Initially, he had intended to extract information from Pisco, but upon learning that Pisco was aware of the true nature of his buckwheat allergy, he was compelled to eliminate him. Reflecting on the lower-tier members he had silenced years prior, he sighed and began to feign a search. "Excuse me, have any of you seen my assistant, Miss Mayano?" he inquired as he scanned the surroundings. Yet, he was acutely aware that the corpse in room 402 was one he had arranged, and that Kaido Kuroba had disguised himself, while the real Mayano Akemi had already departed the venue. "This is bad." A police officer rushed in, drenched in sweat, reporting, "We found a suspect shot dead on the 4th floor of the old mansion, along with Miss Mayano's body." Chapter 87. The Undercover List. Miss Mayano? Akai Wataru feigned appropriate confusion as he addressed the reporting officer. "Officer, are you certain? Her face appears intact." The officer replied, "However, we would like to request Mr. Yokoyama to identify her." Akai Wataru sighed, revealing a hint of sorrow. "Lead the way." Gazing upon the female corpse disguised as Mayano Akemi, Akai Wataru nodded heavily. "When can we take the body back?" "Miss Mayano has a younger sister. We will proceed with the autopsy first." Meanwhile, Ireland had been waiting for Pisco in the underground parking lot for quite some time, his impatience suffocating him. As he spotted a police car approaching, Ireland swiftly turned off his headlights to avoid attracting attention. Suddenly, he noticed 2 officers lifting a corpse wrapped in a body bag into their vehicle. "I never expected that the president of Masuyama would turn out to be a murderer. What could he possibly gain from killing someone when he is already so wealthy? Who knows? In the end, he was killed himself. Ah, karma." Overhearing the officers' conversation, Ireland instantly realized that the body in the bag belonged to Pisco. His esteemed mentor, whom he revered like a father, was dead. By long. A shadow crossed Ireland's eyes. "Who?" The officers moving the body noticed Ireland's car. Realizing the situation, Ireland suppressed the impulse to accelerate and drove away. Upon returning to Dr. Agasa's house, Conan remained in a daze. "Shinichi, you're back," Dr. Agasa said, quickly handing him a glass of milk, which he gulped down. "So how is it?" "Pisco is dead," Conan replied. "The person who killed him went by the codename Bailong. He should be male, but it was too dark for me to see his face clearly." Dr. Agasa gasped, thinking, "You witnessed an execution by the organization and still managed to return safely." "I hid and wasn't discovered," Conan clarified, sensing Dr. Agasa's concern. "That's good, Doctor." Agasa sighed in relief. Age does not permit one to be easily frightened. Conan fell into deep contemplation. Although Pisco was dead, the police had immediately sealed off the scene after the incident, including the old mansion, and he had sneaked in. Therefore, Bailong was one of those present at the venue that day. Did you glean anything from that? Back at her home, Hayata Saya placed the black chocolate cake she had bought into the refrigerator, leaving a piece of the cheesecake outside. Jin had overheard and remarked vaguely, "Sister Wakasa likely knows more than I do." "Indeed," Akai Shuichi replied, then turned to Hayata Saya. "Do you know anyone around Kudo Shinichi who could provide him with listening devices?" "Listening devices? Dr. Agasa, perhaps. He is an inventor and always comes up with peculiar gadgets." The image of the kindly plump old man immediately flashed in Hayata Saya's mind. "Now that you mention it, his inventions would indeed suit you agents." "Precisely." Akai Shuichi leaned closer to her and whispered, Saya, do you know where your father's wine cellar is?" "Huh." Hayata Saya shot him a half-hearted glare. "If we had wine, you would have found it already, and besides, my father doesn't drink." Shuichi Akai lowered his head. One disadvantage of being transformed into a child was the inability to indulge in alcohol. Not to mention Koji, even Heiji refused to buy him any. The following day at school, while chatting with the Young Detective League, Akai Shuichi inadvertently displayed curiosity towards their detective badges and the equipment worn by Conan. "Oh, I almost forgot that Conan-kun has already become a member of the Young Detective League," said Ayumi. "Then let us visit Dr. Agasa's house after school," suggested Jinta. "Conan-kun doesn't have a detective badge yet, right? But is that all right?" "Of course," replied Ayumi. "Besides, it was Conan-kun who discovered the clues in the Ice and Snow Paradise case. That was all solved by Sayaka-nichan." After school, Akai Shuichi was still taken to Dr. Agasa's house by the children. "Here, I happen to have a spare one. You can use it for now, and I will make you a new one later, Dr. Agasa said. "Thank you, Doctor," Akai Shuichi said, accepting the badge with both hands. The other children had already gone off to play games, and he leaned in to ask, "By the way, Doctor, could I have a few of those listening devices that Conan-kun uses?" "Huh?" Dr. Agasa paused, instinctively glancing towards Conan, who was seated on the sofa watching the news, and received an apologetic smile in return. "I knew it wouldn't be so easy to move on from the Pisco incident. A normal child wouldn't understand what had happened, but he could certainly play with a listening device." Dr. Agasa chuckled awkwardly. He was aware of Conan's true identity as a high school detective, which was why he had offered him the listening devices, but a child. "Is it not permissible?" Akai Shuichi silently retracted his small hand, displaying a bright smile. "Then I'll let it go for now. Thank you for the badge, Doctor." Dr. Agasa smiled and ruffled his hair, feeling quite pleased with this adorable yet sensible child. When Shiho Mayano emerged from the police headquarters, her eyes were swollen from crying. Even Akai Utsumi, upon seeing her, couldn't help but admire her acting skills. Nicely done. Once in the car, Shiho Mayano donned a cold expression and said, "My sister. She is fine and uninjured, but she simply cannot appear in public for a while." Akai Utsumi replied. "What? Are you going to take me back to the apartment?" "No," Shiho shook her head. "Please take me back to the laboratory. I still need to act in front of the other researchers." Akai Wataru nodded, and after escorting her to the laboratory, he received a call from Jin. "Don't contact me for a while," Akai Wataru stated. "Pisco, that fool, has killed Mayano Akemi. And the police are currently keeping a close watch on me." "Pisco would kill Mayano Akemi?" Jin sneered. "I thought he had a decent relationship with the Mayano family. Spare me the theatrics. Just look at our organization, aside from Ireland, who truly takes Pisco seriously anymore. However, you won't be able to rest easy." Jin's voice dripped with malice. Akai Wataru raised an eyebrow. "Rum has dispatched someone. The target is the International Undercover List of the Japanese National Police Agency's Public Security Bureau," Jin explained. "If you need assistance, you should reach out to Scotland." "You have his number," Akai Wataru replied, strong and composed. "Do not inform him," Jin said coldly. "Do not forget, he joined us midway." Akai Idasuk was acutely aware that he had successfully infiltrated the organization by substituting for a genuine member. In this intricate game, any newcomers would inevitably raise suspicion. The busy signal on the phone sparked an idea in his mind. Chapter 88. The temporary antidote. The report regarding the murder of Shunko was sufficient to keep the 1st Investigation Division occupied for several days. Unexpectedly, the 2nd Investigation Division had also been quite active. The notorious international thief, known as the Phantom Crow, who had previously made his mark in Europe and America, had recently turned his attention to Japan, with his first target being the Suzuki family's treasured heirloom, the Jet Black Star. As a fellow magician, Kaido Kuroba was invited by Inspector Nakamori to assist with the investigation, leading to a fierce competition between the young magician and the thief that dominated the headlines of various media outlets. That night, Hideyuki Haneda returned home after concluding his shogi study session. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. It seemed to be his brother's voice. "Shugo." Following the sound, Hideyuki rushed into Sayaka Haneda's room without even changing his shoes. The door was forcefully pushed open, revealing Sayaka's surprised yet somewhat resigned expression. "Shugo, you didn't tell you've transformed back." Seeing Akai Shuichi, now in his adult form, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, Hideyuki's eyes widened in shock. "Don't celebrate too soon. It's merely a temporary antidote." Sayaka doused their excitement with cold reality. "But why does Shugo appear to be in such pain?" Hideyuki pondered for a moment before managing to articulate a word. Sayaka explained, "It's normal. 30 years worth of growth pains condensed into an instant is unbearable for an ordinary person." She walked over to the sofa and patted Akai's shoulder. "The fact that you can still sit up is impressive." Relieved, Hideyuki inquired, "How long can this temporary antidote last?" "Theoretically 6 hours. The effect varies from person to person. I will need to conduct more tests to ascertain the duration," she indicated towards the timer on the table. "More tests?" Hideyuki looked at his brother with a face full of sympathy. "Indeed," Sayaka replied nonchalantly. "The more data I gather, the closer I will be to creating a permanent antidote." Hideyuki swallowed hard and quietly exited her room. "How many of these temporary antidotes do you have on hand?" Akai inquired. "For now, just the one I administered to you. Once I confirm its efficacy, I will prepare more," Sayaka instinctively answered, then looked at him curiously. "What are you planning? Could you spare me some of this antidote?" Akai asked. The smaller stature was indeed quite inconvenient. He could hardly manage a sniper rifle, let alone a case for it. Of course, on another note, if the organization discovered he was still alive, he could take a dose to revert back, thus sparing the Haneda family from involvement. "We can discuss this after today's data comes in," Sayaka typed expressionlessly. "If you intend to sacrifice yourself without implicating us, I strongly advise you to abandon that notion promptly." Akai Shuichi let out a bitter smile, realizing that he had been seen through by the young girl. The subtle sounds in the garden could not escape the keen hearing of the sniper. Instinctively, Akai tensed his muscles and swiftly grasped a nearby fruit knife. It was one of his own. Hadasaya gestured for him to lower the knife, and then opened the door leading from her room to the garden, offering a wry smile to the young man outside. "Can you come through the door, or would it be more convenient to simply drop down into your yard?" Kaido Kuroba lowered his white glider and froze in place upon seeing the person on the sofa. Shuichi Akai scrutinized the young man who had just entered from the garden. The youth appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age, and the white cloak draped over his back was intended to be a glider. What truly captured Akai's attention, however, was the boy's face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the high school detective Shinichi Kudo. "Sayaka, who is he?" Kaido Kuroba whispered from behind Sayaka Haneda. The man before them was wrapped in a white bathrobe, and the pale skin on his chest accentuated the visibility of his scars. His wolf-like green eyes seemed to fixate on their prey, and the fruit knife still clutched in his hand caused Kaido to abandon his proud poker face. "Allow me to introduce, FB, Shuichi Akai," Sayaka explained, noting that Akai wore the bathrobe out of concern that his growth would ruin the children's clothing she had purchased. She then presented a chocolate cake she had bought a few days prior to Kaido. "So what do you think?" We didn't catch the man. But the Black Star remains intact, Kaido responded after devouring 2 large bites of cake. That guy is quite formidable. He managed to outsmart me. It wasn't easy. The Phantom Thief Raven has never failed in other countries, Akai remarked, including the time he had disguised himself as Kaido. Ouch. Kaido laughed mischievously. Only to receive a sharp retort from Sayaka. The Phantom Thief Raven? Akai inquired. Did you see his face? Kaido shook his head. Even if I had, it wouldn't matter. You can't be sure it's his face. He glanced at Akai, hesitating to speak further. During his encounters with the Phantom Thief, he had been awed by the thief's masterful illusions, yet the sensation he evoked felt eerily similar to that of his father. No, if that were the case, why not reveal himself on the spot? Did you discover his accomplice? Akai pressed on. Huh? Kaido was taken aback. At least not at the crime scene. Why? Have you seen him? Sayaka leaned in, intrigued. Is there something wrong with his accomplice? Just a suspicion. When my identity was exposed. The Phantom Thief appeared at a rather opportune moment, Kaido explained. Kaido Kuroba, concealed within the shadows of the night, evaded the police pursuit and secured himself on the balcony of a safe house. Inside the master bedroom, Watake Akai awaited his arrival with a glass of wine. How does it feel to be pursued by your own son? The elder Akai initiated their familiar banter. Kaido chuckled lightly. Not too shabby. Kaido has grown quite a bit. I envy you for being able to watch your child grow up twice. Realizing he was referring to his younger son, Watake maintained his smile. But the clinking of his wine glass betrayed his true feelings. Let us get to business. What do you need? Kaido asked. Kura Ao, Watake replied. Rum has sent her to the police department to steal the undercover list. I need you to keep an eye on her for the next few days. I suspect her disguise won't fool you. The undercover list. Kaido mused. With so many people, can you really save them? Besides, the undercover agents from other countries shouldn't concern you, right? You're overthinking it. My target is Kura Ao herself, Watake clarified. This is a prime opportunity to uncover Rum. In the days that followed, Watake found himself with an unexpected abundance of free time. With regards to the undercover list, Jin had refrained from assigning him any tasks recently. The few preliminary intelligence gathering assignments were handed over entirely to Toru Amuro. Once Amuro departed, Watake discreetly reminded him about the Scottish undercover list, hoping the young man would grasp his implication. At the very least, he could remain at the police department during this time. Jin wouldn't dare storm in and commit murder. Seizing the opportunity, he officially opened a music store he had been preparing in Mihua Town, naming it Yayang. The shopkeeper, who went by the alias Miyazaki Yoshiko, was Akemi Mayano. She had transformed her previous straight black hair and professional attire into a curly hairstyle dyed light brown, complemented by a long dress that exuded an artistic flair, making her appear more like a painter, while the store owner was unassuming in appearance. His remarkable playing skills attracted numerous customers. Additionally, during quieter periods, he offered free lessons, gradually turning the shop into a gathering spot for elementary school students after class. However, the only troubling aspect was the significant rise in crime rates in Mihua Town during this time, resulting in him being summoned to the police department for questioning multiple times. Strangely, he often spotted the child residing at the Muri Detective Agency during these visits. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the closing time for Yayang, Watake had Akemi return to the apartment early while he remained behind to lock up. A dull thud suddenly piqued his vigilance. He tread lightly towards the source of the noise and quickly arrived at the scene of the incident. There lay a foreign man in disarray, while a brash, curly-haired man stood above him, looking down with a cigarette dangling from his mouth as he brushed off the dust from his hands. Nearby, a young man with shoulder-length hair shielded a girl behind him, crossing his arms over his chest with an expression of amusement, with an imposing presence. The curly-haired man stepped on the fallen individual. Following girls at this hour, huh? Do you think the police are non-existent? Kamael, who towered over him yet was effortlessly subdued, felt utterly humiliated. What could he say? They suspected Mr. Akai was still alive, which is why they were investigating the few connections he had in Japan, namely the Haneda family. It was a ridiculous notion. He would only end up in a worse predicament. All he could do was apologize profusely while attempting to sneak away, covering his face when the man wasn't looking. From the snippets of conversation, Watake pieced together a rough narrative. Recognizing the girl as Sayaka Haneda, she had likely realized she was being followed and called upon a police officer she knew for assistance. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped by like a fleeting shadow. Just as Kaido Kuroba was about to lose interest in his vigil, Jin's call finally came through. In just a few days? Watake furrowed his brow. Yes, Jin replied coolly. That gentleman is taking this cleansing operation very seriously and will tolerate no mistakes. Understood. Watake stood by the window, the cool night breeze brushing against his face. Let us see if Kura Ao possesses the capability. I look forward to it, Jin replied with a manic laughter. Rum and Jin had never been on good terms. Jin would undoubtedly refrain from aiding Kura Ao, which made Watake's task simpler. That night, Watake donned the mask prepared by Kaido Kuroba, adopting a visage that belonged neither to Shuichi Akai nor to Kazuto Yokoyama. He heated a sandwich prepared in advance by Kyuka Shibuya from the refrigerator and set out. Kaido's vehicle was parked at the intersection in front of the police department, affording him a clear view of the parking lot's entrance. though the license plate was unfamiliar to Wutake. Akai Mutsubu unceremoniously opened the door and got into the car, casually tossing a takeout box at him. Dinner. Also, if you need a car, purchase one with the organization's funds. Do not steal. Kaido Kuroba shrugged indifferently, opened the box, and extracted a sandwich to commence his evening meal. Upon taking a bite, he was instantly captivated by the flavor. The young public security officer had indeed crafted a remarkably delicious sandwich. Surely, this could not be the reason you wish to keep him from being exposed. Akai Wataru paid him no mind. Swiftly finishing his sandwich, Kaido Kuroba cryptically remarked, this time, there might be a delightful surprise. What have you discovered? Inquired Akai Wataru. Kaido Kuroba smiled and replied, by bringing back the information on that drug to the safe house, you tacitly permitted that public security officer, Shibuya Kagemitsu, to stealthily take it to Hanedasaya. Akai Muta nodded, and Kuroba Toichi continued, can you guess who was truly responsible for stealing the information? Akai Wataru pondered for a moment, since he mentioned it. It must be about the golden-haired individual known as Muro Turu. Could it be that Kaido Kuroba has been undercover all along? It remains uncertain. Kaido replied. Perhaps he has defected. Suddenly, his expression grew serious. There was something amiss. Almost simultaneously, Akai Wataru also noticed a live figure bursting forth from the police headquarters. Faintly discernible amidst the chaos, with long silver hair and a white shirt, the shoulders soaked in crimson. The alarm blared urgently. Pursue. The figure swiftly commandeered a vehicle, crashing through the obstacles ahead. In the driver's seat, Kaido Kuroba merely uttered, hold on tight, before flooring the accelerator, the black sedan roaring forth. With a resounding crash, the vehicle collided violently with the rear of the car commandeered by Kirakusa, yet she had sensed their presence the moment Kaido ignited the engine and had swiftly evaded, allowing the car she occupied to remain operational. Seizing the moment while their adversary was still reeling from the collision, Kirakusa pressed down on the gas, barreling through the chaos. Akai Wataru calmly fastened his seatbelt, gripping his gun firmly. Today is indeed quite lively, Kaido Kuroba remarked, glancing at the rearview mirror with a raised eyebrow. Akai Mutake glanced at the rearview mirror, observing a Mazda rapidly closing in on them from directly behind. The distance between the vehicles was diminishing at an alarming rate. Damn it. Seeing the two cars behind them, Karaso cursed under his breath and, seizing the moment, deftly turned the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to spin around and head against the flow of traffic on the adjacent road. Akai Muta glanced at the nearby sign, steeling his resolve as he pressed onward, taking the exit at the upcoming junction to ascend onto the coastal ring road. Black refrained from questioning the decision to head in the opposite direction of Kura-Ao, instead flooring the accelerator. Who exactly are those individuals? Zero mused aloud. As the sleek black sedan veered toward Kura-Ao, the throttle fully engaged in pursuit. Zero, do not allow her the chance to send any messages. I have already arranged roadblocks in the vicinity. She cannot escape, came the voice of Jifu Kagemitsu through the earpiece. Chapter 90. The showdown. Kagoro's gaze remained fixed on Kura-Ao, following the collision at the police headquarters. Kura-Ao's phone had slipped into the crevice between the passenger seat and the door, rendering her unable to both drive for her life and retrieve her phone to send a message. All she could do was flee from the relentless pursuer behind her. The two vehicles were locked in a tense chase, the white Mazda closing in steadily. In the surveillance room, Jifu Kagemitsu furrowed his brow, an unsettling sensation washing over him. Officer Midori, the black vehicle, it has appeared. A nearby officer exclaimed in alarm, leaning closer. He observed the black sedan moving at a significant speed onto the ring road. No, wait. From an aerial perspective, the black car was positioned in relation to Kura-Ao and Demuro's vehicle, situated above and below the bridge, and traveling in the opposite direction. The passenger window lowered, and a hand brandishing a firearm extended out, aiming downward toward the bridge. Zero, brake. Kagemitsu shouted into the earpiece. The trust forged through years of camaraderie compelled Zero to instinctively obey, the tires screeching in a mournful protest against the pavement. Boom. Mere seconds later, a bullet was fired, sending Kura-Ao's vehicle spiraling out of control, crashing into the embankment and ultimately careening through the guardrail, rolling several times before coming to rest upside down. Fortunately, Kagemitsu's warning had been timely. Amuro's car remained unharmed. As the black sedan on the bridge retreated into the distance, Amuro swiftly extricated the unconscious Kura-Ao from the vehicle. Drip, drip. The already damaged fuel tank began to leak after the violent impact, the sound of gasoline hitting the ground resonating ominously in the stillness of the night. Realizing the impending danger as flames flickered in the distance, Amuro placed Kura-Ao in the back seat and immediately pressed the accelerator to make a hasty retreat. Boom. The flames ignited the leaking gasoline, engulfing the entire vehicle in fire, the explosion sending the remnants of the car tumbling into the sea. Are we still pursuing? Black inquired. Akawatake shook his head. If he were clever enough, Karaso should have already fallen into the hands of the public security. If that were not the case, Karaso would not survive. So now, Akai Wataru took out his phone and dialed a number. Upon receiving a call from his childhood friend, Fuku Keek felt a wave of relief wash over him. Karaso was alive, and the Public Security Bureau had captured a high-ranking member of the organization, potentially a trusted confidant of Rum, from whom crucial information could be extracted. This was undoubtedly promising news. Just then, his phone rang again. He gestured for those around him to be quiet and pressed the answer button. Lord Byron? He inquired. Akai Wataru immediately called him by his true name, nearly crushing his phone in the process. Akai continued, return to the safe house if you care about your companion, without waiting for J-Fuku's response. Akai abruptly hung up and sent a message to Amuro TRU. If you wish for J-Fuku to live, bring Karaso back to the safe house for an exchange. 10 minutes, no extensions. If Kaido and J-Fuku team up to deal with you, I will not come to your rescue. I am not yet that old, Akai Wataru replied with a nonchalant demeanor. At this point, further pretense is futile. Let us return to the safe house. I have not left them much time. The Mazda sped through the night, and Akai Wataru felt the adrenaline surge through him, rendering everything around him inconsequential. He had accelerated to 180 km/h, his mind haunted by visions of his childhood friend being captured and tortured in an interrogation room, or worse, being driven to despair. Shattering his phone with his own handgun before taking his own life. Hero. The door of the safe house was violently kicked open. Yet the gruesome scene he had envisioned did not materialize. The protagonist he had been worrying about was, in fact, sitting comfortably on the sofa. J-Fuku Kik, bewildered, was yanked from the sofa by Akai Wataru, who thoroughly inspected him from head to toe, relieved to confirm he was unharmed. Subsequently, J-Fuku positioned himself protectively behind Akai, his gaze warily fixed on the person across from them. Akai Wataru observed a Siamese cat protect a ragdoll cat, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the feline baring its teeth at him. What are you laughing at? Akai's expression turned sour as he glared at the organization member who had been toying with him. If I were truly a member of the organization, you and your companions would have already exposed yourselves, Akai stated. A bewildered Akai Zero asked, what do you mean? Are you not a member of the organization? In response to their astonished gazes, Akai Wataru removed his mask entirely. Akai Zero was taken aback, recognizing a face that bore a striking resemblance to a former partner, albeit one that appeared more mature. Allow me to reintroduce myself, M6 Akai Wataru, he said calmly. Then, are you the father of Akai Shuichi? JBU Kajiki stammered, his finger trembling as he cast a disbelieving look at Amuro TRU. Amuro TRU was equally shocked, his tongue tying in confusion. When did you? Akai Wataru smiled, affirming the truth. Furthermore, since the moment you first encountered Haku Long, it has always been me. The genuine Yoko Yamakazutoshi has been deceased for nearly a decade. Both individuals exhaled in relief, thankful that no errors had been made regarding the replacement of those around them. Thus, they confided their true identities to Akai Wataru. Soon after, Ray Faria's gaze shifted to a serious demeanor, his eyes still brimming with caution as he inquired about Akai Wataru's knowledge of Hiro's identity. The mention of this caused Shibuya Kagemitsu's mind to awaken. He had indeed been called by his true name moments ago. Pano, you did not betray us back then, did you? Shibuya Kagemitsu made this statement with certainty. Akai Wataru raised his head, casting a gaze filled with admiration towards Jay Butsukika, for he was rather astute. However, senpai, what piqued your interest in the undercover operations of the Public Security Bureau? Asked Ryugamin Ray. Akai Wataru offered a wry smile, initially intending to showcase Shuichi. When I faked my death, I sent a message to Mary, urging them to relocate to Japan, which at the time seemed relatively safe. Thus, when the organization spotted Shuichi, I mistakenly believed he was an undercover agent sent by the Public Security Bureau. Upon witnessing the exposure of the undercover operative, I instinctively intercepted that piece of information, unexpectedly saving Jovi. Upon hearing this, Ryugi Zero lowered his head, then stood up and bowed to Akai Wataru at a 90-degree angle, regardless of the underlying motives. He sincerely expressed his gratitude to this senior for rescuing the person he cherished most. Chapter 91, An English Teacher? Just as Ryugi Zero reveled in the joy of his childhood friend's safety, an individual descended slowly from the upper floor. You certainly have remarkable temperaments. You haven't even confronted him, remarked Kaido Kuroba, descending from the second floor, his tone tinged with regret. The two gazed at the figure before them, memories of the past gradually surfacing. You are Kaido Kuroba. During their high school days, tickets to Kaido Kuroba's magic performances were exceedingly difficult to procure, prompting them to rise early on their days off to queue for tickets. It appears that the news of his death 8 years ago was also fabricated. All these years, he has been assisting me with my disguise, Akai Wataru explained. Moreover, during that incident in America, you were closest to the truth, Kaido Kuroba added. Ryugi Zero recalled that day. It was you. Kaido Kuroba nodded, seamlessly transitioning to the voice of Kazuto Yokoyama, saying, I do not require a voice changer. Well then, let us discuss serious matters. Akai Wataru seated himself on the sofa and gestured to the empty seats beside him, indicating for the two officers to sit down. Ryugi-kun, Karaso is still alive, is he not? Ryugi Zero swiftly reined in his personal emotions and replied, yes, he is alive in the vehicle, but he is yet to awaken. Akai Wataru nodded, recognizing that the safe house possessed a basement, which contained a bedroom where they could temporarily accommodate Karaso. Very well, he replied. With that, Rengoku Rei carried the unconscious Karaso into the safe house, while Shibuya Kagemitsu removed the bullet lodged in her shoulder and dressed the wound on her head. Akai Wataru then produced a syringe and administered a muscle relaxant to Karaso, acknowledging her impressive physical prowess. Once the injection was complete, he retrieved a second syringe, injecting a small chip into Karaso's body, a tracking device, just in case. After a moment of hesitation, Rengo Kurei inquired, "Senpai, should we hand her over to the public security for custody?" Akai Wataru smiled reassuringly, confident that in the end, she would undoubtedly return to the public security. However, prior to that, her value could still be utilized. Akai Wataru exchanged a glance with Kuroda Ryu, and then elucidated, "Jin has yet to lay eyes on Kirarasa's corpse. Do you truly believe he would allow this matter to be easily forgotten? You intend to use Kirarasu as bait?" Kuroda Ryu's eyes sparkled with realization. Akai Wataru nodded, entrusting the matter to you at the council. Speaking of which, Subakukyu Mitsumitsu took a deep breath, voicing the question that had lingered in his heart. Who was it that rejected my undercover application when I graduated from the police academy for the second time? Upon hearing these words, Ryugami Rei turned his serious gaze towards Akai Wataru. Akaimata chuckled lightly, reassuring everyone, there is no need to be tense. He is my friend and has no connection to the organization. This encapsulated the entirety of today's lesson, and he expressed his gratitude to the class. As soon as he finished speaking, the bell rang punctually, prompting the students to rise and pay their respects to the teacher, who was merely a year younger than themselves. The lesson had been captivating, and they were grateful to Ms. Haneda for her assistance. The homeroom teacher of the second year at T in high school walked alongside Sayaka Haneda in the corridor. The occasion arose from the annual subject activities at T in high school, which invited external experts to conduct specialized classes for the students. This year, the chemistry segment featured Sayaka Haneda, who happened to be in Japan. "I am equally pleased to engage with everyone," she replied politely yet distantly. "It's nearly time. I must go pick up my child. Farewell." After Sayaka Haneda exited the classroom, the students quickly formed small groups to discuss her. "Hey, Lon," Suzuki Sonoko approached first, her initial impression of Sayaka Haneda being that of a partner to Shinichi Kudo. "What do you think of Miss Haneda?" Mao Lilon pondered for a moment. She graduated with a doctorate at such a young age. That's impressive. Moreover, her lecture was not only clear but also lively and engaging. Indeed. Suzuki Sonoko nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was the fastest she had ever understood a science lesson, despite not being particularly adept in the subject. "But, Lon, you should be cautious. What if one day she desires more than just being Kudo's partner?" "Eh? Is Miss Haneda a partner of Kudo-kun?" An exaggerated voice resonated from behind them. The two turned to see Judy, their English teacher. "What are you doing here, Miss Judy?" Mao Lilon instinctively glanced at the class schedule, noting there appeared to be no further classes. Actually, Judy quickly clarified, "I once saw her figure skating performance while in America. But due to time constraints, I couldn't get her autograph. I hope to have a stroke of luck today. By the way, Lon, isn't either a child in Miss Haneda's family named Subaru Okiya? He is in the same class as Conan." Suzuki Sonoko suddenly remarked. "We might catch him at the entrance of Tien Elementary School now. You're picking up Conan too, right?" "Oh, right," Mao Lilon replied. "Miss Judy, let us go. We still have time." The two high school girls dashed ahead while Judy observed their retreating figures with a tinge of guilt. FB had remained in Japan to pursue the capture of Vermouth, but she harbored her own motives as well. She harbored doubts regarding the ease with which Akai Shuichi could be killed by Vermouth. Nonetheless, the news of his death had reached her through the Japanese police. Furthermore, Agent John Utah, who had previously earned Akai Shuichi's respect, had suddenly left his post and relocated to Japan. If Akai Shuichi intended to feign his death and go into hiding, his only allies in Japan, aside from FB, would be the Haneda family, with whom he had ties. She attempted to glean information from Tokawada Rumi, but the latter's caution thwarted her efforts, resulting in no clues and nearly exposing FB's illegal entry. Thus, her focus shifted to Sayaka Haneda. A few days prior, Kamale had followed her and had been beaten by a curly-haired officer who appeared to be part of a gang, leaving him shaken. In her musings, the trio had already arrived at the entrance of Tien Elementary School. Well then, Subaru-kun will be entrusted to Mr. Amuro and Officer Midorikawa. Sayaka Haneda bid farewell to Akai Shuichi, who was getting into a white Mazda, parting like a parent would. Big Sister Lon. Conan spotted Mao Lilon from afar, quickly noticing the golden-haired woman in a fitted skirt behind her. "This is Miss Judy, our new English teacher," Mao Lilon promptly introduced. "By the way, Miss Judy wanted to ask Miss Haneda for her autograph." Sayaka Haneda scrutinized the foreign woman before her. Her exceptional memory allowed her to swiftly recall Judy's identity. FB. Judy Stein. She had previously participated in security at the Young Scientist Awards ceremony in America. Chapter 92. Reunion. Judy stepped forward, grasping Sayaka Haneda's hand. "Miss Haneda, ever since your performance in America, I have been a fan of yours." Thank you." In response to this sudden enthusiasm, Sayaka Haneda awkwardly withdrew her hand. "By the way, Miss Haneda," Mao Lilon curiously inquired, "how did Subaru-kun leave with Officer Midorikawa?" "He encountered a theft case on his way home yesterday and saw the thief's face," Sayaka Haneda explained. Conan couldn't help but twitch his mouth, thinking that if he had seen the thief's face, it would be more effective to ask Haneda Koji to sketch it out. "By the way, How long has Miss Judy been in Japan? Sayaka Haneda returned the signed card to her while casually asking. A month. Judy exaggeratedly gestured while speaking. Please forgive me. I just started learning Japanese, and my proficiency isn't very good. Sayaka Haneda smiled. Your grammar is quite correct. There is no need to act as if your Japanese is poor. Upon hearing this, Conan's expression turned slightly tense. Sayaka Haneda was correct, while Judy's pronunciation was peculiar. Her grammar was flawless. Based solely on written tests, one could hardly discern any discrepancies that would suggest she was not Japanese. Why would an ordinary foreign teacher conceal their proficiency? A foreign teacher with excellent Japanese skills would surely be an asset when seeking employment, wouldn't it? Furthermore, Sayaka Haneda felt a sense of familiarity with Judy. Haven't we met somewhere before? I don't seem to recall, Judy replied with a forced laugh. Could it have been during a case? Conan interjected. My sister and Kudo brother also solved cases in America, right? He intuitively felt Judy was suspicious and hoped Sayaka Haneda would reveal more clues. Are Miss Haneda and Kudo-kun quite close? Are they dating? Judy asked with a curious expression, smoothly transitioning the conversation. Please tell me more. I'd like to learn more about my students. Conan silently cursed himself for a moment of weakness. Mao-Lilan's interest was piqued as well. Sayaka Haneda chuckled softly. Our parents are friends. He only thinks of me when he requires chemical analysis. However, now that you mention it, I did see a woman near the crime scene who appeared to carry a gun at her waist and was of similar height to Miss Judy. Regrettably, I only caught a glimpse of her back. That woman likely isn't you, is it? How could that be? I would have been terrified and run away in such a situation, Judy awkwardly responded, sighing inwardly. She must have recognized it. Upon hearing Sayaka Haneda clarify her relationship with Shinichi Kudo, Suzuki Sinoko's curiosity was piqued. By the way, what type does Miss Haneda prefer? A handsome Western man? Sayaka Haneda pondered for a moment. Perhaps someone of mixed heritage, the features of an Asian combined with the physique of a European. Long hair would be ideal. Sinoko's eyes widened as she envisioned such an image, revealing an expectant expression. Like those mysterious, icy-faced handsome men on television? Sayaka Haneda nodded in agreement. Very handsome, indeed. Coupled with the identity of a sniper, he would be even more formidable. Conan was momentarily stunned. Recalling the FB he encountered in America. Sayaka Haneda. Wake up. That person is nearly the same age as your father. Judy's complexion was a striking pale hue. Captivating in its beauty. Observing Judy's intricate expression, Ayaka Hatana felt a surge of joy. The previous remarks were mere frivolities, aimed solely at dissuading this Miss FB from her relentless pursuit. Well, I have matters to attend to. I bid you farewell. At the next intersection, Ayaka parted ways with them. Soon after, Judy also took her leave. However, Conan felt a heaviness in his heart. In the United States, numerous professions are armed, with a significant number carrying firearms at all times. Yet, considering her earlier peculiar behavior, what could her intentions be? Ran, and also, the missing Shinichi Kudo. Meanwhile, in the Mazda, the child-sized figure of Shuichi Akai sat silently in the back seat. The notion of recognizing a thief's face was merely a pretext employed to placate Conan and the others. Recalling the message that Toru Amuro had sent last night, which was actually from Akai's brother, he maintained a facade of composure in front of the Hatena family, merely informing Ayaka that he would meet with Toru Amuro the following day. As the Mazda drew closer to the safe house etched in his memory, an inexplicable nervousness began to take hold of him, even though he was on the brink of seeing his father. Shuichi Akai sought his father, Akai Wataru, for 17 long years. From the innocent and naive youth he was, alongside his mother, to the mature man he has become in his 30s, the journey has been profound. Once, he could not bear the absence of his idolized father, but now he possesses the strength to stand independently, no longer requiring his father's figure to shield him from life's tempests. A decade has dulled his obsession, yet, a few years ago, when he was exposed, a phone call from his father reignited a flicker of hope within him. 17 years is an eternity, stretching across the entirety of his youngest sister's life. To Wataru, he must appear quite unfamiliar. Even when they met within the organization under the aliases of Beryl and Rai, he was no longer the boy etched in his father's memories. In a daze, the Mazda came to a gentle halt before the safe house, and the childhood friends in the front seat seemed disinclined to exit. Even Toru Amuro, adept at navigating various situations, found himself at a loss for words, merely offering a subdued reminder, he is waiting for you inside. Akai Shuichi let out a sigh as he opened the door and stepped out of the car. The current height he had attained was just enough to reach the doorknob. Akai Wataru, shedding his disguise, settled onto the sofa. The afternoon sunlight streamed onto his face, illuminating it with a warm smile, allowing him to perceive that the figure before him was not merely the ever-watchful intelligence officer, Beirong, but the reality of his father. Aren't you going to come for a hug? Akai Wataru said, opening his arms wide. Akai Shuichi stood frozen in place, suddenly lifted off the ground, his face buried in the solid embrace. In that fleeting moment, he felt the warmth on his cheeks and, with his small, tender hand, wiped it away, dampening it. Whether it was a genuine display of emotion or simply the result of a child's remarkably developed tear ducts, The boy who had been pierced by bullets and had remained silent unexpectedly wept. 17 years, it has been tough for you. You must hate me, don't you? Hate me for being absent during your growth and for causing you to become this way. Indeed, could he say he bore no resentment toward Wataru? After all, their family had never reunited since then. Yet, what right did he have to condemn his father? Was he not also the one who had recklessly dashed forward? Chapter 93. Scheming. His father's chest was extraordinarily warm, and after years of independence, Akai Shuichi found himself enveloped in his embrace, experiencing an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Nestled against his father, he savored the warmth greedily. After a while, Akai Wataru set him down on the sofa, retrieved an ice pack from the kitchen, wrapped it in a clean towel, and handed it to him. You wouldn't want them to notice you've been crying, would you? Clearly, them referred to the two public security officers waiting outside. Akai Shuichi took the ice pack and pressed it against his eyes. The cool sensation provided considerable relief to his burning gaze. Could you tell me about your mother, Shuji, and that child? Mafuyu? Akai Shuichi replied, Mafuyu Saira. That is her name. She lives with her mother, and I haven't seen them in several years. As for Shuji, he is well taken care of by Hiroshi and II. Akai Tsutomu nodded with satisfaction, marking the conclusion of the private time shared between father and son. Let them in, he instructed. The two public security officers, who had been compelled to wait in the car, were summoned inside, and it seemed that Kaido Kuroba also heard the commotion and descended from the second floor. Upon seeing the familiar faces, Akai Shuichi inquired, Are you the phantom thief Raven? Indeed, Kaido Kuroba replied with a smile. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Kaido Kuroba. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Akai Shuichi remarked, The disguise of vermouth was undoubtedly taught by you. Kaido Kuroba chuckled lightly. I am only aware of her identity as Sharon Vineyard, so please, spare me. After all, I did assist you in returning to America. Akai moved aside, urging not to bully the children, and inquired about the matter at hand. How is Kaleso? He has awakened, replied Kuroba Toichi, but he seems to have lost his memory. It does not appear to be an act. Akai Wataru nodded, acknowledging that, for the time being, the list of undercover agents would remain confidential, and she likely had no immediate intention of departing. However, we did not discover any USB drives or similar devices on her person. Rengoku-rei remarked. If the organization were to locate the USB drive concealed by Karaso before us, Akai Wataru raised his hand to halt the conversation, stating that Karaso was a product of human experimentation, referred to as a human hard drive. What? It was not a misunderstanding. Akai Wataru continued. She requires no additional equipment. She can commit the list of undercover agents to memory. No wonder, murmured Jufuka-Kyuku. Jufuka-Kun, Akai Wataru turned to him. What is the situation with Jin? Jufuka-Kyuku replied earnestly, I conveyed your concerns to him. Although he did not respond immediately, action should ensue. Wait a moment. Akai Shuichi interjected with a look of confusion. Given Jin's paranoia, it seems improbable that Karaso's matter would be disclosed to you, a recent addition. How do you account for your knowledge of Karaso? Jufuka-Kyuku smiled gently. There is no need to mention Karaso. Last night, Jin instructed me to investigate the explosion of a vehicle on the circular elevated road. I informed him that local residents reported hearing the impact before the explosion. This should lead Jin to consider the possibility that Karaso is still alive. Akai Shuichi nodded in understanding. And you, Akutagawa? I informed the commissioner that Karaso perished in the accident. However, we apprehended her accomplice and suggested that the police department release information indicating Karaso is still alive, which could help us capture more members of the organization. The commissioner consented. Akai Muda nodded thoughtfully and turned to Akai Shuichi, cautiously inquiring, Are you still able to wield a sniper rifle in your current state? Absolutely, Akai Shuichi replied, regaining his confident demeanor. Hanada Sayaka has developed a temporary antidote, which remains effective for 6 hours. Then we must resolve this within that time frame. Has Judy come to see you? Upon returning to the Haneda residence, Akai Shuichi asked Hanada Sayaka. Hanada Sayaka nodded in affirmation. She teaches English at T in high school. It seems she does not believe you are truly dead. Akai Shuichi sighed, seemingly aware that Yuta's inexplicable resignation had indeed raised her suspicions. Do not fret. I have already resolved the matter, Haneda Saya replied with a meaningful smile. Akai Shuichi gazed at him in astonishment, his grandmother's emerald green eyes widened in rare surprise. You didn't harm her, did you? Haneda Saya rolled her eyes at him. Am I really that kind of person? Rest assured, I did not hurt her. I merely mentioned a few things in front of Kudo, such as, if your Japanese is so proficient, why pretend not to understand it? Akai Shuichi was momentarily taken aback. Pondering before he comprehended the implication, you want Kudo Shinichi to probe Judy? Indeed, that was within his capacity. Hatada Saya remarked, that fellow rushes headlong into anything suspicious. Disregarding all else, while his investigative prowess is commendable, it could prove fatal when confronting such an organization. It would be wiser to let him amuse himself on the sidelines, rather than disrupt your plans. Your considerations are quite thorough, Akai Shuichi remarked with admiration. Brother, Hatada Shuichi entered, presenting a photograph from his phone to Akai Shuichi. This person is your colleague, correct? Hatada Saya leaned in for a closer look, adding, I should have anticipated this. Kudo, unable to find answers from me, sought you out instead. Hatada Shuichi observed the two, noting their exchanged glances that suggested a shared scheme, and resignedly inquired, "How should I respond? I have no recollection." But Koji brother mentioned encountering her at the charity gala in the New York Museum. Meanwhile, in the Muri Detective Agency, Conan reflected deeply on Hatada Shuichi's response. Before long, a call from Jin interrupted his thoughts. "Have Scotland Yard ascertained which hospital Kurosu is in," Jin commanded. Akai Wataru smiled with satisfaction. Unaware of who Kurosu was or how to investigate, his phone buzzed with an incoming call, followed by a message notification. He informed Scotland and Bourbon about Kurosu. A few days later, only Amuro Turu showed up at the rendezvous in the Organization S bar. Where was Scotland? Jin radiated an aura of coldness. Amuro, unfazed, leisurely sipped his bourbon, swirling the glass. The work at the police headquarters is quite demanding. Besides, it's Kurosu's fault for being so incompetent that she couldn't even produce a list of undercover agents. Jin, uninterested in his nonchalance, directly inquired, "Where is Kurosu?" "At the police hospital," Amuro replied. "I suspected as much from the start. After all, she is a dangerous individual. The Public Security Bureau would never place her in an ordinary hospital. The police hospital is the most convenient option, with constant surveillance and most of the medical staff being part of the police system, which facilitates any necessary mobilization in case of an emergency." However, Scotland did see a silver-haired woman when he escorted a prisoner to the police hospital yesterday. Chapter 94. Hospitalization. The murderer is you. Conan exclaimed loudly. "Conan, don't be mischievous," Muri Rand scolded as she picked him up. As was customary, he was walking home with her after school when the new teacher from Rand's class suggested they walk together, introducing them to a delightful dessert shop along the way. With dinner still some time away, the two high school girls followed Judy to enjoy some sweets, only to stumble upon a murder scene. But the murderer is indeed that man. The evidence is on his cuff, Conan asserted. Cuff. The onlookers, whether they believed him or not, instinctively glanced at the man's rolled-up sleeve. However, the man stepped back in terror, seemingly attempting to flee. At that moment, the police present began to suspect him. How did Conan know he was the murderer? Judy bent down, curious. It's simple. There's clearly no liquid in front of him, yet his sleeve is wet, which is quite suspicious. Moreover, he hasn't used his right hand to eat. Likely fearing that residual poison might end up in his mouth, Conan confidently articulated his deduction. Conan is truly impressive, Judy marveled. Although his reasoning required validation, the underlying logic was remarkably clear, far beyond what one would expect from a 7-year-old. Haha. Spending time with Sayaka-san has influenced me unconsciously, Conan said, scratching his head. That's still quite impressive, Judy pondered, observing Conan who, in front of Muri Rand, resembled a young child. Watch out. A sudden cry echoed from nearby. Judy turned sharply, only to see the revealed murderer preparing to take one of them hostage. Brandishing a kitchen knife as he advanced toward Judy. Judy, be careful, Rand shouted. Given the nature of the attack, Judy could easily evade it and even subdue the assailant without effort. However, she hesitated, allowing her left shoulder to graze the knife's edge. Ah! She screamed as she fell with the assailant, delivering an elbow strike to him. The blow to the temple knocked him out momentarily, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. Judy, are you all right? Rand rushed to her side. I'm fine. Judy winced. My arm seems unable to move, she murmured, her face displaying an appropriate look of pain. Seeing this, Rand quickly called for an ambulance. And Officer Megure ordered Officer Sato to accompany Judy to the hospital. I'll go too, Conan said, feeling a pang of guilt. Although it wasn't his fault. He thought that if he had been more careful, Judy wouldn't have been injured. Moreover, from their recent interactions, it seemed Judy was primarily concerned about not only the whereabouts of Shinichi Kudo, but also Sayaka Hatada. If her interest was solely in Shinichi, it could be interpreted as the organization confirming his death. However, including Sayaka complicates matters. Her most valuable asset likely lies in her research. And the drug that shrunk him was also developed by the organization. Could it be that the Black organization intended to capture Sayaka to serve as a researcher? With this realization, Conan regarded Judy with a deeper animosity. The nearest facility was indeed the police hospital, and it was logical for Judy to be sent there after being injured by a suspect. Judy sighed with relief as the nurse examined her arm, confirming it was merely a sprain with no serious injury. Nevertheless, Judy insisted on staying for observation due to dizziness. Rand and Officer Sato assisted in gathering her personal items and completed the admission procedures, escorting her to her room. Conan? A familiar voice called from behind. Sayaka Hatada appeared, holding a bouquet of lilies, accompanied by Amuro, who was carrying a large fruit basket. Sayaka, Amuro, who are you here to see? Turu, in order to protect an innocent person, was injured by a suspect, Amuro sighed. Is he all right? Sayaka inquired. Just a minor injury, nothing serious, she replied. By the way, what brings you to the hospital? We encountered a murder case, and the suspect injured Judy-sensei, Ran explained helplessly. A murder case? Was it Conan who solved it? Sayaka asked. Yes. Conan beamed, seeking praise. Am I as impressive as Shinichi? Of course, Sayaka responded with a gentle smile, while Amuro added, Conan-kun. I've heard from Turu that you've assisted the police in solving numerous cases. You're quite remarkable. After praising Conan, Amuro raised an eyebrow and turned to Ran. Miss Ran. Is this your new teacher? Yes, Judy-sensei is our English teacher, Ran introduced. I see, Amuro nodded. We bought quite a bit of fruit. Toru alone might not finish it. If Judy-san doesn't mind, could she help us with some? Oh, I couldn't possibly, Judy replied. Don't be shy. I hope everyone stays healthy. Amuro said with a warm smile. Conan felt a cold sweat forming. He couldn't allow Judy to have excessive interactions with him. Amuro, Sayaka. Officer Toru must be waiting anxiously, he said, turning to Ran with a pleading expression. Can I go see Officer Toru? Sure. I'll come to get you in a bit, Ran agreed without hesitation. As Judy quietly observed Amuro leaving, she cast him a deep glance, saying nothing. Conan followed Amuro to Shibuya's hospital room, where Shibuya nearly called out his childhood name, but caught himself upon seeing Conan, Toru-kun, and Miss Hatena. Conan has come too. Mom is still busy, so she asked me to check in, Sayaka said as she arranged the flowers and began peeling an orange. In truth, I'm really fine, Shibuya reassured them. J-Fu Kageakira displayed an awkward expression. Akai Zero responded with a disapproving glance, questioning his audacity to speak. Had it not been for your excessive late nights recently, would you have been injured by the suspect due to a lack of focus? You should take this opportunity to rest properly. Indeed, Officer Midorikawa, no matter how busy you are, you must prioritize your rest. Conan chimed in. Akai Zero exchanged a glance with J-Fu Kageakira, who then lifted Conan onto the hospital bed. In a discreet corner, Akai Zero retrieved his phone, while Hatada Saya smiled, pretending not to notice. Chapter 95, The Commencement of Chaos. Conan, it's time to head home. After a while, Muri Ran arrived at Midorikawa's hospital room in search of someone. Hatada Saya also stood up, stating, Just right, I have an experiment to oversee, let me escort you back. Conan glanced around, thinking that since he had successfully distanced Hatada Saya from Judy, there was no reason to linger, and thus followed Ran out. Upon reaching the first floor, Conan exclaimed, My detective badge has been left in Officer Midorikawa's room. Sister Ran and Sister Saya, you two can return first. I will take the bus back alone in a bit. During this time, the hospital's elevators were predominantly occupied by patients and their families. Reflecting briefly, Conan remembered that Midorikawa's room was on the 4th floor and glanced at the nearby fire escape. Forget it, I'll take the stairs. As he reached the halfway point up to the 3rd floor, he heard the sound of a door opening from the fire escape above. Is someone coming? Conan slowed his pace, positioning himself on the landing, ready to wait until the conversation concluded. It's me, Judy, came the familiar voice from above. However, to Conan's astonishment, Judy, who typically spoke in an exaggerated manner with a distinct foreign accent, was now articulating in a perfectly standard Tokyo dialect. Her tone was calm, devoid of the usual flamboyance, exuding a sense of composure and efficiency. The public security has concealed Kuroso quite well. We have yet to locate Kuroso's hospital room. Is this indeed the police hospital? Judy continued. Yes, I understand. Conan's heart raced. Kuroso. That's the name of a liquor. Could it be a member of that organization? From Judy's words, it seemed that the public security had apprehended someone, and due to their injuries, they were sent to the police hospital for treatment. Thus, Judy was a member sent by that organization to find Kuroso. Recalling Judy's interactions with Ran and her seemingly intentional inquiries about Kudo Shinichi, cold sweat-drenched Conan. No, I've found vermouth. Judy's next statement pulled his thoughts back. Her tone imbued with a chilling intensity. I would recognize her even if she turned to ashes. Conan's mind spiraled into turmoil. Judy's earlier words suggested her target was the member named Kuroso, yet she later mentioned finding vermouth. Was her mission to surveil vermouth? If his speculation was correct, a member capable of monitoring vermouth must undoubtedly be a core member of the organization, potentially the highest-ranking individual he had encountered thus far. In an instant, flames of determination ignited within his eyes. Understood. Judy finally concluded, hanging up the phone, leaving no further sound. Oh no. Conan immediately reacted. Footsteps descended from above, pausing momentarily before returning to the previous floor. After a while, the fire door reopened. Conan pushed through a small door, barely a meter in size, emerging from his hiding place, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Fortunately, this level contained a small utility room, just spacious enough for him to conceal himself. Judy had indeed been cautious in her inspection, though she likely never anticipated that an eavesdropper would be a mere child. As the footsteps gradually faded, Conan finally emerged from the fire escape. Meanwhile, in J-Fu Kageakira's hospital room, the two public security officers could finally exchange intelligence without apprehension. It seems my senior is not at all surprised by FB's involvement in this matter, Akai Zero remarked. He also mentioned that other intelligence agencies might participate, urging us to remain vigilant. That makes sense, J-Fu Kageakira replied. The organization has yet to acquire the list of undercover agents. Any agency that has sent undercover operatives will certainly have an interest in Kuroso. They would at least not wish for her to return to the organization. Akai Zero continued, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward his bandaged wound. J-Fu Kageakira smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. You are already aware that this is a mere fade. Akai Zero chose to remain at the hospital to care for J-Fu Kageakira, leaving only Akai Wataru in the safe house, regrettably unable to allow him to stay given the imminent mission. Not long after, the phone rang. Jin, what is it? The operation is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Jin stated coldly. So soon? Akai Wataru furrowed his brow slightly. To avoid unnecessary complications, Jin's voice dripped with sarcasm. Do not tell me you're unaware that other official agencies are also coveting the situation. A multifaceted melee, how intriguing, Akai Wataru remarked with a smile. You and Scotland create chaos in the hospital, compelling the public security to relocate Curacao, then let Scotland handle the aftermath. I will take care of the rest. Jin stated directly. Akai Wataru smiled knowingly, declaring that he alone could create the chaos needed, allowing Scotland to be discharged from the hospital the following morning. This response delighted Jin, who was in dire need of a marksman, which was precisely why he had sought Akai's assistance in inciting disorder. Then await my message, Akai stated. Do not resort to lethal measures. We still require Kurasu alive, Jin cautioned. Akai pondered, troubled by the possibility of failure. There is no what if, Jin concluded, abruptly ending the call. The next day, Conan, still uneasy, returned to the police hospital. As he arrived, he noticed an unusual influx of delivery personnel at the entrance. Under normal circumstances, this would be unremarkable, but in the current context, any anomaly could signify the organization's movements. He rushed inside, heading straight for Judy. As he passed by a patient room, he overheard a delivery person grumbling, honestly, sending flowers to someone who's already been discharged, who's supposed to sign for them now. Conan glanced up to see that it was Officer Midorikawa's room, where the bed was impeccably made and personal items had been cleared away, indicating his discharge. Sir. Conan called out to the delivery person in a childlike voice, are those flowers for the person in that bed? I know him. Perhaps you could give them to me. And I will ensure he receives them. That would be a tremendous help, young man, the delivery person replied with a warm smile, handing the flowers over to him.